massive air from Leon Glatzer.
Clean carb to start off with.
Perfect landing. Does she come away? She comes away with that.
Oh my goodness.
Beautiful laybacks. Buenos dias and welcome surf fans from all over the world. This is day 5 of the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games 2023. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar, and we are live from the beach here at El Tunco. 2 podiums firing on all cylinders today. It's been a wild ride since day 1, and today you're going to see men's main round, repecharge rounds, men's and women's getting involved at both podiums. And as we prepare for yet another day of stellar surfing, Olympic implications, of course, ISA medals on the line, we want to welcome you, Chris, Mitch. Mitch, this has been the best ISA World Surfing Games that's ever happened. In my opinion, we're only on day 5, and we're only going up here. What did you think of the quality of surfing that we're seeing and the storylines that have been developing?
Yeah, some of the highest there's ever been, and I think the quality of waves has actually proven that even more. On the women's side, I think we've seen the game elevated a lot more. I think competitively, we're seeing new nations develop a lot of skills. Good to see the Netherlands involved. German team, been incredible all morning. And then the waves have been stellar as always, Chris. La Bocana has definitely delivered over the course of the first 4 days. And here with day number 5, a lot on the line.
Yeah, yesterday was absolutely pumping, and it's actually looking nice and clean today. Maybe a foot or two smaller, but as we've come to know La Bocana, this place is incredibly consistent. It is an absolute swell magnet, and you're going to see more of this today. Here's the warm-up before this heat that's going out into the lineup. Sebastian Williams there, Team Mexico. And this first heat of the day, I mean, a perfect illustration of the depth of field we have. The number of elite level surfers we have in this contest is staggering. Every heat you're going to see today has a different type of feel to it, of course. Some of these heats are just bona fide superstar heats all day long.
Yeah.
Talking Medina, Felipe, John Florence, etc. While others are going to feature new names, up-and-comers you might not know too much about. Let's talk about Heat 1. Here's a guy that, if you've been paying attention to surfing for the last decade, you know his name, Sebastian Williams, a super phenom out of Mexico.
And he is one of the most talented surfers I've ever seen in my life. Great air game. But then you look at what he did on rail yesterday against Medina. Huge, huge victory for him, making it out of that heat.
This is going to be a great way to start our day. There's Sebastian. And another star in this upcoming heat is Federico Moraes. Let's learn a little bit more about this Portuguese powerhouse.
First year on the QS, I was Rookie of the Year on the Triple Crown. I would always get a good result, but I was just putting a year together, and it was getting really frustrating because I felt like I was working really hard and we were kind of doing everything right. Everyone was kind of, he's not going to qualify. The biggest fear I've had in my career was, am I going to qualify someday? Then we got to Haleiwa, I got 2nd, I jumped to 10th, and that's when everyone kind of started going, but at the same time it's like, you're 10th, it's like one mistake and you're out. So I qualified 2016, 2017 I had an incredible year on tour. 2018 I kind of struggled. 3 weeks before pipe I smashed my ankle surfing pipe and I couldn't walk. So my chances to fight for my spot on tour were literally ruined there. It was really frustrating because it just felt like I couldn't fight back or fight for my place. So going into 2019 after this was kind of hard, and I was still recovering from the injury. I was really down and sad because at the end of the day you just feel like your dream's over. It was one of the saddest moments for me in my career. started again 2019 with completely different mindset, looking at things with a new perspective, and I was super pumped to start the year. And I started the year in Australia, and it was 2 first rounds out of the comp, so it was frustrating again. In the middle of the year, we had the ISA that had a qualification for the Olympics. To secure a spot for Portugal, you had to be the best European out of the ISAs, and there's a lot of good surfers. I really want it because obviously the Olympics is probably the biggest thing to any sportsman, and especially surfing being in it for the first time. Obviously I wanted to take Portugal to the Olympics. That was my main goal. I was in a good mind space, and I guess it just went from there. I just started making hits, not really thinking about, oh, I need to beat this guy, I need to be in front of this guy. I was just thinking hit by hit. And we got to the last day of the comp. I was the best European. I was so stoked because, as well, my father and my uncle always said one of their dreams was to be in an Olympic event. And, well, they weren't, but at least I'll be in one, and there's going to be Mirage, my last name, which is my father and my uncle's name. It's going to be there, so at least we all feel proud of it.
Story of a great sportsman right there, Federico Moraes. I love that just in the span of a few moments, you can literally watch the arc of someone's, not even their lifelong dream, their family dream coming true. And we will see more dreams like that come true at this event. We're going to be fielding 4 men and 4 women into the Paris 2024 Olympics by the end of this contest. And at this point, it really is anyone's game. It could be one of these 4 young surfers right here. Rio Inaba, Federico Moraes, Cody Young, and Sebastian Hernandez Williams. So Japan, Portugal, Canada, and Mexico represented here in men's round 4 heat 1. So Mitch, you think about, okay, round 4, still pretty early days, but these surfers have put in a lot of work to get here.
Yeah, and basically in this round, you're halfway through to the main final. You still have a few more heats, but this is a huge round for a lot of people that really have Olympic qualification on the line. Remember, for the surfers from the Americas, they need to qualify for the Pan American Games first, potentially get a gold medal there, and then automatically qualify for the Olympic Games, but they still would have one more chance next year at the ISA World Surfing Games in Puerto Rico. This year for them, they're looking for qualification for the Pan Ams in Santiago, Chile. And for both Cody Young and Sebastian Hernandez, that's the goal. For both Rio Inaba and for Portugal's Federico Moraes, they're looking to get Olympic qualification at this event, Chris.
So the 4 continents you can draw from. You look at the regions that we have, our competitors. There's a couple different paths. Of course, you can go to isasurf.org for all the information. And trust us, there's a lot of information to decipher, to decode. When you talk about all the ways that these surfers can get into the Olympics. But of course, there are only a handful of spots. We're not talking about ISA style competition in the Olympics. The judging, all that stuff's the same, but you have about a 16th of the field. We have nearly 300 surfers competing here, so you can imagine trying to cut that group down to just about 20, which is not an easy task.
No.
Full credit to the ISA and the Olympic committees around the world. They're not just doing this for surfing, of course. This is ISA's ballgame along with WSL and the Pan Am Games that are our feeder system, but you can imagine around the world. Right now, this is the final push for a lot of athletes in all their chosen disciplines to get themselves into the Olympics. So it's going to be a fun year from here on out, seeing who qualifies for what sports, and it's just it's going to be a wild ride from here.
Yeah, and I mean, you really need to pay attention to the rankings on the Championship Tour as well, because there's a huge push right now for Brazil. You have Felipe Toledo, who at the moment is qualifying for the Olympic Games. He did not make the cut for Tokyo 2020. and you know that he's just looking for the one opportunity to get an Olympic gold medal around his neck. He already has the world championship at the WSL level. He's been an ISA gold medalist in the past. But Brazil has 4 contenders that are just as good as anybody else. Joao Chianca, Felipe, Gabe, and of course, former world champion and first gold medalist ever, Italo Ferreira. For the U.S., the same thing can be said, but as of right now, with Seth Moni's injury and Barry Mamiya being further behind in the rankings, it's up to John Florence and Griffin.
Well, we'll see how they fare in their upcoming heats. But right now, we've got Sebastian Williams. So quick up and out.
Wind picked up early today, Chris.
Yeah, it looks like a little bit of a variance of direction than we saw before. Sebastian Williams took to a ladder heat with plenty of wind, but he was stoked. He called it air wind, and I'm sure we will see more of his aerial antics as we now see Cody Young representing Team Canada. This
Solid.
would be considered Maui glass.
Yeah.
So where Cody Young lives when he's not in Canada competing is the island of Maui, and it's one of the windier places that you'll surf. That's why they have so many multi-sport talents from there. Guys like Kai Lenny, I mean, go way back, Derek Dorner, Laird Hamilton, the crew, guys that have done, you know, everything you can do on a board in the water, sails, kites, they do it all. Cody Young focusing on that shortboard thruster to get himself around the world and back. He's had huge results in the past in QS events and, of course, in Canadian championships. And, you know, he's one of those names that if you saw him in the Olympic lineup, you know, he would fit right in.
For sure. And we look at the replay here. Great wave selection to start things off as we see the bump on the face right here. He selected a clean wall down the line, setup snap right there into the lip. And we actually, Barton and I free surfed here yesterday at La Bocana in the afternoon. And Cody's actually selecting quite a few rights. He said, yeah, the rights seem to be the longer path, but they offer up more scoring opportunity. As you see right there, projects down the line. One more hit to the lip line. A lot of flow on this wave, and it's going to be a great start for him. Anytime you start better off than a 5, things are looking good for you in the rest of the heat.
Yeah, Cody had creased his board yesterday, so spent a lot of time in the afternoon after the contest wrapped trying out a couple of the other boards that he brought. You know, all these surfers probably brought about, you know, let's say the sponsored elite level surfers brought 6-8 boards down here. Here's your Olympic qualification breakdown. 4 men and 4 women will directly qualify for Paris here at the ISA World Surfing Games in Surf City, El Salvador. We're looking for surfers representing Africa, Europe, Asia, and Oceania. So obviously 4 big wave-rich regions there to be represented. And here are some of the other paths you can take. Pan Am Games, which will happen in Santiago 2023, as well as the surfers trying to fight for qualification for the Pan Am Games. Again, a lot to unpack. Every time that graphic comes up, your mind starts spinning about how you can do it. You can only imagine what's going on with the surfers who are in the water trying to manage a 20-minute heat while thinking about the next 2 years of their life and the glory that they could possibly achieve. We see Sebastian Williams now. Quick snap, throws the tail. And this is going to be a meaty section on the inside. Another good vertical snap, blows the tail. And when we say tail slide or blows the tail, we're meaning that the fins that are usually meant to keep the board in the water and help with the direction you're going, one of the more exciting maneuvers surfers can do is actually release those fins.
Yeah.
So let go of the steering wheel, if you will. The judges like to see their fins, especially if they can do it in a controlled manner. Kind of want to be right on that line, right? Between controlled and out of control.
Yeah.
That's the radical zone that these surfers try to get into, and that's how they're rewarded with big points.
Good looking wave here for Cody Young now on the right. 2-turn combo right there and a solid wave to you know, to me, the lefts today, Chris, are going to be much harder to surf with the wind that we have on top of them right now. Seb did extremely well there to manufacture a score out of a wave that I thought did not have a lot of potential, but he only has a 1.5 in the scoreline. And both Rayo nor Fred have a score under their belt at the moment. They're going to hold on to the non-priority situation. Seb with a decent opening turn right there, slid the tail, as you said. That turn was very impressive, went straight up and vertical. and then somehow was able to come around this section with a lot of white water and just be able to fit in one more. Pet the Kitty to come around it, and then fits in the last one. So solid stuff there from Seb. And then Cody, once again, selecting these rights. That cleaner faces, you have that cross-shore wind that's coming into the rights. But as you saw right there, it stands the wave up a bit more. Good stuff there from Cody Young. He's going to have a backup score quickly.
Yeah, so Cody started with the 5-1-7, waiting for scores for Sebastian, as well as that second score for Cody Young. 12:30 on the clock. Priority still up in the air as Rio Inaba and Federico Moraes yet to ride waves. We'll see what the priority judges deem that little bit of action right there. So, Mitch, for the layman, for the newcomer to contest surfing, what is your most basic explanation of how our priority system works?
So in a 4-person heat, until 3 people have caught a wave or actually stood up, priority number 1 will not be established unless there's been a block in the water. That was not a block. Both of them just paddled, and since neither of them have actually stood up on a wave, only 3rd and 4th priority right now can be established once the other 2 surfers make it back out to the primary takeoff zone. In this case, since Rio Inaba and Federico Moraes still haven't established 1 and 2, it's still up to anybody's game to catch their first ride.
Yeah, so it's not gentlemen's rules at
Nope.
the start of the heat. But then you can see on our graphic up on the left-hand side, you'll start to see numbers drop in there. That's the order in which the surfers can choose. And that right there was a beautiful combination of backside snaps. This wave really standing up through this entire section. A lot on offer. That was a backside buffet for Rio Inaba, Team Japan. Full credit to this team. They are some of the hardest workers in the sport of surfing. Literally on the beach first and on the beach last.
Yeah.
See them at dawn and at dusk. And they are putting in time, effort, and work. The entire team down here all day supporting Cody Young up and out real quick. So this is going to be fun for you at home who are kind of trying to figure out what the judges are looking for. So Rio Inaba, series of major maneuvers down the line, all nice and controlled, all right in the most critical part of the wave. So he's probably going to be looking at something in the above average range because the judges also know with this much time, with this many waves, the level of talent.
Yep.
They have to leave room at the top of the scale. We could see some 9s, 10s potentially today.
Yep.
The waves are there, the talent's here. Let's see some perfect surfing.
Yeah, and to me, as you said, I think this is the best way with the heat by far. Fred now with priority. What Rayo was able to do was find a clean wall, and as a goofy footer, he was able to come around those sections and really bottom turn in the most critical parts of the wave. Seems like Fred might have a chance here, Chris.
All right, powerhouse regular footer.
He's out of rhythm.
And that was not great wave selection. And the problem now for Federico Moraes is this heat's halfway over, and he's going to be last in line to catch the next wave.
Luckily for him, top 2 advance, so you need to be looking at just getting a score that's equal to both Cody Young's best and Seb's best. As of right now, that's something near a 5-point ride. What I will say is that there are a lot of rights that go further down the line that you can catch on the inside that have a lot of scoring potential. If I were Fred right now, I'd be focusing on those smaller ones on the inside. Just get something in the 4 or 5 range. Seems like he's going to paddle all the way back out, though. I don't know if this is the right strategy with just 9 minutes to go because Cody just dropped his second score. And look at the opening score for Rayo.
Yeah, so we got Cody Young with a pair of 5s, 5.83 and a 5.17, and the highest single wave score of this heat so far, Rio Inaba setting the pace with a 7.17. Here's a look at how Rio got that massive number.
And a great read, wraps it back all the way, the roundhouse cutback once more. But look at how well this wave bowls up here on the inside. It is steep and it is shallow. Great turn right there, straight up invert once again. And how about these last combos? Wraps it in, and then a stellar finish right there at the end. So a combination of major maneuvers in the most critical parts of the wave. Great stuff there from the Japanese surfer. Now Seb with first priority. It seems like he's going to look right as well, but Fred might have a corner here, Chris.
Yeah, he might have felt what you were laying down there. Spins on a medium-sized set wave. Good open wall to work with. A little bumpy on that first turn. Here's where things could get interesting for Federico Moraes. He's just trying to be patient, wait for this thing to set up. Nothing for him on the inside. So another kind of dud of a wave for Federico Moraes. I'm sure it looked good on the takeoff. That's kind of the luck that you got to try to tap into or create your own luck like Sebastian Williams on a juicy, hectic section right there. Goes for the fully rotated frontside air, but explodes upon landing. But check it out, he's already right back on his board. Oh, this is Cody Young way outside. We'll see if bigger is in fact better. And the tide that we're looking at right now is pretty low, so I think a lot of these sets are kind of showing their hand early on the outside, then backing off, and then dumping on that inside section. So positioning is going to be a critical element of what gets these surfers through their heats. As Cody Young right in the perfect position. Call that a roll in. Not a lot of effort he needed to make to paddle into this wave. Big section, pulls in. Engulfed in whitewater.
That would have been sick. First actual barrel of the event here at La Bocana.
He probably felt like he was at Haleiwa or Sunset Beach right there. That was a dumping section.
Yeah, and 7 minutes to go. You see right here, this angle goes to show you how steep it gets here on the inside with how shallow it is with this low tide. Pulls in, and that wave just clamped down on him, unfortunately. So, going to be a throwaway score for Cody. Going to keep the pair of fives. That air attempt from Sebastian, though, was insane. I mean, he delayed the bottom turn, didn't go fully all the way down, and somehow was almost even able to bring it all the way around. It's so shallow, though, and so dumpy that you're landing right in the flats the entire time right now. And especially with that wind coming at you, your spin rate's down. You're not able to elevate as much as you'd like. Seb's still in the game, and Fred got his best score as well, Chris, a 3.33. So as of right now, I even feel that first and second place still wide open. 6 minutes to go. You just need to get out there and get a good wave.
Yeah, Rayo has the kind of opportunity to close the door on his competitors if he can post another solid number. Sitting on that 717, it's kind of like having pocket kings in a card game. You know, he's in the driver's seat right now, hasn't ridden a second wave, but he's being patient. He's in the top priority spot now, meaning he has choice of any wave that comes through. Cody Young with a 5.83 and a 5.17. He's in the double digits now. Sebastian Williams with a 4.83, not far behind, both him and Federico. Only needing a 2.35 and a 3.85. Those guys can drop those numbers in their sleep if given the opportunity. We've already seen Federico kind of in the unfortunate rhythm right now with just a couple bad waves that looked like they may have been good. So again, there is luck involved here as Rio now. Quick snap there on a closeout section. He's going to have to work for it here. Just kind of a placement turn there. It was pretty radical, but right there, I think that had backup score written all over it. Just a placeholder. You know, probably going to come in somewhere around a 4-ish.
If you get a 5 out of this, you're stoked. You know, it extends your lead by a lot. And Team Japan has a lot on the line, too. I mean, in terms of the gold medal as a team. But individually, for all three surfers that are still in the main round, this is huge for Ryo Inaba. Setup snap right there, and the second one a bit cleaner. So, as you said, you know, he gets a 4 or a 5 out of this. He's doing well, but really the backup score that he was looking for at this point of the heat. But out of the Asian men that are still in contention to qualify for the Olympic Games, it could happen here. It could be Reo, Taichi Wakita, or Kanoe Igarashi.
There's your next heat coming up. Another hammer of a 4-surfer heat.
And Tiva Bushkwa still in the event. He could qualify for the African region as well. He's still in main round 4.
Surfer out of Morocco. So right there, that was a priority situation for Sebastian Williams, knowing that he had to give way, but I don't think anything was going to really happen on that wave anyway. So it'll just be a shakeup in the priority standings. 3 minutes and 57 seconds to go. This heat has flown by. There has not been a lull yet. That's the thing about this wave, this region. It is so consistent. You're not going to wait around long for the next set. And here we go, Federico Moraes trying to clean up from a slow start. Couple big turns down the line. Setting things up on this inside. A nice S turn into the closeout snap. He's now needing a 7.67. 30 seconds ago, if you had looked at his requirement, you would have thought, oh, easy, 3.83, no problem. This is Federico Moraes. This is one of the best. But now he needs a big number. So it might be It might come down to him trying to get 2 waves to try to get up to that 7.67. And we are waiting for a score from White as well, Sebastian Williams. So these heats are always going down to the wire.
They are.
It seems like there's no walkthroughs, there's no easy heats.
Oh, you're still in this round right now. Every heat's going to be
yeah.
difficult. Every heat could easily be a final. And Cody Young has done so well in this heat just to be able to manufacture those 5s out of, you know, some poor waves when you really look at the context of how good the waves have been all week long. But just great surfing, solid foundation, hasn't made a single mistake so far. Seb on the left, his best wave of 4.83. Good surfing. Unfortunately, the quality of this wave let him down a little bit. There's been moments of brilliance for Seb, though. And then Cody, his best score right here, 5.83. Steeper sections. And then Reo Inaba, a 7.17, the best score of the heat and the day so far. It backs it up with a 6-point ride. So they've really liked those critical sections right at the end, and especially on the right when there's so much to lose and it's so dangerous right here at the end. And we're talking about maybe a foot of depth right there at the end right here when he finishes, Chris.
Unfriendly cobblestone rocks beneath them as well. And Federico Moraes, real slow start. Didn't really get any waves of note until about the 12, 13-minute mark.
Drops to 5.6. Good score, but now needing basically the same wave, a 5.41, and Seb needing a 6.17. With a minute 40 to go, though, what's helping Sebastian out right now is that needing the 6.17, he has first priority. So, can you just get to your feet and maybe throw a Hail Mary air? Or one thing you know is that he can go down the line with a lot of speed, too.
Yeah, if anybody has that weapon in their arsenal, it's Sebastian Williams. So with a minute 18 to go, this is the first time these surfers have really had a break from paddling, but that break is over. Another set comes through. See this peak at La Bocana, his first wave just kind of dissipates in the takeoff zone. This could be a potential chip in for Cody Young. He's going to use this white water to, now it's going to be White, Sebastian Williams. So Sebastian gets the push into this wave, has the section, big snap float, comes around it, looking for a 6.17. That's going to be close. Think back to Reo Inaba's 6. You know, this is why I don't usually throw numbers out.
Ooh,
that was wrong. That's the boneyard. That's where Big Z went down. Careful.
Wow, that is shallow right there. He's doing so well just to make it through that far. And now Cody playing some defense here, Chris. This could be a big moment for Canada. That wave doesn't seem like it's going to offer up much. So it's going to come down to Seb's last wave as Reo just going to block Fred on this one.
I mean, you really can't call any of these heats upsets regardless of the pedigree of the surfers involved, because everybody still in the main draw is that good a surfer. So Reo Inaba in the lead for now. We do have some pending scores for red, green, and white.
Is it the 6.17?
Well, the judges will have some time. As this heat is over, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with full results and your next matchup from the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games.
Cuando cae el sol, es la hora perfecta para desconectarte, para disfrutar de todo lo que te rodea.
Welcome back to beautiful Surf City El Salvador. This is the ISA World Surfing Games. Chris Cote here with Mitch Salazar. First heat of the day. Seems to always set the pace. Plenty of waves out there, but pretty challenging to find a wave that offers up enough clean sections to get those numbers. What are you thinking these surfers are going to be looking for after that scouting report that they just watched?
Well, look at how shallow it is on the right there. You can definitely see that there's a lot of risk involved there. If it were me out there right now, quick start on the left, get something on the board, and then eventually move over to the right afterwards. And as you can see, the highest scoring waves of the morning so far have been on the rights, but there are opportunities on the left. But with this low of a tide, you kind of want more of a higher tide on the left so it can actually get a better wall.
And how important is an outside maneuver? Because Rio's best wave was basically setting up and then going to work on the inside. Why wouldn't you just sit halfway out and get that really power section on the inside?
You could, but you're not going to recover priority though. So you're not over at the primary takeoff zone, so that's one thing that could work against you if you were to decide to surf on the inside, Chris.
Wow, look at these 4 surfers hitting the lineup. Billy Stearman, Taichi Wakita, Gabriel Medina, and Tiva Wachoga. Morocco, Brazil, Japan, and New Zealand represented here in this 20-minute super heat. We got multiple Olympians, national champions. That's one thing if you read the bios of our field. Pretty much every surfer we have is a national champion from their home nation, be it Czech Republic, Latvia, Brazil, the USA. I mean, these are the best of the best representing 63 nations, a record for us here in ISA competition. We're going to start this off with Taichi Wakita from Japan, most likely drawing some inspiration from what Rio Inaba did, winning his way through a tough heat. So Rio did get the win. Cody Young came through in second. Those 2 surfers will advance on into our main round, stay here, podium 1. And the 3rd and 4th place surfers, they're going to the repechage. We see Stearman now blasting the inside. Watch out for that rock, buddy. We need all those fins in your board for the next 18 minutes.
Yeah, it is shallow out there right now. We saw Gabe in the last heat paddle out early, and he was actually stuck on a few rocks when he was paddling out.
Even world champs get dry docked?
Oh, dude, I've seen Kelly do it before. I've seen everybody do it. Yeah.
I think it's nice to see for normal people.
It humanizes them, doesn't it? No, but this is a stacked heat. Bill Stearman and Gabe were Olympians in the first edition of surfing. Taichi Wakita always been a threat his whole career, still super young in his early 20s. Coming from Rocky Point in Hawaii as well, this is actually a wave that is very similar to Rocky Left's, and the right that runs away from you too is very similar to that wave that goes into gas chambers as well. So I expect him to do well. He's got a good forehand and backhand. Case in point right here.
You guys, Wakita, I would think for Team Japan on the men's side, they're trying to figure out who will be the second surfer competing for Team Japan for the men. If they get that opportunity. I feel like Kanoe Igarashi, he's a lock. He's already a medalist, a national, international superstar representing Japan. So it would seem like the obvious pick that Kanoa would be Japan's first selection.
Yep.
So are we looking at Rio and Taichi potentially fighting for a second spot if they get that?
Well, what they could do is that Kanoa could secure a lock here at this event too, and they already have the slot. It's an extra slot from last year's ISA World Surfing Games when they won the men's gold medal overall. Kanoa's just the best surfer out of the 3. I mean, let's be real. Not to say that Taichi and Rio
they would
are
agree
talented.
with you, I'm sure.
Yeah, and he's the most experienced surfer in Tahiti as well. He got a great result last year. He's the best barrel rider out of the 3, and he's the one that has the most to lose as well after being a silver medalist in the first edition. But I would say all 3 of the Japanese surfers have a chance to get an Olympic gold medal. I think they're that good, but they want to secure at least one more spot here.
This is Teva now, representing Morocco. Obviously comfortable on his backhand. Morocco known for long, lovely right-hand point breaks. That wave, just okay. Starter kit, if you will, for Teva. Only 1 score on the board right now. That's Billy Stearman, 517, surfer representing New Zealand, an Olympian himself. And how cool is that? I mean, that's something that you carry with you for the rest of your life. Olympic surfer. So 15:37 on the clock. So if you think about the African region, right? Morocco falls within that jurisdiction. Now Teva is a name that we should keep on the top of our minds, because Teva, of course, an amazing surfer, and this event is going to field 4 surfers. One of those surfers could be from that African region, could be Teva.
Yeah, and the only 2 surfers that are left in the main rounds from the African region are both Jordy Smith and Teva Bushqua. So a huge opportunity here. You can see right there on that wave that he has the talent to go along with those aspirations. One thing I will say is that it's imperative for him to stay in the main round, because I just don't see Jordy Smith losing with these kind of waves out there, and especially with the amount of experience he has both at the WSL level and the ISA level in competition. Huge opportunity for this kid from Morocco. Only 21 years of age, too. Nice to see a Moroccan surfer once again at the Olympic Games.
14:38. Interesting, too, that the so far what we know of the elite level of surfers from Morocco, they're all goofy foots, living in the land of right-hand points. And that tells me that they're being sneaky about something. I know there's a left point somewhere in Morocco, and they're not telling us.
Hey, as 2 goofy footers in here in the booth, we find lefts at right-hand point breaks, too. We'll go left even when there isn't one. But, you know, there has to be a few of those slabs around that part of Northern Africa, too, that are just elite level and quality. So far in this heat, dropping a 3.1, and Taichi Wakita with a 4 and a 3 in a scoreline. Good start, though, for Bill Sterman to 5.17, the best wave of the heat. And now we're just waiting for Magina's first ride here, Chris, as you can see him there on screen. Probably going to be looking at the lefts. You know, the rights run away quite a bit. And if you're surfing by yourself on the left with his talent, why not just surf that wave by yourself?
Yeah, the Medina show is about to be on. Anytime he stands up on a wave, 90% of the time something really cool happens. He's just that consistent. Strike rate is among the best of the best. And here's the conditions we'll be looking at for today. 4 to 6 feet. So, again, just a touch smaller than yesterday. Water temp, 88. Air temp, 92. Paradise vibes there in the temperature range.
That's a lie.
So, low tide, 8:40 a.m. We're looking at 8:30 a.m. local time right now. So, tide will be pushing up, which I think is in our favor. But yeah, if you're coming on vacation, Mitch, you want the water to be 88.
It's 92. Not 88. It says it's 88. You paddle out. You're sweating. It's much hotter.
It's 88, but it feels like 98.
It feels like it's 110. And, dude, you're dehydrating yourself so much when you're surfing out there, especially in those midday heats. And I'm just really impressed with the way every team has been preparing themselves inside and outside of the water. You see a lot of ice packs going around, a lot of people with hydration packs as soon as they get out of the water. It's really cool to see athletics play a big part in surfing now.
Yeah, I feel like science has come into surfing in the past decade. You know, if you were a fan of surfing through the 80s, 90s, there was not a lot of stretching happening or coaching, mental, physical. Maybe 2 push-ups and go out there and try to smash your opponent. But now
a couple squats.
They're all high-level athletes and treated as such. And I think the ISA has been a huge part in elevating our sport and giving it the respect it deserves, just in terms of support, mental coaches, physical coaches, chefs, masseuses. A lot of these teams have all those resources at their disposal. And that just makes them surf better.
It does, and it allows you to be more comfortable in your mindset too. Going into the water, you know that you're prepared outside of it, so you're surfing it too, the talking alone. I like what I'm seeing from Bill Sterman right here, Chris. Has 2 scores that are probably going to be mid-rangers, but he's going to take the lead with his last wave. Here's Taichi, though, going right again.
All right, feeling like he's at home at Rocky Right, and now he's under the water, exploring what lies beneath La Bocana.
Feeling
we'll
that pipeline there?
Yeah, we'll tell you what's beneath there. Slippery, not jagged, but just there's ankle breakers everywhere you would want to walk. If you've ever surfed lower trestles, very similar to that. Rincon can have this feel. Getting in and out, this is paradise. The waves are great all the time. Few of the things that might be slight annoyances is getting in and out, because it's, I wouldn't say treacherous, because you're not going to cut yourself necessarily, but, twist your ankle, get a shinner.
Yeah.
Welcome to El Salvador.
A few barnacles every now and then.
A couple barnacles.
Yeah.
But again, small price to pay for such great waves. There's Tyler Gunter getting ready. A dark horse from Team America getting the last minute call up to the team and making full use of his selection. He has been ripping through this event, standing with Shane Dorian, as we see now. Taichi Wakita, that's a famous name in surfing, isn't it?
Yeah, second generation professional surfer. His dad, Takayuki, one of the best there is at Pipeline. And Taichi getting his best ride, a 4.0 right there. Meanwhile, Bill on the left, he's been working well on these, gets a 4.03 as his backup. And I believe this is the 5.17, his opening score. So takes the lead, and as the only member of Oceania that has a qualifying chance here at this event, still in the main round, looking good to advance, Chris.
Gabriel Medina, 2 big power hooks there, setting things up down the line, blowing the tail, floating across that section. Light work for one of the best surfers to ever do it. Not an easy wave to surf, unless, of course, you're Gabriel Medina, where any wave is easy to surf. That's going to be a big number to start Medina. Here goes Billy Stearman now. Ripping down the line, gets a couple good turns in there. Billy Stearman, an amazing ambassador to surfing and for New Zealand. You know, after his Olympic run, it was really fun to watch, you know, all the press and the, you know, the media that welcomed him back from Tokyo. It was, you know, the smile on his face and the pride in which he brought that Olympic experience back to New Zealand was just really, really special, really fun to watch. And he's just one of those guys you can't help but cheer for.
We call him Frodo Baggins for a reason, straight out of the Shire, and one of the nicest people you'll ever meet. And great surfer, he's leading the heat right now.
8:30 to go. Team Japan got a victory. Standing by now with Benway.
Yeah, Chris Cote, Mitchell Salazar, thank you very much. Winner of the round 4 heat number 1, representing Team Japan, Reiwa Nava, omedetou gozaimasu.
ありがとうございます。
So a couple things I noticed. The first question is going to be about the change in direction and swell. I noticed that the current's pulling the opposite direction. And rather than him starting his heat off with a left, which being a goofy footer and the way this wave usually works, he started off with a right that got him a great score. まあ今日はうねりの向きがちょっと変わって、カレントもちょっと違う。向こうにあっちに左の方に引っ張ってる。で、グーフィーフォルでもう絶対最初の波、レオがもうフロントサイドで絶対テイクオフすると思ったけど、8分経って何でも波なくて、でも向こうはもう何本乗ってレギュラーでハイスコアが出てた。それで最初の1本レギュラーでディシジョンができたかな。
そうですね。なんかうねりの向きが変わって風もちょっと吹いてきて波の向きも変わってきたんでちょっと迷ってたんだけど海入った時にカノアがまだ海の中にいてで多分ライトの方がスコアできるよっていう風に言ってくれたんでそれでまあライト行こうかなと思いました。
So he was really kind of in between, going right and left. He said the wind kind of came on before his heat. Also, yeah, that little different direction in swell. He said Kanoa was still out in the water free surfing as he was entering the water, and Kanoa told him that they'd probably get a better score on the right. Next thing is I've noticed the pattern between almost all of Team Japan holding that first priority in the last minute of the heat. I'm going to ask them what their strategy is and if that's that pattern that they're meant to stick to due to their coach. まあほとんど全日本その最後の1本1分残ってもう他のメンバーみんなもうガンガン乗って最後絶対入選権持ってるのパターンが見えた。今回一番最後の波が5秒残ってそれ伊月コーチのガイダンスかな。
そうですね。やっぱ大体最初にスコア持ってヒートリードしてる時はもう後半はできるだけ無駄な波は乗らないでプライオリティ持ってしっかりヒートコントロールするようにしてます。
So he said definitely he had 2 scores. He was controlling the heat, didn't need to take another wave, and he wanted to make sure that he held that priority. And that was the plan. And Izuki Tanaka, their coach, is his local coach in Ichinomiya, the Olympics beach. And so it's easy communication that they've always had. まあ次も頑張ってください。僕も応援してる。
ありがとうございます。
Back to the booth, guys.
Congratulations, Rio. Well coached, well prepared. And thank you to our polyglot Ben Wei, the unofficial king of Surf City nightlife. We have a well-rounded commentary team to match our field of international surfers. 63 nations represented here. And Team Japan is looking good. We did get an update on our overall team point standing, and not much to report there because we still have so much left in this event, but there is a 14-way tie for first place. So some of the usual suspects, but a couple names you might be excited to hear. Great Britain up in the upper echelon. Team Italy right up there. But again, early days. We're only on day 5 of, what, 8?
Yes.
Something like that. So lots of time to see how our team standings shake up. But Billy Stearman demanding attention with that beautiful backside. I mean, those kind of 4 moves in one. It was a snap, it was a carve, it was a hook right in the critical part of that wave. I would say the best single turn we've seen of this heat so far.
For sure.
Beautiful surfing from Billy Stearman.
And I'd say the best combo, too. Gabe's had 2 waves that have been great, but they haven't been as major and as explosive, and the sections haven't been as critical as this wave by Billy Stearman. I do expect a situation change here. I do expect Medina to move up into second place right now. But with 4 minutes to go, this is going to help out Billy Stearman a lot. That 517 is going to be gone. Huge wave, and especially when you look at his style, too, his base on the lefts is as good as it gets here for the field of competition we have at the ISA World Surfing Games. Wakita and Bushko are going to need 2 new scores, I feel, in their scoreline right here in the last 4 minutes, Chris.
Could be a good left-hander coming through for Taichi. Comes around kind of a big flat section, setting things up for what could be a dangerous inside wave. Still riding. Good snap there, right in the pocket. Got to finish this wave if he wants to maximize the scoring potential. Here we go, flying into the inside. Another tail sliding turn. Can't get the completion, goes down. All that work. And that probably cut that score in half with that fall at the end. And you know, one thing we all know about competing against Gabriel Medina, you're not going to out-surf him, so take that off the table. No one's out-surfing Medina. What you can do is maybe get better waves. You're not going to beat him in priority either. There are not a lot of ways that you're going to beat Gabriel Medina, but if you make even one mistake, that's probably going to be the end of it. And that because Medina is just that consistent.
And that was the one mistake.
That was it.
And you can't afford to have 2 of those in the heat. And easily going to be Wakita's best ride, but you left some points on the board right there at the end. You were all the way there, and you just couldn't finish it off.
It's going to be a good score, right?
It is.
It's just not going to be a great score like it could have been.
But it could have been close to excellent, I feel. I mean, he was on his way and still could be. I mean, it was definitely a lot of great surfing on that wave from the start to finish. And we're still waiting on a few scores, owing one to Bill Stearman, owing the last one to Wakita, and I believe Medina has 2 waves that he's owed as well. So as of right now, 2 minutes to go. If they're still processing these scores, if you know that you're in a good priority rotation, you need to be on a wave. Surf on instinct, don't be waiting on the scores, and go out there and perform, as you do have a former multiple-time medalist and world champion out there in Medina.
And here we go, sticking to the right. This is Teva representing Morocco, currently in 4th place, needing a 3.91 for now, but we know there's a lot of numbers coming through, a lot to unpack. All 4 surfers waiting for scores at the moment. Billy Stearman with a 7 and a 517. We think he's going to definitely add to his heat total, most likely get rid of that 517. Medina, as you said, still waiting for 2 waves. His first was a 6.6, and both of his other waves were pretty similar to that wave, so they could be right in that range, which could be pretty disarming for Taichi Wakita, who started with a 4, and we're a little concerned with the way he finished that wave. But the good thing is our judges do not get caught up in the emotional part of that wave. You know, for me, I'm watching it, I'm like, disappointed at the end, but he did a lot of work before that, which the judges will give him credit for. This is one of the waves we're waiting for a score on.
Yeah, and opened up with a 6.6. Great variation on this one. Is the second score that he's owed. Not a huge wave, but the amount of maneuvers he was able to do was very impressive for how short the sections were. That tail slide right at the end, adding some good and valuable points to that wave. Got to expect it's going to be around the mid-range as well. You know, maybe eclipsing the 6.6. But as of right now, it's his most important ride, as here goes Wakita again.
That was about the only place he could have done a turn on the outside section of that wave, so he fits in 2. Could have an inside reward. Tough whitewater section to work with. 20 seconds on the clock. That's his last look. Now Medina goes to his backhand. Blistering backside whip to start. Another upside down snap, sending spray to the sky, setting things up again. Medina doing Medina things. Decimating this wave from the get-go. He's not going to mind that long walk home after a wave like that. Backside surfing at its finest right there.
And clutch.
Speed, power, flow.
SPF.
Throw it at the screen. That's what you just saw.
And props to Taichi and both Ava. They gave it the raw, and especially Wakita, who had a couple of chances at the end. I think that one fall on the left was what was costing him the most. The previous score of Medina, a 6.83, and I even expect this last right to replace his low score as well. Bill drops an 8.07, though, extending his first place position, and that's going to be all she wrote for, I believe, Taichi, Wakita, and Teva in this heat.
It's boom, boom, Bilbo. Billy Stearman getting the potential victory. We do have one score to come for Gabriel Medina. Either way, we're thinking New Zealand and Brazil will be staying in the main round. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back to give you the updates and the results of that last heat. And we're going to send 4 more surfers in the lineup. It's going to be a good one. Don't go anywhere. The ISA World Surfing Games will be held at the world-class waves of La Bocana and El Sunzal in the heart of Surf City, El Salvador. Using progressive shortboard surfing, surfers must perform with speed, power, and flow in the most critical sections of the waves they ride. The following key elements are considered to maximize the athlete's scoring potential, taking into account the overall speed and difficulty of maneuvers and the dedicated commitment to those maneuvers. Goes for the huge
goodness.
corrupt flip. Pushing the limits of what is possible on a surfboard, whether in the air or on the rail. Connecting multiple critical maneuvers together with flow. Utilizing the wave to perform a variety of maneuvers.
Look at the surfing. 2 big turns on the outside.
Harnessing the wave's energy to create speed, surf with power, and connect it all with smooth flow. These surfers will be given the perfect canvas at Surf City, hoping to impress the judges and eventually be crowned champions at the 2023 ISA World Surfing Games. Welcome back to the ISA World Surfing Games, live from Surf City, El Salvador. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. Round 4, Heat 2 was epic. Unofficially, Billy Stearman with an 8.07 and a 7, staying in that top spot. Medina just dropped a 7.93, paired that up with a 6.83. Both surfers with huge heat totals, and full credit to Taichi Wakita and Teva Bochgua for a valiant effort. But they are now in the repechage rounds, and we have 20 minutes back on the clock. Tyler Gunter, Miguel Tudela, Leonardo Fioravanti, and Leandro Osuna. Wow. The resume for all 4 of these surfers reads like a novel. They've all had huge competitive histories. I would say, you know, Leandro Osuna, a multi-time ISA medalist. Definitely,
gold medalist too.
Yeah, he's got a couple of those gold medals hanging in his house, representing Team Argentina. But as we just saw in that last heat, you know, Gabriel Medina coming through in 2nd place. So anything is possible. 19 minutes on the clock. Here is your surfer in white, Leandro Osuna. Really adept and comfortable in waves of consequence and, you know, big open ocean situations like he's dealing with now. Check this reform out. He's going to be salivating to smash this lip. Bam! Big turn to finish that wave. Now Leandro Osuna will be getting his first score, but he's got a long paddle back out as we see surfer in green, Leonardo Fioravanti, representing Team Italy. Currently among the top 14 teams, all tied for first place here on day 5. He's got to have a reform as well. Patiently waiting for things to form up through this inside section. Not necessarily the impact that the wave from Leandro had, but check that out. Subtle little priority play there. He gets out in front of Leandro, so could potentially get to the outside. Here we go, Tyler Goodter.
Yeah, a kid from Newport Beach, California. You see him right there just setting things up. Solid snap right there in the pocket. The wave steepens up now for Tyler. Goes straight up invert. That's more like it from Gunter. And might have a good inside section here at the end as well. Sticking with it. It gets shallow right here. And the tide is extremely low. I really like what I'm seeing from the surfer there in red, though. He has two spots that are very similar to what he normally surfs out here at La Bocana. Huntington Beach Southside tends to be like this on the bigger days, and over at Blackie's and Lower Jetties in Newport Beach as well. As we see Miguel, great combo right there with the 2 turns. He already has 2 scores that are owed to him. That's going to be a solid backup score for Miguel. And with 17:20 to go, he's already going to have 2 solid waves in his score line in the first 3 minutes. So like to see that from Miguel Tudela. Some great stuff. I think overall, as a former Olympian himself and as a former medalist here at the ISA level, he has a lot of competitive experience. And in WSL South America competition this last season, I believe he went 5 for 5 in QS competition as well, Chris.
Yeah, he's a threat anytime he puts a jersey on. There's Billy Stearman coming through. Team New Zealand has to be excited from what their fearless leader has been doing. They've got a stacked team as well, men and women. So the teams consist of 3 men, 3 women. If your nation doesn't necessarily have enough surfers to fill those spots, we have some teams with 1 woman. Team Latvia has 1 competitor, and you know that that's going to grow just from the experience that these teams have down here in ISA competition. The joy spreads, right? It's infectious stoke when they return to their home nations and spread the word about how fun it is to compete here in the ISA World Surfing Games. So I expect record-breaking participation every single year from here on out.
Yep. 63 nations this time, and you look at the nations that have maybe been underdeveloped before. They're way more developed now. Argentina, I mean, they've been a contender for the gold medal the last few years. Leandro Osuna has been a 2-time gold medalist. And how about Peru once again? Miguel Tudela on top in this heat.
Yeah, so nations rising by the minute. 15:38 on the clock. Let's go down to the boardwalk to catch up with Jess Grimwood, Billy Stearman.
Thanks very much, Chris. Billy, such an important heat for you to take a win. Obviously a huge one, globalizer on that. But in terms of Olympics for you, that's got to feel good going into the bank in this contest.
Yeah, for sure. I know every heat's pretty crucial, and going off previous experiences in Japan, qualifying for the Tokyo Games, it was, I knew what needed to be done. So I knew how big that heat was for the, qualification scenario. But obviously there's still a big rest of the week ahead, and I knew it was going to be a big task coming up against Gabriel, but I stuck to my strengths. I love going left. I keep saying it every heat, but yeah, like I say, I'm enjoying my time over here and just feeling really relaxed and kind of sticking to my own game plan and my own program, but also trying to help out the team and, progress them through the heat. So it's kind of a really good balance, and we got a good support crew over here, and yeah, I feel good.
I can literally feel the heat emanating off your body at the moment. Talk about the work rate in that heat. I saw in that very last ride, your best score up in the excellent range. You're just taking a moment to really breathe through such a taxing environment to be performing in.
Yeah, I was pretty fired up for that heat. Even starting, I think I claimed a 5. It was just a confidence booster for me. But yeah, I think I just gained momentum throughout that heat and bettered my scores, which is, always what you want to do. And yeah, it's so hot over here, and I knew I needed to work really hard for 20 minutes. Every heat's pretty crucial, and hopefully I don't have to surf twice a day or 3 times a day, and can be pretty taxing. But yeah, 20 minutes is fine for me. I'll probably go back to the aircon and cruise for a bit now and relax. But yeah, stoked to be making some heats.
And we have the pleasure of seeing your particular special necklace in competition throughout the years and the seasons. But for everybody tuning in at home, for all the new fans of the Team New Zealand and Billy, give us a little explanation to what that's about. Yeah,
this Pounamu is obviously a greenstone from the mountains of New Zealand, carved out. You're meant to be given them as a gift. They're meant to look after you and
kind of, follow you through your journey and kind of show you the way and look after you on the road and at home and give you strength when you're down and up. So I got given it by my wife a few years ago now, and I gave her a little ring one. So I've had it for a long time and I cherish it. And every time I feel down or miss home or something, I kind of give it a little rub. Or, I'm not getting any waves in the heat, I'll give it a little rub and just kind of reset. And it's a pretty powerful thing from New Zealand. So I'm proud to wear it and proud to be a Kiwi.
Very proud time to you. Amazing heat win. Congratulations taking out that one and good luck moving on through.
Thank you. Cheer to everyone at home. You.
Great human being right there, Billy Stearman.
For sure.
Proud Kiwi. Love to learn a little bit more about his culture through that interview. Thank you, Jess Grimwood, for that one. Miguel Tudela already sitting on a big number. A 7-point ride to start. Right off the buzzer, so got that huge start. Everyone else right behind him. Leonardo Fioravanti with a 5.67. Tyler Gunter a 5.6. Leandro Osuna with a 5. So this heat dead even from the start. We're at 12 minutes and 30 seconds. And, Miguel Tudela, this is a name we've heard for many, many years on many different levels. Big waves, small waves, everything. What makes Miguel Tudela such a great surfer and such a steady, solid competitor?
He's reliable. He's consistent in every kind of condition. I had the pleasure of competing against a lot of Peruvians in my day. Luca, Alonso, and Miguel was, one of the worst. He's a talented competitor. He's ferocious, and he hates losing. I mean, look at the scoreline that he had in the first few minutes of this heat.
Jeez.
A pair of 7s already, and they go out with such good strategy, and they know how to surf a lot of these waves because when you come from Punta Hermosa like Miguel does, he comes from a lot of good waves that have a variation, and they have the same amount of power here at La Bocana. Ooh, looks like Leo might be in the spot for this, Chris.
Frothy start to this wave for Leonardo Fioravanti, representing Team Italy. Just patiently waiting, setting things up with a nice little carve. This is where things are going to start to get a little bit more critical through this inside, or he's hoping they get a little bit more critical. They do not.
Shouldered off.
Rolled the dice. I wouldn't say snake eyes, but that's not going to be a score he's going to hang on to toward the end of this heat.
Snake eyes is what, 8s, right?
1s.
Oh.
2 1s.
Oh, so 2. Okay, I get it now. All good.
I think. I don't know much about dice. This is that last wave for Miguel Tudela. So pocket 7s. That's huge.
No, and this was his first wave of the heat too. So you start off like this with a 7-point ride. You can see right there he's stoked. Rides out of it cleanly and then backs it up with a 7.5 here. I mean, look at the amount of commitment he had right there on those 2 sections on the left. When the left hadn't scored as high up until this point in this heat, I believe the best score had been a 6.93 out of the last heat. And as of right now, in the lead comfortably, Leo gets a 4.03. But look at how close it is for second place. Second, third, and fourth all have a 5 in their scoreline. Tyler Gunter looking at another right. Lele might be going left. Could it be a split peak right here? It seems like Osuna up and riding.
A late takeoff there for Leandro Osuna. Remember when I said this heat was dead even? It's not anymore. Tudela way out into the lead. Now it's going to be a battle to play catch up for our surfers, and that's how you do it. Searing combo for Leandro Osuna representing Team Argentina. Quick finish there on that wild inside section. So now things might change up a little bit. Leonardo with a 5.67 and a 4.03. Decent scores, but not in the double digits yet.
He's standing up right there.
Yeah, that's it's treacherous inside there. So Leandro Osuna was looking for a 4.71. Did a lot of work on this wave. A little messy on the start, but cleaned things up quick.
I like the wave selection, though, honestly. At this point of the heat, you need a backup score. Great carve right there in the lip line, wraps it back. And then look at this turn to go up straight and vertical up and over the section. Don't know if he completely rides out of this last one, but I think at that point it was just a little touch at the end. Wouldn't really have added that many points in the score. But clutch performance right there from the Argentinian, and now the Italian up and riding.
Leonardo into a closeout and out.
So
I have to think for Leandro on that inside section, how he was kind of rolling the windows up. He saw rocks.
Yeah.
And they were coming for him.
He's like, might as well
just fall down.
Yeah.
Starfish. We call it laying flat on the
Yeah.
water. Starfishing. Sometimes that's the only safe way to save your body and your board.
And he's 35 years old now. Obviously, his goal is to qualify for the Olympics again, and he charges. I mean, he really does charge. Remember when Gabe actually challenged him at Off the Wall a few years ago? He bet
Friendly
him.
wager, yeah.
He's like, hey, go out there, get a wave. It was huge. It was closing out, basically, at Off the Wall, which usually never happens. He got one of the best waves of his life that day. So I think he would be a great surfer to go to Paris 2024 in Tahiti. But I think the reason he's been the most successful out of all of the Argentinian surfers before him is that because he also grew up in San Diego, California, in La Jolla to be specific. A lot of heavy waves, good variation, and was always pushing his level a lot more than what he would normally find in Argentina.
Yeah, definitely the Argentinian superstar. And yeah, I remember him lighting up the reefs around La Jolla for a long time. Here we go, Tyler Gunter. He's got a good start with a 5.6, and right now he's putting in work. This wave helping him out with some critical sections through that mid portion. Will it give him anything on the inside? He's not seeing it, so he's out. Most likely another mid-range score. The 6.67 or 6.97 comes through for Leandro Osuna. He's pairing that with a 5. He's now officially a double-digit surfer in second place. Tudela still out into the lead. And now Tudela is sitting with that top priority spot with 7 minutes, 15 seconds to go. So he is in an enviable position right now. Well into the lead, maintaining control of the lineup. And I don't think Miguel Tudela has made many mistakes in this competition or in really any competition that he surfs in. So again, like a Medina, you know, like our elite, you have to either hope he makes a mistake, which he's probably not going to, or just beat him with better waves. And here we go, Team Italy.
I think Forza Italia is their slogan. That's their cheer. Back-to-back surfers in big round heats coming up. José Mendes, big heat for him, especially because he could clinch a spot right here if Leo doesn't make it out of this heat. He could eventually move on through the main rounds. Next thing you know, he's in the final, and he's surfing for Italy in Paris 2024. This point of the heat, though, right now, both Gunter and Fioravanti needing a 6 each. Here's Miguel, the heat leader.
We're about to see an air. Maybe. Yes. No. Just power surfing. He goes down there. He didn't need that wave, but I think it was a good wave to choose. Just to see what happens when he took off. So 5:50 to go. You know, we're very familiar with the Brazilian storm. You know, even the San Clemente cyclone has kind of blossomed as a force to be reckoned with. We've seen kind of glimpses, something I like to call the Euro force.
Oh, yeah.
There has been some incredible European surfers, you know, in ISA competition, on the championship tour. I feel like with so many different nations kind of under that Euro force umbrella, you know, the unity isn't what it is in Brazil or, you know, with Team USA. But if they could somehow get together as a Euro force, we could see a huge push. I mean, they're definitely supporting each other, but you don't necessarily see surfers from France rallying, you know, with surfers from Italy, because they all kind of have their own little rivalries going on in the European scene and on the European tours. But I like the name. It's a cool sounding name. Probably make some really good logos. Euroforce.
Yeah. In 2009, though, there were what? I mean, obviously the CT was extended back then. It was 44 surfers on the men's side. But I think there might have been 11 of the years. Yeah, Aritz Aramburu, Tim Boll, Mickey Picon, Thiago Pires, Marlon Lipke, the first German surfer to qualify for the CT. Michel Perez was there. Now I'm blanking on everybody else.
I think that was pretty encyclopedic right there.
Most
so
of them.
I'm very impressed. There's Team USA.
I agree. I think there's more to be given from the European surfers, especially this guy.
Here's one of them, Leonardo Fioravanti. Quick snap there. Now this wave looks like it could have some potential through the inside, although every time I say that, it tends to flatten out. But this one, it's going to have it finished like that kick stall, waiting for it, gets the section, ramps out, front side air reverse, a textbook definition of that maneuver. He landed backwards, the fins engaged, he spun around, he's looking for a 6-2-1, trying to sell it to the judges right there. Do you think they will bite on that sales tactic by Leonardo Fioravanti.
It's impressive for how the wave was. I mean, he definitely made a score, manufactured a score out of nothing. You know, compared to the 697 in this heat, I think it's comparable. It's just under for sure. And I think there is possibly going to be a situation change right here in the last 3 minutes and 20 seconds. I think both Osuna and Gunter are going to need a larger score right now for second place.
Yeah, I think Miguel's cruising. You know, he's
he's good.
He's definitely safe. And I don't know, you could just, even just right here, the way he's paddling out, he's just, you know, he's making his way back into the lineup. That's where surfers get really dangerous, when they have the luxury to kind of mess around a little bit after locking two giant numbers in.
They're in cruise mode. Smart right here. I'd be going on this way for Lele.
Yeah, Leandro Osuna, big bottom turn around the section, setting things up for what could be an impactful inside. Goes vertical into the oncoming lip. Super critical. Another quick carve there. So Leandro leaning on that power base he's developed over his veteran Hall of Fame style career. He's loving it.
I think that was a necessary response to Leo's wave, because he's only looking to better a 5, and I think he's going to do that right there. And say if Leo doesn't get the score, it's just going to be by a slight margin, and that was a necessary wave at this point of the heat from the Argentinian. And where's Tyler Gunter now? I mean, you don't see him out there, still only needing a mid-6, and he's got the talent to do so. I mean, the last few heats that he surfed, I've seen him surf very few heats that well over the course of his career, and I think it's because of the waves he selected out here at La Bocana, especially on the rights. He needs one wave here in the last 2 minutes. Can he get one, Chris?
Remember when I said it was a foot or two smaller than yesterday?
Mm-hmm.
In the words of the Terminator, or I'm sorry, in the words of Commando, I lied. It's still plenty big out there. It's pumping.
Oh.
137 on the clock. That was Leonardo.
Well, in the words of Arnold Schwarzenegger in Predator, get to the chopper now. I mean, he nearly landed that. He went for it. That would have been sick if he pulled it off.
Solid impression, solid attempt.
I'm trying, you know. But it's good to see that he recognized that he's probably going to need another score to make it out of this heat. Ooh, his previous score comes in.
Yeah, Leonardo drops a hammer of a 7.47. That means that Leandro Osuna, as we wait for his next wave, it has to be above and beyond a 6.18. Thinking back on that wave, he did a lot of work on it. One huge turn that mid portion.
That's what I think. You know, there was one wow moment on that wave. It was steep, it was critical, and the meat of the score is going to come off of that one turn. And I actually think if he doesn't right out of the last turn, there's no way he's getting the score either. It's going to be close.
Tyler Gunter needs a 7.54. This could be his last-ditch effort, but he has to give way to the surfer Miguel Tudela, who holds priority.
This was a good wave, too.
Yeah, taking no prisoners, not risking anything. Tudela, that was a brilliant defensive maneuver, and he ripped that wave to bits. Probably got the most he could have gotten out of that wave.
And he's not even going to improve either. His whole thing was just tactics right at the end. Doesn't matter if you're making it first or second. Keep everybody else off of a wave.
Now we're waiting for one number. It always comes down to the wire. Did Leandro Osuna get the requirement? Did he get a 6.18 or above?
Gonna be close. Ooh, it's in.
And it does it. A 6.97, just above what he needed. So he's got a high pair of sixes, a 6.97 and a 6.5. That means Leonardo Fioravanti heading to the repechage round. Tyler Gunter, who blasts a nice back three. A redemption right there for Tyler. But Miguel Tudela, convincing victory there. He will move through for Team Peru, along with Leandro Osuna, multi-time ISA gold medalist, showing us why on the strength of that last wave, a clutch performance. Well, we got more action to come. We're going to bring Barton and Shannon in on the call. It's going to be a great day of surfing. Don't go anywhere. It's the ISA World Surfing Games. We'll be right back.
When we started the campaign, like
20-something years ago over a quarter century. Even when we started, it was impossible. I mean, everybody, okay, my friends, my brother, I say, you know, you're really gonna put your energy in this? You know, let's go surfing.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympics, period.
We all just looked and rolled our eyes back at, like, come on, Fernando. Surfing will never make it.
I never actually dreamed of being in the Olympic because surfing wasn't an Olympic sport.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympic sports.
The Olympics wasn't ever a dream of mine because it wasn't a reality, it wasn't tangible.
It's the biggest event in the world. Fernando is the reason why we're all there.
Yeah, it's like me telling you I'm gonna, you know, swim around the world. 27 years later, he pulled it off.
Welcome back to action here for the World Surfing Games. We are once again in El Salvador, and the surf is pumping. Jesse Mendez up and riding now on his forehand. The blue jersey today for Team Italy. Luca Macinas of Peru will be wearing green. Rio Waida of Indonesia in white, and Alonso Correa of Peru will be in red. Shannon Hughes joined alongside Barton Lynch for the call as we take a look now at first of white, Rio Waida. The Indonesian powerhouse into the lip for that second maneuver. Drives around the section, unleashes a beautiful looking turn in the pocket. Sets himself up here with a great layback snap and goes for that foam climb finish. And he'll be looking good for the start of that wave, Barton.
Well, he'll be really happy about that. That was an incredible ride. With the right-handers are absolutely pumping right now. They're running for so long, standing up tall, allowing people to get radical maneuvers as well as volume and quantity of them.
It's looking like a point break on the rides. Alonso straight into the lip for that first critical second. Into the second, and you knew that was not going to end well.
Oh, that was radical. He had to go for it, though, and he knows no other way, Alonso Correa. He is an amazing surfer. Fantastic in all sorts of ways. Been in great form this week representing Peru. Jesse Mendez, we saw him on while you were doing your intro on that small left. I was super surprised to see him go left. No one really, all of our surfers have been heading down to that right, and for good reason. I think Jesse will head down there soon too once he hears the score of Rio Waida come in. That was a cracking first wave.
Amazing. We've got some more action now for Luca Macinas. So we've got the two Peruvians in the water. Luca just hits the brakes, goes over the handlebars for that first takeoff. Two Peruvians, an Italian and an Indonesian. Two surfers that are looking for that Pan American qualification this week will then later be in Olympic conversation as we head towards Santiago for the Pan American Games at the end of the year. But for both Italy and Indonesia, they have continental qualification spots this week. Luca Macinas now tight backhand attack. He has grown up surfing lefts his entire life at home in Peru. Not the biggest fan of going right, so I'm sure we're going to see him really favoring that left today, and that backhand attack is just lethal from Macinas.
He really made the most of that opportunity, didn't he? Up into the lip several times. Something about the look of the right-hander to me, I'm more envious of the people going right than I am of the people going left. I watch them on the left, I go, oh, yeah, he's on a good left, he ripped it. But when they're on the right, I'm like, oh, I want to be on that wave. So I feel like there's that excitement factor on the rights that makes it easier to get big scores on those rights. But Luke, we know his backhand as we see the aerial view here on replay. We know that's his strength, so no surprises to see him sitting to it. But Jesse Mendez, on the other hand, with his backhand, he would look lethal on them right-handers. So, good start, though. Everyone in the action early.
We've got some scores dropping through as we take a look at these replays. Here was the first of our surfer in green, Luca. Or, sorry, that second one just now.
Driving up and down, throwing spray. So smooth. Board looks great under the feet. Responsive, gets the closeout turn. Good start. The point 3 was a throwaway. Obviously, here's Jesse. So these guys, it's easier and quicker to get the scores on the lefts.
And that paddle back out is quick as well. As we take a look at a big throw on that second turn, Jesse dropped in just a 3.5 for his opener, Barton, a 0.5, and then now a 2.37 for that attempt. Well, he did get that first turn thrown in the mix.
Yes.
He's now chasing a score to take the lead away from Rio Waida. On the right, Rio's dropped in a 7.67 for his opening ride.
That's a keeper. That will be, you go, okay, I've got one. I've got, 14, 15 minutes to go. I only need one more. So good strategy there to head straight down to that right-hander. Obviously 20-minute heats, and so that's a little quicker than the regular sort of 30 at a World Championship Tour level, and so they're used to sitting, waiting, getting priority, taking their time. You only need 2 waves in 30 minutes. There's only 2 of you out there a lot of the time in those man-on-man or woman-on-woman heats, and so it's a very different scenario here in a 20-minute heat, and I feel like the strategy from Jesse and from Luca is, okay, I'm going to get a couple quick on the left with that quicker paddle out, as you said, and then I'll move down to the right. But by the time you move down there, you might have missed a 7.67 or something like that, as they have already. So the only really score of consequence at this point is the 7.67.
Well, let's take another look at it here for the 7.67 of Rio Waida.
Look how big and tall the face is as well on those right-handers, and it stays that way from start to finish. So everything that you do maintains the volume and the intensity and the scoring potential, where on the lefts it tends to taper off, and you lose scoring potential really as it tapers off. Look at the size of the wall on this one. Beautiful. Drives off the bottom, snaps around, out of the top, stands up tall in front of him, lays it back there just to add some variety for the judges into a last turn. Still waiting on the best score of Luca Macinas's on that left that he surfed really well on.
And we can see the split from the judging panel for that 7.67. There was 2 judges that went for an 8-point ride. The rest of the panel, 3 out of the 5, went for a 7.5. Now, to explain that to our audience, of course, there are 5 judges on the panel. We average out those 3 middle scores. So the highest score and the lowest score drop out of the equation, and it's that average of the middle which gives us that kind of awkward 0.67 in the conversation of the 7.67.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, well, here's the score. Luca Macinas is 6.93, so he really wrung every point he could out of that left. Great opening score. That's one you could keep in the end as well.
Luca now sitting in second place position, and we've got a wave rolling through. Paying close attention to the lineup. He's going to have a look and just decide to kick out of that one quickly. Sitting under 3rd priority. He'll now drop down to 4th and hand 3rd to Jesse.
But that's why you saw him have a look at it, being in the 3rd priority. 1st and 2nd, you know they're going to get the big scores when the big waves come. And all of our surfers have moved over to the left, which is an interesting strategic move. It's almost like you get that 7.67, you go, I'm going to head over there so they don't head over here. You know, and when Rio's there with them, it's kind of like, oh, we must be in the right place. The heat leader's here. Everyone's here. Okay, I'm staying here. And it's almost like you bluff them into not going to the right because, oh, I've got to say, if I was in this heat, I'm going to the right.
Recognizing that the scoring potential on the rights is in the excellent range. I mean, a couple of judges threw an excellent score down to Rio. With that average, it falls just shy of that. Yep. As we see him now taking off on the left, huge wrap to start. Love watching that line of water drawing off the tail of the board as he throws spray from that 2nd turn. Snap and sets it up for a great 2-turn combo to finish, and he is looking absolutely on fire.
So sharp on the rail, isn't he? That last turn was an illustration of how athletic and gymnastic this guy is. I said it a couple of days ago. This feels like to me there's something in the DNA of different nationalities that lends them towards certain types of surfing. And the Indonesians are so fast twitch fiber. They're so sharp. They're so agile on their feet. They're so quick. And there's just an electricity to the Indonesian team in general.
Let's take another look at this one, Barton.
Drops down the face, as you said, beautiful carving 1st turn, nice snout out of the top. Nothing too critical yet. I don't feel like this score is going near the score of the right-hander. It's going to be below that, and maybe below that 6.93 of Luca Macinas's as well, because it was a little more vertical and snappy.
As we take a look from this perspective, it's more similar to what the judges are taking a look at, really being able to get that front-on picture and be able to see the height of the wave as well as each of those maneuvers in the critical sections.
Love the last turn, the ditch of the fins and how he got that looseness out of the top. Waiting on a score for Luca as well.
So scores to come through. We're halfway through the heat, 10 minutes remaining. And down on the beach, we have Jess Grimwood with the winner of that last heat.
Thank you very much, Shannon. Miguel, Mitch said in that heat of yours, one of the best qualities about your competitive surfing is how reliable you are and how mistake-free your surfing is, much like Medina's. That's exactly what we saw from you this morning. It must feel good to take the win.
Yeah, I mean, I had a really slow starts on the last couple heats, and my strategy was to just, as the left wasn't really that good, I was just like try to start fast, keep catching waves, and that perfect rolling came through, and it was 5-4-3. I just waited a second to stand up, and it was just a perfect start, you know. And he stood up pretty good, did 3 turns, then in the paddle back, I got another good wave, big set, 2 turns, got a 7-5, and it just felt amazing, you know. I had to struggle the last couple of heats and wait till the end to make the heat, and this one felt good to just get a good start and then try to control the heat, you know.
And when we talk about ISA games, of course, you've been in it for so many years, but you've developed some really, really strong, almost brotherhoods, the friendships that you have, especially even in that heat, you know, going through with Lele. That's something so important about the games that you've taken from this.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think we all started surfing professional on the ISA and on the competitive part of our career. And after that, there's so little persons from Latin America that do the tour that we're like, hey, let's stick together, you know? And then we create a really good relationship from that and create that really, I mean, the ISA is for that, you know? Bring a lot of people, new surfers, and just try to stick all together and build a family on surfing.
And for your Peruvian family, for the team, some words to them. I know everybody would have been watching that heat pretty closely, and it's a great win for you and for the team moving through.
Muchas gracias a todos, a mi novia, sé que está despierta desde temprano, a mi familia, a mi papá, a mi mamá, a mi hermano, a toda mi familia, a los amigos, a la gente de Perú. Ha sido un día muy bonito para el deporte peruano, con Juanpi en el Roland Garros y bueno, no sé cómo irá, la verdad, porque justo entra el agua. Y nada, el equipo peruano sigue súper fuerte, venimos avanzando por main event con Luca Alonso y Sol y bueno, el repechaje, ¿no? Que es un nuevo campeonato, así que nada, seguir mandando las vibras que Perú se viene con todo. Arriba Perú.
Thank you so much, Miguel.
Thanks, Jess. As we take a look at some live action now, Alonso finds himself on the right, backhand attack to start, sets himself up for the second turn. He's sitting with a 4.17, which was his opening ride. This is now going to be a second scoring wave. Gets a little bit of work done to start things off with. Now goes above that lip line as he goes for the connection on the finish as well. Looking to replace or at least meet up with that requirement of a 3.14, no doubt, and could be looking at that second place position now.
Yeah, no doubt he gets that score. The problem with that right-hander was the outside part didn't stand up so much. And I feel like they're the right-handers that break closer to the left. They go through a little bit of a deep one. It's those bigger, wider ones that have that steep wall all the way. Still beautifully served. Couldn't have done anything more. Looked always in control. Smooth, clean, little radical edge where it needed to be. So it's going to be a decent score. It'll definitely get him up into that second. But while they were having the interview, we saw Jesse Mendez get a screaming left-hander too. Wait till you see this second turn on it. Massive. So yeah, this one's going to be tight. We're at that point where when you look at every heat in the draw, you go, oh, that's a tough one. You read the next one, go, oh, that's a tough one too. So yeah, it's at that point in the competition, round 4, where there's no easy walks.
Definitely no easy heats at this stage. Round 4 for the main round means that each of the surfers in here have taken a first or second place finish in every heat they've surfed so far for those first 3 rounds. They haven't had a loss, so to speak.
Yep.
Now out of this heat, there's not going to be an elimination, but the bottom 2 surfers will be falling into a rep recharge round later on. So there's going to be more heat surfed, of course, throughout the day. Once we head into those rep recharge rounds through the rest and the remaining of our day, past this men's main round 4, we will be sending the bottom 2 surfers of every one of those heats home or at least to the beach to cheer on their teams for the rest of the event as we take a look at this left-hander for Luca Macinas.
That first turn was big. The wave was big anyway to start, wasn't it? It was a big open canvas and he drove. Watch this. First turn. Nice snapping carb, but watch this second turn. Stands up in front of him, gets into the lip and just lays it back and pushes the fins. That was critical. There was a lot of risk in that and he made it look easy. The wave dies, gets a little bit smaller towards the end here. What does he get down the inside? Pumping, driving. Does he get an air? Does he get something big to score more points? Traditional closeout sort of re-entry or snap, and good wave though. Best wave most probably for Jesse for sure.
And then this is that replay once again for Alonso. Like you said, that opening section, not very critical, though he got some work done.
And here's where it kind of goes a little flat and he's sort of, see how it's just so tapered off. There's no height in the wall. Stands up a little more and he picks a great line down that inside to maximise the opportunities, get those 2 backhand re-entries in where you may have ordinarily only fitted 1. He did that because of the great line that he chose.
So much action out in the water this morning. It's great to see that swell has just decreased enough to make it really fun and contestable out here. A lot of waves being ridden. Rio Waida with that big floater to start into now his 3rd turn as he kind of whips that tail around, rotates that tail as he finishes off on the inside.
Got a 6.6 on the one before for the left-hander. I don't know that improves. We'll have to see the replay to, but my first impressions were like, yeah, well, you're kind of going over ground you've already gone over to a degree.
Rather than maybe selecting a wave that offers that scoring potential to go back into the 7s. And we've just had a situation change Barton. Luca Macinas on his last left has dropped in an 8.33. The judges have loved it. He's now sitting into the lead. Rio down into 2nd with a score to drop for Rio. It comes through as a 6.53. So like you said, just doesn't improve on his situation.
Yep.
And now he's in a requirement of a 7.60 to go from 2nd into the lead. Jesse Mendez down in 3rd place position. He dropped in a 7.67 for his last left.
Yep.
So that is a very close conversation now between 2nd and 3rd place, with 3rd chasing a 6.60 and a 5.5 for last of Red Alonso Correa of Peru, as we see Uri Uziel of Israel getting ready to paddle out for his next heat. But in the water right now, Alonso's in the toughest situation. He's chasing an 8.77, which would be the highest wave of the heat, to be able to get himself that top 2 advancing positions.
And really, in reality, looking at the scores, he hasn't had a score yet. He needs 2 waves to get to that point. Oh, look at that.
Look at that.
Best buddies, but that is all about priority. Luca Macinas with the first. That 8.33 was a big wave. They were big turns. It was the old recipe of 2 backhand turns to an 8. I see it so often. It's amazing. But they were big turns, big wave, and big score. Taking him into the lead. Rio Waida had the start, but really hasn't built upon that start. Felt like the energy flattened out a little bit on that last one. Alonso behind the 8 ball. But the one you got to watch out for is Jesse Mendez.
Now our first priority is with our surfer in green, which means he has pick of the lineup. So of those 3 surfers, he's the one that's allowed to go first. Big snap into the section, and he goes down on the beginning of that. That was wild, though, to watch the way that they were trailing each other. Jesse wanted to look at that wave. Rio sort of wanted to look at it, not so intensely. Jesse now handed first priority out of the situation, our surfer in blue. So he's going to have pick of the lineup over 3rd priority in white. And it's blue who needs the score to take away the position from our surfer in white.
Yeah, only 2 minutes, little under 2 minutes. Jesse's still counting that 3.5. So Alonso's not getting 2 now. The 8.77 to me is a big set on the right. He's most probably cleared away. Here he goes. He's having a look at the rights too. Good idea.
Alonso now up and riding, chasing an 8.77, hoping for a critical section. So flat to start, and he gets caught up. He's not going to be able to complete that second maneuver. That was more of a kick out, I think, anyways.
100%. Once that catch of the rail out of the top on the first turn, you knew you weren't getting the score you needed. Had to get out of that one. We saw Luca Macinas use his priority. He was well baited by Jesse Mendez. He was made to go it. He could have let Jesse have that, and Jesse wouldn't get the score because it closed out pretty quick. So smart play by Jesse. He's got 1 minute. He's got first priority. He needs that 6.6, and he can do that quite easily. We haven't seen his backhand at this point, which is kind of a little surprising to me. I feel like there's an advantage for the goofies on those right-handers, and we've seen what Luca Macinas can do on his backhand on these lefts, and those rights are maybe better waves than the lefts.
This is so true. As we take a look at this set rolling through, it doesn't look like anyone's going to be in position. Can you describe to us why there is a benefit on the backhand? Maybe the angles that a surfer can drive off the bottom into the lip with?
100%, because you're on the heel, and the heel is mightier than the toe. When you go on your forehand, your turns are onto the toe side of your board, and you just don't get as much power as you do when you lean into the heel and drive from the heels into a turn. You can get better angles, you can surf tighter to the pocket. And then, because you imagine out of the top 2, when you come out of the top backhand, your forehand's facing down, so you're driving down. So it does have that opportunity. We see it at all levels of the sport, that the backhand is the easiest way to a big score. And there's that heat. Luca Vicinas, Rio Ueda hanging on.
Incredible performance for both Peru and Indonesia. Luca and Rio walking through in the top 2 positions. Jesse Mendez and Alonso Correa there, as we see the Italian coach, Adriano De Souza. Now the bottom 2 surfers for Italy and Peru, they still have another chance. They're going to be heading to rapid charge rounds later today, so they're not out of competition yet. And we've got more action to come. Heat number 5 for men's, rain round 4, coming right after this.
Yeah, I have a reef for 20 years. My reef business card said Jefe, which is chief, and dreamer. La Jefe and dreamer, Spanish and English. That was a card I would give to the president of the bank or whatever. He always made people laugh. Because, you know, the guy like talking, when I asked them for an extra $1 million in loan to buy sandals, and the guy looks at this, I never lend money to somebody with this title, you know.
And we are back for the ISA World Surfing Games here in beautiful El Tunco in El Salvador, Surf City, more affectionately known as. And you can see the mountain range behind us, the beautiful green hills, the tropical jungle feel here, as well as some of the best quality waves through Central America on offer throughout the week. As we take a look at another stacked heat here, heat number 5, Manuel Selman of Chile, Katut Agus of Indonesia, Uri Uziel of Israel, and Alan Cleland of Mexico. Shannon Hughes alongside Barton Lynch for the call.
Yuri has been a standout in this event. He's taken some big names down, and as one of the lesser known individuals, he has really surprised a lot of people this week. So not out of place in this heat. Manuel Selman, a lot of experience. Katut Agus is just so fast and radical on his backhand. Alan Cleland has maybe been the standard, or particularly on the wave base. We've seen some great aerials, Gabriel Medina, that type of approach. But on the backhand, on the wave base, Alan Cleland Jr. has been phenomenal this week as well. This is a tough heat too.
It's exciting to see. Big set rolling through. It's caught the crew off guard. No one's quite in position for it. You can see 3 of the 4 surfers paddling through this whitewater section. Not quite in the green, and a solid sized couple of waves rolling through on top of them.
I had a surf yesterday evening after work, and
so did I. Great day.
Yeah, good day.
Great way to end it.
And I was surprised at how difficult. You know, some breaks have got one place where you sit and you know where to sit. Here is a 5-8-3 that dropped early, 2-turn combination. Kind of basic, simple, easy, but the perfect way to get to a good start and get your heat started. And I couldn't believe how hard, it was a vast distance, perhaps 50 metres from where you could catch an insider or where a bigger set may break. And trying to figure out where to sit in that distance was a difficult thing. I was like confused. I got caught by a bunch of waves. Hello, peoples.
Shannon Hughes alongside Barton Lynch here for the call. And Barton, you're explaining to us just how wide the playing field really is here at La Bocana, which can be challenging to be able to figure out just looking at it from the screen, but to be able to be in the water and feel it for yourself would have really given you a different perspective.
Yeah, it was great to get into the water. One, to realize how hot it is. It's hotter in the water than on land, which is bizarre. And you can imagine in a 20-minute heat running around how frantic, and the potential for your brain to be uncomfortable and make decisions that are irrational given the heat. And then there was that vast space across the lineup and then in and out, and from where 50 meters you've got to decide where to sit, out or in. And so it's a complex lineup.
Yeah, it's so many things to think about, from positioning as well as that body temperature, as we see Cleland on his backhand. Like you said, he's been one of those on the face of the wave that's been a true standout throughout this week, improving that point now after those first two nice snaps straight and critical, vertical with his board, and then a little bit of more rail work, kind of, you know, those roundhouses coming into play as he kicks off on his opening ride. We got a 5-8-3, like you said, on the board for Uri, and now Manuel and Katut looking to put themselves in position. It was those two that were really caught on the inside of that big set that rolled through. So they don't have scores to drop through as well either, and they have yet to get themselves into that priority conversation.
Alan Cleland, a longer ride. He almost made it look too easy. You know, towards the end there, he was quite relaxed as we see it here on the replay. Drives into the first turn, snaps nicely. Little bit of time, waiting for the next to stand up. Beautiful turn there. That one was really clean. And here's where he kind of, you know, he kind of cruises a little bit through this part because the line in the wave was complicated and it was hard to keep that rhythm and flow, which he did beautifully. First two turns were nice. I feel like that's got to be sort of near that 5-8-3, something like that, around that area. This is the money on this wave.
Huge couple turns as he then goes, like you said, just to that flow. I mean, that's such an enjoyable space to watch a surfer in, isn't it?
Yeah, it's lovely. I don't know if it's ever rewarded by the judges because it's kind of almost like downtime in between bits, and they'd like that seamless connection from one move into the next.
Manuel now driving back into the section, setting himself up here. Wave gets bumpy. He recognizes that and kicks out. A very astute competitor. He has so many great accolades behind him. Of course, an Olympian, was in the mix there for Tokyo for Team Chile. Actually resides in the Dominican Republic. His family moved there when he was young, and that's been really his home. He's very proud to be from the Dominican Republic, but with that family heritage, he spends a lot of time in Chile through the years as well. And it's been great to see him walk into that role as both competitor and to see him into the Olympic conversation, but also to really be helping to pioneer what Team Chile could look like moving forward for the next generations, to see surfers with a lot of experience on the team alongside of him, like Jessica Anderson on the women's side and Guillermo Sot on the men's side, and then some younger competitors like Noel de la Torre, Lorena Fica, who's been around for a while, just like Jessica Anderson, and then Estela Lopez. Names that we've seen, and we're now waiting to see that push from the Chilean camaraderie really help some of those other surfers start to find their rhythm in these heats that have some of the more stacked surfers and the surfers really competing at the most elite level in them, to be able to see the rest of Team Chile be able to rise to that occasion.
Yeah, it's one of those places I've never been. There's so many places I haven't been. I've got to get to the land of long left points.
Exciting to know that for Manuel as he stands up on this one. Looking for that position, of course, for the Pan American Games at the end of the year, which will be in Santiago. He goes down on that first or that second turn.
That was
It'll be the
characteristic, wasn't it?
That was strange. 2 waves in a row where he's had that little kind of stumble. Of course, he kicked out clean of his last one, but for this one also just not maybe finding the best wave selection. How much do you think it plays into the mindset, thinking about those first 5 minutes of the heat, Barton, where they'd paddled out, they're getting themselves into this position, and then a very solid set rolls through and it wipes them out. It kind of, takes away that, maybe that momentum from him when he had first paddled out into water. But we'll get back to that conversation because we've just seen that Jess Grimwood is down on the beach with Luca Messinas, ready to go. Let's go catch up with Jess and Luca now.
That I am. Thank you, Shannon. Luca, how's managing the emotions? Of course, I mean, Team Peru, you guys are so close-knit, but for you, a really incredible heat win, but a lot more work to do for Alonso in the repechage round. It must be tricky to manage those.
Yeah, it was really tricky, and especially that heat was really tough. Like, we had Rio and Jesse, they're both really good surfers, and yeah, I stayed in the left. I think Alonso went to the right, and luckily the left started going off, and I got two good ones, and I made it. I think Alonso fell in the first one, and that could have been a good score and maybe make it with me, but it is what it is, and yeah, just gonna keep focused. Gracias. And yeah, just keep making hits and keep representing Peru.
So at the 4 minute mark, you did post that 8.33, and then you kind of got into that priority situation with Jesse. What was happening? You guys looked really close on screen out there in the water.
I mean, Jesse was in third, I was in first, but I don't know. I feel like they are all really good competitors, and I think everything can change in seconds. So I started being next to Jesse because Rio wasn't in the lineup yet. So, and then after Rio came back, I started like getting closer to Rio because he was in second. So in the end of the day, I'm just going to sit next to the guys that are in second and third because I know both are really good and they can pass me and make me go to third. So that's what I did, and I took one wave, fell in my turn, but it could have been a good one for them.
So total respect for the other competitors. It's beautiful to see. And with the ISA games, of course, your overall continent, you're so strong in these games. What would it mean to you to be on the podium with the team and for yourself individually at the end of this event?
Oh, it will be amazing. I feel like I've been on the podium already like 3 times in the ISAs. I have never get first in my life in the ISA, so it's always a goal to get that gold medal, you know, but we gotta go hit by hit and just stress and just destroy the hits, and if I make the final, just go for it. And yeah, that's it. Of course, the goal is always to win, but I gotta go hit by hit and keep focus.
Well, thank you very much. Congratulations. And if you want to say anything to family and friends, please do so.
Sí, saludos a toda la gente de Perú que está apoyándonos, a mi familia, a mi enamorada nuevamente, a mi hermana, a todos mis amigos, al Team Naruto. Seguimos con todo, vamos Perú. ¡Yu!
Thank you, Luca.
Thanks so much, Jess. Great to hear from Luca. Hasn't quite won that ISA gold medal, but is an Olympian, is, you know, a surfer of championship tour level experience now after the season last year, and took away the gold medal at the Pan American Games back in 2019. So he's right there in that conversation as a true threat to win the gold medal this week.
Absolutely, and so professional, isn't he? Just his manner and just the way he delivers what he says, you can tell that there's a very centered, professional young man inside of there who's going about his business in that way and achieving amazing things for himself and his country. 6.83 drops for Alan Cleland, a point better than the 5.83. And I've got to say I was a little pleasantly surprised by that, because I thought at the back end of Alan's wave when he kind of cruised a little bit that would force the score down, but they appreciated what he did early. 6.83 has him in the lead with the 1.23.
That speed, power, flow being part of the judging criteria, the kind of all-encompassing 3 words of SPF as we see Jordy Smith down on the beach. He'll be coming up later today. He's been putting together some great heats so far for Team South Africa. But great to see for that score coming through for Alan, that flow element really being rewarded in the judging criteria where it is there. But you're right, sometimes it gets forgotten because we're so excited to see that speed and that power and those explosive maneuvers, rather than necessarily the seamless transitions in between, which is that definition of flow.
Absolutely. So judges on point here this week. Scoring's been amazing, and I went up there before and spent, when we had the first 3 heats off, and I went up and spent 10-15 minutes in there, and I opened the door and I walked in, it was deadly silent. And there's a lot of people in there, the video replays, all of the the head judges, the judges, and it's quiet. And I was like, oh my gosh, I'm almost
Am I allowed to be here?
Yeah, I'm scared being in here. This is heavy. And you can see how seriously they take the responsibility of determining people's outcomes and impacting their life in the way that they do. And I hung around for a while and watched the use of the replays, the interaction of the head judge and how he did his thing. And he never comments on a score until the score's locked and sent. And then at that point he would give, he'd give his little 2 bits in sort of shaping things as you move through a whole event, It was really interesting to go up there and see it.
Kutut had a look at this one. He's dropped a 5-point ride for his opening ride.
It was a long wait, and he would have been nervous, and it was a kind of a mistake with wave selection, really, because it closed so quickly. But he was able to wring something out of it with his performance.
Gets those 2 turns, a 5 on the board for Kutut. Now we've got a 5.83 that's dropped in for that last wave we just witnessed of Alan Cleland. So he's now sitting in that leading position with a 6.83 and a 5.83.
Was that 5.83 a single turn?
We'll have to get another look at it.
Yeah.
It's challenging sometimes to be able to tell from those, those drone replays very quickly, but we'll have to get one more look at that one to be able to see exactly what went down on it. It was a beautiful wave, and a 7.1 has dropped in for last of Uri. So the Israeli sitting in the lead. He's just jumped Cleland with a 7.1 and a 5.83 as Jordy Smith is getting ready to paddle out next for Team South Africa.
unusually slow start for Manuel Selman as well. We've seen him on those two waves, and they looked nervous, didn't they? They felt nervous. Katut didn't feel nervous. It felt like he'd made a mistake with wave selection, and somehow he was able to counter that with the performance and get something that you could live with. You go the 5, you go, oh, wasn't that big a mistake? It was a long wait to get a 5. But it was, if it was a 3, it was a big mistake. The 5 is something that he can count. He's looking for a 7.66, which is a big score, but not that big, and he's truly capable of that. But he does sit in 3rd priority. Yuri in the lead, but with the 4th priority. Alan Cleland with 2nd, and Manuel Selman 1st priority. This is a super important. He needs 2 rides, Manuel, right, with 5 minutes. So this priority, he needs to action it soon. And he needs 2 scores he can keep in this final 5 minutes.
It's so true, because his wave selection on those first 2 waves was terrible. It did not amount to anything for him, and he recognized that on his first looks. He's going to decide not to go on this, and it's going to go into 2nd priorities, Alan Cleland. Just wraps it around for the start here. Now sets his bottom turn to drive off the top. Throws spray off the tail of that board into the heavens. And hits that lip line to finish. That nice tall stance as the claim to kick out on is one of my favorites.
Because it feels good. and I'm reflecting on the 5.83, and I believe it was kind of a bigger set wave. He dropped down, did one beautiful closeout turn, but in that closeout turn, there was this control and style and just lofty beauty in it that I was like, oh, it was a beautiful turn. The judges loved it to give it that 5.83 for a single turn.
So down to less than 5 minutes on the clock. That's always, in the time of a heat, no matter how long the heat is, 5 minutes is always a marker that those beach announcers who are there to communicate scores, the situations of where everybody is sitting, their priorities, as well as time to the competitors in the water. 5 minutes is always that countdown to go, all right, there's not that much time left. Maybe you can squeeze 2 more waves into 5 minutes. Occasionally you can get a 3rd in, but often it's going to be that one last opportunity to make a difference within the heat as we take a look at this last wave of Cleland.
Yeah, love the slow-mo. You get to really digest the style. Puts that hand into the wave face, rotates, looks up to the lip, throws the front arm, snaps, pushes out. The back foot drifts the tail. So you push out and then you let go and lighten it up and then reconnect the fins. Beautiful turn. I feel like that's going to beat that 5.83, this wave in particular. Maybe his best wave of the heat so far. Look at the bottom turn, so low. His buttocks nearly touching the wave. So low was he. Snaps again out of the top. And we said it in the intro, he has been in scintillating form. Consistent, powerful, flary surfing, waiting, biding his time here. If I'm Manuel Selman, I'm going to the rights. I don't know that you can match these 3 natural footers on their backhand on these lefts. You need to go to the rights to match backhand to backhand. That's what I would have done a little earlier. That final turn was amazing.
Unbelievable that he was able to pull off the first turn and the second turn, just seeing that that nose bites into the surface of the water as well. An 8.27 for last of white takes him into the lead. He's now up and riding again on an absolute heater, as we would describe it in surfing. Getting onto a total roll and setting himself up for another opportunity here. The way that he's able to just get so dynamic for each of those turns. He is feeling it, looking to see if he can increase on a 6.83. He's now moved from the left back to his forehand as well, which would have felt nice for a change-up. And down to 2 minutes on the clock.
That was Manuel Selman's right with priority. If he had got that right and done 4 or 5 big backhand hooks, he missed that one too.
Manuel is questioning everything. Katut goes down on the opening section of his wave, but Manny had a look at the wave off the left of the right that we just saw Katut go down on, and he put himself in position and then just pulled out under the foam right as that wave was coming over the top of him. So obviously looked down the line and recognized he wasn't liking the shape of it. But it's really been a challenging one for Manuel in this heat. He hasn't been able to find anything, where Katut has the 5, which keeps him in the conversation of a 7.93 single requirement. Manuel now is comboed as the last excellent score of Alan has dropped in. That combination situation, Barton, of course, meaning that he needs 2 new scores. If he gets a single perfect 10-point ride, he cannot get into a 15-point heat total because his highest score being just a 2.37.
And that's into second, isn't it? It's not even into the lead, it's into second place. So qualification out, into the repechage for sure for Manuel Selman with 47 seconds. First priority with the Israeli. He's going to sit right by, you would imagine, Kutut, because he's the only one who can get you and manage the dying seconds with your priority. Green and blue close to each other. He's doing exactly that. Look, he's going to block Kutut on this one. Didn't really need to. I wonder if he pulled back earlier or would there be a priority switch.
Now Kutut raised his hand, so he's definitely questioning that right there on that exchange as we could see it unfolding.
And as if you wouldn't.
As if you wouldn't, absolutely. There's another set coming through here. We'll see.
Look, here he goes.
Now
Block.
Yuri holds on to priority. He's sitting right in front of him on that one.
He's going to lose it now, you would imagine. There were a couple of blocks there that he managed so professionally. Didn't really obviously paddle. He just positioned and postured perfectly. Did the job. Great heat from the Israeli. Alan Cleland was on fire.
Mexico with the win. Impressive performance here in Central America. Not too far from home is Boca de Pascuales, where Alan Cleland was born and raised. And impressive surfing. He finishes off the heat just for fun, adding a 7.93 to his heat total and closing the door with a 16.20 for Cleland. We're going to be right back with more action. Heat number 6, Jordy Smith hitting the water. Kanoa Igarashi, Maxime Huchino, and Kaoli Bass right after this.
The ISA World Surfing Games will be held at the world-class waves of La Bocana and El Sunzal in the heart of Surf City, El Salvador. Using progressive shortboard surfing, surfers must perform with speed, power, and flow in the most critical sections of the waves they ride. The following key elements are considered to maximize the athlete's scoring potential, taking into account the overall speed and difficulty of maneuvers and the dedicated commitment to those maneuvers.
Goes for the huge
goodness.
corrupt flip.
Pushing the limits of what is possible on a surfboard, whether in the air or on the rail. Connecting multiple critical maneuvers together with flow. Utilizing the wave to perform a variety of maneuvers.
Look at the surfing. 2 big turns on the outside.
Harnessing the wave's energy to create speed, surf with power, and connect it all with smooth flow. These surfers will be given the perfect canvas at Surf City, hoping to impress the judges and eventually be crowned champions at the 2023 ISA World Surfing Games.
We're in day 5 of the ISA World Surfing Games, and there's currently a 14-way tie for first place for the team points. Of course, we'll be crowning team gold medalists, silver medalists, bronze, and copper as well. And at the moment, there are 14 teams in the mix trying to keep themselves into that first place position. Now, out of today's round of competition, we're going to be losing a lot of surfers with the repechage, and that's going to shake things up. 4 surfers with an opportunity, 2 for France in the water right now, Maxime Huchino and Kaoli Bass, and then South Africa's Jordy Smith and Japan's Kanoa Igarashi in the water. Yeah, we got a few teams that are still in that conversation, Barton.
That's crazy, 14. But as you said, this afternoon is going to be so exciting because we get into that elimination round and we're going to be losing people. That's, as you said, going to shake everything up. This heat is full of experience. Kaoli Bass, the youngest, least experienced of all of the surfers. All the others on the World Championship Tour have had time there. Kaoli, though, he has flash and flair as well as courage and bravado beyond that of a young man his age. So not out of place in this heat, and I think he is going to be the one to watch because he's hungry for success. A lot of the other guys, Kanoa, Jordy, they've had success. Obviously, you still want more, but when you're sort of at the start of a career, you're definitely willing to do things and go to places. Maxime in that same place, although he's a former world junior champion, so he's experienced levels of success as we see the congratulations and the excitement from Team Israel.
An incredible performance from Yuri, 18 years old. Says that he likes barrels. His best result on the ISA junior level was back in 2022, just last year here in El Salvador, where he walked away with a 7th place finish in the under 18s division. He did incredibly well that year, just a round outside of that final conversation as well. So great to see him now making grounds as, you know, still a Grom, so to speak.
Yeah.
Some of the, 20 to 30-year-olds in the draw that have more experience, and keeping himself into main round 5 is very impressive.
Is it fair to say, though, that he must be one of the most improved since that point in time, because he's up against World Championship Tour surfers, top, names in the sport. Speaking of which, here's one.
Olympic silver medalist Kanoa Igarashi into the lip to start. Has a second turn, snap in the pocket. Little wrap around here as he sets up for the finish. Nice clean surfing from Kanoa on his forehand to start things out.
Spicy finish too. He got some, it didn't look like he was going to get that much height and projection into the lip on the last turn. Perfect starter. Looked so controlled. The tempo was beautiful. Just looked calm, relaxed, as the experience that this man has would allow him to have, to be in that space. He'd be able to just sit in that space that he's so used to sitting in. Hasn't had the year he would hope for, I would say, on the CT level, but he has been surfing incredible. At times I feel like he's in career best form, but ironically the results haven't come at the same time as that. But this week we'll see the best of him.
And he's one of those surfers walking into an event like this, of course, because of his results on the championship tour at the moment. He's not a guarantee to qualify himself for Paris 2024 for the Olympics out of this year's results. He could get himself back into that with the last couple events on the calendar he's had great success at before, as we take a look at this opening wave for Kanoa.
Nice critical hit of the lip. Second one flares the tail a little more. Then just a nice snap, comes into the inside, gets great projection off the bottom into the lip. 4-turn combination. The third was kind of a little soft, but the other 3 were powerful, as we see here. Takes his time, hits it a little bit late maybe, and some of these lips sort of jump around a little bit as the water moves underneath them. I love this last turn, straight up, beautiful completion. The sort of start you'd be hoping for. Obviously, I don't think it goes excellent, but it's going to be a score you can keep.
Staking that high line for Maxime as he works his way around the section. He'll decide to kick out. Thought maybe he was looking for an air section to start. Doesn't amount to anything. Jordy has a little look down the line. Both right and left, decides not to go. Cowley just gets clipped by the lip as well.
He was too deep. Jordy knew that he was too deep, but he couldn't chance
Not worth
it.
the risk.
Definitely not worth the risk getting an interference.
Talk to us about those interference calls, the risk involved when someone that has higher priority than you and you're taking off on a wave they're on.
You ruin your chances, don't you? So it's one of those things you've just got to be so aware of what the ocean's doing, what your opponents are doing, where they're positioned. It's the use of priority is a powerful, powerful tool. Carly Vast used it there. I don't think he used it in a blocking form. It's too early in the heat for that. He was actually going for the wave. He wanted to surf that wave, but ended up being too deep.
So waiting for the score for first of Kanoa as we're taking a look at Maxime, a 0.67 for his opener. He's now up and riding on the second. Gets a second turn thrown in the mix here. Wave starting to soften out here as he goes for that cut back, snap off the lip to finish, and throws a bit of spray. Now talking about surf maneuvers, we'll start picking some things apart, Barton, as we're watching these waves and getting to call through some of the replays. Jordy Smith goes hard off the bottom turn into a nice wrap to start. Gets that tail loose as well. Into the second one where his fins would have been released farther out the back of that wave. And now just getting nice, cool, calm, and collected work done on the inside.
Just like, it felt like Kanoa, didn't it? That World Tour experience showing in both of these guys. It's round 4. It's a critical time in the event. Kanoa up and riding as well, recognising the need for an early start. The importance of an early start can't be understated here. In a big lineup and in 20-minute heats, it goes by so fast. And then I did mention to you earlier too, in surfing yesterday, the heat out there. It's so hot in the water here that you are out of breath. Your head feels like it's... You can see how Jordy's paddling. Look at the arms for Jordy. Just kind of flow because it's hot. You don't want to. You can't. If you were sprinting out there, whoo, you might pop.
Just take it easy, get yourself back in position. Scores are in. He can also take it easy because Jordy Smith has dropped a 6. Kanoa a 7.67. Scores are set for those first 2 waves. The better of exchange going to Igarashi. Now we'll go down to the beach to catch up with the winner of that last heat. Jess Grimwood is with Alan Cleland.
Thanks, Shannon. And with impeccable style too. I mean, Barton said control, style and beauty and an 8+ ride. You looked like total flow moments out there for you, Al.
Yeah, I mean, today has probably been one of the days that I've been working my whole life for, and I knew it was one of the most important heats of my life, so I just kind of put all my emotion, all my fire, and all my drive into it, and just brought all my wave knowledge that my dad taught me and all my friends, and just surfing big waves. So I just wanted to be in the spot and get on those best waves, and it kind of worked out, so I'm very stoked.
It worked out very well for you. Where other people were struggling to get 2s, you were finding 7s and 8s. About your surfing, there's something about you in this contest, especially among such big names. It's kind of like watching somebody like Andy Irons or somebody perform like that. Is that something you've been working on throughout the last few years to just bring all that emotion and kind of bottle it up into that type of performance?
Yeah, I mean, I've been last couple of years, I've been working on my mental state, been trying to focus more and focus everything onto my surfing instead of outside of the water and just leave everything in the water. So I've been working a lot, and it seems like it's paying off. Been training a lot and just been wanting to just surf waves. So I'm just stoked to get a couple under the belt and just keep it going.
And for the Spanish webcast booth as well, they were absolutely going off in your heat. They were calling you beast mode. For everybody at home, for Team Mexico, let's say hello to them.
Sí, quiero dar un saludo a todo México, un saludo a Boca de Pascuales, a mi estado Colima. Aquí vamos poco a poco y ojalá siga adelante. Vamos con todo. Viva México.
There you go, Alan Cleland. He's on an absolute tear. Thanks, Jen.
Thanks so much. Beast mode unleashed for Alan Cleland Jr. of Mexico, and a well-deserved win as we saw some action coming through the lineup, Barton.
Calivas, best wave for sure. Stayed on his feet. The first one was a wave selection error, lost the priority, took some time to kind of get back into the rotation. But that one had 2 big turns on the outside, the 7.67. For Kanoa's is the heat high at this point, 6 for Jordy and then the 5 for Maxine. Feels like that spread's pretty perfect to me. The 5 for Maxine on the backhand had 4 turns. It was a smaller wave, and the whole pace of things was just that little bit slower and lacked that little bit of excitement that Kanoa's had. That wave then of Carly's, I feel like that's most probably better than the 5 of Maxine's. Just 2 compared to 4, but still the volume of those turns was much bigger.
So waiting for 3 different scores to drop in for our heat leader, Kanoa, a backup score. For our 3rd place surfer, Maxime, he's chasing just a 1.01 with a score to drop now. And then for Cowley, of course, with his best wave to come through, he will be chasing something now into the 7s as scores have dropped for last of Maxime. So Maxime gets a 5.2. Now Cowley's score drops in as a 5.67, so just narrowly above that of Maxime. Not a huge difference between the two, less than a point dividing them. But that does set up Maxime now in the lead with 2 5s on the board. Kanoa waiting for his last score to drop. If it's anything above a 2-5, he is into that leading position once again.
And he wants something better than that. You know that. So professional, been at it since a very young age.
Pretty much since birth.
Yeah, exactly.
One of the greatest surfers in the world. Jordy Smith now had a look at this one for the 6-point ride.
On the replay, first turn, oh, beautiful, powerful snap. 3 turns, gets a foam climb in here. Just to finish things off, flares the tail, beautiful style. So powerful. We were going to talk to bottom turns, right?
Well, let's talk about it. So one of the most basic maneuvers in surfing.
Yeah, so when you drop down the face of the wave, we know we've got people viewing surfing for the first time from nations that are new to the sport. So part of what we want to do here is educate people on what it is when you're riding a wave. So when you drop down the wave, that Cowley just did is the bottom turn. You see into that second turn, he didn't drop to the bottom of the wave. He did a mid-face bottom turn to get up into that lip quickly. So the bottom turns, there it is. That's it. You drop to the bottom of the wave and you turn off the bottom of the wave. Considered by most of us as it's the simplest thing, the first thing you learn after you've learned to stand up and drop down the face of the wave. But it's still at the very highest level of surfing, very respected, rewarded, and so important in choosing the line. The bottom turn sets up the top turn, so it's a foundational maneuver, but one of the most important that exists because it sets up the rest of the ride. And interesting to see Cowley, as we were talking about it, do a deep one right from the bottom, beautiful one, and then a mid-face one. So there's a lot of different places you can do that bottom turn, and that's up to the individual to choose that place that they do it in.
And the deeper, the more powerful the bottom turn, the deeper it is really at the trough of the wave, at the very flats, then the more explosive that top turn can be coming together.
Correct.
As we take a look here at Maxine, bottom turn into top turn, so that's that combination surfing that we want to see. Kind of that check, and now a nice slam off the lip to finish. Good looking surfing.
Yeah, I think it's his best score. The most critical surfing that we've seen from Maxine. Wasn't the biggest wave. That'll be something that holds it down a little bit. You can see here, a little bit of time to get into it. Floats the first one, comes around the section here, bottom turns into the lip, beautiful. Top turn there, a little bit of time, down time, gets the third one in. 5 on the board, a 5.2 after that. I think that's going to be his best score. He's staying busy, he's just catching waves. He's already had 6, but Kanoa Igarashi 7.57 on his second. Strong lead.
Very strong lead for Team Japan. Kanoa being the reigning gold medalist. He took away the gold for the World Surfing Games last year in Huntington Beach, which helped Team Japan walk away with the win on the men's side. There was that division for the first time in ISA history to be able to award the women's team from a nation and a men's team from a nation with the gold medals. That also opened up the very first qualifiers for Paris 2024. So the 2022 World Surfing Games allotted Team USA for the women, because with Kira Pinkerton taking the win and the strength of their women's team, they walked away with the win for gold medal for their women.
Yep.
For Team Japan, off of Kanoa's gold medal and the strength of the rest of their team, they walked away with gold for the men, which means that as a nation, Japan and USA are each going to have a surfer on the men's side for Japan and on the women's side for the USA.
Can't understate how important that is. That's an amazing advantage to be able to put 3 people in. Massive.
And for those positions, Japan and USA can choose any surfer that they want to. It is wide open. We're going to have that same conversation coming into the men's and women's winning teams of the 2024 World Surfing Games next year in Puerto Rico. As Jordy is looking smooth out of that first turn.
Wow.
Powerful layback for the second. Nice wrap around. You can see his extension of his arms really trailing through for each of those turns. Getting more work done as he climbs through that white water or the foam. Now up into the foam once again. Small wave here, but he's going to milk it for everything that it's worth. And for Jordy, this is an important event, wanting to make sure he secures that Olympic qualification for Africa out of this event, rather than having to rely on results in the back half of the year of the championship tour.
Great point.
Cowley Bass now drives hard off the bottom into the lip to start, or into the foam. Sets his line here for that second cutback. Now into a more vertical snap for the third, but disappears in the white water.
Maxine Husino dropped a 7.33 on that last left-hander, consolidated his second place. Jordy Smith looking for a 6.54. Unfortunately for Maxime, I believe he gets it. I think he's getting that 6.54. As a great ride from Jordy. He committed all the way to the inside. But the 7.33 was a great, he did what he needed to do at that time. Needs to improve on that 5.2. It's counting a 5 in your line that's really affecting Maxime. I'm anticipating him to go down to third, Jordy to go up to second when this score drops. And he needs to know that. There's only 2 minutes and 20. So the sooner you know your position, the more time you've got to respond.
Down to 2 minutes on the clock. And for Team France, this is a very important moment, knowing that the Olympics are going to be at home, wanting to secure a couple of surfers to be surfing in there. Of course, for Paris, or for France specifically being the host nation of the 2024 Olympics, they will be allotted a spot for a man and a spot for a woman to qualify. Now on the women's side, that spot has already been taken because Joanne Defay for Team France is on the championship tour, and she's already qualified herself for Paris officially. So now a second spot for Team France will have to be won through the World Surfing Games. On the women's side, Paulina Du and Virginie Fierro in the conversation this week with the potential to qualify for Europe. But on the men's side, Maxime Hucheneau, being the only French competitor on the men's championship tour this year, fell out before the mid-season cut. He won't gain his qualification through the CT this year. No. This week specifically is very important for them to try and gain that qualification. But regardless, we know that France is going to be able to select a surfer to compete at Teahupo'o. And Kaoli Vast is a great selection for them if they don't have another French competitor that qualifies ahead of him and takes away their ability to select someone in the place.
They would love to have done that with Virginie Fierro on the ladies' side. On the men's side, Kaoli, we saw him beat Kelly Slater. We saw him make the final there in the World Championship Tour event there. So there is no better young man than he. Still waiting on the scores for both Kaoli and Jordy Smith.
Tense moments as we come down to 35 seconds on the clock. Our surfer in green has first priority. He's just sitting pleasant. He's got a couple of sevens. He's already in the leading position for Japan. Question mark on that second place position for Maxime. And you can see, I mean, he's literally paddling in circles right now. He is staying so active, hoping that anything comes through. If this set rolls through, we're going to see if Kanoa opts for the left or the right, but it looks like he's sitting more towards the left, and he's going to have a paddle for it. We're not sure if he's going to get into it because we'll track now with Kaoli. Currently chasing a 6.87 to take himself into an advancing position, but goes down, and that was an important finishing maneuver.
We saw the pressure come to bear on the young Tahitian Frenchman in those last two rides. He fell on both of them. Critical pressure moment in the heat. He wasn't out of it, only needed a high 6, so it was definitely possible. He's got the backhand to do it. He was on the right, so I believe he was in the right place to make that happen. Unfortunately, the pressure got to him. He didn't complete those last two rides, so we won't see him advance. The big question now is where that score comes for Jordy Smith. And for Maxime, because it took so long, or it's taking so long for the judges to come to that decision, he didn't know that Jordy had already got that score. I feel like he'd already got that score. I know he'd already got that score as we watch it here. Drives off the bottom, into the lip, big turn. Here comes the second one, beautiful lay-backy jam, stands up. He waited at the bottom for it to stand up, gets the cut back in, drives off the bottom, another beautiful carve. That one more sear, more speed, floats the white water, comes around the section into a beautiful foam climb. He's got the score. He needed a 6.54, guaranteed. And so really once it's above 6.54, it doesn't matter if it's 7.54, 8.33 or whatever, as long as it's above that. It's a shame Maxime didn't get to hear or know that in time to action something around it, because he's going to learn the outcome after the fact. He may think he's still in, well, he is still in second place at this point in time. The heat's ended. It's always heartbreaking when it happens after the heat, you know.
It's so true. It's always a challenging one. Jordy now with the long walk over the rocks, waiting for a score to drop. A 6.54 is the requirement on his last wave. And if it takes him above that, as you said, Barton, he'll be looking to knock Maxime and both Frenchmen down into the repecharge round. They're going to have to battle their way back. Jean Duru also in that conversation on the men's side of the draw already. So 3 French men possibly to be competing from that side of the draw. Judges taking a lot of time with it.
Which would indicate that they think it's close. I didn't think it was anywhere near close.
A 7.7. Jordy Smith gets the spot. Kanoa with the win. Jordy in second. Maxime third. And Kaoli fourth for France. For Kaoli, it was a 4.03 for his last. Doesn't factor in for him. And we're going to go to a quick break. All the action down to the dying minutes once again here at the ISA World Surfing Games. Japan and South Africa keeping their name in the main round, looking towards qualification. We'll be back with more action right after.
Paris finally said, no, we're going to do a whole different thing. We're going to Chopu. It's like we all went, oh my God, what an amazing idea.
Chopu is one of the most incredible waves, probably a wonder of the world.
And it's just sort of like a whole nother world out there. It's godlike, it's quiet, serene, beautiful. then you have this glorious wave that comes off a reef, and it's so powerful and so beautiful.
I think Chopu has the opportunity to capture the imagination visually for what people think surfing is.
Welcome back to the scene of potential Olympic qualification for Paris 2024. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. These heats keep providing drama, entertainment, inspiration. Heat after heat with 4 surfers in the water. 2 surfers staying in the main round. 2 surfers heading to the repechage. It's all happening right here in Surf City, El Salvador. Mitch, seems like every heat is like a good novel. You know, you got that slow burn to start and then building for a big finish. This one's going to be more of the same. Guillermo Ibero, Kevin Cortez, Fantin Habashi, and Filmar Alapayo. So a great mix of surfers here. Now this is the repechage round. So this is where we start to see surfers, unfortunately, eliminated. So the opening rounds, the main rounds, all feature non-elimination surfing, but this is where, this is the other side of the sport. You're going to see some dreams shattered. It's part of competition. Got to celebrate it. Got to celebrate the wins. Got to celebrate the losses.
Yeah, and I think in life you either win or you learn, and in this case, there's going to be a lot of learning going on today and in the next few days of competition. First time we've seen Ribeiro in person, Chris. I've been very impressed with the Portuguese surfer in the red jersey. Kevin Cortez from Nicaragua, an incredible surfer, has rodeo flips on lock. Fantin Habashi from Switzerland, and Filmar Alipayo from the Philippines, also a great surfer out there in the white jersey. And these heats go by quickly out here at La Bocana. You have, less than 20 minutes now. As you can see, the repechage heats will only be 15 minutes up until round number 4. So we are going through 3 rounds of men's repechage action this morning and afternoon here at La Bocana. You need to make it out of this round to really get some good, solid points for your team and overall improve your seeding for future years to come, Chris.
Yeah, that's right. And also just get your name brand recognition out there,
Yep.
Stay in these heats. Get yourself a post-heat interview. I think in these repechage rounds is where we start to see these Cinderella stories start to develop. Some of these surfers haven't had much screen time. But of course, we've got all the angles covered. We do have 2 podiums happening right now. Just on the other side of that rock, up the beach, El Sunzal, a right-hand point break. There is surfing happening up there as well. Repechage men in the lineup now, heats 13 to 24. So if you go to ISAsurf.org, or if you're already on ISAsurf.org, there's a tab to where you can see what's happening up at El Sunzal. And of course, all the scores are available for you, all the results. Team totals starting to accumulate, starting to make more sense as we get deeper into this competition, over halfway through. And these heats right now are going to fly by. So you feel the main event rounds, that's a freight train grinding your way through. These heats right here, these are bullet trains. 15 minutes, not an easy time span to catch 2 waves.
No, and if you're getting 2 good waves, you're lucky and you're really doing your work out there. Great foam climb there for Ribeiro to start off, and a second snap right in the pocket. So it's solid score. Comes in as a 5.83, a great way to start off the heat. And it seems like here's Habashi in the green from Switzerland.
Switzerland has been fielding solid teams for the better part of the last decade here in ISA competition. Always coming through with lots of talent.
This kid's talented too. Kevin from Nicaragua.
Oh, yeah, and, we all know by now there's so many great waves in Nicaragua. Awesome training ground. You got cobblestone points, powerful beach breaks, everything in between. Cortez, we've seen his name in WSL-QS events, of course, in ISA competition, so he's a name and a face that we're familiar with. That's going to be a decent start for Cortez.
I actually had the chance to judge him one time in Huntington Beach on the south side of the pier. Perfect rodeo flip, 10 points immediately. We all scored it as a 10-point ride, and it's not every day you get a unanimous 10-point ride, especially in California.
Well, I'd like to see that rodeo flip. We'll see if Kevin Cortez gets the opportunity to do that. Surfers make their way into the lineup. They give us the opportunity to catch up with Kanoa Igarashi, standing by with Jess Grimwood.
Thank you, Chris. Kanoa, throughout your early career, you had those really explosive moments, and now over the last few years, you've been able to dial it into these really consistent, high-level performances. How does that feel out there, taking a nice win like this in the games?
Yeah, that was a really important heat win. I mean, I guess every heat's really important, but when you have two French and also a South African, two former CT guys, and it's a tough heat. But yeah, I feel like I found my rhythm, and I'm excited to just be surfing heats and being here with my countrymen.
And you look really relaxed in the water as well. Being the ever professional that you are, of course, you're always preparing for those games ahead of time. We've heard you've been spending a lot of time practicing at location in Puerto Rico as well for the next 2024 games.
Yeah, it's I guess practice makes perfect. I haven't spent much time at home this year, but I guess that's just the sacrifice you have to make. I've just been surfing and just doing my thing. There's something about competing in really hot weather. And man, it takes so much out of you every single heat. Luckily, the heats are only 20 minutes because if it was 30, I think it'd be even more tiring. So, no, I mean, just trying to stay hydrated and stay on top of it. The next CT event's also in El Salvador, so it's good practice just to be competing in such hot weather. And like you said, next year we'll be in Puerto Rico, so same thing. It's about trying to do your best and bring out your best performance in this kind of tough conditions.
Well, it's incredible, and for you, of course, Olympics always in the front of everybody's mind, in the front of Japan's mind, looking like one of those top 3 teams going through the games at the moment.
Yeah, that'd be amazing. As a team, we haven't really talked too much about it. We know the job that we have to do. We have to wake up and we have to have our team meeting every evening and be able to say that we all made our heats, and that's the main goal. And then that'll ultimately lead to medals and qualification spots and everything. So yeah, you can as much as we're all thinking about the Olympics and medals, we have such a tough job on our hands every single day with all these amazing competitors that we really have to focus on each heat we have on that certain day, and not just one but multiple. So yeah, our job's done for today. We had 2 out of 3 guys make it. Unfortunately, we lost one, but into the repercharge for him. But yeah, we're looking super good, and we're just going to keep going and use the rest of the day as a rest day.
Thank you so much, Kanoa. I'll let you go and get rested up.
Something in Japanese. みんな日本のファンいつも応援ありがとうございます。今のところ日本チームはいい感じで進んでいるので、このままチームのサポートとしてそのままついて明日と明後日その次の日も頑張るので、みんなの応援をよろしくお願いします。
Kanoa Igarashi doing what we expect him to do, win heats here in the ISA World Surfing Games. One of our winningest competitors in the better part of the last 5 or 6 years. He's really seems to thrive in ISA competition, and we love to have him. Love to watch him surf, and what a great ambassador for Team Japan.
Yep.
And I would say for the world. He seems to be everywhere all at once. Portugal, Puerto Rico, California. He will be competing here in El Salvador in about 2 weeks, week and a half. So schedule's full. He's not going to see his home bed for quite some time. While it is the greatest job in the world, there are certain things you've got to sacrifice.
At this point in his career, where is home?
I have no idea.
You're on the road so much, and it just seems like you need to be comfortable with just finding a bed and being able to sleep, rest up, and go surf your heat the next day. And I think that mentality they said right there, they need to focus on each heat like if it were a final. But he was up against one of the greatest surfers of all time in Jordy Smith, and 2 Frenchmen that are very good at strategic surfing out here, especially in 20 minutes. So knocking out Maxime Husseneau and Kali Vost in the main round. As of right now in this heat, though, Ribeiro in the lead. We saw Kevin Cortez and Habashi on another wave, and Filmar getting his first ride too, Chris. International heat, this one, for sure.
Yeah, this is a good one. It's going to be a fast one. Looking at Kevin Cortez right now. He's waiting for a score to drop. Starts with a 4.17. Kevin Cortez, representing Team Nicaragua, an incredible surfer from Playa Gigante. His favorite break, Playa Colorados. Had the chance to spend some time at Playa Colorados.
I know you have.
Time crew. Just recently went back a few weeks ago to Casa de la Barra in the Puerto Sandino area. For such a small country, Nicaragua has a lot of waves and a lot of variety of waves. You know, like I said, thumping beach breaks, sand points.
Popoyo.
Something for everyone. Popoyo, they've hosted ISA competitions as well. So 3:30 on the clock. We told you time was going to fly. No cap there. These surfers have to get involved early. Here's your surfer in white, Villamar Alapayo, representing the Philippines. Of course, Philippines known as a wave-rich region as well. They've had their share of strife with heavy cyclones that have come through. You know, Cloud 9 in that region. Just a few years ago, they had a wild storm that, you know, really tore that place apart. So they went quickly into rebuilding. And, you know, surfing, I would say, in that area at least, is definitely their, you know, main tourism export. So
For sure.
they've gotten things back together again. So you can get yourself over to Cloud 9 and get barreled. It's going to be shallow. It's going to be a really fast experts-only type wave, but you know, you can see the talent coming from Philippines. It's just growing and growing. Definitely one of those emerging surf nations.
Yeah, and they did super well at the longboard event just a few weeks ago here at El Sunsal. I was very impressed with the way they competed more than anything. I knew the talent was there. Jean-Marc Tacon, who's in the event, also the first Filipino surfer to qualify for the Challenger Series. As we look at Alapayo's wave here, great opening carve, really extends those shoulders when he's coming out of the turn, and adds some variation here on the inside. That was sick. It really laid into that last turn right there too with the layback. So good variation. Most importantly, really utilizing the steep sections of the wave. And look at this, we're down to 2 minutes. Alapayo still owed 2 scores. And as of right now, Habashi with the 4.63 drops a 4.1. That moves him to second. And now depending on what Alapayo gets, Kevin Cortez needing at least a mid-4 for second place. Just a minute 40 to go.
Yeah, appears at the moment Habashi in second place has to worry about what's about to happen from Cortez. Gets around that section. Nice quick snap there. This wave building through to the inside. And it kind of went weird. Love the look of this board, though. I believe that's a stretch. Not sure if it's quad or not, but either way, it's bright, it's bold, and it looks like it's flowing nicely across the water. Cortez, at the moment, looking for a 4.57. So pretty tight right now.
Yep.
I think as expected, Guillermo Ibero, with all that experience, sitting in the lead with a 6.67 and a 5.83.
Does it get a wave here, though? Seems like Habashi might be on it.
I think the clock's broken. It only says 52 seconds. Is that right?
It is. 15-minute heats, Chris.
Repechage action.
Ow, no.
Habashi, born in Geneva. Favorite break, Hossiger. He is a junior national champion. 3-time Swiss junior champion, Currently lives in Hossiger.
Oh, what's happening?
Back-to-back mistakes happening, Mitchell.
30 seconds. Those were necessary waves here right at the end, especially because Cortez's score is going to be very close to the mid-4 that he needs right now. 20 seconds. Can somebody catch a wave here at the end? You know, and this is where we talk about people being able to live up to the hype and handle the pressure right here in these defining moments of the heats. Ribeiro obviously off to a great start, had the 5.83 and the 4.5 in the blink of an eye. And Alapayo won't be able to catch that wave, so it's going to come down to whether or not Kevin Cortez gets the score on his last right. Do not think that Habashi will better on his last wave. The left, the 2.77, doesn't improve. So will he get the mid-4? It's going to be close.
I'm going to hold my breath. And while I do that, we're going to take a break. But do not take your eyeballs off the screen because this break is going to be filled with highlights from day 4. So check this out. Get hyped. More action to come. We're in the repechage rounds here at the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. And we'll be right back.
24 at Surf City provided some incredible conditions and some of the highest scores of the event. On the men's side, Team Brazil's Gabriel Medina takes an 8.83 for the highest score of the day.
Very obvious what was going to happen, and we love it. So big frontside air.
Team Canada's Cody Young takes an 8.33, the second highest score for the men's division today.
Yeah, you know, I have a job to do here first before I officially qualify for the Pan Am Games. I'm provisionally qualified right now through PASA, but yeah, I'm looking forward to Chile. I've never been down there, and looking forward to surfing man-on-man heats.
And with the third highest score of the men's division, 8.0 for Team South Africa's Jordy Smith.
The waves he's had, first turn was a little conservative but controlled. That one he took the tempo, the volume up a little bit, and on the last one smacked it perfect.
すごい日本チームでみんな気合入っててチャレンジできてるのですごいいい感じです。
Ellie Harrison of Australia scores a 9.5 in the last heat of the day and brings home the highest wave of the event so far. Erin Brooks for Team Canada puts together another solid performance with an 8.77 as her high score. Yolanda Sequeira of Portugal shows her powerful forehand attack by scoring an 8.6. Tune in tomorrow for more action on day 5.
Hope you out there enjoyed those highlights as much as we did in here. So much action going down. Be sure to tune in to all the socials, ISA Surf, everywhere that social media lives. And we've got another hammer of a heat in the lineup, men's repechage, round 2, heat 2. And yes, as always, another international affair here. The Cody Merritt. We've got Jose Joaquin Lopez, Jonah Gerard, and Marco Giorgi. So a nice, well-rounded heat. We've got some names that we know well, like Marco Giorgi. This guy's been doing it for a minute. He's had huge results in the Triple Crown, North Shore, of course, in a lot of QS events, has championship tour experience. We always get excited to see Marco Giorgi in the ISA World Surfing Games. He's been a competitor here for quite some time, so expect big things from Marco. And I'm excited to see what we're going to see here from Jonah and Cody, both surfers representing Rising Surf Nation. So this is going to be a fun one to watch. Only 15 minutes to watch it, though.
Yep.
These heats are going to fly by, Mitch.
Yeah, and a 3.33 to open up here for the surfer from the Virgin Islands. Great start right there from Cody Merritt up into the lip. And he's got a 6 style too, tall and lanky, goofy footer. And then JJ Lopez, Jose Joaquin from Venezuela. Great opening snap there for the Venezuelan. Wraps it back. Love the look of that board, the Kailani surfboard underneath his feet. Just the finishing touches right here as he ends with a 5.83 on his opening ride. He won the Continental title here in El Salvador last year. Lost the final in Las Flores to Lolo Bellorin. But he won the Continental title. He could say he was the best surfer from the Americas last year, and a huge victory for him. JJ, who is originally from Venezuela but has been living in Costa Rica for the majority of his life. And Jonah Gerard out there, the youngest out of the Gerards and the youngest surfer for Team American Samoa, resides on the west side of Oahu now, but grew up mostly in Oceanside, California.
Gerard family's awesome.
They are.
I think three sisters.
Yes.
Competing, one brother.
Mm-hmm.
Very cool.
Dad Lionel here too. He's a ripper.
Speaking of rippers, Jose Joaquin Lopez. Ooh. Big snap there. Wants no part of that chompy inside section. Jose in the lead. Marco in second. Cody Merritt, as you said, representing the U.S. Virgin Islands. He's 25 years old. He lives on St. Thomas. His favorite break is lowers. He started surfing at 9 years old. has reestablished his home base in Southern California, but proudly representing the U.S. Virgin Islands. 9:48 to go. Rapid fire succession here. While our surfers get ready for the next set, let's go down to the boardwalk where Jess Grimwood's standing by.
Thanks, Chris. I mean, in those defining moments of that heat, repechage round for you, you came through and you showed why you're such a high-class surfer under pressure.
Yeah, I mean, it's 15 minutes heat. It's less 5 minutes than I'm used to. And in these conditions, it's hard because the waves aren't small. But yeah, it was ended up being an easy hit. I did 2 scores on the first 3 minutes. So I think that's why the result was good for me. And yeah, can't wait for the next 2 rounds today.
Yeah, you got a lot of surfing on your hands. What does the recovery look like in between that? Because it's a lot of surfing. It's a lot of energy for you and for the rest of the team.
Yeah, it's a lot of surfing, but I'm lucky to have an amazing team. We are always laughing and taking pressure off each other. So yeah, the team makes it super easy for me, and yeah, I can't wait for the next round.
Well, congratulations. We'll let you get out of the sun and the heat, relax and refocus for that next round. Well done.
Thank you, thank you.
Nice to hear from the winner of that last heat. Moving through in the repechage rounds, 3rd and 4th place surfers, your run is done. But a nice look there from Cody Merritt, finishing strong on that inside section. Cody competing with the legendary John Ghazi. So U.S. Virgin Islands coming through with 2 competitors. Cody and John traveling the world together, supporting each other. Small squad, but big in heart, passion, and we haven't seen much of John Ghazi here in our heats, at least. But that guy, what an awesome story. He's got a multi-instrumentalist. Right now, he's on tour with the iconic punk rock ska band, the Mad Caddies, playing bass. So he took a break from his other awesome job of being a bass player for this iconic punk band to come be a professional surfer down here at the ISA World Surfing Games, and right after this he's going back on tour. So that's the good life, and he gets to live in the U.S. Virgin Islands. So yeah, both him and Cody bringing awesome stories along to this competition with him. And wow. Kind of more on the straight-up competitor side of things. Jose Joaquin Lopez hammering the inside section. Now we got Marco Giorgi.
Yeah, and he's been around for a long time. As you said, incredible wrap right there from the Uruguayan. Once again, lays it on rail. And just like a lot of Argentinians have to do with that stellar finish at the end, Chris, he's been living in Brazil for a long time now, and it's because of him living outside of Uruguay that's really allowed him to progress in his surfing overall. You see the Greek team coming up and the beautiful flag of the U.S. Virgin Islands. I'd have to say one of the most beautiful flags there is represented here at the ISA World Surfing Games.
Super cool. It almost looks like folk art, you know, or something like a quilt. I like it.
I like the eagle, too.
Yeah.
It looks cool.
Well, 6:30 on the clock to go. Cody Merritt making his team proud. He's got a 3.67 and a 3.33. Lopez in second for now. We're waiting for Marco Giorgi, and there he is, our number 1 flag waver. Mr. Joe, representing American Samoa.
Yeah, and there he's supporting Jonah Gerard on screen, and never gets tired, that guy. A big CrossFitter himself. It actually seems like he added more muscle in between the last time I saw him in Huntington Beach. This heat, though, coming down to the end, 6 minutes to go, and Jota drops a 7, the best wave of the heat. And we're still on Marco Giorgi, another great score. I feel like those 2 wraps and the finish on the forehand will be a great score for the Uruguayan. And as of right now, the 3s and the 4s are not going to cut it, Chris. You're going to be needing maybe a couple 8s or lates in this heat to make it out of it. I think it goes to show you how elevated the level of competition here is in repechage round 2. I mean, we went to repechage round 1. You have, the countries that maybe aren't as known for surfing. But here in Rep 2, you've had a couple of names that have been around for years. And Marco Giorgi is competing for more than a decade at the highest level of surfing. Incredible to see him still pursue his dream of being an Olympian. He charges, too. He could definitely make it into Paris 2024.
Now, I know you've done your homework, Mitch. You're a smart guy. Do you know what the waves are like in Uruguay?
So, doesn't break year-round, but when it does get good, what's a comparison? The Carolinas, maybe. The east coast of the United States, you know how it gets those tropical storms and the hurricanes going? You get some great barrels, darker-looking water, but the waves can fire. And it isn't as consistent, but when you do get good waves, you're not leaving home. As this wave comes in at a 7.0 for Jota Lopez, the great first turn on the outside. And how critical was that last section, too? Lip coming down on him. But these first two maneuvers on the outside, as good as they get. Has a lot of power on the backhand coming from, Costa Rica, where he resides now. Surfs a lot of beach breaks, and he's used to this tropical climate, too.
And surfer in blue, representing American Samoa. Had a chance to hang out with the American Samoa team a little bit, and I would be remiss if I didn't say thank you so much for saving me, being a ding-dong, leaving my bag out on the boardwalk. I got a little excited meeting everybody the other day after the event. Just left my bag on the sidewalk. American Samoa, they saved me. They got my bag. Thank you to Liam and the crew for hooking that up. And right now, you're seeing, I would say we're going to start to see a little bit of a separation, right? Skill level. You've got surfers still climbing the ranks, and then you've got, guys like Jose Lopez and Marco Giorgi who are stalwarts in surfing competitions for a long time now. I think Marco Giorgi's 36 years old, around that age, and he's been around the world a million times, and it's pretty clear that he's very adept at surfing, powerful, doesn't make a lot of mistakes, and he's a great competitor.
Do you remember when Taylor Steele did Intersection and the $100,000 were on the line for whoever had the best edit?
Yes.
Marco had a great edit.
Yeah.
I think that made it into the final 5.
When he had a man bun.
Yes, he did. And it was that one song, not Home, but that kind of like folk kind of music, as Cody Merritt finishing up right there. Yeah, but Marco been around for a long time. I mean, 2010, I think that was the first Intersection year.
Yeah, and he's had, amazing showings on the North Shore of Oahu in particular, and the, bunch of Vulcan Pipe pros. He was always right there, almost, on finals day. Standout at Haleiwa and a standout at La Bocana. 2 minutes, 35 seconds to go. He's in second place for now. We are waiting for scores for red and for green and for white. So judges having to work right now with so many waves coming in. An international judging panel, male and female. And they've been right on top of the action. They have a lot of camera angles to choose from. If they need to go to the review, most times, Mitch, being a judge, that first impression, they're very pro at that quick turnaround. They know exactly what that score is. Sometimes there's conversations going on. Okay, well, hold on a second. Let's look at this again. They can compare waves from the past. So been right on top of it, on fire this whole event. 1:47 to go. And I feel like, the performances that we've seen, this is the perfect order. This is as it should be.
Yeah, and as you said before, I'm glad that you brought it up, because there will be a huge separation between the people that really have been competing for a long time and that have, just a better skill set overall. And this round specifically, round 3 and round 4 are going to be very tough to make it out of too. But in this round, if you're not on the best waves, you're not making it out of the heat.
Yeah, and to get this far in ISA competition, you've got to rip. Cody and Jonah, these guys on their day at their home break will be the standouts by far. It just shows you, of course, the depth and the level that we have here in the ISA. So, again, everyone in this round, great surfers. Sometimes, though, you've had early round heats where it would be, Medina, Miguel Tudela, John Florence, and then somebody from a rising nation. So, of course, it's going to happen there. But we're going to start to kind of shake things up here, and I think by the end of today, we're going to get a much clearer picture for your overall team points. Right now, there's a 14-point tie for first. So
that's crazy.
Yeah, we got some numbers to crunch after today, because we're going to start to lose a good chunk of our field. This is elimination round surfing, 23 seconds. Marco Giorgi now he gets into the lead. He's a powerhouse.
He is.
Guy.
And he's a cool dude as well, a family man, loves to surf, and he just loves to go and explore new places, search for better waves, and especially coming from Uruguay, where it's good maybe 30, 40 days a year. You want to go out there and explore, and there's a reason why he lives in Brazil now. But a huge heat win for both him and his country of Uruguay.
Yeah, and full credit to Cody Merritt and Jonah Gerard. Solid showings here at the ISA World Surfing Games. Unfortunately, they are out of this competition. Marco Giorgi and Jose Joaquin Lopez staying alive. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back with more repechage action here from La Bocana. Don't go anywhere. This is the ISA World Surfing Games. We'll be right back.
Cuando cae el sol, es la hora perfecta para desconectarte, para disfrutar de todo lo que te rodea.
Back to the action. You're watching the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. We will help decipher what's happening in this lineup. So you're in repechage, round 2, heat 3. Some great, talented surfers in the lineup now representing Nicaragua, Greece, Great Britain, and Norway. And here is your surfer representing Greece. Dimitri has been a common name that we've seen in junior and here on the ISA Worlds level. Great surfer. He's got a nice wave there. Solid start, beautiful style, powerful down the line, and boom, Luke Dillon, team leader of Great Britain, almost with one of the turns of the day. Just can't quite hang on to it. He goes down. And there's your lineup. So again, great stories with all 4 of these surfers. Luke Dillon, I mean, I would say he kind of put the modern Great Britain surf scene on the map with what he's done the last few years. But everyone's got a solid shot in this one. A nice even matchup. As you see, Cesar Amador representing Nicaragua there, up and down real quick.
Yeah, Luke Dillon from Great Britain has been one of the premier surfers coming out of that region of the world, and especially in Europe too, where there's never been a British surfer that has qualified for the Championship Tour. But
Russell Winter.
Well, I guess Martin Potter won the world title for Great Britain too, but he was really South African.
Don't forget about the Bulldog, Russell Winter.
Okay,
yeah, he was actually, I think he was here last year. Just happened to be on a surf trip when all this was happening.
Really?
Yeah. Great surfer. Quick on tour for a little while and then off, but powerhouse.
What years? 90s, 80s?
It's all a blur.
Well, okay, so maybe he would be the second surfer to qualify for the CT if you were to get there, but
Luke Dillon's the now.
He is, and obviously this generation being the best generation of surfers there's been too. He won a Pro Junior one year in the Canary Islands, and he was one of the first British surfers to win an event that big. And the waves are pumping too, and it just goes to show you that with that kind of build, when the waves are good, man, if he made it to the Challenger Series and had a shot at Sunset Beach, Haleiwa, and those kind of places, he would definitely be one of those surfers that I'd be looking out for in terms of getting those better results. Overall, though, this Heat International, Dimitri Papavasiliou has been a great surfer for the last few years for Greece, and I really like the chance that the Nicaraguan surfers have right here with the kind of climate and the kind of waves that are very similar to back home in their warmer waters, Chris.
Yeah, and of course, support crews on the beach for these surfers in the lineup. This is where you earn your stripes as a team member by staying here, cheering, whistling, win, lose, or draw. You got to support your team.
Yep. Got to be in the sun all day.
Yeah, we're seeing that. Team Greece right on the water's edge, flying their flags.
And Noah Storhaug, the surfer from Norway, And I actually don't think that he showed up for his heat, Chris. It seems like we only have 3 people out there right now, blue, red, and white. So Noah Storhaug from Norway is a no-show in this heat. It's only 3 people out there, which is a huge moment in, I mean, obviously in the competition for all 3 countries, and especially for Great Britain. You said they were actually in the 14-way tie, correct, for team points in the lead.
They are. Their women have been holding up their end in a big way. Saw huge performances yesterday. Here we go, Luke Dillon.
Oh.
So, wow, back-to-back mistakes for Luke, which, unlike him, at least for him, the good news is maybe he got those mistakes out of the way early.
Hopefully.
And hopefully he can reset and show us how good a surfer he really is, because, man, he is fun to watch.
Yeah. Big power surfer.
Yeah, he's kind of in that vein of like a Federico Moraes.
Vasco.
You know, Vasco, tall, powerful, lean and just great style. I feel like tall surfers sometimes can be at a bit of a disadvantage in terms of style.
What are you saying,
Just because, you got a lot more mass to work with. But he's got everything right in its proper place. You do as well, put you in that group.
You looked at me directly in the eyes when you said that.
I'm always looking at you. Can't help it.
Dune Kennings right there from Team New Zealand coming up. He had a great first-round heat. Great style, too, from Piha on one of the better sides of New Zealand. And this heat so far, Cesar with a couple of 2s, and Dimitri with the best wave of the heat so far, 4.67, 9 minutes to go. And this changes things entirely, Chris, when one person doesn't show up. It's a 3-person heat now, and it actually seems like Noah might actually be paddling out right now with just under 9 minutes to go. He's about to hit the lineup, so Storhaug, the surfer from Norway, has been living in Costa Rica most of his life in Playa Jaco, but he's going to get to the lineup, get 4th priority right now because the heat had started, and wow, doesn't need much for 2nd place. He can still pull it off.
Well, being late to a heat always has to feel stressful, especially in a 15-minute heat. He does have 8 minutes, 12 seconds to go. And it's not an easy lineup to just stroll into and paddle out. You got to work to get into deep enough water to start paddling. So as it stands right now, your 2nd place surfer, Cesar Amador, representing Nicaragua. I would say from one of Nicaragua's most famous waves, Playa Papoyo. We did have an ISA World Surfing Games there a few years back, and I remember the waves were firing. That's a very similar wave to here. Peaky, one big peak, nice and powerful. So he'll definitely have the experience out there. And I love his closing message, Arriba, Nicaragua. Go, Nicaragua.
Oh, man, your Spanish is getting so much better.
I'm really learning a lot. 7:23. There's Marco Giorgi. Relieved, stoked, determined. He is a shark in the repechage waters. I expect him to go very far in this repechage round.
Don't poke the bear.
Yeah, don't mess with him. He'll make you pay for it. Here we go. Your surfer in green representing Norway. No, with a nice backhand hook. Gets around this section. Quick float there. Gets a little air under his fins. Their big turn on the inside section. Better late than never. Not a completed wave, but that one turn through the mid portion, that's definitely going to help him out. He needs a 5-2-1 to get back in this heat.
Well, he's back in it. At least going to get something in the 2s or the 3s, and here's Luke Dillon with the answer back.
All right, now, finally, we see Luke. We see Luke Dillon's capabilities. 2 big, vicious hacks there. So he is now officially in the heat, surfing like we want him to surf, like we expect him to surf. That's going to be a solid score. 6:17 on the clock. Jess Grimwood is standing by on the boardwalk now with Marco Giorgi.
Thank you, Chris. Yes, Marco, pretty solid surfing for you. Reliable pair of 6s getting you through these repechage rounds.
Yeah, out here at La Bocana is really hard. I mean, both waves are hard, and it's a big field. And sometimes you just don't know where you are, like the Pacific is slow sometimes, and sometimes it throws you a big set out of nowhere. So it's hard to find a couple waves. So I don't know, maybe in these 15 minutes heats, just move and catch waves. And yeah, I was lucky I went to the right. I haven't surfed the right that much because, I don't know, you usually think that the left is better, but you look at it for a little bit and like maybe there's more opportunities on the rights, and but it's a long paddle as well, so just try to keep moving.
And for Team Uruguay, you've been really tight-knit on the beach every single day. Congratulations for this heat win and everybody at home supporting the team. I know you're a family man yourself.
Yeah. The Uruguayans are really tight, and we're just having fun. There's a good crew, and this year we are not the complete team, but it's been fun so far, and yeah, thank you.
Well, congratulations. You got so many surfs in your belt today. Good luck going through.
Nicely done. Jess with Marco Giorgi. He seems pretty serious, doesn't he?
Siri plays Simple Man by Leonard Skinner.
There you
describes
go.
Him. It goes out there with the goal in his mind, and losing in the first round too, drop down in the repechage. I mean, he just wants to make it through and qualify for the Pan Am Games in Santiago. That's his goal. And how about Noah Storhaug dropping a score, getting back into the heat? Ooh.
Dimitri now almost losing it. Regains composure. 2 big turns there. All right, you surf with Dimitri.
Yeah, I see him quite often.
In and around Huntington Beach. And I'm sure he's a standout anytime he paddles out. He's got that look, right? Nice, clean style, kind of a narrower stance, which I really like the look of. And he's able to kind of whip that board around in the right places.
I always felt like a few goofy footers with a real narrow stance, like Neil Purchase Jr. had great styles. Opposite to somebody like maybe a D'Souza on the forehand on the right, and maybe even Raul Machado too. Look at Joe; he's still got the energy going too. He can't stop waving that flag. But
now he's just training for their next
for future rounds.
Here we go, Luke Dillon. He's right back into it. He's got a 6.33 for his high score, and almost on his way to what could have potentially been an excellent score. I loved the opening snap, so he'll get some credit, light credit. What could have been full credit if he had made that final move. But either way, that's going to be a good backup score for Luke Dillon, who's seemingly kind of washed off the mistakes he made earlier.
Well, doesn't need much, just a 2.3, Chris, and as of right now, Papavasiliou drops a 4.73. That extends his lead, and with 2:40 to go, a couple of sets stacking up. Let's see if anybody's in position. It seems like Cesar might be going on this one in the blue jersey. Looks like a clean wall if you can get into it, and he's up.
Here we go. His backhand about to activate. Quick setup snap there. Goes for the super float and almost nails it.
Why?
It was still cool, even though he fell. I love the effort. I love the kind of throw it against the wall and see what sticks kind of attitude there. Unfortunately, he did fall, so won't be rewarded by the judges for that.
And he was about to have that score right there on lock. And if you notice, when he actually landed the floater, he was already looking down the line, and he wasn't focusing on just riding out of that second maneuver right there. And at the moment, I think it's costing him the heat. And here goes Dimitri again. He's just nonstop. That's what happens when you grow up in beach breaks, Chris. You tend to surf a lot of waves when you're in the lineup.
So 1:35 to go. And Luke Dillon did just enough on that wave, even with the fall. Granted a 3.23 from our judges. Paired that with a 6.33. He's almost into the double digits, a 9.56 total. Greece for now in second. Cesar still has time, but this was a fun wave to watch.
Yeah, this was a 6-point ride.
Look at this grower.
Yeah, and coming from Popoyo too, you come from an area where you're surfing on your backhand mostly if you're a regular footer. And look at this finish right there. Strong, even slid the fins a little bit. And one more for good measure, just the attempt there at the end. And this is the wave you were talking about from Dillon. How's that torque on the wrap at the beginning? And it went huge on the second one right there, but maybe a bit too big for how the section was. And this is the fall that's costing Cesar the move through in the heat. Look at that floater, and already started looking down the line. He just needed to ride out of that second turn. seems like the heat leader up and riding again, Dylan.
Yeah, I think he's kind of found his rhythm on these rights here. I like the look of that board, too. Oh, here we go. Noah fighting back into it. Nicely placed snap there, throwing a lot of spray. Wave dissipates underneath him. Hands up. Is he saying,
yes,
I'm trying,
no.
or give me the score?
Yeah, I don't know if that has a 5.67 on it or not, but the heat's over. He only surfed 9 minutes out of this heat right now. He actually showed up late to this heat because he thought it was going to be run at El Sunsal. And you can see the frustration right there. He let it all out, but got a performance from Luke Dillon and from Dimitri as well. Seems like they're going to be moving through into the next round.
Another fun heat in the books for at least two of our surfers, and we continue on in this repechage round. This is the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games, and we'll be right back.
When Paris finally said, no, we're going to do a whole different thing. We're going to Chopu. It's like we all went, oh my God, what an amazing idea.
Chopu is one of the most incredible waves, probably a wonder of the world.
And it's just sort of like a whole nother world out there. It's godlike, it's quiet, serene, beautiful. Then you have this glorious wave that comes off a reef, and it's so powerful and so beautiful.
I think Chopu has the opportunity to capture the imagination visually for what people think surfing is.
The repechage train has left the station. We're rolling here at La Bocana. Podium 1 of 2 here at the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. International heats stacking up. We're trying to figure out who will remain in competition. This is one of our first looks we've seen at elimination round surfing. Repechage rounds means top 2 surfers keep going. 3rd and 4th place, they're on vacation in El Salvador. So that's what you get after competing here, is a nice consolation prize of being in Surf City El Salvador with the waves pumping, sun's out. Not necessarily like you want to be on that vacation.
Nope.
But we're well and deep into this competition. There will be winners, there will be losers. 13:34 on the clock. Liam Wilson from American Samoa in the lead for now. He's just got a .93 to start. Most likely that score will be gone. But this is a great matchup. Again, Dune Kennings representing New Zealand. The doctor is in. Yanni Klein representing Team Israel. And Manuel Palist
from Austria.
Palich from Austria. Austria fielding a small but impactful team.
Yep.
Excited to see what Manuel can do in this environment.
Yeah, 27 years of age, lives in La Gran Canaria now in the Canary Islands, and only started surfing at the age of 17, Chris. He's had the chance to move to Portugal for a few years and now living and residing in the Canary Islands. Meanwhile, speaking of, the person that saved your bag the other day, Liam Wilson from Laie on the east North Shore side of Oahu. Great surfer. He actually got here around at least a week before this event started. He has a dream to qualify for the Olympics, and he's not settling for anything besides that. But he's got a tough heat. Dr. Yanni Klein, a great surfer, and Dune Kennings from New Zealand. He's also a standout surfer here at La Bocana.
Yeah, and credit to Surf City El Salvador. I left my bag sitting on the side of the road. It was probably there for 2 hours. Nobody touched it. Nice and safe. All the chocolate that I had in there, all the gummy bears in there, they were still there. My sunglasses.
Your charger?
My charger. So, thank you, not only to Liam for grabbing it, finding the owner, but also to the locals for, keeping things cool. So I really appreciate it. 11:40 now on the clock, as these 15-minute heats are like little mini cyclones. They just wind up, things get wild, it happens, and then it's over. The results stand firm. Top 2 surfers stay in this contest. 3rd and 4th, you're out.
Oh, and you have 2 waves that you need to catch. That's it. You have 15 minutes, split it up.
That's so easy.
It sounds that way, right? And then you go out there and you're like, where am I? Where am I sitting? Why are these waves breaking on top of me or around me? And secret to success here at La Bocana, get active in the first few minutes. Do not be waiting around for a wave. And seems like this guy, Dr. Yanni Klein, taking my advice, Chris.
Just do this. Well, not that yet. Don't do that. So that's going to take some time off Dr. Yanni's clock. And, you know, if you get unlucky and you're paddling out when your heat starts, if a set's coming through, if you just happen to be on the wrong side of time, it could take you 5 to 6 minutes just to paddle out. If you catch a right, it could take you 6 minutes to get back out from the right. So time is of the essence here. And now we see Dune Kennings here, strong, regular footer, making the most of that opening section. Another quick turn there, just jamming it in, setting things up. Didn't like the looks of the rest of that wave, so he kicks out, but a couple good turns out the back. And here we see Liam Wilson. Nice snap, good wall in front of him.
That's more
big,
like it.
Vertical, whitewater snap. So that's kind of beyond a foam bounce or beyond a foam climb. That was a foam snap.
That was sick. And that Takora board looks good underneath his feet, too. One of the premier shapers from the Hawaiian Islands, Wade Takora, and his brother Kerry as well, shaping Garakaniohe on the east side. And in this heat, you know, it's still wide open. Manuel now with first priority. Dune's going to drop a decent score, but I expect Liam's to be the best of the heat so far. Non-stop waves, Chris. It's been pumping, and the tide rising right now. Beneficial for both the left and the right. And you know what it makes easier, too? The paddle out and the paddle in. You don't have to deal with the rocks as much. Your feet will be grateful for that.
Yeah, and your fins and your board and your body. A lot of these competitors battered and bruised from the relentless competition schedule as we see Dr. Yoni Klein,
Much
vertical
better.
backside snap to finish. That's how we expect Yanni Klein to surf. We have big expectations here in the booth. We know how good all these surfers are, so we want to see them perform. And, you know, underachieving happens.
Mm-hmm.
You know, sometimes it's just not your day, but you got to make it your day.
Yep.
You only have 15 minutes in the lineup. The 8:48 on the clock. Liam Wilson in the lead for now with that 5.5 coming heavily on the strength of a big snap. But let's take a look back at Dune Kennings.
Yeah, 3.67 here, the great opening carve, and then after this wave just kind of shouldered off. Not a lot of scoring potential afterwards, so he's going to kick out right there. And this is the one turn that you're talking about from Liam. Set up carve right there, and look at the way he pushes through this section. Up and over, and then, as you said, drifts the fins coming out of it as well. That was critical. And then the doctor's in the operating room, Chris, a 4.73 for Dr. Yanni Klein. Bang, bang, bang with these 3 turns right here. Get a finish as well, straight vertical. And, you know, 8 minutes to go. Everybody except Manuel in the heat right now with a decent score.
I thought you were going to give me a bang, bang boogie right there. I would have accepted that as well. These 2-turn combos have proven potent in terms of score lines. You know, you don't have to do 8 turns all the way to the beach to get yourself in that excellent range. 2 big snaps in the critical part of the wave. More often than not today have led to scores in the 6, 7 range. We've seen a couple 8s today. You know, our highest scoring days were probably yesterday and the day before, where we saw multiple scores in that 9+ range. And I expect to see more of that as we continue on here with the tide pushing. It just kind of condenses everything a little bit, and it seems to add a little bit more punch to the waves. And what I love right now, and I'm going to knock on wood, the wind conditions we have, things are pretty calm out there.
True. It was way windier when we showed up this morning, kind of had that morning sickness. And that tends to happen when when you're getting towards the hottest part of the day, too. Right now, it's definitely hot out there, but it definitely seems like the wind has calmed down. I do think we're expecting some tropical activity either later today or within the event period. But as of right now, great conditions. It's consistent. There's a lot of waves on offer. Look at this heat right now, too. Manuel, the surfer from Austria, looking for his first ride. And I've actually been texting back and forth with USA Surf Team Junior coach Ryan Simmons, who isn't here at this event, but he's watching at home like a lot of people are. And he told me that the biggest piece of advice to a lot of these surfers out there, him being here last year for the World Juniors, bring extra foam. There's a lot of paddling that you have to do out there. If you need an extra inch or two as well to paddle easier into these waves, bring it. Don't be afraid of riding a step up. And we've seen that with Tyler Gunter, somebody who normally rides the same board at his local break. Here, though, at La Bocana, you need that extra foam to paddle easier, Chris.
I feel attacked because 3 years in a row now, too small a board.
Undersized.
Keep underestimating El Salvador, and I will not do that again next time.
Well, it was an indirect attack. So if you
Well, I mean, no, it's truth. You're speaking, you're spitting facts over here. You got to bring bigger boards down to El Salvador. There's something when you think of Central America, you just think fun waves.
Yeah.
Central America, it's fun waves. Costa Rica, you know, good times, surf vacations. Well, places like La Bocana, places in Nicaragua, you know, Panama, Bocas del Toro. These places pack a punch. So not only bring bigger boards, but bring multiple boards.
And especially on the Pacific side, too. You got the ground swells coming all the way from New Zealand. They're packing a punch.
That's right. Well, speaking of packing a punch, this surfer did it in that last heat. The winner standing by now with Jess Grimwood.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, we're going to make this quick for him because he's had a bit of a rough trot here, but he's done what needed to get done to get all the way back through, get himself into the next heat of the repechage rounds. Luke?
Yeah, stoked. We're just chatting then. It's been a long week. Came out here on the 20th, prepped really well, and then 2 days before the event just went downhill fast and just been sat at the hotel and watching this on the forecast, just dying to get back in, but it took a lot of energy out of me and I'm pretty tired, but yeah, I got the job done, so in again later.
Well, you definitely did, and for Team Great Britain. We'll let you go and recover. There's a lot on the cards for you today and a lot when we talk about teams and qualifications, so congratulations and good luck going through.
Yeah, thanks, appreciate it.
Short but sweet, Dylan.
Had
a rough start in that heat, smashed it at the end, got the win. And we know his family back in Great Britain, they're watching, they're cheering. His dad, his biggest fan, his #1 supporter, always sending messages in support of his son. So it's great to see. And again, I want to say one of the, I would call it the underdogs, one of the underdog stories of this event, Team Great Britain. They're making leaps and bounds with more to come.
And this wave during the interview from Dune Kennings, I would say is going to be his best score. Look at here on slow-mo as he has to really push through his rails right there on that frothy section under the lip snap. And coming from Pija, an open water wave right there and a beach break that has provided ISA gold medals in the past. That's actually where Gabriel Medina won his ISA gold medal in the U18s in 2010. And what a final that was against Tamarao Macomb. I believe there are a few Australians in that final too. But, you know, New Zealand has always been underappreciated when it comes to the talent. And I think the quality of the waves too, Chris. You know, obviously Raglan being the most popular one. But I remember Noah Dean going there for a few of his sections and a couple of those slabs and sick kind of, you know, progressive waves, just like Billy Stearman has to try and improve on a lot when he goes to the QS level. Look at this finish here from Dune as well, as he just goes up into the lip. Look at this frothy section right here. Up and into it. No regard for his board or his body on the Paisel. Looks great underneath his feet. A lot of spray, great timing, and precise surfing there from the Kiwi.
Did get a message from Luke Cederman, a.k.a. Raglan Surf Report. You know, he's hoping that the team can achieve greatness without him here. He is their, I don't know if they know he's their spirit leader. He definitely knows that. He's sending them positive vibes. And right now competing in a different type of contest. He's on a Stab Highway Europe on one of the teams. So
that's
Luke
cool.
Cederman, Raglan Surf Report, hilarious individual, an amazing power surfer as well. Was trying to, you know, coach a little bit in Huntington Beach last year. But he's got a contest on his mind of his own, so he's trying to split double duties. I'm sure he's sending messages via brainwave from wherever in the world he is. 1:27 to go. And as it stands right now, Liam Wilson, all the hopes of American Samoa on his shoulders right now. He's got a 5.5 and a .93. We're waiting for a score from Dune Kennings, Yanni Klein. Right now, only sitting on a 4.73, and we're getting down to that minute mark. And Dune Kennings now jumps into the lead, 5.63 and a 3.67. Liam Wilson in second, Yoni Klein in third, only needing a 1.71, but he's in third priority. Where is he in the lineup? Held off by Dune Kennings. Dune doing Liam a favor. 50 seconds now on the clock. Nice snap there, comes around this section. Tight pocket whip. Big finish for Dune Kennings. And this is Liam Wilson now, trying to improve on a .93. Doesn't hang on to the finishing maneuver.
Huge mistake, 30 seconds on the clock.
He's got to hope that Dr. Yoni Klein is not in position for a wave.
Where is he in the lineup right now? Is he over on the right? Because he could get a wave with 20 seconds to go. It depends on what Liam will drop right here, how much he will improve. The requirement shouldn't be that much, though, Chris.
Stopped biting my fingernails a year ago. I might start again right now. This is too much. This is intense.
Well, one thing we do know, Kennings is going to be moving through.
Whew.
And it seems like Liam Wilson might be holding on to second place, but big heat win for New Zealand, keeping their hopes and dreams alive to get 2 Olympians into Paris 2024.
And unbelievably, we lose one of the best surfers in the draw, Dr. Yanni Klein, along with your surfer, Manuel Polic from Australia. We'll be right back with more action. The rapid charge rounds will continue after these brief messages.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures, to make friends. There's a right time to listen. And a right time to make decisions. There's a right time for fear and for success. There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Welcome back to the show. Shannon Hughes alongside Barton Lynch for the call, and results are in from that last heat. All scores have dropped. Dune Kennings of New Zealand with the win, and Yoni Klein of Israel in second, advancing through into the next rounds for New Zealand and Israel. Unfortunately for Austria and American Samoa, Liam Wilson and Manuel Polic out of competition. Barton, we are into the rapid charge rounds, first ones that you and I have called of the day, which means it's just those top 2 surfers keeping their name in the mix with another chance to surf later today, and those bottom 2 that will be bowing out. As we take a look, we are currently into heat number 5 of rapid charge round 2. We've got 12 heats total in this round. France, Maldives, Netherlands, and Puerto Rico. Joan Duru of France, Ahmed Adil of the Maldives, Casper Haminga of the Netherlands, and Ricardo Delgado of Puerto Rico in the water with just 15 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, it goes by 20 goes by fast. 15, that less 5 minutes, you've really got to get an early start. You can see all 4 of our surfers in similar positions, jockeying around in the lineup. They can see some lumps out the back, and so the earlier you see those approaching sets, the more time you've got to position yourself. Got a soft spot for the Maldives. I love it there. I love the people. They are an ocean people. Boats are their cars, essentially. And Ahmed Agil in this round. Can't wait to watch him surf. Big set on the outside. Everyone having to duck dive that one.
Looking to get themselves into position. Jean Duru took out the gold medal right here at La Bocana in 2021 at the World Surfing Games. On the road to Tokyo, of course, he didn't gain that Olympic qualification because we already had 2 surfers qualified for France via the championship tour. So he was outside of that conversation to be able to take away a spot. But an incredible career result for him nonetheless. And now he's that surfer with the winningest experience at this break specifically for the ISA as a true threat in the draw, but now he's into the repocharge rounds from an early stage.
Yeah, and he's a tough draw, you know. He's, for anyone, especially, you don't expect to see him that early. He's got the World Championship Tour experience. Look at that shot from above, beautiful shot. And here's how you can tune in to all that's going on here.
Yeah, it's been great to be able to, communicate all the action to you. Of course, tune into isasurf.org for any kind of questions you might have. You want to know more about the road to the Olympics qualification? All the documents are up there. You can read through everything to have a great understanding back at home. Of course, follow us on all the social media threads for ISA Surfing. And be sure to hashtag to follow along with your favorite surfers around the world to be able to see their posts that are going up throughout this week. If you're a surfer that is putting some posts up, some great photos from the photography team that's been down on the ground, in and out of the water as well, throw those hashtags in and we'll get to see even more of the action.
I just did a little reel and I forgot to put the hashtags in.
Martin!
So what is wrong with me?
What are you thinking, mate?
Goodness gracious.
All right, well, you can make that edit after we call some great action. Casper, up and riding from the Netherlands. Lovely lip line float or, re-entry to start things off for him. Gains that control and puts down the first score. First wave ridden. We're 4 minutes already into this heat, and that'll be the first opportunity for a score to come through.
Speaking to Geordie Smith after his heat and then Kika Faselko, they both talked about how you finish a ride and you want to just paddle as hard as you can to get out the back, but you just can't. You need to manage it. Manage your energy, manage the heat, and this guy's experienced, as you said, winner here before. Oh, ripping that one.
Management of that wave, excellent. Beautiful surfing, looking really in control as he puts the power on that finishing section, but how nice is that rail work through those first 2 carbs?
And it felt easy. You know what I mean? There was no struggle, there was no fight, it was just smooth, flowing, beautiful, aggressive and powerful at the same time. Showed the skill and talent he has, great style, great technique, and he'll be a tough one to beat. That's going to be a good opening score too.
Scores to come through now for Johan Duru and for Casper Humminga of the Netherlands. And we had some fun in the earlier heats today, Barton, breaking down some of the terminology for our audience that may be newer to surfing. Of course, it's always an exciting thing to meet someone that doesn't know too much about surfing. And I think you and I both, we get so excited about the sport that we're so in love with. It's so much a part of our lives that it's fun to be able to share with people, the ins and outs for it, what it feels like to catch a wave for the first time. And for us as commentators this week, to be able to explain some of those those key words that we use often, a turn being, that change of direction, and the maneuver on the wave. Those are the scoring potentials for something. There's lots of different variety within what that word itself means, from bottom turns to cutbacks, a carve, a re-entry, and it's really fun to be able to pick apart some of those words.
Yeah, absolutely. And we talked to the bottom turn earlier, the last time we were on air, and just, explained how that is, you drop down the face and you do the turn at the bottom of the wave. A re-entry is when you go up into the lip, into the top of the wave, and then you re-enter back down into the wave. So it's kind of explanatory. Here we go. Green, Casper up and riding again.
Oh, nice re-entry on that first section. And that's all it's going to offer. Let's go down to the beach to catch up with Jess Grimwood and the Kiwi surfer, Dune Kennings.
Thanks, Shannon. Yeah, Dune, quick heats, 15 minutes. So we're going to make this quick for you because there's a big day planned ahead, keeping those Olympic qualification slots alive for New Zealand.
Yeah, definitely hard with those 15 minutes, but felt like the kind of lulled out for our heat. It was like a battle of the backups. Lucky to get one in the end there and get the first position, so yeah, stoked.
Well, congratulations, and just like we said, keeping that kind of dream alive. I mean, does that come into your head and come into play thinking about the Olympics through these repechage rounds, or are you taking it heat by heat?
I just want to take it heat by heat and just enjoy the process and be present. I mean, it's a lot of surfing to do, so I just want to have fun and enjoy myself.
Well, go and recover. Congratulations and good luck moving on through.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
That recovery being crucial today, like you were saying, from the words of the athletes. Those paddle backs so difficult to be able to charge through with power. Ricardo, nice 2 turns to start things off. Up and riding for his first wave for Puerto Rico. Scores in from the opening exchanges. It was a 5.5 for John Duru, as we see Ahmad of the Maldives with a huge float to start, but goes down.
Rats, that was a good start. He was up into that lip. Looked like he had that one, John Duru.
John Duru setting up that line, bottom turn to start. Nice arcing carve for that opening turn. Sets it up for the second closeout re-entry and finishes off clean. So he's looking to drop a second score to his 5.5. Casper dropped in a 4.00 and a 3.33 for his first 2 waves. Ahmad with just that 1 point, unfortunately, for the fall, and now waiting for first of Ricardo to see where he sits in the situation after those 2 turns on his forehand.
Yeah, our Maldivian surfer was the last to get a wave in the opening exchange, but it looked like he picked the best wave of that opening exchange. It was one of those nice long wally rights. He got up into that floater, but it had that free fall drop to the bottom and didn't make it. Here we go.
Casper for the Netherlands. Drives back into the whitewash for that first turn, connects into the lip for the second. This wave has more to offer as he comes through to the inside section. Looking really nice and in control as he drops through his 3rd score. Waiting for that to come through now. First of white for Ricardo, just a 3.27. So he's got that score on the board. John Duru sitting in the best position at the moment, though, with that 5.5 on the board.
Absolutely. The 4s and the 3s, you wouldn't want to keep them at the end of the heat. In a 15-minute heat, the 5.5 is going to set him up really well. I think a great comparison as we see live action here. Ricardo again.
Nice snap to start. Into that second wrap, back into the section, and he'll be out quickly.
Second ride. So that's a confidence booster. 6.67 drops for the second of Jean Duru. And again, that's another good example. I expect this to be a big score. Does the wrapping cut back, and then this is when the points start to accumulate. Bang, first snap out of the lip. Drives off the bottom into a second one. Late but critical into a third. And you feel really good when you connect one into the next, You know, the judges love that. Interesting, on his first ride, he got the 4 for 1 turn, and we saw Jean Duru do 4 or 5 turns and just get the 1.5 points more, but it was because of that critical nature of the first turn of Casper's. So there's kind of a couple or a few different ways to get a score. You might get multiple turns, and that's good surfing, or you might just do one turn. It could be good surfing too. So that's where it becomes a complicated thing to understand, because I suppose as surfers we know good surfing, but when you're watching it, there are different ways to get the score.
It is so true, a complicated scenario, but a beautiful thing to watch unfold as we see a surfer like Joan drive through into that second turn, gets nearly caught up, kicks out, not wanting to waste the time and the energy to find that finishing small turn on the inside, rather conserve it, and sticking on the lefts does make for a much easier paddle back out to the takeoff zone.
Much easier. I wouldn't be surprised to see him go to his backhand because it's lethal.
Ahmed now with a second opportunity. Great style as he approaches that first section, but is unable to engage that rail into a turn.
And I think at a moment there he realised the section was going to close out in front of him too, and he went, oh no, what have I done here? And that thought, that realisation of the mind and it becoming active kind of took the focus out of the bottom turn, lost that little bit of control. But it wasn't the wave he wanted.
John Duru with this one, waiting for scores to drop.
Drives into the closeout turn, nice re-entry. It's already had the 5.5, the 6.67. That's somewhere around the 5. I don't see that going up to challenge that 6.67, but the judges do like those steep, tall walls and faces, and he got 2 turns on that big, steep wall. So just clocking up the points, staying busy. And we see with Ahmed that he's having trouble finding those ones that he wants. Well, I just looked at the time and I can't believe there's under 4 minutes. That was the fastest 11 minutes ever, and I bet it felt even faster for Ahmed.
It's so true. Ricardo now getting going on maybe his best wave. It's a good size one, comes into that second turn. His first turn looked beautiful. Joan already up and riding again, so those less providing 4 opportunities for him so far. Great carve as he sets up the line for the finishing re-entry. Seamless surfing. He already dropped in a 6-point ride for his last wave before this one, which improved on the 5.5, so he's been building that score line with every wave he's taken off on.
And I think that 6 has gone too. I think he's going to replace that with that last ride. That was a beauty. Ahmed rushed there as that whitewater came from behind him.
Unfortunate for the National Surf League's champion out of the Maldives. 31 years old, loves football and being in the ocean, of course, with some great waves. Barton, you've had the opportunity to travel and surf there many a times in your life.
Yeah, love it. It's a great part of the world. Great surfing nation. As I was saying, they're water people. They live on the water, in and around the water, and there's just this litany of small little islands all around the place, and boats are cars to them, but they haven't been so engaged in it in a surfing sense until recent times, and I know for a fact we're going to see incredible surfers, and we are already seeing incredible surfers coming out of there, and the next generation are going to learn so much from this first generation of competitors coming out of the Maldives, and watch out for the future of that country.
Taking another look at this last of Joan, we're waiting for scores to drop through, but I agree with you. I think that 6-point ride is going to be gone.
Long gone. 7.5, maybe something there. You know, it's always risky to put it out there and guess what they may score it, but I like it. It's kind of fun to do.
And your
Ricardo.
thoughts on this of Ricardo?
Yeah, that's going to be his best ride so far, you would think, for sure. Some nice big turns out of the lip. Got a couple of threes already.
Down to 1 minute 30 seconds. Ricardo Delgado chasing a 5.73, and that has just changed as another score has dropped through on the board. He's now chasing a 4.24 to be able to take the second place position away from Casper, who's put a 5 down to improve on the 4 and the 3.33. He does also have another score to drop, waiting for last of blue and now last of red. Red, of course, sitting in the lead, so not too much of consequence waiting on that score. It's more going to be if our surfers in second, third, or fourth can get those scores they're requiring to change up the situation.
Yeah, and Ahmed's still needing it. It's a one-wave scenario, which is, proves that the heat hasn't got away from him yet. An 8-point ride, he's capable of that. It's a certain type of wave, so it's dependent on the ocean giving you that opportunity. Here he goes.
Here he goes, chasing an 8. Nice snap to start for his first wave. Love that style and approach to riding the wave. As he checks back into a second turn, now gaining so much speed down the line, goes for the floater and nearly lands it, but just can't quite stick it. That was shaping up to be a great ride.
And he got wild with that floater and tried to, we call it rock and roll, where he kind of tweak it while it's up there in the lip and hold it up there longer, and it created some instability. But, you can see by the surfing he's showing when he's completing his rides that he's got the potential to advance through a heat like this. Competitive experience is the key, being able to understand the importance of the start. And when you look at that, Casper, Jean Deroux advancing, really it was their start that created the opportunity.
Absolutely. Scores in just a 4.77 for last of Ahmad, and it will be France and Netherlands through into the next round. We've got more action to come. Stay tuned to check out some great surfing like this.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures, to make friends. There's a right time to listen. And a right time to make decisions. There's a right time for fear and for success. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Welcome back to the action into heat number 6 for men's repechage round 2. Ireland, El Salvador, Colombia, and Ukraine in the water as we take a look at the Colombian, Romeo Chavez. Sets himself up now off the bottom from that first maneuver. Now looking for a powerful finish, throws some spray off the tail as well, and he'll have a score to drop. That'll be the first wave ridden within this heat, up against Jack Scott of Ireland, Porfirio Miranda of El Salvador, and Yaroslav Dombrovsky of Ukraine. 15 minutes to go. Barton, we got to witness how quickly that time ticks down in the last heat and how important the first exchange is in making sure to keep yourself in the top 2 surfers. El Salvador now with a great lip line hit to start for that first maneuver.
That was a monstrous section. That's going to be a big score for the local crowd to be super stoked to see that type of a start. You fall on your first couple, it can be so problematic from a confidence point of view, from a timing point of view, from a stress point of view. So that started, it came in as a 4.83, and I don't know, I felt like it was so critical that it might have been a little bit higher than that, but still a good starter.
Great start, great place for him to build from. Waiting for a score to drop through now for Romeo Chavez. In the last heat, we saw Jean Duroux, the 2021 gold medalist here in El Salvador, is down on the beach with Jess.
Thank you, Shannon. Yes, you've tasted the gold here before, but with the added pressure, 15 minutes now only on the board for you in the repechage. How did you handle that in that situation?
Yeah, it's hard. 15 minutes can go like this. Lucky today it's a good size. There is many waves and not too many big sets. So waves are really good, so even in 15 minutes we can do the job.
Well, thank you so much. We'll let you go because it's a huge day of competition for you and there's so many heats to surf. Congratulations on a really solid win and good luck going through the repechages.
Yeah, thanks so much and bonne fête maman et au chilo.
Cheers, thank you, Joanne.
Thanks so much. Great to hear from Joanne. Always a word home in French to the family. And looking forward to seeing him in the next round. He looked very sharp in that heat. As we take a look at Yaroslav for Ukraine. Setting his line here, looking for that opportunity to start engaging the rail of his board, putting in that first maneuver under the lip, and he'll go down.
Well, he completed that one. It was a good start. Ukraine, great to see them a part of this event. Obviously a lot going on in their world, and you know, a lot of, I suppose they carry a lot on their shoulders, fair to say. Yaroslav, though, in his first wave, looked calm, looked collected, didn't rush anywhere. Perhaps that last turn that ended up being a carve down the face could have been something into the lip, and there might have been more points there. But 36 years old from Kiev.
Spent a lot of his life living near the Black Sea in Odessa and Crimea, but has spent the last couple years away in Barcelona for a couple and now resides in Los Angeles. Gets to surf the great Point Break of Malibu and the beach breaks around the area. An incredible zone of the world to land up in as a surfer specifically, just knowing the talent levels. You know, when you're talking about Southern California, you're talking about the Gold Coast of Australia, there's these little pockets of surfers where it's great spaces to end up spending time if you come from an area that doesn't have that quality. Jack Scott with a great snap on his backhand for Ireland.
Yeah, nice first turn. 5, 6, 7 comes in for Romeo Chavez. That's a great score for the Colombian. Wins the opening exchange. Always something that is a, you know, for me that's really that's the primary thing you can focus on. Winning the opening exchange sets you up for the rest of the heat. Here we go.
Romeo now with that 5, 6, 7 to start. Up and riding on his second, but goes down on the opening turn, so that score won't factor in.
5 minutes gone. You would think, it's judged on your best 2 rides. So you go, okay, if I get 3 good ones and I've got 5 minutes a wave, that might be a good pace to kind of focus on and to work towards. Your third wave's the opportunity to increase on those first 2. But if you fall, then then you're outside of that 1 wave each 5 minutes. The paddle out today's a lot quicker than it has been the last couple of days, and the swell's tapering down now before it reboots into an even bigger swell. So timing for these 15-minute heats is pretty good today. The conditions are good for them. You wouldn't want to had to have done that yesterday. 15 minutes yesterday with the paddle outs would have been a tough thing.
Romeo with the hands up after the finish of that wave. His last score just a 0.83 on the board. Looking now at Porfirio of El Salvador. Opened up with that 4.83. Barton, your gut feeling was it could have gone even higher because the quality of that single big maneuver was that good?
Yeah, the section was steep and it bottomed out, and anytime when we meet bottom out, it's like the wave draws so much that the bottom of the wave kind of drops down below sea level. You can see him dropping in deep here.
And there you can see another surfer, I'm not sure the color, but was duck diving under.
Was that a duck dive? It looked like a closeout anyway. It didn't look like there was much space for him to go left or right, so I don't see there was any reason for complaint there, really.
Yeah, I agree. Definitely a closeout. Wouldn't have had any scoring potential for him. So far from the judges, we don't see anything rolling through in the conversation of an interference. So he's got to shake that off, make sure he keeps himself sharp in the game for these 8 minutes and not allow those little things that maybe you think didn't quite go in your way in those moments. He now has that opportunity to reset, put 8 fresh minutes on the clock. He's already got the single highest score of the heat as well.
Yeah.
So he's in that leading position.
But when you're hot and you're flustered and you're under the pressure of competition, you're in an elimination round at the ISA World Surfing Games, it can be heavy on the shoulders.
El Salvador into a great 2-turn combination. So lightning fast.
Oh, the local crowd would have loved that, and that's going to be better than the 4.83, you would think for sure, and give him 2 strong rides with 7:40 on the clock. A great start for the El Salvadorian.
And this is his local break. He was born here at El Tunco, the town here, and surfs at La Bocana every day.
Fantastic.
So you can tell his wave selection has been very good so far in this heat. And he's understanding everything that's coming through because he's the guy that's out here more than anyone.
And he's approaching it. He's getting the punchy ones. He's not looking for the clean tapers. He's looking for the ones that give him the opportunity for big turns. What's his first turn? Flies into the lip and speeds out of that turn that gives him enough time to get into that second turn. 6.33 from the judges. 2 waves, 2 scores. Confident position he'd find himself in. Now sometimes the hard part is to build and make sure that any wave you take off on is better than those waves that you've already ridden.
Very impressive. Down to 7 minutes on the clock. Romeo now up and riding again. Goes down on the first turn. He has dropped into second as the last score, a 6.33, drops in for Miranda of El Salvador and takes him into first.
Yeah, and Chavez had the 5.67. He won the start, and now we've seen him fall on 3 waves in a row. He just needs to breathe, calm it down, recognise that nobody else besides the heat leader is really challenging you for second. Yaroslav has had a 1.5 and a 1.4. They're throwaway scores. They're not going to threaten. Neither of those 2 waves don't even match your 1, so there's some confidence to be found there. The 2.07 for Jack Scott, same situation. So there's no reason to get rattled right now. You've got to just stay calm and just finish the second one, even if the second score was a 3.
Absolutely, I agree with you completely as we're down to 6 minutes on the clock. Jack Scott now up and riding. Slides down into that 4th place position, but now sets the line. Nice check to start, second turn, under the lip. Sets himself up for a more critical finishing maneuver than those first 2. He's chasing a 4.48 to be able to take himself into that advancing position.
Yeah, I'm thinking about the 4.83 as a comparative score. 1 turn, but a big, meaty section. I don't know that that's going to go to that place. I don't know it's going to give him the score that he needs to advance into second. but it's definitely going to be his best score of the heat so far, no question. There it is, a 3.5.
And that drops him down to a 3.05 needed because we haven't seen Chavez link into that backup score yet. So that conversation's wide open.
Sorry. And like we said, if he dropped a 3, that would all of a sudden be a 6 you need. So he doesn't need to, he doesn't need to blow things up. He just needs to be smart, professional, and bank something of consequence. Could be a small score of consequence that just will build pressure on the other two and maybe consolidate with 4 minutes and 35 on the clock.
So true. He's the Grammy in the lineup right now. Just 14 years old, has taken out that second place finish or that vice champion position on the South American Grom Tours for 2019, 2020, and 2021. But it's the local with the layback as that second turn links it through here for a strong finish. This wave continues to give him sections to be able to hit over and over again. That was an incredible performance for our heat leader.
That was amazing surfing. He went the 4.83 to the 6.33. He, as we say, just went to town on that one. Turn after turn, powerful. And the board looks fantastic under his feet, the way it's so responsive.
Romeo now up and riding, but goes so big on the first turn that he can't hold on to it again.
We're seeing the perils of being 14 and feeling like you've got to do more than you need to do. Just needs to control that performance. Here's this chance for Jack Scott. Will he hit this lip and make it? Hits the lip, doesn't make it. He won't challenge for the second with that incompletion. Romeo is safe for now, but he just needs to surf one through. He doesn't need to hit the lip in that fashion. He doesn't need to be so aggressive. But 14 years old, this is amazing experience he's getting now. And if he can find the control to finish one and advance through this, he's going to be stoked. A young man, but with a big future.
With a great future ahead of him, already proving his quality of surfing is so high. 3 minutes on the clock. Jack Scott went down on that last wave. Just a 2-point ride, rolls through, so it doesn't factor into his top 2. Yaroslav also takes off on this one, made that commitment, but you can see that frustration as the wave shuts down the line.
Yeah, it's wave selection's all important. It's just one of the most critical elements of a competitive performance.
Porfirio.
Oh, there's the score. Give it to him.
A 7.67 for his last wave, already on another one. Huge hit in the pocket for that first turn, driving hard off the bottom. You can feel the aggression and the power that he is surfing with, and it is incredible right now.
He can win this event for El Salvador. I'm looking at the surfing he's doing in this heat. It's crisp, it's fast, it's aggressive and powerful. It's got everything that you need to win, and if he puts the performance that we've seen from him now onto the right waves against any surfer in the world of any level, he can win. He's a great hope. It's the first time I've seen him surf, and I'm really, really impressed.
Incredible performance so far. Yaroslav with another opportunity, but he goes down on the inside. Great to see him getting to his feet so many times, just staying consistent, but now that wave selection, something to improve on. Romeo now up and riding, only needing a small score to make it more difficult for the rest of the field. That was control. That was taking it back for a moment. You could see him eyeing up that first section really with that excitement of a 14-year-old, but then he thought it out and he went, all right, go for that single turn, get something down, keep off Jack Scott, who at the moment was just chasing a 3. Now the score's in a 3.1 for last of green, and that means that red is chasing a 5.28, which is a huge difference as we take a look at last of the local hero.
I can't wait to watch this again. Look at his closeout turn. Just threw himself at the lip. He's got a wide stance. He's kind of short. This was clever from the 14-year-old. Stayed in control, knew he just needed to finish one after 1, 2, 3, 4 incompletions. He regathered his composure, got things together, got the 3-1. Now he can build. He's only got 40 seconds. He's back in the lineup, but at least the job feels like it's done largely. You really need to manage your priority at this point in time too and stay close to those below you and make sure they don't get something that can challenge you.
So important. You can see the surfers from the next heat already out in the lineup. They're given 5-minute paddle outs at a break like this. That's typically the way that it goes. Occasionally it will be longer if it's a really long paddle maybe to get to the zone, the takeoff zone. So for those guys in the water, but you can see that that current is really strong today. They're all trying to keep themselves well out of position to not be interfering with the current heat, but that current's pulling them straight through. And into the air, doesn't make the rotation completely, but that was well executed. A fun show for the local crowd down here for El Salvador. He improved with his last score for Porfirio with a 7.17, and now another score to drop on the finish as the buzzer sounds. It doesn't look like Jack Scott or Yaroslav Dombrowski were able to get themselves into another opportunity, which means that the Grom from Colombia, Romeo Chavez, ends up holding on to that second place finish as we take one more look at this.
Goes to the air, lands backwards, shows how much control he has, comes around that section easily, and he had one of them heats where things just go right, wave after wave, turn after turn, flow and rhythm with the ocean on the wave face. Great performance.
Great performance, El Salvador with the win. We'll be back with more action right after this.
The ISA World Surfing Games will be held at the world-class waves of La Bocana and El Sunzal in the heart of Surf City, El Salvador. Using progressive shortboard surfing, surfers must perform with speed, power, and flow in the most critical sections of the waves they ride. The following key elements are considered to maximize the athlete's scoring potential, taking into account the overall speed and difficulty of maneuvers and the dedicated commitment to those maneuvers.
Goes for the huge goodness. Corrupt flip.
Pushing the limits of what is possible on a surfboard, whether in the air or on the rail. Connecting multiple critical maneuvers together with flow. Utilizing the wave to perform a variety of maneuvers.
Look at the surfing. 2 big turns on the outside.
Harnessing the wave's energy to create speed, surf with power, and connect it all with smooth flow. These surfers will be given the perfect canvas at Surf City, hoping to impress the judges and eventually be crowned champions at the 2023 ISA World Surfing Games.
And we're back in Surf City, El Salvador for the World Surfing Games. If you're interested in becoming a judge, maybe you saw that last clip, you're more interested in it. The ISA offers so many programs and certifications for surf instructing, judging, adaptive surfing, and for international surf school certifications. So we've got judges that are out here competing, guys like Jack Scott from that last heat in Ireland who competes back at home. He also works as a judge in the Irish Surfing Federation. We've got so many surfers like that that have that skill behind them as well. And it's a great thing to have, knowing that you're paddling out in heats, and you can kind of have an understanding, a little better understanding as a surfer of what the job is to get done in the heat specifically, which Barton Lynch is so different to just heading out for free surf.
Yes,
completely different.
Yes, Shannon, it is completely different. It takes a professional, calm, collected mind to be able to perform under the clock and with the eyes of the public, the eyes of the judges and the surfing world on you.
Now Australia, Dominican Republic, Guatemala, and Senegal in the water. Surprising to see that all Australian men in the draw are already into the rapid charge rounds. So Ryan Callanan being the first that we'll meet up with today. As we take a look here at Victor Velasquez of Guatemala. Up and riding on his first ride. Goes in for that finishing re-entry, hits it hard and stays in control. He's gonna have a score to drop. We already have a 2.33 on the board for Gianmarco Oliva of Dominican Republic as our Cal, Ryan Callanan for Australia, heads into a great opening turn, wraps it around for the second, looking for this little pocket to finish with, and puts on a powerful touch on the end, and looking dominant already heading out into the water this morning.
I suppose what happens to the high-ranked World Championship Tour surfers is that they don't realise, they don't know who they're against. And you look at your heat and you've got a guy from Guam, a guy from Guatemala, or wherever, and you go, I don't even know these guys, and you might take it a little easy, and then all of a sudden you go, oh my gosh, they rip, oh my gosh, I'm out, you know.
Well, one of those surfers that was absolutely ripping, the local El Salvadorian Porfirio Miranda, took it out with a fantastic heat in the last one. Let's check up with him and Jess now.
Yeah, what an incredible performance. Fantastic and explosive and exciting surfing from you. You're carrying the weight of the country on your shoulders and the love for El Salvador and the surfing. That must have felt good to take the win in that one.
Thank you. Thank you for everybody for staying here behind me, supporting me. And I am super happy because the contest, I love the contest. I love to compete in this like big contest here in my country, in my house, my home. La Bocana is really good for me. I learned it here all my life. But in the heat, I am super happy because it's good to competing with a lot of pro surfers. My first hit with Gabriel Medina, but now I pass my round 2. I go to the next round, and I love La Bocana, I love El Tunco, Sur City. But thank you for everything. Thank you for doing this in my home.
And you just said to me off air, it's more important because we are right here in El Salvador for us to speak to the people and for you to have a chance to speak in Spanish to the rest of the country and the nation watching your beautiful performance.
Ok, gracias a todos, gracias por el apoyo, gracias por estar en este país hermoso, por hacer un ISA World Surfing Game otra vez en esta playa que es La Bocana y Playa Sunsal. Súper feliz con toda la gente salvadoreña, con todos los que apoyan, que están aquí presentes, dando un empujón a todos para que demos lo mejor de nosotros. Gracias a los que están viendo, gracias a Sur City, gracias al gobierno, gracias a INDES, a las federaciones que están aquí presentes. Y nada, el surf es algo muy lindo y los invito a todos que lleguen aquí a la playa del Tunco y que sean presentes y que hagan ¡guau! Por El Salvador o por todos sus países. Así que nada, gracias a todos y vamos por más El Salvador.
There you go, the superstar for El Salvador. Incredible performance. Thank you so much, Porfirio.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thanks so much, Jess. That was such a great interview. I love feeling the energy and just a call out to everyone watching here in El Salvador.
Yeah, it's so cool, and you could just beaming with stoke, you know, and that's what surfing does for you. It's creating opportunities for this country and for the individuals of the country, and we're proud to be here. It's great to be somewhere where you feel wanted. You know what I mean? You can tell they love surfing. They love to have surfing here and have this event here, and it's the food, the hospitality, everything has just been 10 out of 10.
It's so true. It's an amazing place to be able to spend time and to see the investment into surfing and the changes that have come to this region over time because of surfing. It's been an amazing thing to be a part of. As we take a look at some scores, now you were mentioning just before we went to that interview that it can be a challenge. It can be something to be very aware of in a mental space. If you're coming in as maybe that higher seed or a well-known surfer, to not underestimate the surfers that you're not so familiar with. Ryan Callanan doing his best to not underestimate them by dropping in that 617 off the start, a 5.23 to back it up, and he's sitting in the lead as Gian from the Dominican Republic. Nice hook under the lip to start, and he'll not be able to time it up for a second section. He's sitting in fourth now with a second score to drop. RCal looking for another opportunity, setting up that line, looking for that first check turn, and into the lip line to finish. That was a difficult section. It came down so fast over him.
It did come down fast, didn't it? It sort of caught him off guard almost. And I suppose as being in this round would, going to the repechage round so early would have caught him off guard. There are so many nations and surfers here capable of beating the world's best on their day, and it's a matter of putting it all together. City, Kamara up and riding here.
From Senegal. Had a look at this one to start things off.
Just had a chance to have a chat with him outside a little while ago. Living in California now. Loves Senegal. Been surfing since he was a little man, and now there's this opportunity for Victor to build on the 483. Nice turn. That'll be his second best ride.
Arcal with this one as well, has him currently sitting in the lead.
Really drove that one out of the lip, didn't he? The wall went a little flat, got a couple of smaller turns, got a nice finishing turn. That was opening right, 617?
617, a 5.23 already on the board for Arcal. Waiting for the scores to come through for City. And there it is, we got a 3.5 and a 3.73 on the board.
Whoa.
Incredible finish.
Flaring top turn. Senegal have got a really great approach to surfing. They just attack the air and the face. There's Ryan Callanan's closeout turn.
So
fast.
that score still to come through. City now sitting up in second with a couple of threes on the board for his high scores. Victor Velasquez of Guatemala, he is sitting in third. A 4.83 was his opening ride, which sets him up really well, only chasing a 2.40 to get himself into that advancing position. Ryan now up and riding again. His last score is 6.27 as he just blows the tail out of that turn. That was so fun to watch.
We don't often see turns of that are that risky in competition. There you see them in the free surf videos.
All the time.
Yeah, and he really threw that at that section. Here we go. Oh, unfortunately for Gianmarco, the nose got caught on that one. He's had 2-3-3, a 1, a 3-1-3. That one's not going to be a big score either, so just needs to calm it down, settle things down. 4 minutes and 50 on the clock, so 2/3 of this heat already gone. City Kamara needs to focus in that wave selection department, make sure he's on a bit better wave. I feel like he surfed his waves as well as he could, but they were just held back by the size. And he's a big guy, tall guy who's towering over me.
Taking another look at this last one of Arcal.
Just throws it. Radical abandon. This is going to be great. See, the wave touches the wave. He drives. He's looking exactly where he wants to go. That was a beautiful bottom turn. Gets to the lip early. Gives him time to push out the tail. The front foot's connected. The back foot comes off. And you can see now in that whitewater, he's relocating that back foot onto the tail pad, laying back in the whitewater. And then the momentum of that whitewater surging forward lifts you up and allows you to complete a crazy turn like that one.
Pretty strong toes that he's got to be able to hold on to a turn like that. Scores in. Judges loved it. It's a 7.50.
And the wave was a small wave, an inside wave that he caught from fourth priority. So from fourth priority, with the talent that he has, he was able to turn fourth priority into his best wave of the heat through sheer performance and that radical style of surfing.
Down to 3.5 minutes on the clock. Time is flying by. South African team has been down here throughout the morning. We already saw Jordy Smith that was out in the water before. We'll have another South African in Jose Faulkner coming up in heat number 9. He's got a chance to keep himself in the mix for that Africa qualification. As we take a look now at Victor Velasquez of Guatemala. That was an important opening turn. He's been sitting with just that 4.83, needing to get rid of the 1.93, but something went wrong on the end there, Barton.
Oh, looked like the back foot slipped off. Great wave selection. Big set. He sat for a while with that priority and he was wanting to turn it into something good. He knew he had to. His City, important part of this heat.
Very important. Looking to control this and try and keep himself in an advancing position. Up into the foam. More of a critical maneuver. Goes for the layback with the style, but can't pull it off, so that layback specifically is not going to be a counting ride. You have to project out of those turns, finish for them in order for the judges to be able to score that.
Yeah, it's an interesting concept, isn't it? Because if you think about it, everything that happens you watch and influences you and influences the score. So complete or not, there needs to be some recognition of it in your assessment, I would think. So shame he didn't. Oh, both those rides for green and white. Critical rides at a critical time. Oh,
that was a hectic fall for Ryan. Went heavy off the lip, like kind of projected out to where he actually had air coming off of that turn. Takes a look at his equipment quickly, hoping that everything is still intact. Guaranteed his body hit that board.
Victor Velasquez only needed a 2.4. He's going to get that score, I think, out of the merit of the first turn and then the cutback with a completion, no doubt. But I still think he gets it and will go into second place. And there it goes.
A 3.73 for Victor puts him up into second. Now Gian, up and riding, is chasing a 5.43 on this wave. So first turn, nearly loses control but holds on to it as he adjusts through the second. Now into the lip. That's a critical finish. He's looking for even more here. Through that backwash and that crazy section, he's unable to hold on to the finish. Now taking a look at Victor. He did well to back up the 4.83. Now needs to put on a clean one here, and he does it. Two-turn combination, looking to replace the 3.73.
And City's score is still to drop. He's looking for a 4.83. I don't think he gets that with that incompletion, as you referenced at the end of the ride.
Taking a look at this finish again for Ryan. Oof, that could have even been like a head to the board. Those are
or a knee or an ankle or a broken board. Surfing is a radical sport. For those who haven't done it, when you come down onto your board with that amount of energy and land onto your board like that, that could have really been lucky. The board was deck up, meaning that the top side that you wax. If it was bottom up and those fins were there and he came down on those fins, could have been a really big problem. Judges having a long, hard think about this one.
Looks like he's feeling fine. Thankfully, those ankles definitely looked like they took a hit on that last wave. But unleashing, slides out, is unable to finish that turn, but just pushing so hard. As we take a look at City, he goes down on the first turn. That was going to be his opportunity. The clock's going to wind down. Victor with one last chance. Let's see if he goes to the air here, looking for something fun. Hits the jam on that finishing section. He dropped in that 4.6 for his last wave, which did improve Barton on the 3.73. Held him into an even more convincing second place position. Waiting for a score to come through for last of white for City, but we saw him go down on the opening turn. So that's just a 1-point ride. A score to come through for Arcal as well, but that won't factor into his top two. So the heat is set. That's the finish of heat number 7, Repecharge round 2. Australia and Guatemala advancing into the next round of Repecharge. More action to come right after this. Morocco, India, Chile, and Ukraine hitting the water.
The ISA World Surfing Games will be held at the world-class waves of La Bocana and El Sunzal in the heart of Surf City, El Salvador. Using progressive shortboard surfing, surfers must perform with speed, power, and flow in the most critical sections of the waves they ride. The following key elements are considered to maximize the athlete's scoring potential, taking into account the overall speed and difficulty of maneuvers and the dedicated commitment to those maneuvers.
Goes for the huge corrupt flip.
Pushing the limits of what is possible on a surfboard, whether in the air or on the rail. Connecting multiple critical maneuvers together with flow. Utilizing the wave to perform a variety of maneuvers.
Look at the surfing. 2 big turns on the outside.
Harnessing the wave's energy to create speed, surf with power, and connect it all with smooth flow. These surfers will be given the perfect canvas at Surf City, hoping to impress the judges and eventually be crowned champions at the 2023 ISA World Surfing Games.
And we are back. Middle of Repecharge round 2, heat number 8 of 12. It's been a big day of surfing. We've got a few more Repecharge rounds to get through on the men's side of the draw here at La Bocana. This morning at El Sunzal, the women's Repecharge round 3 finished things out. And then they'll be rolling through actually the back half of each of these Repecharge rounds, as they're a little bit bigger than just the 12 heats. So 24 heats total, and that is happening at Sunzal. You can take a look at the schedules, all those heat draws at isasurf.org to be able to track with all the action this week. And you can take a look at that El Sunzal cam to be able to watch your favorite surfers battling it out for a place to continue on in the draw. Let's go down to the beach now as we're waiting for the first exchange of this heat to unfold and catch up with Ryan Callanan and Jess Grimwood.
Thanks, Shannon. Yeah, Arkal, we're just having a quick chat about the importance of conserving and not letting everything out of the tank too soon once you're into this repechage round.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty hard. The waves are so fun out there, and I mean, 15 minutes is not long, and it feels like it just goes like that. So, you know, to try and get 2 scores on the board quick, you kind of put a lot of energy into that anyway. But yeah, once I had 2 scores, then I just wanted to free surf, but it kind of didn't come together for me. So I kind of maybe should have just conserved a bit more energy, but it's real hot.
It definitely is real hot. I mean, world-class surfing from you, and you're just having a quick look at that. You obviously had a little run-in with the rocks out there at some point.
Duck dived into a rock coming in, so it'll get you.
And for Team Australia, I mean, you guys, it's not that often that we have to see you charge through the repechage rounds, but the mindset going into the next couple of heats for you this afternoon.
Yeah, I'm actually pretty excited. You know, I want to surf heats and get more heat practice, and this is an amazing way to do it, I guess, by going into the repechages. And, you know, we got another comp here next month in the WSL and just trying to kind of prepare for that. But, yeah, I mean, it's kind of just 15 minutes is quick, and to kind of adapt to a different strategy to try and make that work is a challenge in itself. So, yeah, I'm having fun.
Well, it's a pleasure for us to watch your incredible surfing. Congratulations. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Jess. Great to hear from Arkal. And Guillermo Sot now up and riding. Opening wave of the exchange for heat number 8 for Team Chile. Caught behind the section and he'll duck out. In the water as well is Abu Bakar Bauda from Morocco, Oni Anwar from Indonesia, Guillermo Sot of Chile, as well as Valery Monastirsky of Ukraine. So 4 surfers from some great nations. 2 more common, powerful surfing nations, Morocco then getting their name in the mix behind Indonesia and Chile as well, as a region of the world that has incredible right-hand point breaks, and then Ukraine that's been putting together a great display of surfing this week.
That's right, they've got a lot of support here on the ground. Shout out to my friends in Morocco. You guys know who you are, you're most probably watching. We just joined up in the Maldives on a boat trip, so looking forward to going to Morocco, looking around those early weeks in December maybe, and having my first trip there. It looks like a fantastic place, great culture, something really different to experience. And Guillermo Sat, 267, 1 turn. It sort of all counts at this point, doesn't it? Like just getting a 267, you go, okay, at least I've got something, one's done, you know, and you can build from there. Oni Anwar, as we know him, Haril Anwar is an amazing surfer, a lot of experience, and he'd be the one to beat in this heat, you'd imagine.
Yeah, he put together some really great waves the last couple of days. Surprising to see him down into this repechage round 2 already, but that's been the story for a lot of the surfers. Abu Bakar goes by Bob for Morocco. He also has been structuring some really decent heats alongside of his teammates. And Team Chile, with the cameras down on the beach, you'll notice that a lot of those teams, they're coming together so well prepared with the coaches and the managers behind the scene. They've got those flags where they can point surfers in directions if they can see maybe the positioning is a little bit off out in the water. They're also going to be filming everything and be able to go through that heat analysis afterward. Barton, you filled in as coaches in these roles in the past for Team Australia.
Yeah.
How important is it to be able to have those debriefs at the end of the day, to sit down with the team and to talk through what could be made for improvements, or also just celebrate the great job done?
Absolutely. It takes a team to win this event, and the teams, the rankings of the teams is going to be super interesting at the end of today after this elimination round.
Bob for Morocco now up and riding super fast into the first section, and he'll duck out clean.
Super fast. The energy was just like, whoa, like he was plugged into the electrical socket, ready to go. We saw the 267. I feel like that one might be better just on the speed and flare that we saw.
Yeah, takes off speed on the criteria for sure. Guillermo now with a quick snap to start. Weaker section to begin with, but now gets into that open face, looking for some speed and a beautiful read of that finish.
First turn was searing too, wasn't it? So sharp and clean. That was great surfing. The wave itself wasn't so great because he was down the priority roster, because having been the only guy really to have ridden a wave at the start meant that he was in that 4th priority position and decided just to get a second score, and it's going to be a good score. he surfed it fantastic.
Scores to come through now for second of green, for first of red. Red now into third priority. Green will show up in fourth priority. No priority established yet between blue and white because we haven't seen a wave ridden from either, which means whoever's on the inside position, in this case it's our surfer in white Valeri, who has the inside position on the left. He's able to take off on this wave ahead of our surfer in blue, Oni. And he goes down on that first turn. That was well committed, but unable to just push through on the finish.
Yeah, sometimes the thing to recognize is the weight of your head, and keeping it centered above your body is so important. And the minute you lean forward or backwards and the weight of the head starts going, you lose your balance. And so best surfers in the world, even when their board's way up on a rail, they're still centered above their board. And I think that's what happened there.
Setting
Valeri.
himself down the line for Anwar of Indonesia. Nice snap to start. Gets a little more spray thrown on the second turn. Looking similar as he checks down the line, just tags the lip, looking for something dynamic to finish, but he'll kick out instead.
Nice long ride, some good turns on it, and with, we're over halfway. He needed that ride because, you sit any longer and the pressure mounts. Guilherme sat 4.83 on the last one. Surfing was most probably better than that, but the wave itself, the quality of the wave, kept the score down. Here's Bob.
Up and riding. Searing opening turn. Executed well into the second. Double pump off the bottom, goes for the layback finish.
He's got a great style. Well, I remember we called his heat on the opening day, I believe it was, his first round, and I remember being impressed by the speed and the style that he shows. It's got that kind of grommet feel. 23 years old, so he's not exactly a grommet. By my standards, he's definitely a grommet. So mature young man, but he's got the athleticism of a teenager.
He absolutely does. He's got some great results behind his name as well. He's finaled on the QS level. He's also a European champion, which is an incredible result. We see those Moroccan surfers that are competing within Europe often. Got some trash floating through the lineup as well, and that's just a moment. I mean, those of us as surfers, one of the things that we pay close attention to heading down to the beach is just picking up trash when we're walking by on the way back from our surf or on the way down to it. Put it in the bin, put it in your backpack, stuff it away, and make sure that it gets to a trash can at the end of the day. As we take a look at 5 minutes on the clock, Valeri
flies
out of that section. He's just a grommet, talking about groms in the water, 15 years old from Kyiv. Surfer from Ukraine, but he's lived in Bali for the last 3 years. This time around, he became the Ukrainian national champion in the open men and placed second in the juniors on that side. So great to see Ukraine running those national championships as well. Absolutely. Those are some of those developing points for nations that maybe aren't, the older nations to be running in any sport in the world. To be able to start out and get those state championships to those national level championships starts to be able to see what the talent scope is from those surfers that can be represented.
And if you don't have such a broad surfing community that you could have board riders clubs at every beach like we see in Australia, Guillermo sat, let's talk to his nice closeout re-entry, but just got eaten up and just disappeared, evaporated in front of our eyes. Yeah, those regional, national titles become the foundation of the development of surfing in your nation. And I'm surprised he's 15, looks like quite a big kid on the wave face. You wouldn't think that he was that young, so some good signs.
Really tall kid, loves surfing at Sandbar and in Canggu, Bali, where he calls home. As we take a look at some replays here, thoughts on this for Guillermo. This was his first wave, that 4.83.
Look how good the board looks underneath his feet. Every time the ankles and the knees do these little twitchy moves to keep the board alive and keep it moving. And you'll see that here in Anwar from Indonesia as well. Snaps out of the top. He only got a 4 for this wave, so quite a small score. I suppose there was nothing super critical. Even those turns at the end there, most probably would have been better off just waiting for one big one, tried to fit a couple in. But here's the highest scoring wave of the heat so far, and rightly so. That carve and that upper body work on that first wrap were beautiful. And I love the way his arms kind of flare. See that little stylish little thing at the end? I really enjoyed that.
That was a 5.90, so like you said, highest of the heat. Guillermo now with a chance to try and regain the lead. A 4.41 is what he needs. Oh, just gets swallowed once again by the whitewash. Oni now with a chance. Anwar for Indonesia. In first priority, had a look at that wave, decided not to go. Surfer in red has second priority and is sitting so close to him, but with that one, I was thinking that might be the case. Priority switch. Blue had enough of a look that it handed priority over to the other competitor. Now Bob up and riding. Frothy section in front of him. Sets that first line, goes hard for the layback again. So he's really trying to bring what he just saw from Arcal in the previous heat into this one.
And it was most probably the time for that. He didn't want to let his opponent get it, so he did go it. It was bumpy and lumpy on the face, and so he kind of, there was that time he kind of delayed at the bottom, which created some anxiety almost, where he's like, I've got to get something done, I've got to get something done. I've been so slow to get it done, I've got to make it big, and it didn't work out, but nothing ventured, nothing gained, and it was worth trying. That for Oni, Anwar, was a mistake, use of priority, and times, you know, we're at 1 minute 40. If the Indonesian lost in this round, it would be an upset, no doubt.
Oh, monumental upset for their nation to be able to look at getting a couple of qualifiers for Paris 2024. There's a high likelihood that Rio Waida could get that qualification on the championship tour, being that he made it past the midseason cut. He's right in that conversation for getting into those top 10 eligible men. He's not quite secured in that space, but he has that chance. He will want to be backing that up with a huge result this week, but for the rest of Indonesia, it's going to be tight. As we take a look at...
I'll tell you what's going to be tight is the distance between Oni and second place Guillermo Sat, an experienced campaigner for Chile. Can see the coach there, coach, surfer, manager. He does it all.
Manuel Selman.
For his team. And the second priority for green.
Second priority for green. First priority is sitting with white, but second priority green and fourth for blue, which means that green has the right of way for any wave over blue if it's just down to the two of them.
And white, they've considered, isn't going to challenge. He needs a big score, the 703, so he's kind of left to his own vices with the first priority. And green knows that blue is the one he's got to take care of.
But white with priority has a chance now, looking for the biggest score of the heat, a 7.03, an opportunity for him to showcase his great surfing for the young talent. It's eject on a big section.
It was his best wave so far. Look at this one.
Guillermo now taking off. 5 seconds to go. Will there be enough time for Oni behind to get into a wave? Guillermo looking to improve on a 3.2 behind. Just a quick check, but Oni unable to get into it.
Big
for the Indonesian.
Upset.
Huge upset. The Moroccan up and riding, but that was after the buzzer, so that score won't factor in.
Abu Bakar wins that heat. Look great. He's got the potential to go a long way in this event. For Oni Anwar, we see him standing up and coming in here. I'm surprised, mate, but it speaks to the need to get started early. To see him out of this event so early is a big surprise to me, that's for sure.
Morocco and Chile into the next round. More action to come with Chris Cote and Mitch Salazar coming in to call it all.
When Paris finally said, no, we're going to do a whole different thing. We're going to Chopu. It's like we all went, oh my God, what an amazing idea.
Chopu is one of the most incredible waves, probably a wonder of the world.
And it's just sort of like a whole nother world out there. It's godlike, it's quiet, serene, beautiful. Then you have this glorious wave that comes off a reef, and it's so powerful and so beautiful.
I think Chopu has the opportunity to capture the imagination visually for what people think surfing is.
Cuando cae el sol, es la hora perfecta para desconectarte, para disfrutar de todo lo que te rodea.
Let's do this. It's the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. We just watched a solid heat in the lineup, and we're going to fill it up again. 4 surfers head out into the lineup at La Bocana for 15 minutes of action. We've got a solid matchup for you here. Chris Cote with Mitchell Salazar. In this heat, you're going to see Josiah Faulkner, Aika Wilmot, Yu Chia Chi, and Ellie Timperi. Finland, Chinese Taipei, Jamaica, and South Africa represented in this one. A really interesting matchup. Veterans versus rookies, Groms versus, title threats. This one has something for everybody. Excited to see how we kick it off. At 12:50 to go. And your first wave is going to be Faulkner, representing South Africa. This guy has a massive air game, but we didn't see it there.
No, just a quick one there for Faulkner coming from J-Bay. You know that his backhand is good, but the forehand might need a little bit of work. This guy, though, has a lot of experience competing here in Central America, Aika Wilmot.
Yeah, Aika, an impressive human being in so many different ways. Right now, we'll focus on his surfing ability. He's got a lot of it. He's got airs, he's got big carves. His wave selection is usually
quite good.
Yeah, really, really nice. So, but with 15 minutes on the clock, I think, I don't know. I mean, you tell me. Do you try to be choosy? Do you go on anything when the buzzer starts? Do you try to get any wave under your belt just to get your heat rolling?
I think getting quick, to the start is the smartest thing you can do right now. Yes, it is pumping. It's kind of nonstop, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to get every single good wave that comes through in 15 minutes. My advice would be go out there, get a quick wave, and then after that, you can start building on your scores and be a bit more selective. Look at this wave.
Yu Chia Chi runs away from him. And now we see surfer in red. Faulkner. A searing lip slide, blowing the tail. That right there deserves the blow of a Bufasella, and we hear it coming from the beach. Team South Africa fired up. Josiah Faulkner.
Yeah, that might be one of the single best turns we've seen all event long. Critical section, right in the money of that wave, and my, oh my, it almost like a board slide during skating, in a bowl section where it's just grinding the lip the whole time right there. Should be the best score of the heat. Wilmot's opener a 3.83, but you have a lot of talented surfers out there in the water. Ellie Timperi from Finland represents your hometown of Encinitas, California. And I would have to say one of the best surfers to come out of that region in the United States in the last few years. High ranked in the U18s and the U16s, Chris.
Fully agreed. It's a pleasure to watch him surf nearly every day. Seaside Reef local. Attends San Diego Academy in Encinitas, California. Congratulations to all of our graduates. A lot of high schools in California, East Coast of the USA, I'm sure around the world, graduating classes of 2023. Now enjoying their summer break, but no vacation yet for Ellie Timperi. He got work to do. Backhand, very precise, comes around that section. So a good 2-turn combo. Nothing too radical, nothing crazy. It's not going to be up in the excellent range, but it's a great way to start your heat.
I fully agree, and looking at the front angle right here, brings it down with a snap on the lip line, and then up and over the second section. Real tough second section, too, when it was already coming down on him. And this is the one wave that Faulkner had, so he actually had priority over green, so goes on this, and how about that turn on the open face? Wow. That was a sick one. Look at this. He uses priority right here, drops in on green, and has one section, and he takes full advantage of it. As strong as you could possibly imagine right there at the end section. Wow, that was sick.
That was incredible, and he's back at it. Faulkner leaving nothing to chance, wanting to lay down the hammer early on. 9 minutes to go. Another lip sliding snap. Can't get the completion, but Josiah Faulkner right now is looking like a man on a mission.
Yeah, and he definitely looks like he's gotten much better rhythm out there right now. He's been stepping up his game lately, but kind of a misread right there at the end. And what happens now after the one big consequential wave, you don't want to get into a rhythm of being okay with just falling the whole time. brings your confidence down, and it definitely makes you think that you're comfortable in the heat to be doing that over and over again. This heat, no, and especially in this round, there's too many good surfers making it through, Chris. And with 15-minute heats, if you don't get busy early on, you could be getting knocked out in the last 2 or 3 minutes.
Well, so far, Jose providing the highlights for us. Couple incredible frontside, just call them lip slides. I mean, blows the tail, but you know, we see that a lot. Tail blow, comes right back down into the bottom turn. So he's actually sliding through the lip line. Unique, difficult, radical. Deep paddle there for Ika Wilmot, deep enough to have his priority stripped. So that leaves Yuchia Chi out the back with the first priority spot. Ellie Perry in second priority. Big set coming through just when you think things are going to slow down here in midday. It's not. Faulkner back at it, building up speed. What's he got for us now? Goes to the air, can't come down with it, but I love what I'm seeing here. That just looks like he's surfing with a lot of freedom. You know, it's almost like he just left the pressure and stress on the beach, went out in the water, and is currently going off. So 7:19 on the clock for now. Set pulsing through, could catch our surfers off guard. As they duck dive, let's go to the boardwalk. We got Jess Grimwood standing by with the winner of the previous heat.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, we're not missing this heat interview. We've already missed a couple with him, so I'm just going to ask him in English and he's answering in French, but it's Abu Bakar for Morocco. Congratulations, a great, massive heat win for you. And for everybody at home, you're going to answer in French.
سلام أولاد البلاد والعائلة ديالي. Je suis vraiment content de passer cette série. C'était un peu dur parce que c'est repêchage. J'ai dans la tête que dès que je rate cette série, je sors de la compète. Alors j'avais le stress de gérer ça et en même temps essayer de prendre les meilleures vagues au pic. Et voilà, j'ai essayé de jouer trop sur la stratégie. Comme vous voyez, j'avais une vague qui avait le score. Après la deuxième vague, c'était pas incroyable, mais au moins ça m'a fait passer. Et voilà, on continue comme ça jusqu'à le dernier de journée pour voir le résultat, Inch'Allah. Et merci à tout le monde qui me suit. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much. Congratulations, Abu.
That's awesome.
Yeah, Team Morocco. Love to see that.
I can translate a little bit.
What do you got for us?
Well, first,
Merci beaucoup. Thank you.
Comme ça. Well, he was very happy. He said content to be moving through, but he said the pressure of being here in the repechage was significant to him, and facing one of the best surfers in the world like One Anwar had a lot of pressure on his shoulders, but just happy to make it through and live another day. He will be surfing later on today in rep round 3. Good to see Morocco present, and you never know. He might be in the Olympics. He still has a shot for Africa as well.
Great surfer. 6:20 on the clock now. Ellie Perry muscling his way into this wave, using his priority. One good turn out the back, sets things up towards the inside section here, hoping for this wave to perk up a little bit. Getting across the flat spot and nails the finish. I think for Ellie, underachieved a little bit in the main round. He knew that he had a lot more to give, and in talking to him and his crew, they're basically saying, all right, your luck now is out. It's all about skill from here on out. We do have these double elimination rounds for a reason. That's because we want surfers that potentially just had an unlucky heat, or went up against a stacked field to get one more opportunity to stay in. Ellie Perry, he's going to do everything in his power to stay in this competition. He's got a lot to give just in terms of performances. Now we see Ika Wilmot. Wow, one of the latest hits he could possibly attempt.
Yeah, and Wilmot right there, just off balance. His timing was off a little bit, and so was Ellie's. I mean, it wasn't a perfect wave, but as of right now, just looking for a backup. You see the score right there drop for Wilmot just to 1.9, but Ellie just looking for a 1.23. He's going to get that in a bit more with 4 minutes to go. What's going to be interesting right here, Chris, is the fact that Wilmot will probably recover priority before Ellie gets back out. What I will say, though, it's sometimes something better to be on the bottom part of the priority rotation, as you can catch more waves and more freedom. As we saw Faulkner right there going on the backhand. He's way out in front, 14-point heat total with 2 good waves in a scoreline. But with 3.5 to go right now, do you play it safe, go and sit on the other surfer, or get a better backup score if you're Ellie right now?
Wow, we're already at 3 minutes, 20 seconds to go. It's 15-minute heats. Spin away from you quick.
Just imagine surfing in them.
Can't. Too stressful. Jose now on the inside. Caught this one about halfway back out. Looking for a ramp. Doesn't get it. See the backwash arriving. Just as expected. Here's the tide fills in. It's going to keep coming up for a few more hours. You got to adapt. You got to figure out what the differences are going to be between early morning heats and late afternoon heats. Almost like a totally different break.
Yeah.
The good news is getting in and out is easier. More water across that inside rocky section. The bad news is sometimes a little bit more bounce.
Yeah, but at least you have cleaner walls for the most part.
True. I think I would prefer high tide out here in heat.
Yep.
This morning looked pretty complicated just in terms of finding the right wave. We saw a lot of surfers drop in on what looked like gems, and they would either just completely dissolve underneath them or just close out around them. So I think more opportunity now, but less time.
Yeah, no, I agree. You know, and I don't know about yourself when you used to compete, Chris, but to me personally, I never liked being down all day at the comp site if I were one of the last heats of the day either, or if I was surfing at noon and the comp started at 7 or 8 in the morning. I wanted to go free surf in the morning, come back a few heats before my heat started, and just watch the conditions that were right there in front of me. What's the whole point of watching conditions 6 hours before my heat? It's good to watch the other great surfers in the event, but remember, this is an individual sport. You are doing it for your team, yes, at this event, but in the end, your individual performance will add to the heat totals and the totals team points afterwards. So need to be smart, stay out of the sun, stay hydrated, and stay cool as well, because you can get warm in a jiffy out here.
Truth. 1 minute 19 to go. Huge set. Just plowed through the lineup. All of our surfers are caught inside. As time winds down, we might not even see another wave ridden. That was,
I think you're right,
one of the bigger sets we've seen here at the midday mark.
Look at how much white water is right there in that middle part.
It's a cauldron. It's a bubbling, thick cauldron. It's soup right now, and these surfers are dealing with it.
Well, could be the best thing that ever happened for Ellie right now. He's currently in second, has a pair of 4.5s. Aika in third, needing a 5.17. And unfortunately for Yu Chia-Chi, has not gotten anything better than a 0.67. Needs an excellent score. 30 seconds to go. And right now, if you're Wilmot, you're looking to scratch into anything you can, a corner. Seems like Faulkner might be looking at that one. He's going to let it go. 20 seconds, though, Chris. Will something come through in order for these surfers in third and fourth to make a move at advancing?
Well, something came through, but it wasn't. Watch it.
Nope.
No, not a good wave. But didn't have much choice there.
Yeah.
His options
were limited.
Yeah, definitely minimal there. So that's going to be it. Jose Faulkner gets the win, along with Finland's Ellie Timperi. We lose one of our favorites, Aiko Wilmot, and representing Chinese Taipei. Solid showing from Yu Chia-Chi. And we've got more action coming for you. We're in the repechage rounds here at the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. And we'll be right back after these brief messages.
When we started the campaign, like 20-something years ago, over a quarter century, even when we started, it was impossible. I mean, everybody, okay, my friends, my brother, I said, you know, you're really gonna put your energy in this? You know, let's go surfing.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympics, period.
We all just looked and rolled our eyes back at, like, come on, Fernando. Surfing will never make it.
I've never actually dreamed of being in the Olympic because surfing wasn't an Olympic sport.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympic sports.
The Olympics wasn't ever a dream of mine because it wasn't a reality, it wasn't tangible.
It's the biggest event in the world. Fernando is the reason why we're all there.
It's like me telling you I'm gonna, swim around the world. 27 years later, he pulled it off.
There you see Jose from Team South Africa getting the victory. Definitely wasn't easy for any of our competitors in the lineup, but Jose Faulkner coming through with that top spot. Second was Ellie Timperi. So both surfers remain in contention to potentially medal at the end of this contest. We've got repechage round 2, heat 10 in the lineup now. Put another 15 minutes on the clock. This one's going to be another fun matchup. You've got Isaro Elizondo for Panama, Leon Glatzer, the high-flying surfer representing Team Germany, Jonathan Zambrano, a veteran out of Ecuador, and Jason Aparicio from Trinidad and Tobago.
Cool thing about this heat, 3 goofy footers in the lineup against the 1 regular footer here in Izzy Elizondo. He hails from Santa Catalina in the beautiful Pacific coastline of Panama. Some great waves. They actually just had the Pausa surfing games a few months ago there at that wave of Santa Catalina, and surprising to see Leon Glatzer here in this round right now. As a former Olympian himself and qualifying for the Olympics at this event in 2021, I will say that I did not expect him to see him in this round, and especially this early on in the event.
Fully agreed. He had a glory run last time we had the ISA World Surfing Games here in El Salvador. He was doing huge airs on his forehand. It just looked like everything was going his way. He surfed all the way to the finals day, and we got to see the reaction to watch his dream come true.
Yep.
Really fun. So 12 minutes to go here. We got Jonathan Zambrano representing Team Ecuador. Boom! Power snap in the impact zone. Solid surfing there. Now our surfers are resetting themselves in the lineup, hoping to find another set wave, and that's good because that gives us the chance to catch up with Jose Faulkner standing by with Jess Grimwood.
Thank you, Chris. Jose, really nice high 7 score coming in for your repechage heat. How are you feeling in the water when you heard that number come through the beach announcement?
I actually couldn't hear it because my ears are blocked. Yeah, but super stoked with that wave. Just managed to get a little section on that one and just went all out on it and managed to land it, so super sick, yeah.
And a big day of competition for you and for the rest of the South African team. You've got all the guys and the girls from the team on the beach. You've got the horn going. You've got the flags. It must feel good to be representing your nation here.
Yeah, it's the best feeling. It's so much nicer to surf team events because you can hear the whistles, you can hear the vuvuzela, which is really nice. It pushes you, it gives you that oomph to get back out there and get better waves. Yeah, but super stoked to make it through that one. Nice birthday present to my mother. And yeah, stoked.
Well, congratulations. We'll let you go and prepare. It's a massive day competing for you, and good luck going through to the next round.
Thank you so much. Sweet.
Thank you.
I like that. Happy birthday, Mom.
Yep.
Good job, Jose.
You did a great job with your kid, apparently. Jose Faulkner, courteous, comes from, a difficult background, and just great to see him represent South Africa. He does have a chance of making the Olympics at this event, too. I mean, Jordy Smith, the front runner for Africa right now, but if Jose can get on a roll, Chris, could definitely be in that conversation. And it seems like scores are in for Zambrano's opening ride, the 1 single big turn.
4.9. It's called risk equaling reward. It was not a great wave, pretty much a closeout. Maximize the potential of that one. 9:50 on the clock. Leon Glatzer, he's sitting on a 5.17. 3.5 for Aparicio, and Elizondo with just a 0.57 and a 0.5. So here's how it all started. This is Jason Aparicio.
Yeah, clean looking wall right there for the surfer from Trinidad and Tobago. And a decent finish also for Jason. Rides out cleanly. So that's a good start for the surfer in the white jersey. And then the former Olympian right here, Leon, starting off with a great wrap, and then into the lip line right here afterwards, scores a 5.17, a lot of froth on that end section. And then this is the 4.9 right here from Jonathan Zambrano. He comes from Playas in Montañita, and look at that finishing turn right there. It's explosive as he could have got him right there at the end. Sick. Look at the amount of spray he sent to the skies afterwards. Timing was on point right here. And how about the critical section coming out of it with an airdrop? And this guy can do it both right and left. Actually, I would have to say his backhand tends to be a bit better coming from those long right-hand point breaks in Ecuador. But he's been around for a long time, this guy, Chris. Latin American surfer from Ecuador, Zambrano.
The judges like when you put yourself in danger, don't they? In a good way.
Kenny Loggins.
Yeah, when you ride into the danger zone.
Bring you back to
we
Top
like
Gun?
it too.
Do you think of Top Gun immediately when you hear that song?
I think of Kenny's beautiful flowing hair. I think of Kenny Loggins on the beach, singing right to me. Big snap there. Back to the business at hand. Jonathan Zambrano relishing in the power out here at La Bocana.
It's a good wave.
Uh-oh, Leon Glatzer. Big bottom turn. Nice carving snap. Looking for a ramp on the inside. Settles for the big snap float airdrop. A 3-for-1. Team Germany fired up as they should be. That was a nicely surfed wave. Big wave too. Clean open face.
Yep.
That's going to be a solid number to match up with his opening number, which was a 5.17.
And two of their women are still in the main rounds, Rachel Presti and Noah Clapp. So for Glatzer overall, obviously looking to get Olympic qualification here at this event. Could still do it next year, but for Team Germany to better their seed going into Puerto Rico, the 2024 ISA World Surfing Games, would be massive. And I thought that was smart surfing right there personally, Chris. No need to go for an air if the section doesn't warrant it. And especially in a heat like this where you know you're going to be surfing at least 3 times today if you do be making it through. You want to just be solid, catch the right and necessary amount of waves per heat too. Don't expend yourself physically.
And I would say one of the grossest things you can do in surfing is try to force an air when it's not there.
It just doesn't look pretty.
No.
You know?
No. Doesn't feel good, doesn't look good.
It's like, you skater yourself, and you've covered a lot of skating events. They judge you so low when you land an air that's just disgusting looking. When it's not clean, it's dirty, the score goes down so much. In surfing, it's the opposite, actually. The cleaner you land it, the higher the reward. In skating, almost a difference.
Yeah, that's true. The next heat has a couple of interesting names. Repechage, John Florence coming up next. It's going to be fun. These waves, well, any wave looks like a John wave, but especially right now with the power out here at La Bocana, it's going to be a fun one to watch. Now we see some action from Isario Elizondo, representing Team Panama. A couple turns there. He's trying.
Yeah.
He's putting effort in.
Small wave, though.
Yeah, it wasn't a great wave, but it's just going to help him. I think, you start to get things rolling a little bit, even this late in the heat, over halfway through.
Imagine the opportunity getting to surf against maybe the consensus greatest surfer on the planet right now. Like a surfer from the Czech Republic, Ukraine, getting to surf against John Florence and say, hey, I almost beat him. But he did have 2 sevens, and I had a couple of 2s, but I still almost beat him.
Yeah. And anything's possible.
And he's a cool dude, too. I mean, he's been hanging out a lot lately over here, and with his manager, Brandon Wasserman, as well as the rest of Team USA. Get to see John in the event, and excited. Do you think he's going to take the rights or the lefts? I feel like he could do either or.
He's going to do everything.
Okay.
It's John. He's so good they named him twice. Used that dad joke already a couple days ago, but I'll use it again. 4:46 on the clock. Leon Glatzer is rewarded for brilliant surfing with a 6.83. Nice number there. Pair that up with a 5.17. You've got a 12-point total. Jonathan Zambrano in the double digits. 10.40 for his total. Almost looked like a little whitewater attempt. We'll see if priority gets shifted around there.
Well, this is the 6.83 right here, Chris. Searing opening carve right there from Glatzer. And hailing from Pavones in the southern part of Costa Rica, you know that he's been training a lot in left-hand point breaks. Look at the front angle right here in slow-mo, though. Comes around the section. Look at his technique. Open arms, brings it all the way around, lays it fully on rail. And I believe he's riding a CI Pro underneath his feet. That Channel Islands board looks good. And how about his upright positioning, too? It's not every day you get to see a surfer as tall as him maintain that stance for a long period of time. Pumps afterwards, and this last section with a lot of froth on it, it's going to be very difficult to manage to pull an air on this last section right here. But somehow just able to throw it up into the lip line and rides out cleanly. Good bottom turn up into the lip. Look at the double up right there, too, with the backwash.
That's dangerous.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you land wrongly right there. Easily could break an ankle or a knee. And for him, it looks like he added quite a bit of muscle mass, too. He looks way larger than the last time we saw him at ISA competition. He's a big boy, too. I mean, he's tall.
An absolute contender. Here we go. Jason Aparicio. He snaps the lip and smashed the lip. It was a snap smash.
Snap smash.
Yeah, you put those together. That's what he just did.
Well, it's a solid turn. Score comes in as 2.67, but as of right now, he's needing a combo of those on one single wave. It's a huge moment for Izzy, though, up and riding.
The layback jam up into the lip and a high-speed finish. All right, what's he looking for? A 6.50. He had to look up and at least point to the judges. I mean, he did perform well on that wave. Was it a 6.5? He was going really fast. Power on display.
And a lot of flow between both maneuvers, too.
Oh, this is why being a judge is such a hard job.
I think the hardest thing about this heat is that you have to compare the left with the right. And they're both on their forehand, too. The degree of difficulty was present. The sections were both critical. And there is variation with both maneuvers, too. I'm just going back to Glatzer's wave, though, and thinking of the size of the wave. And that, to me, really has a lot to do with how high that score went to 6.83. But as of right now, needing the second best wave of the heat, and Izzy's right back into contention. He doesn't get the score, but gets his best ride so far, Chris.
Yeah, a 5.77. So pair that up with his 3.9. He has now jumped into third place, needing a 4.63.
He's got
120. There's a chance.
Oh,
Leon Glatzer and Jonathan Zambrano have to play some defense right now. They're in the correct priority order if they want to do that. Doubt they will work together.
Well, Izzy's getting caught inside right now, too. He's out of position for all these waves. And Aparicio needing a 6.9. Had to be the highest wave of the heat. Don't see it happening right now with third priority. So I think Izzy's the only person that could really knock out Jonathan Zambrano from second place.
50 seconds. Leon probably safe at this point, and it doesn't look like we're seeing the rare occurrence with no sets on the horizon. Doesn't happen often here at La Bocana.
And especially today, too, with an increase in the tide and, you know, small decrease in the swell. Izzy, unfortunately for him, with 25 seconds, don't know if he's going to be able to get another wave. How about that last turn, though? A lot of speed going at that angle and coming out of it with a different kind of angle, too. That was incredible to watch, but I just think that wave at that point of the heat was not the score that he was looking for. And it seems like it's going to be Germany and Ecuador moving through.
And the buzzer blows. It's final. Leon Glatzer and Jonathan Zambrano, 1 and 2. German crew stoked on the beach. We're going to go greet their new hero with the flag, with cheers, hugs and handshakes. Great job, Leon Glatzer. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more action live from La Bocana. This is the ISA World Surfing Games.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures, to make friends. There's a right time to listen. And a right time to make decisions. There's a right time for fear and for success. There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
With a brand new swell starting to show up, it's time for Repechage, round 2, heat 11. This is John Florence, making the impossible look easy. And we're watching John surf in the elimination round. He had a loss at El Sunzal yesterday, or the day before, one of the days that we've been running, and kind of sent a little, shivers and shockwaves through the rest of the Repechage field. Are you kidding me? We have to, or get to, surf against John Florence.
That's how I'd be looking at it. I get to.
An opportunity.
Yeah.
Well, going up against John, we have a solid field of surfers, so take nothing for granted. No heat is a walkthrough at this level. As you see, our podium 1. These structures on the sand or on the rocks, hosting the staff. And what a great staff we have here at the ISA World Surfing Games. 12:30 on the clock. It's going to be surfer in green, Robert Vyslozil, representing the Czech Republic. And on the inside, Lu Ming Yang, representing Chinese Taipei. Nice little fiery combo on the inside.
That was cool on the backhand for sure. And they've been working out and training every single afternoon once the comp finishes. They know on the men's side they're probably going to surf here La Bocana more than El Sunsal. So good stuff.
11:58 on the clock. Let's go down the boardwalk. Jess Grimwood standing by with Leon Glatzer.
This time document it, obviously no one like...
Well, no, that's fine. You can keep talking. We were just talking about Olympics, and thank you very much. You did have a good win. I didn't think at the start of this event that I would be seeing you for the post-heat win in a repechage round, but you're pretty well prepped mentally and physically.
Yeah, definitely. It was kind of shocking to go out in the main event in round 2 over in Sunsal. Everything happened like in the last 30 seconds, and I guess that's just how surfing is. It's the sport of the unpredictable, but yeah, I guess it's just a different road this time, but it's the same destination, just taking a little detour, hopefully.
We were just having a quick chat about the difference in the roads for your team specifically. I mean, there's a lot of attention around you guys at this event. There's a lot of cameras on you 24/7. How do you manage that going through these rounds?
Yeah, it's really different than last time's qualification. I think we have like so many cameras every day at home from 5 in the morning until I literally touch the bed. And they're following us everywhere because I guess of the impact we did last time. It was pretty shocking for everyone, and now, yeah, I guess this is what it is to be like on the bigger stage, and they want to document everything that's going on and how our team works. So we feel it, it's different. It's different, but it's nice.
Well, it's very nice to watch you surfing. We'll let you go. You've got a big event ahead of you, and congratulations on the win.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Leon.
Leon Glatzer surviving and thriving in the repechage round. Here in heat 11, one score comes through for John Florence, a 6.67. Big start there. Second highest single wave, a 4.33 for Lu Ming Yang. And big set rolling through. Even John gets caught inside sometimes.
Yep.
Happens to the best of us. But spinning on a insider.
Ooh.
And coming through. Nice controlled snap there. Can't get around that section. But giving the judges something to think about, that'll be his second wave surfed.
When Keith Lewis still doesn't have a wave under his belt either, and John out there with second priority has the single highest wave score of the heat so far, Chris. 9.5 to go. Good start for him, but for Robert Vizluzil, still a lot of time. Only needs a 3.34, but I think Yang's going to drop a hefty score with his last one, even takes the lead.
I hope his friends and family screenshot this. You know?
Took the lead off of the two-time world champ.
Took the lead off John Florence. Get a screenshot. Make that your Christmas card.
That's actually a fever that Leon's riding underneath his feet, that Channel Islands board. Got a model for here if you're riding a Mayhem, usually a driver 3.0 or a pocket rocket, which is something a lot of people have been surfing. Paizel's, I know. Paizelin's been quite popular out here at this spot. That's what you're riding, isn't it?
It will be. I have it. Haven't ridden it much. But when that happens, that'll be it. We'll see what happens next. As it stands now, Lu Ming Jiang in the lead with a 4.33 and a 2.6. John Florence sitting with the 6.67. I'm sure he's not too worried right now. I mean, he is always competing, whether it's with the Medinas and Slaters of the world, or competing with his brothers on the slab tour, or competing with a frenzied group of surfers on the North Shore. He's always never acts like he's competing.
No.
He's very low-key, chill personality, but he lets us surfing do the talking like that. That was so easy for him.
Effortless. And, you know, I think him and Medina have been two of the most defining surfers, not only of this generation, I think overall in the sport of surfing too. Look at the precision of that air. I mean, didn't even have to move either of his feet. Does it just a little bit right there at the end when he's landing. But the way he was able to generate speed after that initial carve, just incredible. You know, I've seen him surf Pipeline and Sunset Beach in person, and even Haleiwa too. And there's very few people that can surf waves that big and consequential like he does. And this is a tough wave to surf too. A lot of power on it as well.
Coming around this section, John fending off one of his competitors, could have a good time on the inside. Big snap there.
Oh.
And unfortunately, well, unfortunately for John fans, he falls, but fortunately for the rest of the field, that's going to keep this match a little bit more even. He's on his way to a decent score, but the Whitewater had a different idea, knocked him off his board.
Yeah, 7 minutes to go. I mean, he only needed a 0.26 for the lead. He's going to get that on a bit more. But now an opportunity for both Lewis and Vizluzil to get in the mix. I mean, Robert only has a 1. Keith doesn't even have a wave yet. And if you're the surfer from Chinese Taipei, as you see the team right there, be smart about your decision-making right here. They've been working out a lot every single afternoon. And I think right now it's a moment for them to really shine and say that they're here to stay in future years to come. A lot of waves similar to this one in Chinese Taipei as well. Cobblestone bottoms, some reef breaks, but a good amount of power in those waters over there. And guess what? The climate's actually quite similar to here. Very tropical over there.
Let's go.
I'm down.
All right.
Let's book the flight.
Let's talk to the team. We have friends now from Chinese Taipei.
We can, you know, exchange some goods in order for us to get, you know, a place to stay and some food.
Perfect.
Week trip.
It's all set up.
Yeah, I'm down.
Looks like some action happening in the lineup. John looking this one over. He can't go because surfer in white. Keith Lewis, TNT in the house. Quick little snap there, staying right in the pocket. Gets around that section. So a pair of nice backhand snaps for Keith Lewis. Adds a third and a fourth. He's got things moving here. 5-turn combination there. Your surfer from Trinidad and Tobago.
He was stoked with it too. And, you know, a couple island boys out there in the water right now. You come from the Caribbean, Trinidad and Tobago. Great place. There's probably some amazing waves over there. And John Florence, also from one of the most beautiful islands in the world on Oahu. Another island boy right here, Caleb Robson from Barbados, coming up.
I love these repechage heats. They're so fun, and they're just packed into a quick 15-minute digestible time frame. You get a lot of action in a short time.
Well, if you're a viewer, yes.
Oh, for sure.
If you're a surfer,
no pressure
you're like
up here. We're having a ball. Different story out there when you're trying to catch 2 quality waves. I mean, you know, if you're at home, you haven't suffered the joy of surf competition, set a timer on your watch, paddle out, give yourself 15 minutes, see what you can do. It's not as easy as you might think, and it'll definitely, we know you have respect for the competitors already, but it'll definitely raise that respect level, show you that it is an absolute challenge. I mean, for most times when you're just hanging out, free surfing with your friends, you can sit for 20 minutes just because, you know, you got endless time. Out here, no sitting involved. Constant paddling, constant positioning in this lineup. Here goes John. He snuck over to the right, building speed down the line on that Paizel surfboard. Good call right there.
Yeah.
No need to risk it. 257 on his second wave.
All that matters right now, making it through the heat. You're going to have to surf another couple of times later today if you do make it through. Stay in one piece and keep your board intact, too. You know, we were talking about the amount of influence that certain people have over the other surfers in the comp. John's one of them. I really think that a lot of the Latin surfers have had a huge impact on these games, too.
Definitely.
You know, Manuel Selman, we were talking about him yesterday during his interview. And what he does for both Chile and the Dominican Republic is huge. I think what Mimi Barona and our co-broadcaster, Sofia Mulanovic, have done for women's surfing in Latin America has been amazing as well. And I think those moments in history, you know, won't be taken for granted. And I think there's going to be more and more of those in years to come, especially when we hit Puerto Rico next year for the World Games there in 2024. Really looking forward to that event as well, Chris.
Let's keep trying our best. Maybe we'll be invited back.
And we're going to get your Spanish on, too.
Working on it. 3 minutes to go here. Surfer in blue, second place in the standings for now. Li Ming Jiang. Really impressed with what this young surfer has done in the last few years. Constantly improving, learning with every ISA World Surfing Games.
Well, at the moment in this heat, Lewis drops a 297. His only wave ridden so far. Great use of priority, though. If you look at the positives, he's been methodical and patient with his wave selection. At the moment, needs a 397. As you look at Team USA right there, and John's manager, Brandon Wasserman. Here he goes on another right. Little off
Missed
rhythm.
time there. On the wrong side of the bump. Well, that's what happens here at high tide. Sometimes those insider waves really affected by the reverberation coming off the rocks. Quick look there for Robert.
Have you ever surfed barbed wires just north of Lowers? It's literally the next peak over from Upper Trestles.
Yes.
Okay, it's kind of a closeout, but it does look a lot like Lowers here, but I feel like barbed wires tends to be more of a closeout, but it has a couple ramps, and it changes a lot with the tides. I think that's a perfect training ground for this wave. Because
I had no idea that's what it's called.
Hey,
I didn't know it had a name.
Hey, well.
Learn something new every day.
Might be a secret spot for some of us.
Well, not anymore. We got millions of viewers watching.
That's true.
They are taking notes as well. 127 to go. Surfer in white, Keith Lewis comes around that section. Nice cut back there. Coming into the inside.
Whoa!
A little bit more critical, burying the rail.
That was sick.
Strong surfing from Keith Lewis, representing Trinidad and Tobago, the Caribbean island. Coming alive right there.
Just like
cheering on their surfer.
AC/DC said TNT.
Dynamite.
I'm dynamite.
Yes.
397, he basically needs a 4. I think it's his best wave. Really laid it on rail there on the second turn as well. Could be a situation change right here at the end. And it seems like John might be looking at another right. 40 seconds.
Could get a chip in.
Yep.
He's going to let the whitewater help him out. He gets up to his feet, trying to get around this section. Now he's on the open face. This might be a good section for John to do John things, and he does it.
Dude. Oh, that was sick.
Oh, that had to feel good. Had to feel good.
Look at their reaction, too. They're just like, how did he turn a nothing wave into a score?
It's because he's John Florence.
That's true.
He can do anything.
So the 257 easily gone. And not enough for Keith Lewis, a 347, just shy. So Chinese Taipei and the U.S. moving through, Chris.
Wow, what a heat. Props to Keith Lewis. That last backside slash was a thing of beauty. Just was not quite enough. And give it up to Robert Vislozil. representing the Czech Republic. Still solid field of international talent here at the ISA World Surfing Games. Before we get to the break, we get one more look at some brilliant surfing from John Florence. Here it is, the wind-up, the pop, the perfection. John Florence.
Crack, snapple, and pop.
Building. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with one more repechage heat for this round. Don't go anywhere. It's the ISA World Surfing Games.
Yeah, I have a reef for 20 years. My reef business card said Jefe, which is chief, and dreamer. La Jefe and dreamer, Spanish and English. That was a card I would give to the president of the bank or whatever. He always made people laugh. Because, you know, the guy like talking, when I asked him for an extra $1 million in loan to buy sandals, and the guy looks at this, I never lend money to somebody with this title, you know.
Just when you thought it was safe to do anything productive here on a Sunday, think again. We got more action for you to watch, to be inspired by, to learn from. These are some of the best surfers on the planet competing here at La Bocana, podium 1 of 2 here at the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. We're watching the one and only John Florence take his long walk back to our main podium after lighting up La Bocana. That was really fun to watch, as it always is when John takes to the water. But hey, Chinese Taipei hanging in there for second place, so storylines developing and more to come. Caleb Rapson, John Carlos Gonzalez, Israel Barona, and Do-Hoon Yoon, Korea, Ecuador, Panama, and Barbados. That has some international flavor to it, Mitch.
Yeah, and 2 Latin surfers that have been around for a long time. Giancarlos Oli Gonzalez, former silver medalist at his home break in Santa Catalina, Panama in 2013. And here goes our Korean surfer, Do-Hoon Yoon.
Nice little starter there. Couple backside turns. Can he get the finish? He does. Completed ride. Kicks his board out. He's riding a Paizel surfboard as well. Saw him stretching and warming up a bit earlier. Studying the conditions. His 15-minute heats. Like little steamrollers. They just roll right through. So as it stands now, South Korea in the lead. Caleb Rapson coming from Barbados. Up and coming, rising star out of the Caribbean.
Yeah, only 20 years of age. Loves to fish and surf. And, you know, the chance that you get to not only scuba dive and spearfish and what else, anything inside the water when you're coming from Barbados. It's one of the most unique places in the world and one of the most beautiful places you have. And both sides of the islands, regardless of unpopular opinion, a lot of people think Supo is really the only wave around. That's not true. A couple great lefts over there too, Chris, and I think we need to actually make a goofy-footed trip over to Barbados as well.
We can talk to the Chelseas. Chelsea Rouette, Chelsea Tuak, hanging on. Team Barbados. A spirited squad they always bring. And we were talking about it yesterday, one of our favorite, coolest-looking flags.
I think so, yeah.
And here is Barona. Powerful surfer out of Ecuador. So as we watch and respond to what's happening in front of us here on Podium 1, La Bocana, Podium 2, El Sunzal has been firing all day long. So 2 world-class breaks. La Bocana is our Podium 1. Nice peak, big, powerful peak, but up the road, a long right-hand point break. You can do about 50 turns per wave to get the right one. So that is our podium 2. We've had men's and women's heats happening. Repechage and main rounds. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from the day. Victoria Palmer there. Fun looking wave.
Yeah, and the surfer from Great Britain, really adding a lot of necessary points for Team GB. And yeah, easily one of the funnest waves around this area. And you can definitely tell right there by the way she's surfing some quality waves out there in the lineup.
Farron Brooks representing Team Canada with a 7-point ride. This one growing down the line. Look at that reform section. Ooh, let's go surf.
And has
Doesn't that make you want to surf?
It does. And she also has a lot of experience here at these 2 podiums, Chris, being the U16 ISA gold medalist at these same 2 breaks. I don't think I'll ever be able to surf as good as Sarah Brooks, though.
This is an 8.17 from Luana Silva.
Yeah, the surfer from Sunset Beach on Oahu. I mean, feeling right at home here with the powerful waves of both La Bocana and El Sunsal. That's the key to success to me at El Sunsal. Always staying next to the power source in the pocket. She faded back. And how's that surfing, leaving it on rail? Easily one of the most powerful women out there in this draw right now, Chris.
It's a welcoming, friendly wave, but definitely not an easy wave to surf in a heat. You know, she's got the perfect read on this one all the way through to the inside. Big snap there, still going. The gift that keeps on giving. Now she's going to be on the rocks. And then we switch over to the men. Matthew McGillivray. Solid score here. I love waves like this that grow. They give you that nice, easy entry and then just start growing down the line, reforming a bunch of different times. Really unique, fun wave to surf.
I think the most difficult part about surfing El Sunsal well, though, is that it is so physically taxing, and especially in a 15-minute heat. If you're not well-conditioned, as what a finish right there from Maddie, you're not well-conditioned, you're not going to catch more than 2 waves in a heat, Chris.
Here's Team Canada's Levi Young.
Yeah, and he had an early exit from the main round, actually had, a situation with priority over there at El Sunsal. And you look at Levi right here, he is coming from the island of Maui, and you can definitely see why he's capable of dropping big scores at both La Bocana and El Sunsal, leaving it on rail over there. Not a ton of air so far at El Sunsal, Chris. I expect most of those surfers to be moving through with rail surfing like that.
Yeah, more of a carve wave than an air wave, I would think. But every once in a while, a section will pop up. These surfers will fly. This is still Levi Young. These are really long waves over there, like we said. I mean, realistically, you can do 12, 15 turns on some of the bigger set waves over there.
At least.
So as we look at one final highlight there.
Chianca
down at El Sunsal. And with that, there's your update from La Bocana. Now let's go to the boardwalk. John Florence standing by with Jess Grimwood.
Thank you, Chris. John, we're just melting away, waiting to do this because you're really feeling it. Heart rate's really high for you at the moment, but it's a beautiful performance.
Yeah, thank you. It's hard. It's hard out there. 15-minute heats are so short. And the paddle back out, you're like just scratching to get back out. It's so hot and still like kind of acclimating to this heat. And it's definitely a challenge.
What about that last excellent score? You have this ability to turn pretty much anything into something special. You had a little wobble on the takeoff, but what did you see to go for that last maneuver?
Yeah, I just kind of that last wave came. I think there's like a minute left. I didn't really have a second score, and I want to surf these heats the best I can, and so I was kind of under the white water on taking off on it, so it kind of like was bouncy. But then I got to my feet and there was no wall, and I kind of just saw a little wedge down the line, and I was like, okay, the only way I'm gonna get scores is doing an air on this. And so. Yeah, I don't know. It worked out. Had a really nice section, a nice soft landing too, which is kind of hard to find out here right now because it's kind of got a bit of backwash and a bit of bump, and it's a little scary. So yeah, I was stoked to do an air.
Well, we were very stoked to watch it. Congratulations. We'll let you get out of the sun. I know that heart rate needs to drop. You need to get some ice on the back of the neck, but well done.
Thank you. Thanks.
If John says it's scary to do airs out there, it's scary to do airs out there. The man never lies. What I know of him, he's a humble, honest, cool character. Surfing's lucky to have him, and we're lucky to have him here at the ISA World Surfing Games because every time he surfs, it's a highlight reel. And here we go, back to the action at hand. Caleb Rapson flying down the line for Team Barbados, giving his all, 110% effort there, but it doesn't go his way. situation is now Jean Carlos Gonzalez in the lead with a 10-10. Verona second, Ewan third, Rapson fourth. That's all going to change as we wait for a few scores.
Yeah, and that was the first wave of Barona right there, the 4.83, and here's Giancarlo's Oli on the backhand. This is opening right at 5.67. He is quick, and you can see right there, fits in 2 great turns in a very short space, and then Barona right behind him. This is going to be his backup score. Kind of a softer wave at the beginning. Higher tide, definitely a big factor right here for the last, but gets a strong finish at the end. And then Oli going right here. As I said before, silver medalist at his home break in Santa Catalina in 2013. That was 10 years ago now. And a couple of carves into the lip. Had one more section and slid the fins. That was amazing surfing right there on a very average wave from Gonzalez. You know, he's quick, kind of has that same style as Felipe going down the line. But in recent years, he's kind of lacked the same kind of confidence that brought him a lot of stardom in Latin America. And coming from Panama, not a lot of exposure over there in terms of surfing. I think getting, you know, a spot on the Pan Am Games would be huge for him to build his career and possibly clinch a spot in the Olympics for 2024.
It's the goal. When you enter this contest, you got big dreams, Olympic dreams. They could come true at the end of this event. Rapson now, a lot more control on this wave. 2 big snaps down the line and does get the finish, releasing the fins. So nicely done.
That was good.
A lot of electricity in how he surfs.
It's the hair, too.
The hair helps.
Remember when Mikey Wright first started making an impact on the CT? I felt like his hair had a lot to do with that. He had that punk rock kind of attitude.
The mullet.
Yeah. Maybe one of the, you know, best hairs I've ever seen in the sport of surfing, if I'm honest.
Right.
Rapson kind of has something going for him, too.
Okay. I've seen some solid hairstyles from our field. You know, when you get 63 nations together, they're all going to bring a unique character, unique, you know, look and feel. Another awesome part of ISA competition. It's just, you know, I don't want to get too cosmic here, but it's a gathering of the oceanic tribes, whether you're landlocked or not. We all come together because we all love surfing. You know, that's the reason. Nobody's doing this for money. I haven't really mentioned that. No prize money involved here in ISA competition. And
that is true.
That's a testament to the drive and the willingness of these athletes to do it for the love of our sport. A better world through surfing does not involve prize money. It involves love. You do win a ton of love, and it almost, I'm sure, feels palpable at times. You could go home with some gold, silver, copper, bronze. But that's another kind of element that I love about this event is, you know, the light at the end of the tunnel is just doing it for your country, doing it for your, you know, your family, doing it for yourself.
And your culture, too.
Yeah, and we do award individual medals, and then, of course, the biggie, the team medals at the end of this event. Always a spectacle. The closing ceremony, another super fun part of the ISA World Surfing Games, coming in about 4 days or so. Oli. Blasting that one, getting blasted back.
I think he hesitated a bit when he was going up into the lip. He was maybe thinking about a different maneuver and just slightly miscalculated, and his timing was a bit off for the last section. Was looking to better a 4.43. Don't think he'll do that, but that's what I'm telling you about. He's so fast and quick when it comes to those short sections out there. And coming from a long right and especially a reef break, he knows about the risk that it takes in order to get big scores. You know, again, another person that I'm very surprised to see right here in this round. But Panama doesn't have a great seed coming into this event, and that's why he has to face a lot of the higher seeds early on. So you match up with those big, talented teams like the U.S., like Brazil, and, of course, France being one of the gold medalists from previous years, too, and especially Joan Duru. When I saw him in the repechage round 2, I was thinking to myself, the guy that won here 2 years ago, that goes to show you the depth of field nowadays, regardless of which country you're competing for. Could it be just as good as a lot of big powerhouse countries, Chris? That's the cool thing about the ISA.
Yeah, these teams are just getting better and better and better each and every year. Development of our sport aided by events like this and ISA World Juniors. We have subcategories, longboard, bodyboard. We got everything for you. You're on ISAsurf.org right now. After this event wraps up, do some exploration. Do your own research, as they say on Facebook. Get involved there and find out ways that you can potentially help your nation or help your surfers or help yourself. You know, if you live in a country that's not represented here, I know I've been sending out messages and calls to my ripping friends in Iceland. Would love to see Icelandic representation here.
Yeah, they have waves.
There's some amazing waves, great surfers, and that's probably why, you know, maybe they're not competing. They want to keep to themselves, which they have a right to do that, but they're invited. It's Team South Korea there waving the flag. 51 seconds on the clock. Juan Carlos Gonzalez, a.k.a. Oli, in the lead. Israel Barona in second. Rapson needing a 4.04. Dohun Yoon needs a 6.76. And this could be Barona.
That was sick.
This will be Barona extending his lead and his presence in second place. Could potentially jump him up to first if that's a 5.28 or above. The second turn was fiery.
Yeah.
The judges like fiery turns.
Just like Cuba Gooding Jr. said and Jerry Maguire, show me the money. It's like this, and even had to go around Caleb Rapson right there as he was duck diving. Look at the second turn, though. Phenomenal. Into the lip. As good as it gets right there on the back end, and even fit one more in for good measure. I don't think the 5.28 is out of the question. I think he might even take the lead with this last one.
So we're talking Bam Bam Barona doing it for Team Ecuador. So we feel like the Central Americans could have potentially taken out surfers from the Caribbean and from South Korea. We'll see what happens next. After the break, we'll give you your official results. More surfing to come. Going to bring Shannon and Barton back in the booth to talk you through repechage rounds. Roll on. We'll be right back. The ISA World Surfing Games will be held at the world-class waves of La Bocana and El Sunzal in the heart of Surf City, El Salvador. Using progressive shortboard surfing, surfers must perform with speed, power, and flow in the most critical sections of the waves they ride. The following key elements are considered to maximize the athlete's scoring potential, taking into account the overall speed and difficulty of maneuvers and the dedicated commitment to those maneuvers.
Goes for the huge
goodness.
corrupt flip.
Pushing the limits of what is possible on a surfboard, whether in the air or on the rail. Connecting multiple critical maneuvers together with flow. Utilizing the wave to perform a variety of maneuvers.
Look at the surfing. 2 big turns on the outside.
Harnessing the wave's energy to create speed, surf with power, and connect it all with smooth flow. These surfers will be given the perfect canvas at Surf City, hoping to impress the judges and eventually be crowned champions at the 2023 ISA World Surfing Games.
Welcome back to the action here for the ISA World Surfing Games. We have just finished out repechage round 2, and we are already into repechage round 3. There's a lot of surfing that's gone down today and more to continue. As we take a look at the 6 heats in the draw right now, we've got another round of repechage to finish out the day. And we'll be looking at some live action with Luke Dillon from Great Britain. Powerful backhand attack to start things off. Portugal, Venezuela, Great Britain, and Israel in the water, with Guilherme Ribeiro of Portugal, Jose Lopez of Venezuela, Luke Dillon of Great Britain, and Yoni Klein of Israel. Shannon Hughes alongside Barton Lynch to call to action, and that was a great looking opener for Luke Dillon.
You said to use the word powerful. I think we use it every time he rides a wave because he is a big guy, powerful guy, and he uses it to such great effect. Pretty quick ride, up, bing, boom, but definitely going to get us started. And we've seen all day today 15-minute heats at this point in time, so you definitely need to get an early start. Just takes all the pressure off.
Yeah,
well,
get that
a little
super
bit of pressure off anyway.
Some of it. And as we wait for that score to drop through, let's go down to the beach and catch up with Jess Grimwood.
Thanks very much, Shannon. Israel Barona for Ecuador. You took a win. That last maneuver, the combination, of the two turns, really critical, really vertical for you to take that win.
Yeah, the waves are really good, and I take my last one, and I make the points to pass to the first position. So I am really happy for that.
And it's been great watching your whole team come together and get behind every single heat. For you in the repecharges, what's it going to take to recover and keep going through the rounds all throughout the day and the next few?
Yeah, for the repecharge are like a lot of heats to pass, but we still compete, so we have the power, and we are all together with the team, so we are super happy for that, and we want to make it until the final.
And you already had, of course, Mimi, qualify last year, and the whole support from around your country and your nation, and the feeling of that must be so proud for you to be trying to do that again this year.
Yeah, I am super proud of Mimi. It's my sister, and I'm really happy to travel with her. And we are super together, and I love her too. So I'm really happy we be his brother.
Congratulations, and good luck going through this afternoon of competition and for the rest of the event.
Yeah, thank you so much. I want to say hi to all the people in Ecuador to support, and all my family, my girlfriend, my son, and for everyone. You.
Thank you so much.
Thanks so much. Great to hear the Barona siblings laying it down for Team Ecuador. As we take a look at Luke Dillon, he's already dropped 2 scores on the board. We've got a 4.67 for his opener, a 3.67 for the backup. And we did find out this morning that Luke's been feeling really sick over the last few days. He's actually been in and out of the hospital on a drip just to be able to stay hydrated and try and keep himself in a place physically where he'd be able to be recovered in time to be competing. So it's awesome to see that he's been comfortable enough to paddle out. As we take a look at Guilherme, hot off the lip to start things off, goes in for that second snap, and he falls. Now he's recovered. He's going to continue to surf out this wave all the way through, gets that one big roundhouse in, cars back for a second turn, and looks for that lip line to finish. But Barton, talk to us about the importance of staying on your feet the whole time, and what a fall like that to a stumble to your stomach and back up to your feet does to the score.
It'll cruel it. It's a really painful. I looked away because it was a beautiful wave, really well selected, exactly the type of wave you'd be looking for. Got the first turn in, I'm thinking in my mind, oh, this is a great ride. And when I saw the fall, I looked away, and then I heard you say, and I jumped back up. So great that he did complete it. As we see Jose here.
Nice backhand attack, multiple turns already so far, and finishes, but gets bounced off before really riding out complete, as that whitewater just swallows him. So 10 minutes remaining on the clock, a score to come through for our surfer in red, and now a score to come through for blue. Yoni with a 2.67 for his opener has him sitting in second for Team Israel.
You want to get rid of that one, wouldn't want to keep that all the way through to the end. 4.67, 3.67, the start of Luke Dillon. As you said, he's been ill, in and out of hospital, on and off the drip. You wouldn't know it. You know, this is a really sort of draining environment. Any contest is a draining environment. And they always, there's always that toll, but you add the heat in and out of the water, the stress of competing, all of that, it's a tough gig for this, 8 days of competition. So we keep saying it's a marathon, not a sprint. Looking forward to seeing the scores of Guilherme Ribeiro and seeing what impact the fall did have, because he was on his way to a 6-7 point ride, most probably. It was a beautiful wave, and the first turn was great. We'll know in a little while how much the judges take into consideration that fall, but ordinarily it'll cruel your score.
Yeah, an amazing recovery. I mean, looked so smooth coming out of those last couple of turns, but into the hand of the judges as we take a look now at some live action. Yoni on his second ride. Nice snap to start. Sets himself up for a second, displacing a lot of water with each of those turns. really in the pocket now as he finishes off on the inside.
Well, that 2.67's eclipsed. It'll sit there as a second score. Oh, but that surfing was dynamic. A doctor, hey? Dr. Yoni Klein.
Dr. Yoni Klein. Great to have him outside of the practice this week and into the ocean. Working full-time, a father to Kaya and Teva as well, the 34-year-old.
By looking at the way he surfs, I don't think he spends much time in the practice anyway, because he's ripped that wave. Oh, unfortunate fall.
Practice has the little taped up sign on the door anytime the swell comes through there at home, those wind swells into the Mediterranean coastline. As we take a look now at Luke Dillon.
Wow.
Looking strong, coming in for that third turn. Doing great to just get that extra dynamic element to releasing the tail.
Fantastic surfing. That was, the 3.67. We could say goodbye to that. And this part, the paddling back out after a wave, you can free surf for hours and not be out of breath, essentially. You ride one wave in a heat and you cut off on that wave and you're out puffing and panting and you're trying to figure out what is different, and it's just the pressure of a heat situation. It's a very different energy system that your body operates in, and ordinarily you cut out of that wave and you want to paddle as fast as you can back out the back, and you put so much into that paddle back out. But here, the paddle back out has to be managed and controlled, because it in itself can just zap the energy out of you.
And especially at an event where it is tough to keep the energy levels up, it's been really important to see those, surfers and those team managers behind the scenes with electrolytes ready to go, not just drinking normal water, filtered water, but getting those electrolytes added in as well, whether it's Gatorade or something else to that extent. And having those ice vests, a lot of teams ready to cool the athletes down the moment they get out. They've been chucking ice in the plunge pool down the way. I don't know if you noticed that yet on the walkway, but big old ice cubes floating around in there for the surfers to be able to sit in between. And we've got scores that are now starting to filter through. We're still waiting for the last of Luke Dillon, which will definitely factor into things. But at the moment, we know that Jose Lopez of Venezuela opened up now with a 6.10, puts himself into a great second place position. The 4.73 was the first of Guilherme Ribeiro for Portugal. And now waiting for his second wave, as well as second of Yoni Klein and the third wave of Luke Dillon, which was a really good forehand attack.
Not to mention Yoni Klein's was incredible too. So no use even looking at things until those scores drop. The situation's going to change dramatically. But fair to say that this is a really competitive heat. Everybody has got to score early, and everybody's sort of looking towards backing those scores up. First priority, Jose Lopez, potentially that he won the opening exchange. We can see that clearly, and now he's sitting with that priority. He'll know exactly what he needs to do to win that second round of waves, because I think Dr. Yoni Klein is going to drop a big score for that one.
Scores coming through. It's a 6.40 for the second wave of the Portuguese competitor Guilherme Ribeiro. So he now takes the lead. Still waiting, though, for the exchange between Luke Dillon and Yoni Klein. Luke sitting down into second now. Yoni all the way into fourth. As we take a look at some live action with Jose, representing Venezuela, but at home in Jaco and Costa Rica. Loves surfing at Playa Hermosa. Goes down on the second turn. Guilherme now already finding himself with that third wave, trying to improve on the 4.73 as his backup. Still waiting for that exchange to come through for last of green and white, though.
Yeah, judges having a long deliberate on those scores. Jose Lopez with perhaps the most famous surname in surfing.
Very true, the great Gary Lopez. As we take a look here at Luke. So remember, still the score before to drop. Another attack off the left. We've been seeing some great scores come through for very similar waves to this. Nice big roundhouse as he links it up here on the inside. After getting quite a bit of work done on the outside section, he kicks out quickly to avoid those rocks. You can see how much is exposed there on the inside sections. There's also some of those bigger rocks, more like boulders than just cobblestones, that are right through the inside of the lineup. And you have to make sure, duck diving, we heard, can't remember who it was, Ryan, that's right, Ryan Callanan say that the ding in his board was actually just from duck diving on his way in. He hit a rock. But there's also just, some of those that are in the position where it's right in the finishing maneuver area of where a lot of those waves are closing out, and it's smart to keep an eye, at least to see that you're not going to maybe finish out with your fins on top of an exposed rock.
Absolutely.
As opposed to just kicking out of that thing and letting that in section go.
I nearly hit one last night. I was just riding the whitewater and the thing just jumped out of the whitewater in front of me. Had to duck around it. So a lot of things to consider.
Keeping the athletes on their toes, that's
100%.
for sure.
6.4 the second, and then into a 5.23 for Guilherme Ribeiro.
All right, so her heat leader currently with 6.4 and the 5.23 for Guilherme. And then the 5.67 drops through for Luke Dillon. Has him sitting in second. Now with the next score to drop through from a similar wave. A 7, though, on the board for Yoni Klein. Now, you had your eyes on that one from the start.
Yeah, I knew that was a good score. I wasn't exactly sure as we see the view from the river mouth there across to the tower where we commentate from. And it's just a beautiful place, as you can see, picturesque. And this heat is particularly competitive. Everybody's had good scores. There's a couple of surfers with 2 already. There's a 5.87 for Luke Dillon, puts him up into second place. Primarily, though, for both Guilherme and Luke, because they've had 2 scoring waves that you could keep. Yoni's had the 7 and the 6.10 for Jose. Here he goes again.
Straight into the first section. Looking to find a 5.44, but he'll lose control of the second turn. Martin, I love it when you close your eyes. You just can't handle to look at those missed opportunities. Yoni now up and riding on a second wave. The Doctor goes down on his first turn.
So interestingly enough, the surfers in third and fourth looking at getting their second decent score on the board, and they both came unstuck. Luke Dillon, quick closeout, in and out.
He's done well to put a couple 5s on the board, but is not in a great safe position because Yoni's just chasing a 4.54 as we take a look at some replays here. Jose, last of his.
This was the 3.17, and unfortunately that was going to be a score if he completed it.
Guilherme with one of his keeper scores on the board, the 5.23.
Yep.
And then Luke Dillon's got a couple of 5s for this backhand attack.
Drives out of the bottom. Look at the spray he throws. Goes a little flat on the face, so he doesn't get a spectacular last turn into the shore. Boo, but he sure made it look spectacular. So fast and snappy, and great whip out of the top.
And you can see now with that tide that's filled in, we've got that high tide peaking soon, that the lefts have a lot more length to them, but maybe less real critical section, where earlier throughout the day we were seeing a lot of high scores dropped for those 2 turns as that wave was closing out more on the low tide.
Yeah, that you want to have an impressive big start, but the big finish is almost more important, really. A big finish, a lot of the times, and we've seen you only need 2 turns. Big first, big second, that'll get you a good score.
Dillon now up and riding for Great Britain, looking for that continental qualification for Europe, keeping himself in the mix, not feeling very well, but putting together a strong heat. Now the question mark is going to be on Yoni Klein. We've only got 25 seconds to go.
Oh, Struth.
He's sitting with second priority, and he's only chasing a 4.54. Now that last score of Dillon likely not to factor in, and so this is the moment that matters. 12 o'clock for the first turn. Wrap around, drags that hand for the second. 2 maneuvers so far. Now kind of stalling through that middle section and puts it on for the finish. Just a quick tap to that closeout section. And what are your thoughts there? It needs to be close to a 5. Taking a look at some of the other situations we've had Luke's 2 5s, the 5.67 and the 5.87, which would be just over a point higher than the requirement for Yoni. Both had a little bit more to offer on the left.
Unfortunately, I don't think he gets it. I think that wave, the first turn was beautiful. Perhaps the wave before that he fell on was his opportunity, really. He sort of scrambled and created another opportunity, but the wave, I don't think, ever really had that much wall or enough wall to get to that level. 4.54, so you've got to be over the 4.5, heading towards the 5. Judges ordinarily scoring in those 0.5 increments.
Well, scores to come. We're going to go to a quick break. We'll give you that situation update as we wait for the judges panel and be right back with more action after this.
Day 4 at Surf City provided some incredible conditions and some of the highest scores of the event. On the men's side, Team Brazil's Gabriel Medina takes an 8.83 for the highest score of the day.
Very obvious what was going to happen, and we love it. So big frontside air.
Team Canada's Cody Young takes an 8.33, the second highest score for the men's division today.
Yeah, you know, I have a job to do here first before I officially qualify for the Pan Am Games. I'm provisionally qualified right now through PASA, but yeah, I'm looking forward to Chile. I've never been down there, and looking forward to surfing man-on-man heats.
And with the third highest score of the men's division, 8.0 for Team South Africa's Jordy Smith.
The waves he's had, first turn was a little conservative but controlled. That one he took the tempo, the volume up a little bit, and on the last one smacked it perfect.
すごい日本チームでみんな気合入っててチャレンジできてるのですごいいい感じです。
Ellie Harrison of Australia scores a 9.5 in the last heat of the day and brings home the highest wave of the event so far. Erin Brooks for Team Canada puts together another solid performance with an 8.77 as her high score. Yolanda Sequeira of Portugal shows her powerful forehand attack by scoring an 8.6. Tune in tomorrow for more action on Day 5. Results are in from heat number 1 of men's rapid charge round 3. Guilherme Ribeiro of Portugal takes the win. Luke Dillon of Great Britain holds on to second as Yoni Klein drops a 3-point ride and doesn't get quite near that requirement to take away second on the finish. As we take a look at some live action here, Dune Kennings straight into it for Kiwi Team New Zealand. And Cannonball's out of that one. We already saw a good-looking start for Dimitri Papavasilo of Greece on his opening ride. Kevin Cortez of Nicaragua in the water alongside of Marco Giorgio of Uruguay. Shannon Hughes in the booth alongside the 88 world champion Barton Lynch. And Barton, the surf has looked all time today. These 4 surfers, Marco, Kevin, Dune, and Dimitri, frothing to hit the lineup, no doubt.
Yeah, that's do or die, isn't it, at this point in time? Repechage round 3, here we go.
Kevin Cortez, unfortunately, just bites that rail and goes down on his opening turn. He'll have to shake that one off, but like you're saying, it is do or die. There's only the top 2 surfers that are going to be moving through. There's only 15 minutes on the clock as well, and those bottom 2 surfers will have to head to the sand to support for the rest of the week.
Yeah, it's, well, you're still a part of it because your team's still a part of it as long as you've got surfers in the draw. But again, this is that round where the pressure really starts to mount. You know, knowing that there is a repechage round means that you know, when you're in your first rounds, you know that you've got another chance. So it's pressure filled, but there's always that little release valve there that, hey, I get another chance. But here, no, not so much anymore. And for the rest of the day, we're going to see these elimination heats. So it's going to be an exciting afternoon.
And we heard from Cody Young in the highlights from Day 4, you know, that we just saw featured there. So many great waves were ridden yesterday. His excitement for the potential to get to the Pan American Games. He's already got that provincial qualification for Canada, and we'll be hoping to secure that heading forward to Santiago, but mentioned there that he's looking forward to the opportunity to surf man-on-man heats again, or surfer-on-surfer with just 2 in the water. That's a whole different dynamic here for the ISA events. It is always 4 surfers.
Yes.
The occasional bye with maybe the 4th not being in the draw, and so you'll get a 3-man heat or a 3-woman heat. But most of the time, it is learning how to juggle short amounts of time with multiple competitors that you're against, totaling up to 4 in the heat. So there's a lot to factor into as we see Dimitri with that first turn, comes out of the foam, makes that connection, nearly looked like he could go for a cover up there in that fun section for the second, and he'll work his way through to the inside.
Yeah, you said it, fun. That looked like a lot of fun. I don't know if it's going to score that well, But there was that little bowl-up section that he pumped over the flats and into. Could have stalled it and faked a little tube ride there. But again, that wave, if you don't get a big outside turn, you may as well just cut off. Let's have a look at the first turn. Nice snap, but then he gets stuck back here in the white water. He spends so much time there that he misses the green face. There was a little low line on that as well, and he decides to take the high line. It bowls up for him, gets the last turn, a beautiful turn, showing what he's capable of, but too much time behind the white water for it to be a great score.
Dune Kennings with a solid 12 o'clock hit.
4 points for that one for the Kiwi, so that's the the best score of this opening exchange.
Marco Giorgi now up and riding. First wave for him. Snap to start off the top, sets that bottom line, drives hard through that second carve and into the third. Now looks for that little float to make it past the section. Gaining a lot of speed and momentum as he carries through, decides to kick out early to be able to reserve probably that time on the paddle, but knowing that the majority of that work, the hard work, was done on the outside.
Oh, and it was great work. It was a beautiful wave, so great wave selection. Vertical off the bottom, off the top. The wave kept standing up. He kept meeting it with those big rail calves. It's going to be the best scoring ride of the heat so far. Have him win the opening exchange. He waited 8.5 minutes to get his first wave, but it was worth the wait in the end, I believe.
10 minutes remaining. Scores to drop. We'll give that situation when we come back. Jess Grimwood is on the beach with Portugal's Guilherme Ribeiro.
Thanks very much, Shannon. I feel like we're really getting to know each other this afternoon, and you've had a lot of heat wins. Keeping that momentum rolling through this afternoon, what does it look like in between now and the next round?
Yeah, I'm just keeping the momentum, like you said. This is a contest where the physical strength is really important, and I've been working that physical part during my time in Portugal. So yeah. And this is a contest all about the momentum, and I'm now feeling my momentum. I didn't feel it in the main event, but now it's a normal contest. Only have one life, so yeah, just gonna give it all.
And with the conditions, it looks like it's kind of settled down this afternoon. I mean, in the middle of the day, it was pretty big sets rolling through, but it seems to have settled. How are you adapting to that?
Yeah, I feel like the swell is dropping a little bit, because in my first hit I felt like it was a bit bigger, but with the high tide it keeps the wave really balanced. So yeah, you just gotta adapt in the best way and keep the ball rolling.
Well, congratulations, good luck keeping that ball rolling. Momentum's in your corner at the moment.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great work from Gil, and getting another heat win, finding that momentum. Dune Kennings now with a chance to put himself into an advancing position. The opening section goes up late for the third.
Oh, that was ambitious. Ooh. Crazy line up into there. Saw he got the first turn in, saw it was going to close out quickly, just went, I may as well try something.
Ambitious was a great word for that second turn.
Yeah, it was ambitious. 6.67 for Marco. First ride. Won the opening exchange, 2.67 better than any other ride. Still the best wave of the heat. So although he's riding less waves and being a little slower to start, the score he got was worth the wait, worth being patient for. Waiting now with priority. And we are seeing the swell is dropping through the day today. That was forecast. So we are seeing that happen in front of our eyes, although there's still plenty of open face. And that has been the impressive thing, is the consistency of the swell and then the consistency of the waves in the swell, and the fact that there's always been sets. We haven't seen any heats go where people haven't had enough opportunity. Every heat, everybody's had an opportunity, no excuses.
Almost too much opportunity in some of the heats that we saw through the last
That's
couple
true.
of days. Kevin Cortez now. Nice start. Love that drag of the hand as he slides back through that second turn. Checks it and sets up for the finish. What a great wave. Tries to ride out of it. That was very close.
It's hard to know how important or harshly judged or not those makes should be, because in theory the re-entry was made and there was some time riding along in the white water which, sure, you come out of the whitewater, what?
Yeah.
So, who cares?
So
you know
you
what
have
I mean?
balance,
It,
yeah.
it's such a fine line, but it becomes a really defining point in a judge's mind as to whether something's complete or not, and the scores always reflect that harshly, whether you've completed it or not. And so that would be considered incomplete, I imagine, although most of the hard work was done and really just staying on the whitewater wouldn't have mattered much at all. Be interesting to see how the score drops for that particular ride for Kevin.
Now, as I was watching that, I was imagining, someone kind of in that skate mode, and he's a full skater. Taking a look at his bio on ISAsurf.org. For those of you that are tuning in, if you're not so familiar with some of these surfers, which I'm sure there's going to be plenty because there's 297 in the draw this week from 63 different nations represented, you can take a look at their bios and find out more about them as we take a look at this replay from Marco, the 667.
And he's still only on this wave, Shannon. He's only had this wave, but look how good it was. Maybe could have been even better than a 6.67. When you watch it, it was just beautifully surfed, and the outside work was critical. Here we go, late drop way behind the whitewater for Kevin Cortez. Quick little snap into that little layback carve down. It was cool, but I don't know how much it scores. He gets this nice fluid line through the whitewater. Board looked beautiful through that frothy whitewater section. Hit the lip cleanly. Unfortunately, didn't come out of the whitewater. The judges gave it a 3.33, so they're considering that incomplete because he would have got that for the outside work alone.
So true. Great breakdown of it as we saw that float to re-entry for Marco, and he's going to have another score to drop through to back up the 6.67. 3.33 for Cortez of Nicaragua means, like you said, that last score goes incomplete as we take a look at this one.
Floats the first section, sorry Shannon, into the closeout re-entry. Pulls that clean, complete, exactly kind of what the doctor ordered at this point in time. He needed that.
A 4.57 for Marco as we watch Dimitri. Beautiful style on his forehand. Spends a lot of time surfing in Malibu. Kicks out on the inside section. And our Greek competitor looking to keep himself in the mix. He's got a little bit of work to do. Chasing down that 4.27. That was a beautiful looking wave.
And beautiful surfing. We imagine it's going to be his best ride so far. Couple of twos in there. There it is, a 3.80. Again, wave selection need to be on the better waves that give you the score. Certain wave, every wave has a score already before you ride it. You can surf it up, surf it down, but in the end, you need to be on waves that are a 6 on their own without you, and then you put your artistry to it and maximize what's in it. You can surf it up, get more. If you make mistakes, you'll surf it down, get less, but generally speaking, if you're on a 3, you're only going to get that. You know what I mean? You won't be able to turn it into much more than that. But if you're on an 8, the potential's there already in the wave. So wave selection, critically important.
Super important. Score's already in, a 3.8 for Dimitri. Doesn't quite get him into that second place position, but sets him up with a small requirement now, a 3.38 to take the advancing position away from Dune Kennings. Dune with a 4 and a 3.17 on the board so far. Now up and riding though. Looking for a 7.24 is what he'd be wanting to take the lead, and that's no doubt what he's aiming for. As he goes up once again for another great hit on his backhand. He'll kick out on the inside.
With the surfers behind you only needing 3s, Dimitri needed a 3.38 and Kevin a 3.85. So he needed that score. He really did. He had the 4 and the 3.17 have him in second due to the consistency, but they're not very high scores. You're very vulnerable with those type of scores. That could be his best wave of the heat so far and consolidate his second position, give him time to build. With 2 minutes and 40, better paddle fast.
Get himself straight back out there again. Proudly representing Keyhole board riders from Piha in New Zealand. Beautiful, beautiful part of the world. Loves surfing out at Snapper though when he's on the Gold Coast of Australia. Not too far from home for the Kiwis. As we take a look at Dimitri. Nice couple cutbacks to start things off. Setting himself up here as he comes through the inside, hoping this wave will stand up. Throws on that stall for a moment and now hits the acceleration as he links up with a really fun section on the inside. See if he's able to find the connection. Can't quite
watch out,
get
mate.
anything too dynamic, but he's right on the rocks, and that just shows what is happening up the shoreline here, and that tide is still coming higher. Yesterday we saw some real wash-throughs.
Yeah.
Some big sets that were rolling straight over that bank into the contest zone and down the river mouth.
Exactly.
That was sketchy.
Powerful. It's not far when you look at that. It's a steep, fairly steep incline, so you imagine how much power the swell had to wash up over that incline into the river mouth. Here we go.
Marco now setting that bottom, driving off the top now, looking to wrap it around as he bounces off the foam, staying nice and in control.
He didn't really look like he wanted to be on it. He looked like he felt there was a mistake. He's still got a minute over, minute 15 left. He should have cut out of that one and maintained his position in the lineup, kept pressure on his opponents. He could still get back out there, but it looked like he felt there was less time than there is in the way his body language presented.
Oh, great advice from the 88 world champion Barton Lynch. It's been so fun to hear you dissect things through this week and to be able to kind of spot out some of those key moments. Those are the moments that really divide a surfer from maybe making it through a couple of heats at an event like this and walking home, with an earlier round loss, as opposed to those that are making those intelligent decisions heat by heat in those crucial little moments, a split second here and there that really makes a big difference in the grand scheme of making it through.
And literally in the heat of a moment. That's a saying, but here it is, the heat in the moment that can come to rattle and scramble your brain and scramble your ability to concentrate and make rational decisions because you're puffing and panting and your head's so red you feel like you're going to explode. A 5.07 for Duke Kennings, consolidating his second place and increasing the ask. That was well surfed and good timing to get that.
All right.
10 seconds.
Dune sitting in second with second priority, but with the time working in his favor. And there will not be another opportunity. And there you can see just small dots in the shore or in the ocean there, but a good handshake from Kevin Cortez and Dune Kennings. After another fantastic heat here, that was well surfed all around, tight, nothing really with a huge breakaway. Marco with that 6.67 was the best of it. Dune Kennings through in second. We've got a big heat coming up next with a 2021 ISA gold medalist Jean Duroux for France paddling out next. We'll be right back to show you all the action. Welcome back to El Salvador, Surf City specifically, with so many waves we don't know what to do with ourselves. Almost too consistent during some of the heats the last couple days, but it's kind of calmed down. Now it's looking really fun, a little bit more like the trestles example that it gets compared to so often here at La Bocana. We've got 4 fantastic surfers in the water. Shannon Hughes alongside Barton Lynch here to call the action. And we've got France, Colombia, Australia, and Chile with Joan Duroux, Romero Chavez, Ryan Callanan, and Guillermo Sot, all in the water. Everyone already surfed today. They're now in the water for another chance.
Tough heat, stacked heat. Guillermo, we watched him earlier. He's, well, on paper, I suppose you would go Ryan Callanan, John Duroux as the standouts, world tour surfers of present and past. Guillermo Sat and Romeo Chavez. Guillermo's got a lot of experience, hasn't he? He's been in these events for a long time. Very accomplished. And Romeo, young kid, but yeah.
That's right, just the 14-year-old. We watched
Amazing.
him scrambling through that last heat, had the single good score on from his first exchange, as we see the team for Greece cheering on Dimitri Papavassouli, who unfortunately didn't advance through that round. But great team spirit from the crew supporting regardless.
And at this point in time, third, which he finished, is valuable to your team than fourth. When you're eliminated, those single places contribute to the overall point scores. So every place you can get in this event is important. So for Dimitri to get the third and not fourth was a good move.
Great work, and 12 minutes on the clock. Very quiet start to this one. 3 minutes down, no waves ridden yet. As we wait for that, let's go down to the beach to catch up with the winner of that last heat.
That's right, Marco Giorgi from Uruguay moving through yet again. Your second heat surf today, Marco. Second heat win. Congratulations. A bit different today with the tide in the afternoon, but the heat, man, it's a struggle out there.
Yeah, I'm happy to make that one. It's a struggle, yeah. It's a big lineup, as I said before, and you know, I don't know, the lefts, they look good from here, from the beach, but once you get out there, it's kind of fat. You end up like there's no walls to hit, So the right sort of has like a more lineup wave, so you can like find a couple turns that are a bit more critical. So that's been the bet for now, and it's been doing okay, yeah.
Hey, and over your illustrious career, you've obviously been astounded in heavy waves too, but adapting to a lot of beach break conditions like this in La Bocana del Salvador, how difficult is it for you to transition from one big wave to another difficult wave like this?
Yeah, man, this wave is really hard. Like, you watch it from the internet and like you're like, oh, why didn't that guy hit it there or hit it here? And it's really hard. Like, you see the best guys like falling on the wave. Like, I don't know, it's like a mixture of like strong and powerful and like fat at the same time. So it's really hard. It's really hard to surf. Yeah.
Muchas felicidades y buena suerte.
Gracias, Juan Río.
Thanks so much. Great insight from Marco, just sharing how challenging this wave really is.
Yeah, and it's spot on. It's got that power and energy in the ocean that you duck dive a big white one, it just rumbles you and throws you around. And then on the wave face, some are steep, but some are slopey, and they're not quite as, steep and bowly, and just picking the right waves, finding the right place to sit. There's a lot of things to be considered and that challenge you, but Marco did great and seemed quite calm and relaxed. He wasn't too carried away with the win, still focused on the job at hand.
Guillermo Sott now up and riding. Big rooftop floater for that first maneuver. 12 o'clock on the second, and dives down. Setting himself up now, Joan Duru with priority. Opening ride, and he'll go out with a closeout.
Yeah, that was a quick up and down. And during the interview, we saw Romeo Chavez get a good wave. And while he was riding, I was thinking to myself, can he really only be 14? Because he is showing a lot of potential for the future and for Colombia as a team. He'll be leading and someone that team can build around as they go into the future. Because that's a big part of this, isn't it? Identifying talent who's going to be around. Here he is on that replay. Strong young man driving low off the bottom and carving out of the top of the wave. Got a nice style. Surfing with that right foot forward as Goofy Footers do, and flares out of the top of the closeout.
Taking a look here at the replay for Ryan Callanan.
Sharp, searing turn there, and a lot of energy into the closeout turn. Kind of paddles his way out of that white water.
He's got a 4.83 on the board, a 1.00. And we're in a full Goofy Foot heat right now. Everyone going left on their forehand as we take a look here at the last of Guillermo.
And at some point you imagine someone might want to go to the backhand and show something a little bit different to the forehand approach if everyone sticks to that.
Arcal once again setting himself up here. Huge layback, and that board just tilts funny under his feet for the landing.
He was in the fourth priority. So that was a closeout, essentially. You saw it. It didn't stay open very long at all, but he was in fourth priority. Thought there's only one way to make a good score out of this, and that's to go for it. So the old nothing ventured, nothing gained right there, and nothing lost out of the effort.
Paddle now for Romeo for Colombia. A 4.5 to start. Great drive through that opening section into the first turn. Nice and seamless bottom turn into the top. Links it together for the third as well. Just drawing such a nice line throughout this entire wave, really painting it as a canvas.
Beautiful surfer. 4.5 on the first one. He got that lip hit on the second turn and flared the tail. It's going to be a second solid score. John Daru only that 0.4, so a slow start for that experienced Frenchman.
The local from right here in El Tunco surfs La Bocana every day of his life. Porfirio Miranda of El Salvador heading out next.
And we loved his last heat. We got to call it, you and I, and we were super impressed. The beach will be packed. They'll go up when he hits the water. Ryan Callanan from Newcastle, Australia. Again, 4th priority. Just trying to manufacture a score from that low priority, spot on the priority roster, and coming unstuck again.
Keeping himself moving. We heard him in that post-heat interview after his earlier win this morning saying that even though he's into the rapid charge rounds, he's excited to be surfing them. He feels like he's in a great mindset and looking forward to just getting more time in the jersey, figuring things out with the crew that's in the water. And it had me thinking about the fact that once we head to the Olympics, now the qualifying run, there's going to end up being 24 men and 24 women qualified for Paris for 2024. More than half of those qualifications are going to come out of the ISA World Surfing Games or the Pan American Games as opposed to from the Championship Tour, the way the numbers work out. So that means that surfing through these heats, as we take a look at that road to Olympic qualification, we're going to, this week specifically, qualify 4 men and 4 women, 1 from each of those continents, Africa, Europe, Asia, Oceania. But specifically, surfing through these ISA heats, I think Sally Fitzgibbons has had such a great take of that through her career. It gives the opportunity for these Championship Tour surfers or other competitors that will be getting their qualification, like a John Florence or a Chris Moore, through the Championship Tour. It gives them the opportunity to right now get to know who they're going to be competing against in the Olympics. They're going to surf heats. They're going to understand how to know their fellow competitors because they're putting in the grunt work to surf through these rounds now at the ISAs this year and next year. And they're going to understand who it is they're actually paddling out at against in Tahiti in 2024. As we take a look here at Guillermo. Hits eject after that first turn with a 4.47. Callanan now straight up into the lip on his second one, and he's now opting to showcase the backhand and give something different to the judging panel.
I like it. I think it's a great move. It's the first sort of difference we've seen in this heat so far. So we're still waiting on the second ride. There's a 4.40. Romeo Chavez. So a couple of 4s there, has him in second. Ryan Callanan, straight from the World Tour to the top of this heat. Oh, look at this set.
Setting his line here for Juan. Coming in with so much speed, just trims it off with that first big hit. Into the section for the second. 2 turns. Now Romeo Chavez. Looks like a solid set that's rolling through. It's been a little bit slower.
Get around it.
The last little hour or so.
Yeah.
That was solid.
It got, particularly in this heat, the start was slow, wasn't it? We could see people just scrambling for anything they could get. That was a big set. Jean Deroux showing his experience. If he fell on that, you could say he was out with 4 minutes to go, needing 2 rides. That banked. It's going to be a good score. May very well be the best score of the heat so far, given the size of the wave and the 2 big turns he did. It puts him right back in there. He only needs 1 more ride with the 3 minutes 45 on the clock. Professional. He managed it very well. Managed the pressure well and the opportunities on that wave in a controlled but radical fashion. And that was exactly the type of surfing the Frenchman needed to do at this point in time.
Scores to come through. Arcal in the lead at the moment with a 5.5 and a 4.83 that he opened with. Score to come through for our 4th place surfer, Deroux of France, chasing an 8.50. Like you said, needing to get that score on the board first to then have something to work with. A score to come through for Romeo Chavez as well. We'll see how that factors into his top 2. If he can increase the requirements on the rest of the field at all, sitting with a couple of 4s, as we're down to 3 minutes on the clock. And having a think back to Tokyo, now on the men's side, we did have it as all Championship Tour surfers that were in the final 4. Of course, our gold medalist, Italo Ferreira, silver medalist, Kanoa Igarashi, bronze medal, Owen Wright, and our 4th place finisher without the medal, Gabriel Medina. So that was the level of making it into the medal rounds for the Olympics on the men's side. But on the women's side, we had Carissa Moore for the USA winning the gold medal. Bianca Buitendag of South Africa walked away with silver, and her qualification came from the ISAs, not from her previous years on the Championship Tour, because she wasn't competing at that level at that stage. Amuro Shizuki of Japan gained her qualification through the ISA World Surfing Games, walked away with the bronze medal. And it was Caroline Marks for Team USA of the Championship Tour who walked away with that 4th place finish without the medal. So it was on the women's side, the surfers with the ISA experience that found themselves in those final rounds.
As you said, you know who your competition is, you know how to approach them, you know what you've got to do and how much you've got to give. 3.67 for the last of this young man. He's in second, needs something big here to hold on.
A 5.83 takes to something progressive to finish off with, really let that tail loose. But your thoughts chasing down on the single maneuver, a 5.83 is basically a 6?
It wasn't a big wave. I don't think he gets the score. I don't even know if he improves, unfortunately. We'll see in a moment. Here is Guillermo Sat. Big section in front, throws it to the lip, comes unstuck in the washing machine. Spin cycle right now. Here we go, Jean Deroux. This is the danger man.
Super important. Chasing a 4.13. He doesn't get into it because Ryan Callanan has priority down the line. Arcal with a huge layback goes down under the lip. He's just having fun at this stage. He's going for anything that he can.
And he got a 5.5 for that right-hander. So some information there for all of the goofy footers in this heat. Everyone's just stuck to the lefts. There's only been one right ridden, and it's the highest score of the heat so far.
Setting himself up here, Johan Deroux, chasing a 4.13. Deep behind the section to start, easily makes it out into the green face as he carves back. Pumping down the line. Smashes the finish.
What do you think?
Oh, I mean, dynamic finishing turn, tweaked it a little bit. 2 turns together for a 4.67 now is the requirement because Romeo has increased the total with a 4.93 for his last one, so it's slightly higher, but still in the 4s. I'm leaving this one up to you.
So the 4.93 speaks to the critical nature of that turn. It was only one turn, but judges staying consistent with what they like, what they appreciate. The 4.77 before of Jean Deroux speaks to him being conservative and just managing his way to the end of it. It was a better wave. It could have been a bigger score than that 4.93 for sure, with a little more commitment. Let's watch this from right in front. There's the siren. This heat's over. There's no points in that, really.
Agreed.
Right? Comes through to the inside. Waits. Flares, throws the tail. I don't think he gets it. A 4.6. What is it? 4.67 needs to be a 5. Got to be a 5. I don't think he gets it, personally.
I feel where you're coming from now. Taking a look, that was the 4.93.
And that's better than what Jean's last wave. Judges deliberating. We'll have that score in a minute. I don't know that it was enough. I don't feel like it was.
Time has winded down. The 2021 gold medalist here at the ISA World Surfing Games. Johan Deroux with a chance, should he stay in the mix, to win a spot for Team France out of the European qualifiers for this year's World Surfing Games. We're going to have to wait to find out for the score. The judges, they're watching those replays, Barton, and we're going to let them. We'll be right back with more action. Coming up next, heat number 4, the local. Porfirio Miranda of El Salvador hitting the water, but will Johan Deroux advance through? We'll find out right after this.
When we started the campaign, like 20-some years ago, over a quarter century, even when we started, it was impossible. I mean, everybody, okay, my friends, my brother, would say, you're really gonna put your energy in this? Let's go surfing.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympics, period.
We all just looked and rolled our eyes back at, like, come on, Fernando. Surfing will never make it.
I've never actually dreamed of being in the Olympic because surfing wasn't an Olympic sport.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympic sports.
The Olympics wasn't ever a dream of mine because it wasn't a reality. It wasn't tangible.
It's the biggest event in the world. Fernando is the reason why we're all there.
Yeah, it's like me telling you I'm gonna, swim around the world. 27 years later, he pulled it off.
And there, Johan Deroux gets the news. He got the score, gets through that tough heat. Chris Cote now joined by Jess Grimwood off the boardwalk and into the booth for some more repechage action. There's Ryan Callanan. He's stoked on that last heat. These are your 2 advancing surfers, just barely getting the number he needed.
Yeah, really leaving it as a question too. He definitely did not close the door or slam the door shut. So interesting.
Well, with that, let's go down to Mitchell Stalzar standing by with Ryan Callanan.
That's right, Rhino from Newcastle. I mean, obviously a stacked heat that one last year, or 2 years ago, Jean Dudu won the gold medal here in 2021. You were the only person to go right in that heat. Tell us about the experience out there in 15 minutes.
Yeah, it's fast, man. Like, you kind of just got to take what you can get. I feel like at the start, you're just trying to get whatever you can just to get something and then try and build on it. I didn't really build that well, but it's kind of tricky at the moment with the high tide. It's pretty straight, but there's still nice waves out there, and I guess just, you know, trying to figure out a strategy and stick to it and pick the eyes out of it in what time you have.
And what do you think about the up-and-coming talent? You saw Romeo out there. He was in second the whole heat. Cool to see some new nations out there, right?
Absolutely, yeah. I love coming here and seeing everyone surfing. It's just shows like how much the level's risen around the world and different countries and stuff like that. And you know, he was one score away from beating all of us if he got a 5, or like, you know, it was such an open heat. And I guess that's what's so cool about this event is anyone can beat anyone on the day.
Top 10 surfer for a reason. Congrats, Rye. See you later.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mitchell. Congrats to our 2 advancing surfers. So this is the repechage round. We do lose 3rd and 4th place into the ether. They'll be now on vacation in El Salvador. I'm Chris Cote, Jess Grimwood. Jess, you've been down on the boardwalk throughout the entire day. What's a team camaraderie feel down in the athlete zone?
Oh, it's feeling pretty good. I mean, there's a lot on the line, like you said, but there's still that overall kind of lightness about the contest. There's lots of chats going on between different coaches and surfers, and they're swapping ideas, I think, and little stories of their trip in El Salvador so far. But yeah, they're all surviving down there, just in the repechages.
Can be a learning experience for everyone, and we're going to learn a little bit more about these 4 athletes in the water. We're going to learn about their drive, their determination, their true grit. There's 11 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock, so these 15-minute heats are absolutely flying. We've got a good one for you. Porfirio Miranda, ultimate local here at La Bocana. Victor Velasquez, Abubakar Bawada, and Casper Haminga. Here's our first look at surfer in red, Porfirio.
Oh my gosh, the energy he brings to this competition. Each heat he surfs, each wave has been outstanding.
And Victor representing Guatemala.
Yeah, I saw him in the earlier rounds today too, and he just has, wow, the ability to make things like that look really electric. Unfortunately, he didn't ride out of that turn, but he's looking equally on fire.
Abubakar from Team Morocco.
Now, he's been a little bit more settled, I think, throughout this afternoon of competition, and I feel like that's dangerous for the other guys in this heat because he's focused and he's not over-amped. So if he gets the opportunity, he's going to do really, really well out here.
Well, he's got to hope to do really well, really quick. These heats, as Ryan Callanan just said, coming in winded. So an athlete at that caliber showing that it takes a lot of effort to get through these heats. So again, repechage round 3, heat 4. 2 surfers stay in this competition. 2 surfers go home. At the moment, Porfirio Miranda with a 6.33 to start. So the judges really liking his act. It's fast, it's swift, it's powerful, and it is precise. He can really get up into those meaningful parts of the wave, and he's going to have plenty of opportunity. It seems like every time you look at the horizon, there's lumps coming through, so no rest for the wicked here, Jess.
No, and you know what's cool about having him or getting the opportunity to see him surf multiple times today is every time he does get into the jersey again, everybody gets down on those rocks there, all the staff, all of the locals, everybody is right behind their countrymen out there doing it and representing Surf City El Salvador, and I love seeing that passion in the team and especially in the crowds and the locals.
Here we go, 12-14, Abubakar. Up now, throwing spray to the sky, doing it for Team Morocco, another big slash there. Flying down the line, this left providing plenty of push for this young Moroccan surfer, and just gets hung up on the finish. But nicely done through that mid portion of the wave, and here we go. The Porfirio show is on. One quick snap. That's all he's going to get, but the beach goes wild. Their favorite son, or I should say one of their favorite son. We do have a solid squad of Salvadorian surfers, but Porfirio, this is his home break, his home spot. Surfs out here every day, competition or not. So he's bringing some local flavor into this contest, and we're loving it. The crowd's loving it. The judges, they're loving it as well. Big number, 633 to start.
Yeah, and there's the locals too, and look who it is coming up next. Can you believe it? The opportunity to watch these guys surf multiple times a day is one of the best things about the games, and having this repechage round coming up. Look at the names on that thing. I mean, Jose, Jonathan Zambrano from Ecuador, so they're still in the mix against John Florence, and then Jean Carlos Gonzalez as well. So that's the best thing about this competition. John, I had the pleasure of interviewing a couple of times throughout the event so far, and he's really just adapting. I saw the heart rate levels on that watch of his as well, and they're pretty high.
Well, we gathered all the surfers with J's in their name.
Yeah.
We might send producer Jay Johnson out there just to even it out.
I reckon he'd go all right in these conditions too. I mean, there's some big sections.
12:14 now on the clock. Caspar Haminga, powerful surfer representing the Netherlands. Got to be excited about what his teammate Thierry Vanderhols has done, maybe drawing some inspiration from your female teen sensation, who sent shockwaves up and down this beach with her performance yesterday. Caspar, great surfer himself, and he's definitely going to be wanting to add some points up for Team Netherlands. They've got a strong, solid squad as well. Beric de Vries is a veteran surfer.
What about like their performances yesterday? The teams would have been going off. All the supporters back at home would have been so excited, and just to have those kind of electric performances early in the rounds of the ISAs is pretty sick for the Team Netherlands. I mean, they were so close to being knocked out. So to see them back in the mix, and Caspar getting some numbers on the board, hopefully during this heat. I mean, it flies by pretty quick. We're already down to the 12-minute mark, and that second score for Porfirio looks good as well, 4.33. So he's out to a nice little lead.
So far, it's been a pretty even mix. Goofies versus regular footers. Previous heat to this, it was all goofy footers. So and this one featuring some ripping goofies, standing with their right foot forward.
Chris.
The first surfers ever to ride boards were goofy footers. I have no evidence of this. I'm just assuming. Because I'm one.
Yeah, let's check it. Let's check the history books on that one. You've had a few facts from history over the last few days that I'd like to clarify. But I want to ask you, obviously you've seen a lot of the surfing up close from up here. Let's have a look at this first.
Abu Bakr now flying down the line, coming into this section with speed and finesse.
Oh.
Precise approach. Multiple surgical strikes down the line of this left. What has he got for us on the inside? Still working. Flying down the line. Lots of speed there. Tons of flow. Team Morocco cheering for their surfer in the water now. So as the tide's still pushing up, really condensed this lineup. And it just seems like it's really packing a punch, especially on that inside, where it's either a nice, long, extended, small wall or a big, gnarly closeout. Whatever gets thrown these surfers' way, they're handling it. Everybody's putting on good performances. There's no walkthrough rounds whatsoever at this stage of competition.
No, there really isn't. And even like that last wave for Bob, let's have a look at the replay of it. Look at him, he's really starting to wind up this afternoon. He hasn't let his best part out, and that nice big open face wrap, slides the tail a little bit on the second turn, and I think he's building momentum, and he's going to kind of get to that peak of his performance at the very right time in competition. He gets a lot of turns in as well. Look at him all the way. He's still quite far away from the contest area, but here's another angle of it. That wrap, nice big drawn out line down the face. Gets a slicing release of the tail, and then just gets to work on the inside. Nothing super exciting, a lot of rail and carve work, but the intensity and the intention behind this wave is really, really nice for him, and it goes into the bank.
And here we have Caspar Haminga looking for a section, belts it. Just catches an edge, goes over the handlebars, 12:14 on the clock. Remains in fourth place for now, but we will be waiting for some numbers to come through. 12:14. And I would say as expected. Porfirio Miranda up in one of those advancing spots for now. Abu Bakar, score comes through. He's got a 5.5 and a 5.4, so that's a nice steady number for him.
Yeah, how's the air game on Porfirio as well? I feel like once he gets himself seated comfortably into these last few minutes of the heat, we're going to have the opportunity to see from him that aerial game and the progressiveness that he brings to surfing out here, especially in these conditions. Like you said, he surfs here a lot, but at the moment, the score hasn't updated quite yet on the screen, but there's 3 minutes to go, and Abu Bakar drops that 5.5 for his last score, so he moves up into first position for Morocco. Porfirio is in second.
Yeah, and we're getting down to the wire here. 2 minutes and 47 seconds left. A little glitch in the matrix up there with the graphics, but all good. We'll give you the report. Abu Bakar in the lead for now. We'll wait to see what that score from Victor Velasquez is. Score's still starting to drop in here a little bit. Porfirio is in second for now. Quick up and down there. Haminga in third. So Abu Bakar with a 10.90 total. And Porfirio Miranda right there in the conversation with a 10.66.
Yeah, you can hear the cheers of all of the locals as well. Every time he stands up, no matter what, you can just hear everybody just really wishing him into the next round and wishing him to succeed and represent their nation and Surf City. I mean, what a place. It's just, I came here 8 years ago, Chris, and now the development that's happened here over the last, 5, 6, 7 years is incredible, and they really do center around surfing.
It's the #1 tourism export. Import, export, I don't know what you would call surfing as a product, but there are a lot of great places to say. Obviously, proof is right here. Amazing waves all up and down this coast. And here we go. Abu Bakar representing Morocco, flying down the line 1 minute and 30 seconds ago. Does not like the look of that wave. He's going to remain in first place. Will drop a spot in priority as out the back. Porfirio facing down a wall of whitewater. He gets under it. These waves have the, here you saw right there, surfer in green getting ragdolled by that whitewater. Plenty of power out here. Say Hawaiian-style punch to these waves for sure, especially at high tide.
Yeah, Carolyn even said yesterday she ducked over wave and it slammed her backwards onto the rocks underwater. So yeah, there's a lot of power here. With 1 minute to go, or 50 seconds now, the Moroccan is in the lead. The local, Porfirio, second position. Victor from Guatemala, he needs a 6.14, and Casper from the Netherlands, 7.56 required for him. 34 seconds remaining.
Oh, we're getting down to it. I can feel the tension coming up from the beach. We got the Pink Panther down there, Brian Perez. We got the whole crew. Team El Salvador, media, friends, family, all watching, cheering on Porfirio. 17 seconds. Can he hang on? There's a set on the horizon. Here we go. It always comes down to the wire. Watch your surfer in red. And he's trying to defend the entire field, and he does it. Hanging on in second place. Porfirio Miranda getting the win. Abu Bakar Douada from Morocco. Victor Velasquez third. Caspar Haminga fourth. So unfortunately, we do lose our third and fourth place surfers. First and second advance on through. There's our two advancing surfers right there. And as time runs down, we're going to head to a break, and we're going to come back with more action. You're watching the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Stay tuned.
Yeah, I have a reef for 20 years. My reef business card said Jefe, which is chief, and dreamer. La Jefe and dreamer, Spanish and English. That was a card I would give to the president of the bank or whatever. He always made people laugh. Because, they got like talking, when I asked them for an extra $1 million in loan to buy sandals, and the guy looks and says, I never lend money to somebody with this title,
Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. No time for chatter, it's time for action. John Florence is up and at him early on in this 15-minute heat. He cited in his post-interview with the young lady standing to my left that it is tough to catch enough waves in 15 minutes. You get pounded out there. There's a lot of paddling going on. You got to be physically fit and mentally ready for these quick lightning rounds of surfing. That was Jean Carlos Gonzalez, Oli representing Panama, and Jose Faulkner now. He's been leaning on those lip slides all day long, and we're here for it. Love to see it. So now we're going to wait for a couple scores to come through. Jonathan Zambrano, representing Ecuador, started off with just a 1-point ride, so judges getting right to work, deciphering what's going down in the lineup. Beach is packed. It's 2:30 p.m. local time. And we're still going to be rolling until about 4:30, so we got a lot of surfing left.
Throughout the day, Chris, we have seen a lot of surfing. You particularly have probably seen more waves replayed than most of us on the beach.
I've seen 7,238 waves.
Well, what was the highlight out of all of them so far? Can you even pull one out of your mind?
Just off the top of my head, Jose Faulkner's last heat, he did a lip slide that was just beautiful. John had an incredible air way down on the right. I mean, all four surfers that are in this heat have already put up highlight-style waves. So make no mistake, these repechage rounds, these elimination bracket heats are just as packed with talent as our main rounds. And we've been bouncing back and forth, main, repechage, here at La Volcano, up at El Sunzal. Both podiums are going off right now. Another huge set coming through. Just, you believe the consistency of this break. It's incredible. Well, as we see now, taking off, Zambrano.
Oh.
That was a big, scary closeout. So almost thankful that he didn't get that bottom turn dug in. So as our surfers get back into the takeoff zone, that gives us a chance to catch up with the winner of that last heat, representing Morocco, standing by with Mitch Salazar.
That's right, here with Abu Bakr from Morocco. Felicitación, mon ami. I'll let you get ready because you have another heat today. But 2 heat wins so far. Anything you want to say to the people back home?
Je veux dire à la famille et toutes les gens qui me supportent que je suis concentré pour les prochaines séries, Inch'Allah. Je pense que vous avez vu, les séries, c'était un peu serré. Il fallait juste une vague pour passer. C'est un moment quand tu as besoin d'un 5. Il faut la chercher. C'est mieux que de chercher une grosse vague. Après, tu peux chercher une grosse vague. Alors, c'est ça que je fais. J'ai essayé de passer le maximum. Et dès que je passe, je cherche une belle vague pour me montrer mon vrai surf. Mais le but, c'est de passer. Et c'est ça que je fais dans la série. Je suis très content. Et je veux remercier pour toutes les supports. Merci.
Merci et bonne chance.
Congratulations. Abu Bakr making it through. He's got to get back to his home base here on the boardwalk, regroup, resettle. He's heading back out there. Like I said, these are lightning rounds. It's 15-minute heats stacked back to back to back. Here we go. John Florence on his backhand. Quick snap there, little tail drift, comes around a bouncy section, up into the lip, 2-stager floater, fighting his way through the whitewater. It fights back, it wins. John goes down, but not after doing 2 dynamic maneuvers.
Yeah, those were pretty mental, those 2 turns alone, even though, there was nothing like crazy on the end section. I still think it's going to be a good score. And I mean, one of the best things I heard from John already today, Chris, I heard you call him Johnny actually, from John, is that he really wants to give every heat his best. And I thought that was a really good little insight into his mindset. He's taking every opportunity, he's surfing it as best he can, whilst obviously being aware of, injury and stuff like that this early on. So I think it's really cool to see a surfer of his caliber respect the rest of the field and understand at these ISA games as well that there are still those names that come through that you have never seen before that could literally wipe the floor.
Well, selfishly, I think we all are kind of happy. John's in the repechage round. That just means we all get to see more John Florence.
For sure.
Which is always a good thing, unless you're in a heat with them. Well, I'm sure You know, this is another tenet and unique aspect to ISA competition is for John to show up, to surf, to represent his other surfers that he's going to be going up against. In this heat, you know, these are all veteran professional surfers, so, you know, they've surfed against, you know, guys like John Florence, but for a lot of the other competitors, what an experience to be out in the water, one of the best to ever do it. And even though he's not, you know, necessarily giving you tips and tricks of the trade, just being in his presence in the water has to feel pretty cool for some of our surfers coming from rising nations. But right now, John Florence in second place because Jose Faulkner is at it again, dropping a 6.33 and a 3 for a 9.33 total. So South Africa, Jose celebrating his mom's birthday by smashing through some heats. What more could a mother ask for?
Yeah, and I mean, that whole team too, they've been going between the podiums. A lot of beach time, a lot of sun time, and I bet you they're all down there right now.
Here we go, Zambrano, Team Ecuador. This guy's a powerhouse. Here comes the inside section. Goes to the air, comes down in the flats, an uphill landing against the grain. He goes down. John Carlos Gonzalez now. Quick reaction, vertical snap. 12 o'clock, boys. Another carve there, another big slasher through to the inside with a quick little foam float speed thing.
Yeah, sure.
You can write that name down.
Yeah.
We'll put it in the book.
Trademark that to Chris Cote for sure. Foam float speed thing. I mean, Ollie, when I think about ISA games in Panama, I know I'm pretty sure he became a silver medalist over there in 2013 in Panama, you know, hometown for him. But when I do think about the games, I just think about him. He kind of encompasses that overall vibe and that real high level energy from day number one, from even the opening ceremony. He really, really does kind of embody the spirit of the games.
Little priority game there. That was Jose Faulkner. He's in the top priority spot, so he can get any wave he wants unimpeded. John Florence there keeping him honest, making sure that he is going to activate. He does. Jose Faulkner. Let's see a lip slide. Why not? Well, carved a snap there, waiting for the section to come up. There it is. Freeze the tail a little bit.
Oh. Damn, that would have been so sick if he had pulled that thing off and just come flying back around.
Right behind him, John Florence blowing the tail for the backside reverse. That's a tough thing to do right from the jump of a wave. Carving through to this inside section on that Paizel surfboard. So much R&D between John Florence and John Paizel. He probably gets upwards of, I don't know, 150 boards a year. I mean, he breaks a lot of boards, redesigns, tweaks for all different breaks around the world. Also has a soft top line, Funformance Paizel boards. You know, if you want to cruise, but still kind of feel like you're surfing like John Florence. And John is definitely feeling free. Love that opening backside reverse.
Oh, that was so sick. I remember a time in John's career where he was being criticised for making things look too easy. He was almost being penalised for it, you know, at these events. That the technicality of his surfing and the way he's able to, with such little body torque, that upper body just stays so quiet. Those arms really don't give you too much indication. They're not over-exaggerated, and his technique, though, is just flawless, and the power he pushes through is pretty incredible. I mean, that's why he's one of the best surfers in the whole world. I know Mitch says he's number one for him.
Zambrano carving back into the power section of the wave. Most likely deemed a complete maneuver. The second turn wasn't anything special, but he did complete it. Jose now, quick snap. Lightning fast, whipping this board around at will. There's the lip slide that we've been loving from Faulkner. He loves it. Fans on the beach love it. You hear the Bufazela going. Pure South African power, speed, finesse, flow, style. It went all into that last turn.
Yeah, so sick. He's almost got that Taj Burrow-esque kind of tail flare about him, always like tweaking everything. Nothing looks stock standard to me when I watch his surfing. He's just got that extra bit of creativity right through the end little quarter of every turn. And that's why he's sitting up there. He's waiting for his good score as well. But Ollie's last wave got him into the lead, huh? 5.43.
Yes, some sizable numbers coming across the scoreline. 6.33 for the previous wave from Jose. And now it's Ollie again. He's trying to get things moving. So with so many waves coming through, you know you're going to get, you know, at least 4, 5, 6 chances or 6 looks at these waves. You know, I don't think patience has really been a key role that these surfers have been using in these heats. They know you got to get out there, you got to get going, you got to keep going. 15 minutes is going to go by so quickly. Case in point, we're down under 3 minutes already.
Yeah, it's pretty wild to think about the scores that are going to. I mean, all 4 surfers have big numbers to drop in. Here goes John again.
Right off the bottom, straight into the lip. Low key fin blow for John Florence, carving back into the pocket. Now he's building speed. Sees a ramp. Oh. Excuse me, sir. That's not like you. John Florence goes down. Big quality backside air 3, but just can't nail the landing. And here goes blue. This is Jonathan Zambrano hammering that end section.
I love your breakdowns, Chris. You always make me laugh when watching the surfing. They're kind of like unorthodox as well. The reactions that I think that we should be having on those end sections always come out a little bit tweaked as well from you. And I feel like that's what's so fun about surfing, fun about watching surfing, and I'm sure everybody watching it at home too, everybody tuning in, especially for some of the greats of our sport, and, you know, commentating from the lounge or the workspace at home. It's pretty sick. We've still got plenty of scores though. I mean, 4 numbers to drop in, plus that last one of John Florence. 1 minute 40.
And just like that, the score comes through. So the judges liking what he did on the previous wave. John Florence drops a 6, pair that with a 5.57. He is now in the lead, but we're still waiting for scores now from all 4 surfers in the water. Jose Faulkner has a 6.33 and a 5.10, looking for a 5.24 if he wants to get in the lead. Jean Carlos Gonzalez, JCG, looking for a 6.91. And Zambrano is currently comboed, needing 11.43 to get up into a advancing position, but he's waiting for a score, so his news could get a little bit better. So you see golden hour from above.
I feel like the lulls have been getting a little longer too as we're going through this afternoon of repechage. It just seems a little longer in between opportunity. Here's the replay of John Johns. Oh, such ease. He's just playing. He's playing with these sections out here this afternoon. His flow is better than anyone's. This beautiful angle of the height he gets out of that backhand spin. Kind of what falls a little bit on the heels on the landing and goes down.
You said earlier, it's scary trying airs and trying to land, and with some bump going on, going upside down. Almost looking like a McTwist attempt from Jean Carlos Gonzalez.
He wasn't far off landing that thing, I don't think.
That would have been incredible.
It
was incredible even that he tried it.
Yeah, I feel like he kind of landed half in the barrel and his legs just buckled under him as the lip kind of came down, but it was close. That would have been a really big score for him.
15 minutes goes by in a flash, and at the end of that one, right now, before these next 2 scores come through, it's going to be this guy in red, Jose Faulkner, representing Team South Africa. Little backwash boogie there. John Florence in second, unofficially for now. Jean Carlos Gonzalez in third. Jonathan Zambrano in fourth. We are waiting for 2 more scores to come through, but we will update you to the official results after we take a quick break. You're watching the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. We got more action to come. The repechage round rolls through. Let's take a quick break and we'll be back.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures, to make friends. There's a right time to listen and a right time to make decisions. There's a right time for fear and for success. There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
We are live from where you'd rather be, Surf City, El Salvador. Beautiful La Volcana showing its teeth at times with massive sets rolling through. We are still in these repechage rounds, and there it is officially. We got South Africa and Team USA moving through, but we're right back at it. 15-minute heat in the water, and this is Leon Glatzer flying down the line, throwing spray everywhere he goes. Getting that strong power finish, blowing the tail of that inside section right on the rocks. That's how you want to finish your first wave of this heat. Pretty incredible to have these four names competing against each other this early on in competition. We've got Leon Glatzer, Eli Temperi, Israel Arona, and Lu Ming Jiang. This is almost a repeat of heats we saw earlier. We've seen these names now 3 or 4 times today, so these surfers are definitely putting in work. And you know firsthand, it's pretty steamy out there, so staying cool, paramount for the success of the surfers in the lineup.
Yeah, you can't walk outside without your sunglasses or your glasses just completely fogging up. Every time these athletes go in and out of the aircon, they've got to readjust again. But I mean, there's no excuses, huh? They've had enough rotations in the lineup. They can pick apart this wave pretty well now, probably better than almost anybody. Once they get back into the main rounds, they have the benefit of surfing a multitude of extra heats. I think Ryan Callanan was talking about it too, using it as an advantage.
Team Finland represented well by Eli Temperi. Lives and rips in Encinitas, California. Wow. Now that right there was an Eli Temperi style turn. Slightly underachieving in his previous heats, and he will be the first one to say that. But that right there, that is Eli style surfing. And I'm sure that's going to help him lift his confidence, get his comfort level going. You see the stoke as he's paddling back out there. It's going to be a great start for your Finnish sensation, Eli Temperi.
Yeah, how was the blow tail at the back of that turn as well? I'd love to see, you know, a wave that he can pick up on, one of those ones that bends back around in the reef a bit more, where he gets the opportunity to go top to bottom, to top to bottom. To top to bottom.
Yeah, all those things, right? Just like that.
Top to bottom. Like Alan Cleland, huh? I feel like he's been the one standout surfer for me throughout this event so far that's been able to, no matter what's been thrown at him in the heat or who, he seems to find the opportunity, or he creates the opportunity for himself over and over and over again. And there's no excuses from him, and I love that, and he's been a standout for me. I mean, seeing Leon as well in this heat was super surprising. To see him back in repecharges after his day one form was really surprising to me.
I feel like you just talked to him about 10 minutes ago, and he said, you know, it's a different road to the finals, but it's still a road to the finals, and he's on that path right now. 11:12 on the clock. Mitchell Salazar standing by on the boardwalk.
Yeah, with Jose Faulkner, and a great performance again. Jose's second heat win of the day. Your mom's birthday today, so a good birthday present for her. But you shared a moment with John Florence right before you paddled out. Can you tell us about the experience surfing with one of your favorite surfers out there?
It was such a good experience. I'm super stoked to get the win in that one, especially against John. He's definitely one of my favorite surfers in the world, and he's unbelievable. So I feel like I just won the event, and yeah, stoked.
Like to see the attitude, and you stuck to the lefts. The high tide out here at La Volcana tends to be very favorable for the lefts. How about the consistency of the waves, though? 15 minutes goes by quickly.
Yeah, 15 minutes go by quickly, but I'm kind of used to those 15-minute drills back home. I do it all the time, so it definitely goes fast, but stoked to get, and also it's not stoked to get 2 really good waves in that heat, and also it's not that long of a pedal, so you can easily get 3-4 waves in the heat. So stoked.
Worked out for you. Congratulations. See you later.
Thank you so much. See you.
The Jose lip slide comes through again. Love the way he surfs, and so did the judges. He earned that one, earned every point of it, smashing his way through a tough repechage heat along with John Florence. And here we go. This is Israel Barona. You can expect big things from Israel. He is a powerhouse of a surfer right there beyond vert. Started his claim before the maneuver was even completed. That's how confident he is.
Yeah, he's got a lot of confidence, doesn't he, too? And he'd be drawing off experience, too, like he was speaking about maybe 20 minutes ago in his last post-heat interview. It was that experience of his sister, Mimi, the Olympics, everything that happened at Ecuador when she returned, the parade and the whole celebration around the whole thing. So that's got to motivate him. You can see, like you said, just power-packed performance from him.
Yeah, I think one of those surfers that could potentially match the power on display here at La Volcana. 9 minutes to go. Glatzer back on it. He's got a big left to work with. Tough snap to start. He's out of there, testing the strength of his leash. The big old flyaway. Right back on his board. Already paddling back out, so a little bit of a double dip there. He does get a wave. It's not going to be anything wild in terms of how high the score is going to be, but he got out before Israel Barona, so he'll get himself in a decent priority position. Out the back, you've got Ellie Temperi in that top priority spot. A 5.27 for Ellie on the strength of one turn. You can imagine what happens if this kid gets the chance to unleash. Judges open up that scoreline for Ellie Temperi, but he's got to get himself in the position to show us his wares.
He does, and this is the replay of last of Leon Glatzer. So the German setting up the work with the rail work at the start, goes to the bottom, a little kind of wobbly through that top turn, but he just regains composure and gets the rail going on the inside. That is kind of the most critical turn of the whole wave right at the end section. So I think he's just chipping away. This is the replay for the powerhouse pocket. Oh, look how he grabs his rail in between those bottom turns and releases the tail. And I love this slow-mo right here. Exactly what you're talking about. If he gets the opportunity to do this twice, watch out. Look at that front foot way above the lip. That brings his tail all the way out, gives him the release. So much control as well. And that's what happens when you have that impeccable timing in your backhand surfing. There's no wobble. Look at the stability. A little bit of a shake of the hair. It's a great surfing from him. Oh, there's another replay from Barona. I just love that backhand bottom turn, how he grabs the rail and he's able to just kind of wipe the board way up to 12 o'clock each time.
Here we go, Ellie. Speeding down the line. Nice first snap. We got our wish. 2 big turns from Ellie Temperi. Now we're talking. Kid's on fire. And here we go, right behind him, answering back. Nicely done for Li Ming Yang.
Wow, that could have been a huge score too. That would have matched, probably the first of Ellie's. It was just the slightest fraction of a second off time getting to that lip, and that caused that criticalness to kind of be washed out or faded away with all the foam, and it just didn't quite crack, that sound that you hear, in boxing when you hear those gloves just smack those pads at the exact moment and it almost crack and pops open. You just kind of miss that a little bit. If he can get one of those turns on time, Chris is going to be well and truly back into this heat.
The judges right now locking in their scores. Very curious and excited to hear what Ellie Temperi's got for us. Also a score coming through for White, and 2 big numbers on the board now for Israel Barona. 5.17 and a 5.10, enough to get him into the double digits. Leon Glatzer in second for now, 6.83 and a 2.67. He's sitting out the back in second priority. Barona with that top priority spot. So high 6s right now are the key to success. Well, we think that's going to change slightly just because of what Ellie Temperi just did on his last wave, matching his opening score ×2. That's not the equation the judges are looking at. You don't get points for every maneuver you do down the line, but you will be rewarded for multiple radical maneuvers performed in the most critical section of the wave. Might sound like a robot, but that's what it says in the rule book. Judging criteria is well spelled out. Everybody gets the same criteria. Everybody is informed of what the judges are looking for before they go out in these heats. They do get little breakdowns from our beach marshal before. They get the, oh, you were standing right there by a beach marshal. What is the beach marshal telling these surfers each time they grab their jersey to head out into the water?
Well, as far as I can see, he's giving them the overall rules of the competition, you know, the play area where you can sit on the paddle out, where you can't interfere with the current heat, different options, I think, for where they can go out, and just their overall kind of basics of priority. They go over that every time, so there's never that chance where, you know, a surfer can go, well, I didn't know that's what was going to happen.
All right, with 4 minutes and 15 seconds to go, situation switches up. Ellie Temperi drops an 8.17 and a 5.27. Now Barona is in second place and trying to hang on to that advancing position. Two big turns under duress. Critical maneuvers in the wildest part of the waves. That's exactly what the judges want to see. He did it with speed and power, controlling the tempo and cadence of that wave. It was doing everything it could to just kick the board out from underneath him, but he maintained, handled it. He's trying to get rid of a 5.17 or a 5.10. We'll see.
Yeah, I think that's going to definitely go into his top two. I mean, I can't say definitely, can I? But I'm pretty sure it will. And I like what Barton says. I've heard him say it a few times about surfing. That second turn for Barona, he had no right to be putting it there, but he somehow managed to up-tempo his bottom turn off that first maneuver and have enough speed to go into that really weird and wobbly, washy section. Here it is. First turn is sick. Almost kind of bogs the rail a little bit, but he just pushes it up again and forces that second turn. It's critical surfing. It kind of lacks the flow in between the turns, but this is what's been rewarded at the moment, Chris. Look at the blow tail on that first turn. And again, just crisp timing. He looks like he's surfing well and truly, 10 years beyond what he is. He just looks so finely tuned in these conditions. No adjustments. Beautiful bottom turn, beautiful foundations. Front foot placed really nicely and well timed above the lip, and he loves the feel of it as well.
Loved those two turns. So precise. But here we go, back at it. Lu Ming Jiang on his backhand, trying to fight for survival in this wild repechage heat. He's going to take it all the way to the rocks on the inside section. He is looking for a 7.60, so a big number. And German's hopes right now get a little shaky. Leon Glatzer is looking for a 4.34 as Israel Barona has improved. Now he has a 6 and a 5.17, but here goes Leon on demand, answering back, setting things up nicely with that opening snap. Gets around this section. It's wobbly, it's bouncy, but he's maintaining control until the wave just runs off away from him.
Wow.
He goes down. 1:30 to go. This would be a stunning upset for everybody involved, unless you're in the Ellie Israel camp, where you're right now just trying to defend your positions up at the top. So a 4.34 was the requirement. Ellie Temperi back at it. Another beautiful backside snap. The young Finnish surfer comes around this section. This kid is precise. He's got a scalpel out. He's doing surgery at La Bocana.
That was unbelievable, the composure, especially towards that second turn there in the last of Elliot. This is dramatic. 50 seconds to go in this repechage. I did not see it playing out this way. Like you said, it would cause a major upset, but with surfing like that, I feel like he's going to go well into the excellent range again. I might need to have a look at the replay. Maybe I'm getting caught in the emotion of the repechage
No, you're
rounds,
absolutely
but
right. That was awesome.
yeah, it's pretty high class surfing, and it's very, very fine. There was no bogging of the rails. There was no kind of wiggles and wobbles in between. It was just crisp, and it was executed, like you said, surgery at La Bocana.
17 seconds left. Big set just rolled through. And get this, Leon Glatzer needed a score. He needed something above a 4.8. He got a 4.97. So just in the last seconds, the judges opening up their book, giving Leon the score he earned with every turn on that wave just by an inch. He got it. The 4.97. That means Israel Barona drops to third. We are still waiting for scores from Ellie Temperi. Ellie gets a matching 8.17 for a 16.34 heat total. The Finnish surfer dominant in repechage 3. More action to come. Going to take a quick break. We will be right back.
Yeah, I had a reef for 20 years. My reef business card said Jefe, which is chief, and dreamer. La Jefe and dreamer, Spanish and English. That was a card I would give to the president of the bank or whatever. He always made people laugh. Because, the guy like talking, when I asked them for an extra $1 million in loan to buy sandals, and the guy looks at this, I never lend money to somebody with this title,
Welcome back to the action. It's been an exciting day here, and we are into repechage round 4 for our men's side of the draw. It's been a huge day. We've got 6 more heats to get through before we time it out. Shannon Hughes alongside Bart Lynch here in the booth.
And the performances, how was that last heat? Ellie, 16-year-old for Finland, just blew the door wide open and blew my mind with his surfing.
Pretty exciting to be able to see young talent like that, as we've got 4 surfers in the water now: Portugal, Venezuela, Uruguay, and New Zealand. All of these surfers have been making it through heats today, so it's, their second or third time already out here at La Bocana. That energy is going to be hard to keep a hold of. They would have been taking those breaks in between, getting a word in from their team, and setting things up for them to be ready to paddle out, as it is absolutely on fire here. Dune Kennings now of New Zealand goes down to the opening turn.
Oh, wow, it was a nice turn. And we talked before about the importance of banking those waves early. It was a big wave. Nice turn, unfortunately caught the nose, came unstuck. That won't count in the end.
He's in the water up against Guilherme Ribeiro of Portugal, setting himself up for this first opening wrap out on that beautiful green face. Sets himself here as he tags the section. And with that, let's go down to the beach to catch up with Mitchell Salazar in the winner of that last heat.
That's right, Ellie Timperi here, the Finnish Flash. Ellie, a pair of 8.17s, one of the highest heat totals of the event so far. You got another heat coming up today, but how about that performance out there in water? You found your rhythm.
Yeah, I was able to lock onto some good waves out there. I felt good on that first wave. It felt like a pretty good turn. And then it brought up my confidence a lot in that heat, and I was able to get into another good wave, which put me into rhythm for another good wave after that.
How do you think surfing seaside most of the time put you in a position to get a good result here, especially for Finland? You have a chance to qualify for the Olympics through the European slot.
Yeah, this wave is really similar to home, actually. Like, when it gets really big at the reef, it's really heavy and such a powerful wave. I'm really happy to get some good ones out there.
Your mom Katja's watching back home. You want to say something to her?
Joo. Moi äiti ja terveisiä kotiin Suomeen. Ja kiitto kaikille, että katsotte mun surffaamista. Ja terveisiä.
Congratulations. See you later, Ellie.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. The Finnish Flash taking it through and proving that his surfing is absolutely top-notch. With a word back home as well to the community tuning in. Sebastian Olarte of Uruguay now on his forehand. Sets that high line after that first opening wrap. Drives hard off the bottom now into the lip. Looks for a critical finish here if this wave offers it to him, and it will. So he's going to drop down a score. We've got a couple small scores on the board so far for Guilherme and for Dune. Just throwaway scores, the 217 being the highest of the bunch to Guilherme. A 4.50 on the board for Sebastian. And now Keone Lassa of Venezuela looking for his opening ride in the red.
4.5, obviously the best score there. Sebastian Olarte, Uruguay. Portugal, New Zealand, hello to all our Cuzzy Brews down there in New Zealand, and Venezuela. Looking at the progression that we see in Latin American surfing, I think we have to learn Spanish, because there is some incredible talent coming through from this region and shows the work done by ISA to develop this region, and definitely paying dividends for sure.
We've got a paddle here from our surfer in white, now driving down the line for Dune. Setting himself up off the bottom. Check turn to start, just holds it back for a moment because he could see that next section coming. Finds that lip line and kicks out easily.
Yeah, well said. That first turn was kind of, well, it was frothy and difficult section, but he definitely kind of kept it horizontal, kept the speed going in the same direction where the oncoming section was coming from, so he could get that last floater up and onto the lip. Completed it. Little confidence booster after that opening right fall.
Back to 20-minute heats now for this final round of the day. It's still the repecharge rounds, and we will be sending 2 surfers of the 4 home as we see a really solid set rolling through La Bocana. But now that we're at this stage of competition, there's just that little bit of extra time that's being added back onto the clock. Our contest directors and technical side of things noting what we have available for time for the rest of the week. Giving these guys 5 more minutes. Keone goes down after that first opening turn.
Yeah, it was a big set wave. And the sets are becoming, you know, fewer and far between. And when they do come, if you can get one and bank it, it's a powerful move, because there may only be 1 or 2 of those big sets in a heat. Sometimes they close out, but sometimes they stay open. And we saw Ellie
Timperi.
That kid is amazing. Never seen him surf before. I will never forget what I just watched then. And there's been some amazing young kids coming through, and you see the future of the sport. You know, you've got the current crop, and then you see the future being cultivated by these countries. And Finland have got a superstar in their team right there.
Yeah, he has a huge future ahead of him, and still way to go here at the ISA World Surfing Games. Taking a win out in that last heat was a very impressive finish. We're down to 12 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock. And Keone opens up with just that 2.70 for Team Venezuela. 17 years old, actually from the Basque Country, and born and raised in Zarutz, but loves Venezuela, proud to represent the country. And to add to the stacked set of surfers, they've got Francisco Belorin and Jose Lopez on the men's side, Rosani Alvarez and Valeria Ojeda, who have been competing on the women's side. So 5 out of 6 possible spots. Still looking for 1 more Venezuelan woman to join that team. If you're from Venezuela, if you've got that heritage behind you and you are tuning in, there is a spot open on the women's side coming into competition for the World Surfing Games, possibly even the World Juniors, to be able to fill that out and grow the nation and growth as far as their national teams are concerned.
Said he was from Zarauz in Spain. It's quite a town, that one. We used to go there for, would have a world tour event there every year for quite a few years, head down into the Basque Country. It was always just such a joy to be there, and they're a festive bunch, that's for sure. How was that turn?
Great looking turn on his forehand for the Basque Country local into the second whippy one. Throws it up for the third. Gets the entire tail free. Does the same on the 4th turn, but can't hold on to the finish.
And it's at that point with so much good work has been done that you don't need to push it. The score's already established, basically. And by pushing that last turn, You may get more, you may not, because they're more focused on what you've already done, and a good, clean, controlled finish there would have banked everything and capitalised on everything that he'd done before it. Still got to be the best scoring wave of the heat so far, you would think. That was sharp, powerful, precise, just exciting surfing to watch.
Sebastian Olarte dropped in a 4.50, so he's sitting in second for Uruguay, currently sitting on that single highest score. We'll see how this one of Keone matches up to that. The 3.67 is the next highest, going to Dune Kennings for his second wave of New Zealand. My niece Millie turned 8 yesterday. She lives in Christchurch in New Zealand, so happy birthday, Millie. Wish we could be there to celebrate for you. As we take a look at the road to Olympic qualification, the Kiwi team, the New Zealand specifically, having a great shot for Oceania. Of course, we're going to be taking one man and one woman for Africa, Europe, Asia, and Oceania to Paris 2024. And that's going to be happening this week specifically, where we're going to have 8 surfers qualified.
If I was in this event and I was from one of those continents, I'd be sitting at home looking at that graphic and seeing that my name was there underneath it. Because we're going to adjust that graphic at some point, and there'll be people's names there, which will be so exciting because you know you're going to the Olympic Games. That's really something to surf for and compete for.
Yeah, incredible. Incredibly life-changing. So exciting to see that we're back at that stage once again. And it was always this dream. It began over a century ago with Duke Hanamoko back in 1912 at the Stockholm Games, where he was competing as a swimmer and shared the dream of surfing, getting into the Olympics. Now fast forward more than 100 years, and that dream was achieved for Tokyo 2020. And now we're back in again, and looks like a mainstay on the Olympic calendar, which is very exciting, thinking towards LA in 28 and Brisbane after that. As we look at Guilherme with a great looking set of turns on his backhand.
He was so happy to get the completion after a 1 and a 2.17. He needed that.
Keone now hard off the bottom into a great layback snap for the first turn, into the lip on the second. Combination surfing, and sticking with this one. It's going to maybe give him one more section. He doesn't quite make it to that open face. Now his last wave, a 6.33, you're right, it did come through as that highest wave of the heat so far, and he's looking to back it up strong.
Oh, he's a great young surfer. Sebastian up and riding.
Up and riding now in blue. Olarte drives through that first turn. Nice hook in the lip. Sets it up for the second for the layback. Loving the laybacks this afternoon. We're seeing quite a few of them. Nice snap and goes around into that cutback as he pumps through to the inside here to finish.
Oh, watch out.
Right by the rock.
This will be a good shot. Show you how shallow it is inside there. Oh, quick, fast to get back onto the board and out the back.
Dune Kennings now up and riding. Snap. Pulls it in tight to try and fit in that finish on the right. Seems like those rights are closing out a little bit more now than what we saw through the morning. This morning when we showed up, Barton, you and I were frothing because it looked like a right-hand point break out there.
And I suppose what's happening is that people are sitting on the left and going right off the left. But the the best rights are a different break. They're a little bit further down the beach. And for some reason, we really haven't seen too many people venture all the way down there onto that right hand. Everyone's sort of stayed on the in 15-minute heats. It's understandable, you've got less time. Now we're at 20-minute heats. There's that opportunity to get down there and find some massive scores. 6.33 the high so far. Dune Kennings, I called him Duke because you were talking about the Duke's dream.
That's right.
That's just such a wonderful story that dream came true, and then Carissa Moore goes there, wins the gold, takes it back to Hawaii, and they're both there immortalized on the side of a building. It's a great thing.
It is incredible. It is in Honolulu.
Yep.
An incredibly large painting, a mural of Carissa Moore, the gold medalist out of Hawaii in Duke Hanamoko.
Yeah, and I didn't know that was there, and I'm just sort of driving through Waikiki, and I look up and there's this massive mural in front of me. I was like, wow, that is wow, how far surfing's come.
And
who would have thought?
Oh, who would have thought? Amazing to see the journey that it's taken through the years. As we take a look now at Ribeiro, looking to hold down his second place position, and he just needed to improve on the 2.17. Goes down on that first turn, so that won't help his situation. Now, of course, we don't have great scores as the first scores on the board for both Dune or for Sebastian. A 3.67 and a 4.5 doesn't have them chasing large requirements at the moment, but with the sixes that both Keone and Guilherme have, they're in that controlling seat within this heat.
And Keone's got 2 of them now. He dropped to 6.27 on the last, and also similar score, or the same score, 6.27 for Guilherme on that one where he got to the end of it and he stood there, and you could see there was a claim just wanting to jump out of his body, and he just held onto it, but it was a no claim, as they say, and he let the judges know he liked it, he felt it, and they enjoyed it too.
5 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. Everything coming down to it this afternoon. It's been a big day of surfing at our other podium as well, where we've been running through the other side of the draw during these repecharge rounds. So these have had double the heats for what we've actually called. Repecharge round 3, rather than having 6 heats, had 12 heats in it. Same with this repecharge round 4. Our earlier repecharge round 2 had 24 heats in it, and those have all been happening down at Sundsvall. So there's been a lot of big names that have been competing throughout the day. I'm sure that those of you listening at home have been clicking back and forth, trying to find where your favorite surfers are, maybe your family members, to be able to watch the cam at Sundsvall and to be able to just track along with those scores. It's been fun to be able to keep everyone updated on what's been happening for the action here at Sundsvall as well.
Great angle, that one. The camera is just a great angle, and it just shows you how rippable and fun that wave really is.
Earlier this morning as well, we ran another round of the women's repecharge, which was pretty consequential in the conversation of women advancing or knocking out with that Olympic hope. As we take a look at Guilherme, finishes off on the inside, also gives that no claim stare back.
Looks to the team perhaps and goes and has a look and see if they're jumping around excitedly or whether they're kind of looking a little bit sheepish, trying to get an idea of was that a good one or not? Is that going to improve on the 217 previous ride, a .093? So he's had 3 rides that haven't scored to a level that he would want to keep. Keone Larsa now for Venezuela is in that position with the 2 mid-3s where he can just focus on his wave selection. Make sure the next wave that he rides, he's got first priority. He's in the box seat in both ways, leading the heat and the priority situation. Now it comes down to just good wave selection. But there's a lot of pressure that comes with that first priority, and you just don't want to turn it, you've got to turn it into a score. You don't want to turn it into something that you don't count, because really with limited time, 3 minutes 30 on the clock, he's in a comfy position. If you're Keone, you actually are sitting there going, don't break, don't break. Just let me get to the end with priority, make sure that not another wave is ridden, and I'm good to go through to the next round. Repecharge 4, so they've already surfed 3 times today.
A lot of paddling, a lot of waves caught, a lot of energy conservation in between the heats specifically, knowing that they needed to get out there and be able to perform to their best of their abilities with extreme temperatures, heat on land, humidity, as well as that hot temperature of the ocean here in Central America. Strong paddle now, we can see from Guilherme looking to put himself into a different position. He's going to be under 4th priority, but he's really trying to put himself into that other side of the pack to be able to maybe find something to improve. He did well to get a 4.07 on the board.
Good play.
So he's now increased the requirements into the 5s for Sebastian, a 5.42, and a 6.44 for Dune Kennings, which makes that task a little bit harder. Here he is now under 4th priority, staying busy and trying to do even better than the last. Nice snap on the backhand to start. Looking for one more section, isn't able to get around it.
Still completely doable for Sebastian and June. 6.5, you're not going to, 6.44, you need a 6.5, and then a 5.5. They're both such doable scores. 2nd priority and for June, and 3rd priority for Sebastian. Wonder if Keone would use his first priority in a defensive way at this point in time. Make sure that he holds on to his lead. Guilherme needs a 6.33 to overtake the lead. So, a lowish scoring affair, consistent for Keone. The surfing that he's done, most probably, in my mind, the visual impression of his surfing is better than the scores that he's received, maybe because of the quality of the waves.
Sebastian now with a chance. A 5.42 requirement, takes to the air, straight air to start, goes for the foam climb on the finish, doesn't get there. Looking to throw something different, a 5.42.
I don't think so. It was the air was creative. It just needed something else to back it up.
So a last-ditch attempt. He's going to have another minute on the clock. It looks like he'll be safe to get out to backline again. There's one more set. You can see that dark line starting to roll through on the right-hand side of the screen. Putting themselves in position, it's going to be our heat leader, Keone, in the red jersey, has first priority, so pick of the lineup. Second priority goes to Dune Kennings in white, who's sitting in fourth, chasing a 6.44. No one in position for this wave as it rolls through.
30 seconds. June would hope to get to use that priority. What's this?
He's having a look. Ooh. He's got the opportunity. This is the type of wave that could give a 6.44. Huge smash on his backhand, but he goes down.
Closed out, but it was exactly the type of surfing he needed to do. When you saw the wave coming at him, he's taken off on the left and there's a right coming at him. Closed really quickly, but you know, that was, he went down swinging, as they say, you know. He tried as hard as he could. If he'd made that, there might have been a chance.
Little flick of the water from Dune there, feeling like he put everything he could into that one, but unable to walk away with the advancing score. It's going to be Venezuela and Portugal into the next round. Out, Uruguay and one of the Kiwis. More action to come. Stay tuned and we'll be back right after this.
The ISA World Surfing Games will be held at the world-class waves of La Bocana and El Sunzal in the heart of Surf City, El Salvador. Using progressive shortboard surfing, surfers must perform with speed, power, and flow in the most critical sections of the waves they ride. The following key elements are considered to maximize the athlete's scoring potential, taking into account the overall speed and difficulty of maneuvers and the dedicated commitment to those maneuvers.
Goes for the huge
goodness.
corrupt flip.
Pushing the limits of what is possible on a surfboard, whether in the air or on the rail. Connecting multiple critical maneuvers together with flow. Utilizing the wave to perform a variety of maneuvers.
Look at the surfing. Two big turns on the outside.
Harnessing the wave's energy to create speed, surf with power, and connect it all with smooth flow. These surfers will be given the perfect canvas at Surf City, hoping to impress the judges and eventually be crowned champions at the 2023 ISA World Surfing Games.
Welcome back to the action here at the ISA World Surfing Games. We are in Surf City, El Salvador. Once again, the fifth time the ISA has returned to the shore here of Surf City to crown world champions, to crown gold medalists for the World Surfing Games. We've had longboard championships here, stand-up paddle, juniors, as well as a couple of World Surfing Games. So it's been a great region to host these events. And that means a lot of the surfers in the draw have had the opportunity to compete here across multiple years. They've got some experience. Some of those surfers in heat number 2, Rapid Charge round 4 on the men's side include Stanley Norman of Great Britain, Luke Dillon of Great Britain, Ido Arkeen of Israel, and Marco Giorgi of Uruguay.
Yeah, it's always kind of, you're not sure how to respond when you see, as a coach or a team, when you see both of your guys in the one heat. The positive is you go, okay, we can work together. But really, surfing's not really one of those sports where that's something that you're used to doing, you have any experience in doing. And you end up going out there and doing what you're used to doing, which is surfing as an individual. And then there's always the chance that one or two of your team members might be knocked out and the team's decimated in those team rankings. So complex, and we see a lot more of that happening now as we're starting to make our way through the round, and we're in Rapid Charge 4.
We saw
Do or die.
Do or die. We saw that matchup earlier today. It was in the main round heats where we had two French competitors. I believe it was Kali Vast and Joan Duru, or Maxime Huchenot. Either way, it was two of the Frenchmen in the same heat, and they both went down in those third and fourth place positions, where you would have hoped that they could work together, find that way to advance through on the same side. So they find themselves in rapid charge round as Ito goes hard off the second turn. He'll go down. Our surfer in green, Marco Giorgi, heading down on the right, deep behind the section, and flying through now to set himself up for the first turn. Can't quite get there, and he'll kick out.
And in the way he was using his arms, he was literally kind of trying to fly. He knew he had a lot of distance to make, and he was using everything he could to try and build the speed, including the arms, paddling his way along that thing, trying to get out in front of it. Didn't make it.
Stanley Norman got a piece of the action to start.
Big tall kid, strong, powerful backhand re-entry there to close. Pin drops out. And you'll see people, the minute they finish their last turn or the wave close out, you'll see them jump really quickly. And the idea there is it's a way to save time. The longer you stay in that white water, you're not going to score any points. And you're just giving yourself extra distance to paddle.
That's right. More time spent out of the takeoff zone and more energy expended as well. Ito drops a 3-point ride to start. Marco just a 0.5. Still waiting on that first wave of Stanley. As we take a look at Marco, already up and riding again. Flies through that first turn right under the lip. Bounces off the foam for the second. Frothy section in front of him as he tags it, and he'll finish off well. So he's going to put a better score down than that 0.5 to start off with, and he'll take away the lead.
Yeah, you would imagine so. Better than the 3 of Ito's as well, representing Israel. And then Stanley Norman's. It's going to be interesting to see where that wave comes in. That was a good wave. That perhaps maybe the best wave of the heat so far. There's going to be a little bit of a toss-up there between Marco's and Stanley's, I think. Here he goes again.
Setting himself up here. We're still waiting for Stanley's first wave to roll through. Gets 2 maneuvers. Goes for that wrap back into the section. Now setting himself up here with some speed and power. Does well on the inside.
He does. Great start. 5-point ride.
5-point wide on the board for his first. Now he's going to have a completed second wave as well. No falls yet.
And to have done that, have got your 2, and Luke Dillon's still sitting there without a wave, he'd be like, I've got to get in this thing, but he'll have first priority.
Well, quick out of the water. It's winner of that last heat. Let's go down to catch up with Mitch Salazar.
Yeah, Venezuela's Keoni Lassa moving through again. Keoni, great performance, a bounce back after yesterday's close loss, a pair of 6s. But man, the waves turned on during your heat. How fun was it out there at La Bocana?
Yeah, it was pretty fun actually. Managed to get a couple of nice waves on the inside, a little smaller ones, looked like a better shape. Yeah, it was fun. I think the swell is getting a little smaller today, so I think that's why it's better maybe. But I think tomorrow it's gonna get bigger, so yeah, let's hope for big waves also.
You represent Venezuela, but you're raised in the Basque Country for the most part. Your dad a big supporter yourself. Coming from Europe and surfing a lot of beach breaks specifically, how well adept do you think you are to surfing ever-changing conditions here at La Bocana? Changes a lot with the low tide and the high tide.
Yeah, I think it's really different because for us in Spain, especially the waves have not as much power as here. But we've come here already a couple times this year to train a little bit on these waves because I think La Bocana is a really challenging wave for everyone. You can see all the city guys are, even it's hard for them to like finish the waves and everything. So I feel like you have to come here a couple times to like really know the wave better. So that's what we did, and I think that helped me a lot in these hits.
Anything you want to say to people back home?
Ya, pues muchas gracias a todos de Venezuela que me están apoyando. Tare bai etxean zarautzen ikusten izaten guztia eskerrik asko da aurreka. Gracias.
Zorionak.
Great surfing from Keoni, and so cool to hear. You know, the way that these other surfers that aren't surfing on that CT level, they're watching every little moment of a John Florence, of a Gabriel Medina, of a Ryan Callanan, and they're picking apart every little move that happens, recognizing that if those guys are possibly struggling in a scenario, that they need to work out how to find success in that same place. And
it sounds like he understood that those guys were having trouble too and was gaining confidence from that. Talk about confidence. Look at this.
Marco, beautiful surfing. Wow. Dropped a 5.83 for his last score. Now another to come through.
That'll be better, don't you think? That was, he's had the best scoring ride of the heat so far. That one had a level of electricity in it that I anticipate will push the score up even further of that 5.83.
Stanley's last wave was a 3.83, so that has him currently sitting in the lead, but just the 3 requirement will take Georgie for sure into first as we wait for that next set to roll through. Look at how beautiful it is today. We've had some of that cloud cover early. It's all rushed away. Although it's nice when the cloud cover comes through, I think the entire contest site goes, yes, we don't have to stare at the sun.
And how were the sunnies of Keone Lassie? The sunglasses were very cool. He was looking like a rock star.
Full intimidation factor as we go with Stanley up and riding again. Putting together a great heat so far. Sharp on his backhand. Finding some rhythm down the line. Board's looking good under his feet. He's feeling comfortable.
Bravo, mate. Stanley Norman and Marco Giorgi really setting the pace, and really we haven't seen Luke Dillon ride a wave, and Ido Arkin, he's only had that 3-point ride, so those guys better get going. It's at the halfway mark before these guys end up too far in front of them.
Wow, that is crazy to think. Ido, you're right, with a long way to go. Sitting in that second priority, Luke Dillon with first priority. A 7.33 drops in for Marco, as we see the local El Salvador surfer from La Bocana surfs this wave all the time. He's paddling out next. And Ido driving through that first section up into the lip for the second. So getting busy on his second ride, he'll kick out. Now waiting on Dillon to get his opening wave. We did hear earlier this morning that he had been in the hospital. He had been on a drip, feeling dehydrated, not feeling well through this trip. So he's been doing what he can to manage his energy. And he came out in that last heat and looked unbelievable. Yeah. He looked strong and fierce as ever. Never would have questioned that he was maybe struggling with his energy levels.
No, you would not. No, recognise that he'd been ill at all. See him there just sitting patiently on his own. It's those moments where you just, come on, please give me one. And the self-talk, trying to manifest an opportunity, looks like one's about to present itself right here.
Puts himself right in position, the only surfer out in the takeoff zone. Deep behind the section to start. Now starts to unleash. Straight 12 o'clock for that first turn.
Wow!
Late to the section, but pulls it off for the second.
I thought there's no way in the world he was making
I didn't think
that.
he was going to try.
And he was behind the whole way. There was an element of struggle from the takeoff to get in front and to find some time with open space to do the manoeuvres. And the first one he made, it made him even later for that second one. It's going to be so interesting to see how that is scored, because talk about critical. I don't know that you can do a backhand re-entry that's more critical than that.
I couldn't agree more.
5-6, the last for Stanley Norman, so he's building.
So he's doing well in second. Ido now with a chance. A couple of threes on the board from his first two chances.
Oh.
Goes down on his next turn. And this heat just seems to be getting away from him a little bit. He's still got plenty of time, but you can sense that frustration and the fact that he's had two other opportunities that haven't been higher than the threes. Marco into the air. Tries to grab the rail and can't hold on to the finish. The board just flew straight out away from his feet. But now starting to go to something explosive. He's got that 7.33 on the board for his last wave, a 5.83 for the one before. Now he's freed up. He's in a pretty solid lead over that second place position, and near 8 at a 7.56 would be needed at this stage to be able to take first away from him. And knowing that there's big requirements on third and fourth as well means they're well away from taking the lead away from him.
Yeah, and it looks like he's surfing down. You know, we talked about how that right hand is a little bit further down. It's hard to take off on the left and get a good right. Does happen occasionally, but not very often. There's a little bit of distance, and it seems like that's paying off. Here he is. We'll see this. Which one's this one? Oh, this is the one, the 7.33. We talked about there being some electricity in this wave, and it's just so sharp and fast. Might have actually been the 5.83.
Taking another look here at Stanley Norman. He's got those couple of fives, a 5 and a 5.6 on the board, sitting in second.
Vertical up the face. Great surfer on his backhand. Just time after time, just bang, 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 just knocking them off, getting a 5.6, improving on the 3.83. He's had a great heat to date. A 5.97 in for Luke Dillon puts him in the game. He only needs a 4.63 at this point.
So requirement there for Luke. Stanley, as we take a look at his replay, 20 years old from Butte, loves surfing at La Gravière in Hossegor. Give him a nice heavy beach break. He's feeling at home.
Well, the technique and the style in that turn were perfect. Beautiful bottom turn to re-entry, straight up, 12 o'clock, snapped out of the lip, and you You watch having that right angle in your bend, like being down in your squat in the bottom turn, at least with your legs at right angles, is most probably about the most powerful place you can come from, and drive out of that, extend and drive out of that into the lip. Stanley Norman will show you how to do it.
He certainly will. So, time is ticking. 20-minute heats. If it was still those 15-minute repocharge rounds, we'd only have 1 minute and 10 seconds left. But we got 6 minutes and 10 seconds. As Stanley setting that line. Nice S-turn for that opening maneuver. Now starts to flick some spray. Goes in for that second on his backhand and times the finish well. Puts those hands out to flare for a moment.
Looking to improve on the 5. I suppose there's a chance there could be a small improvement on that 5 based on the flow between turns. One into the next was very clean, very fluid, quite radical. Maybe a little bit of a smaller wave that might, hold the scoring potential down a little bit. But definitely looking on point. He's looking powerful. He's creating heaps of opportunities for himself. And 5 minutes, 20 seconds. We've got our heat leader out the back there in the green with the first priority. Look, he's signalling. Is he dancing out the back there? Didn't look like he was signalling for anything specific. Just looked like he was having a little boogie with himself because he was enjoying his time here so much.
Putting together a great heat. Coming up next in red, that is the 2-time ISA gold medalist, Santiago Muniz for Argentina. He'll be in the water against the Spanish surfer that we have seen so much in his lifetime, Aritz Aramburu, and Ryan Callanan of Australia with Porfirio Miranda of El Salvador. So that's going to be a great heat coming up for number 3. We've got 6 heats that we're running through on this side. The back half of this rapid charge round is happening down at Sunzal. Heats 7 through 12 will be taking place there, as we've been doing throughout the day, splitting through the rounds.
Yeah, that next heat has the local hero, Porfirio Miranda, and he has been electric. He's going to need that energy because he's against 3 extremely experienced campaigners in Santiago and Aritz and Ryan. All had experience at the top level. So it's going to be a tough heat, but he's got the local experience, the local support, and he is fast on a surfboard. Super fast.
It's going to be very exciting to stay tuned to as we take a look at this set starting to roll through. Looks like it'll just be too small for our surfers to want to have a look at.
Stanley didn't improve on that last one, came in at a 4.43. The wave was a little small. Most probably didn't need to catch that. Would have been better served by staying with the priority and trying to get to the top of the roster so that with these dying moments, he could use that in a defensive fashion.
Now scores in for the last of Luke Dillon, a 4.37, jumps him from 4th into 3rd, but it's not enough to take him into that advancing position over his countryman in Stanley Norman. Stanley now has a look at this one, decides not to go as this wave rolls through. You can see that texture on the surface of the water, that chatter that we've been seeing as those surfers are, just setting up those rails, setting those turns.
Just a tiny, light little sea breeze. It's not too strong at all. Been lucky with the winds in that regard. The sea breezes come up, but it's never been something that's just really chopped the surface of the ocean off. And you can see there how kind of clean and glassy it is really. And if you pick the right ones, you can just tee off on them, as Marco Giorgi has done in this heat.
Certainly the nicest of the afternoons that we've had so far in the calendar. We've still got 3 more days of competition to come after this. It's currently 3:38 p.m. here in El Salvador. A little bit longer to go before we round out competition for the day. Stanley Norman, nice wrap on his backhand, goes in for the second. Now the 2-turn combos, you've been talking about it all day, they've been scoring. The judges have been well rewarding them, sometimes more than getting 3, 4, 5 turns connected together.
That's right.
But has to be critical, it has to be the quality of the maneuver rather than the quantities.
Yeah, it's exactly right, and it needs to be on a big, tall, steep face. He surfed powerfully on that. He knew that, he was on a wave that the priority surfers didn't take. So it's not absolutely wonderful, and you've just got to try your hardest to turn it into a big score. That's why he went for this one. drove into the lip and flared the tail. And you see that little little moment of engagement with your energy and with the wave, trying to turn it into something to improve on the 5.
So a score to come for red, but white now up and riding. Oh, just like hits the something in the water, goes flying over the handlebars.
Like an octopus.
Yeah,
wrapped his
literally,
leg
it's like,
and
did
ripped
he
it
grab
off
a
his
crab?
board or
What
something.
happened? That was such a shame because that first turn was incredible. Then goes down on the second turn with a really solid set. And the wave he'd been waiting for.
Oh, he had the priority, waited so long, 1 minute on the clock.
A 4.63 is his requirement, though, right now.
Oh, look at this.
As we have a beautiful looking wave for the heat leader, Marco. That was an incredibly beautiful turn to witness.
It was.
Scores to come through. Now we're waiting for the last of Dylan, but Stanley Norman drops in a 5.47, so he's increased his second place position. And now means that Luke Dillon needs a 5.1 instead of a 4.67.
Nice play.
Now, the single turn for the start, it only comes through as a 3.83 for Dylan, so he stays in the same position. Another score to come through for Georgie, looking to see if it can better the 5.83 maybe as his backup score, but it was just a single maneuver.
So Stanley, what does he do? Get the priority and paddle and sit on his teammate?
Sad
And try and prevent your teammate, Luke Dillon, from overtaking you, who needs a 5.10. That would be an awkward situation to find
Awkward
yourself.
situation, but at the end of the day, we're taking one European qualifier to the Olympics, and Stanley Norman has that opportunity as an individual.
Still has that opportunity.
Still has that opportunity
with that
because he has
performance.
stayed in. Luke Dillon out of the draw, maybe the strongest of the surfers coming through for Great Britain, has had such a great run within his career. And we're looking forward to seeing more of him in the future, but he is out of the draw, as well as the Israeli Ido Arkin, who put together some incredible surfing throughout this, just couldn't find the rhythm at the moment. Uruguay and Great Britain still in the conversation heading into tomorrow. More action to come. We'll be right back after this.
When Paris finally said, no, we're going to do a whole different thing. We're going to Chopu. It's like we all went, oh my God, what an amazing idea.
Chopu is one of the most incredible waves, probably a wonder of the world.
And it's just sort of like a whole nother world out there. It's godlike, it's quiet, serene, beautiful. Then you have this glorious wave that comes off a reef, and it's so powerful and so beautiful.
I think Chopu has the opportunity to capture the imagination visually for what people think surfing is.
And welcome back to Surf City, El Salvador. We've had a great day of competition. The surf tapered off a little bit and made it so fun and contestable. And now these 4 surfers have that opportunity to keep themselves in the mix. This is an elimination round, so the bottom 2 will be falling out of contention. Argentina, Spain, Australia, and El Salvador, with Ryan Callanan up and riding first. Huge wedgy looking wave with the backwash flaring up behind him. Snap to start, into the foam, drifts that tail around and makes it look really fun out there.
That was impressive. We've seen him, his last couple of heats, he's been strong. He's got through quite easily, but he's fallen a lot. And you started to wonder the strain and stress of all of that activity and all of them wipeouts. But he looks so sharp, so fresh and so fast on that opening ride. That's going to be a good score. He's going to be able to keep that one longer term.
In the water already with a score of 5.67 for the opener of Porfirio. But let's take another look at this for Arcal.
Drive, snaps out of the top. This closeout turn's beautiful. Flares the tail. It was just, it was great energy that he brought to that moment.
And the opener, the 5.67 for the local here at La Bocana.
Bumpier, more difficult wave to ride, but talk about fast and furious. This kid is amazing as well. Great start for him, and that's exactly what you would have wanted. A score that you could keep in the end. You may not want to, but getting it done early takes that bit of pressure off. The locals will be lined up along the beach ready to cheer him on, and he's given them something to cheer for early.
Ryan drops a 6.83 to start, just better than the 5.67 of Miranda for El Salvador. Santiago Muniz of Argentina is in the water, as well as Aritz Aramburu of Spain. So these are going to be, I mean, all of these surfers, you would kind of single out Ryan Callanan, Santiago Muniz, Aritz Aramburu, but now we've seen the quality of surfing from the local.
Oh, yeah.
As Ryan unleashes into the tail, and he will not be coming out of that one. See that explosion.
That's what we've seen from him.
Right.
Every heat, there's been a couple of waves that he's completed, but there's been 4 that he's gone crazy on and just gone out like he's trying to shoot a video piece. But you make them and the big scores come. So, he's got his strategy. It's been working for him. The 6.83 proves it's still working for him.
Paddle now for Aritz. This will be his first wave of the heat. Representing Spain, hard off the bottom into that first opening wrap. Sets his line here and goes into a critical section. Airdrops. Hopefully his knees are okay after that one.
Yeah, it was steep and sucky and took all of the power of the ocean. It just landed in that place, and he happened to not be able to get out in front of it, and it ate him up. Incomplete. Won't be a score that he'll be able to keep to win or advance through this heat.
Already 37 years old, a former championship tour surfer. Also, within his career, talking about the Tahiti Pro at Tehupo, walked away with a 3rd place finish. Semifinals at one of the most challenging, if not the most challenging, in comparison with Pipeline, waves in the world to make it through heats at.
Oh, yeah.
Imagine him getting that qualification for Team Spain for the continental option for Europe this week and having the chance to compete for the Olympics at a way that he knows so well. These are some of the major events that have run here over 5 years in El Salvador. The ISA has a long-standing relationship with this local area in Surf City. We have had the SUP World Championships. We've had the World Surfing Games now for the 2nd time. Junior Championships, as well as the Longboard Championships, which ran down at Sunzal for the first time ever. Just a couple weeks ago, the longboard crew had a really great time here. I got to be here within the mix, alongside so many of the staff members that are down this week. We got to see some incredible surfing from the local contingency as well for Team El Salvador. Cindy on the women's side from just down at the south coast of El Salvador put together some of the best longboarding heats I've ever seen. As we see Santiago Muniz up and riding on his backhand.
Oh.
Drifts the tail a little too far, can't hold off the finish.
He was frothing. How's the energy he was bringing to that wave?
Setting himself up now. Porfirio. Nice snap to start, wraps it back in for the 2nd. Good looking section in front of him. He's going to need to capitalize.
Wow. He threw everything at that lip, didn't he? I was like, in my mind, I'm thinking, not that much. Hold it back a bit. Oh wow. Yes, good job.
He knows this wave. This is home break. Born and raised in El Tunco. Surfs this wave literally every day.
Learned to surf on this wave. So, and we're seeing it, aren't we?
We are certainly seeing it. Well, as we wait for scores to drop for last of El Salvador, let's go down to the beach, catch up with the winner of that last heat. Take it away, Mitch.
Thank you. Marco Giorgi here. Third heat win. I mean, very impressive, especially when we talk about how quick the rapid charge heats go by and a drastic change. I mean, 5 minutes could be a big difference. You decided to stick with the right, had a quick wave off the bat, but then you got a 5 and a 7.33 afterwards.
Yeah. Plus 5 minutes there is makes a lot of difference. More with the strategy. It's not a long heat anyways, but like after surfing 15 minutes, it feels like it. So, but yeah, I went straight to the right, and I knew there were opportunities there, and it's just the left here is so hard to surf with the bump and the high tide, and I don't know. I just saw a couple of rides, and I figured if I would go there by myself, I can read the ocean and I can find something. And yeah, the first one didn't do it, but then the second one sort of started there, and so I found my rhythm for my third one, which was a 7. So yeah, I was happy it went my way.
Hey man, you've been a role model for a long time. I want to say at least 15 years in this sport. You're 35 right now. Just persevering and being consistent and persistent with your results. What kind of message would you send to somebody that has been in your spot before, a young surfer coming up from South America?
Yeah, it's all about balance, trying to find the balance between everything, being your job, but at the same time loving it, and then training hips and like having a sane mind, you know, not doing drugs or alcohol, any of that, you know, that just breaks your brain with time, you know. So you gotta just have like, you know, like a balance. The balance is maybe the word, yeah. But it's just that, you know, just focus and keep doing it. You know, I do it because I love it, and I keep trying, you know. I keep trying, yeah.
I like seeing that. Congratulations. See you tomorrow.
Thank you. Yes.
Heartfelt.
Heartfelt, mate. I couldn't agree more on the drugs and the alcohol. We've seen in our sport the toll that the partying can take on people over the years, and it's great to be living in a time that we all recognise the value of sobriety. You look at Kelly Slater, and his achievements would never be what they are without sobriety and without him being, you know, in love with surfing and having that more important than going to a party and being liked and, you know, popular and in that scene. Surfing will save your life, and I really was touched by that interview. He's going crazy, eh? He's just catching
Salvador,
anything.
oh my goodness, just goes down on that first section, can't quite hold on to it for Porfirio. But I agree. I think, you know, historically in surfing, that sort of lifestyle was celebrated, to go out, to party, to be in the scene, to do anything that was offered to you. And now there's been a shift. I mean, that still happens, but there's such a shift in the culture.
100%.
And it's the best thing to see. And it's now that health, that element of being in the ocean, being connected to it, being connected to one another, that's giving that space for these surfers to rise to become some of the best athletes in the world, to become Olympians that we can be proud of, to become professional surfers we can be proud of, rather than those that are setting a bad example for the youth and those under them.
Surfing's our drug of choice. That's the one we love, you know, and we, you know, having lived through, you know, those years when the media, particularly the surfing media, glorified the bad guys and the bad boys and the partying and almost promoted that as the way to live. It's so good to have moved through that, evolved through that. You know, the great Tom Carroll would say the exact same thing. Your life just gets better when you give up the alcohol and the partying, for sure.
Could not agree with you more. Santiago Muniz setting that line, check to start, comes in under the lip, and he'll ride through clean. So just a couple small scores on the board for him so far, and now finds that connection with the wave.
Felt desperate. To me, you know, like he's desperate at this point. There's, you know, we're just under the halfway mark, 9.5 to go. He hasn't had a score of 1 or 2.57. The local has gone 5.67 into a 7.27 and then found a 6.1 and improved on that 5.6 without priority. Here's the replay of that early ride, the very opener of Ryan Callanan. He's been very quiet since.
That was the 6.83. Taking a look now at the 7.27.
Watch this mid-face turn right here. See how he didn't drop to the bottom? He knew to just get up there quickly, and that's where that beautiful last turn, which deserved every point of the 7.27, that came from the read and his understanding of this wave. Sometimes if you go to the bottom, let's watch this. Flares, look at the style, so low. In amongst all of that chaos, he was just so centered. This is an important moment, maybe the most important moment in his life, and he's rising to the occasion.
Incredible performance so far for Porfirio. Gives the claim. And it's been so cool to see, you know, the group of El Salvador volunteers down here putting work in behind the scenes, taking care of everybody and just making us feel at home.
Yeah.
And to know that they can be down here supporting a performance like this, to be able to see him taking possibly another win. It's not necessarily his all the way, because we know that Ryan Callanan of the Surfers in the Water could be dropping excellent scores, but so could Santiago and Aritz. This is a very heavy lineup of 4 men who have found great results in their past championship tour experience between the two of them. Santiago Muniz with an unbelievable amount of success here at the ISA World Surfing Games for Team Argentina over the years. And so it's really the absolute wild card in the water right now who's holding down to that leading position. And he's got to play it smart, I feel, for the rest of the seed in order to hold on to that, knowing the caliber of surfers that he's up against.
100%. Santiago's going to be in the 4th priority when he makes it back out. Aritz is in 2nd, Ryan's in 1st. So this next use of priority, Ryan's having a look at this inside one. It's a bit got white water, but sometimes they get really smooth on the face.
Nice opening turn, sets his line here for the 2nd.
Oh.
Next with the lip. Surfing with speed and flair, drifts that full board around in the tail again.
Wow.
That is fun surfing to watch.
Yeah, there was a couple of awkward moments in there where I was uncertain as to whether they were mistakes or it was just good surfing. And we'll see it on the replay, particularly the second turn. Timing got a little bit off, but the timing being off meant those next two happened in such a critical fashion. That's going to be his second score. Here it comes. It's a smaller wave, but it's still overhead. First turn, nice snap. Pushes in the back foot. That's where he got a little bit uncomfortable. But from there it was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. It was erratic, but it was radical at the same time. And while there was losses of control, he still was in control. It was right on that fine edge.
Taking a look now at live action, Aritz has been quiet. This is only his second wave. He's got a 317 for the first. Hooks it into the pocket for the opener. Now sets his line for the second, rides through with ease. Jumps out just after the finish. Now chasing a 5.84 to get himself into a position. Score drops so quickly from the panel. A 6.77 sets him up now into second, but we're still waiting for a score for Santiago in fourth, and we're waiting for the last of Ryan Callanan to be able to see if they're going to retake that advancing position.
I'm scared. I see Porfirio in the lead, and you know what this means to the country of El Salvador, this moment in time, and him advancing through. And he's got three experienced campaigners, and he's come out early and taken the lead, and that's a lot of pressure to hold on to through the back end. He now has first priority, so he's in the controlling position, and once these scores drop and we know where things are at, and we're in the final five, managing this priority in a professional way is going to be perhaps his most challenging part of the whole exercise. The surfing, I'm a believer. His surfing is incredible, but competing is all about managing the priority and the pressure and the wave selection, using it for its defensive qualities as well as its attacking qualities, not being sold a lemon by your opponents and who are acting interested in something and just trying to get the priority off you. And so it takes maturity and experience to handle these situations. When I was watching this wave, I was thinking, because we knew this was a great wave.
The 6.67 of Aritz Aramburu.
Two-turn combo, backhand for a big score.
So sets him up into that third place position now. He's chasing a 6.47 though to be able to get himself in the advancing space.
Well, that's exactly what he needed to do at that point in time. Still for Santiago, not a score of consequence. Solidly in fourth place, needs the 8.9 to go to second. For him, he needs two waves at this point in time. Everybody else only needs one. Porfirio, he's getting sold something maybe here.
Aritz now up and riding.
He didn't bite.
And he's going to go for that 6.47, trying to make it through the advancing position. Huge floater on the second maneuver. And a great finish for the third. Throws the claim in. Now thoughts, a 6.47. It's a little bit lower for the requirement than what his biggest score of the 6.77 is.
6.4 came in for Ryan Callanan's, and it wasn't quite beautifully surfed. It was kind of, was he in control? Is he out of control? I don't know. Is that good surfing or not? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was kind of that type of a ride.
Yeah, is it meant to be that kind of slidey, or is it just a little bit of a lack of control?
Exactly, and I think that's where the 6.4 came in. Still a good score, consistent, solid. Here he goes again, close out, loses the priority. Santiago Muniz in second. Porfirio has been composed to this point. They both tried to sell him that wave that Aritz Aramburu got. It's going to be interesting. I think I've got a feeling that he's going to get a score that will take him into second place.
Down to 3 minutes on the clock. A lot of local crew here cheering on Porfirio, but the score to drop.
Yeah, and first big turn, the floater, you mentioned it, that was great, and I'm thinking, that's the closeout turn. Drops down, it still stays open, he gets the third. 6.47, every chance he gets it in my mind.
Good combination surfing.
Yeah.
Tied it together very well, not any downtime between, and kind of, finished out each maneuver cleanly into the second maneuver, into the next thing in front of him.
Porfirio needs to improve on that 6.1. He needs to use this priority. Well, unless it goes flat and he doesn't have to catch another wave. Perfect scenario.
But right now we can see there's lines coming through.
See
They're
where
putting
he's...
themselves in a position.
Sorry, Shannon, I was getting excited. But see where he's sitting underneath the others in white? He can make the decision. He's got more time than anyone else to decide whether to block them or not, whether the wave's something he wants to catch or not. Perfect positioning with the priority.
This is true because even this far inside, he is allowed to drop in on another surfer that has lower priority than him.
And if,
that is exactly what he's going to do right here. Ryan has to kick out quickly. Porfirio wants to make sure that Ryan can't take the lead away from him. Trying to improve on a 6-1-0.
Needs to make it. Come on!
Reverse and he makes it. Oh my gosh.
That was exciting.
Are you kidding me?
There's the crowd. They love it.
That was insane. To be able to hold the mental composure in that moment.
Totally, and use the decision to use priority or not was a tough decision. There's a 6-3 for Ritz. Didn't quite get the score he needed.
That was a great wave too, but just doesn't get there.
He improves on the 6-1, yes?
Yes, he did improve slightly, but he's
so.
chasing now a 6.47 still because he needs to improve. He needs something bigger for his backup score, which still didn't get into that zone.
But about Porfirio Miranda, does he improve on the 6-1?
Holy smokes, that was great.
How was that?
That was so fun because we knew he's in that position. Is he going to drop in on someone? Maybe, maybe not. Now a Ritz with a chance.
Uh-oh.
Throws in the windscreen wipers here as he just throws buckets of spray out the back of the wave.
Well, he's come back into this heat so strongly.
He's feeling it. 6.47, was that better than the 6.30 that just dropped through?
It's going to come down to the size of the wave maybe, and because we thought he might have got it on that one before, and maybe it was he was given that wave because the priority surfers didn't want it, which tells me it wasn't quite a big one. Sometimes on a screen and a monitor as we're watching, the size looks similar. I feel like that's why it was a 6-3 because it wasn't a bigger wave. That might have been big enough. We'll see. And Porfirio's, I'm going it could be a 7.
And now 10 seconds. Is Ryan going to have a chance to get himself one more wave? He's got priority, but 5 seconds are on the clock, and we don't see him.
Nope, there she is.
With
it's
the wave,
done.
So that's done. Now the question mark lands to Porfirio with the win.
Yes.
Guaranteed.
Guaranteed.
And what's he going to get for that air reverse? And the excitement, the 30-year-old local surfer here at La Bocana.
To beat these 3 seasoned campaigners.
Such good surfing.
It's such a great result for the country of El Salvador as well.
And now a Ritz with a chance to qualify on behalf of the European continent to be able to get back to Tahiti, possibly a place where he's found the semifinals before. If he loses here, he's in no chance of qualifying for Paris 2024. He'd have to come back next year to the World Surfing Games to have a shot at it.
I can't stand still. I'm just
Martin's rocking
from side
back
to
and forth.
side.
This is the moment. He takes off. Ryan has to ditch it.
Watch this turn, flies into it, into the air. Great rotation. Air reverse, pulls it, looks to the crowd and the judges and said, I think I managed the back end beautifully.
Well, they're not going to let us wait for it. We're going to have to wait till after the break. A 6.87 for Porfirio, but we still don't know about a Ritz Aramburu. We will find out. Will it be a Ritz or Ryan Callanan advancing right after this? Jess Grimwood and Chris Cote to call the action.
The ISA World Surfing Games will be held at the world-class waves of La Bocana and El Sunzal in the heart of Surf City, El Salvador. Using progressive shortboard surfing, surfers must perform with speed, power, and flow in the most critical sections of the waves they ride. The following key elements are considered to maximize the athlete's scoring potential, taking into account the overall speed and difficulty of maneuvers and the dedicated commitment to those maneuvers.
Goes for the huge
goodness.
corrupt flip.
Pushing the limits of what is possible on a surfboard, whether in the air or on the rail. Connecting multiple critical maneuvers together with flow. Utilizing the wave to perform a variety of maneuvers.
Look at the surfing. 2 big turns on the outside.
Harnessing the wave's energy to create speed, surf with power, and connect it all with smooth flow. These surfers will be given the perfect canvas at Surf City, hoping to impress the judges and eventually be crowned champions at the 2023 ISA World Surfing Games.
The beach is alive.
as another wild finish goes down here in Repechage, round 4, heat 2 in the books. Porfirio Miranda gets the win. Aritz Aramburu gets the score within the last 15 seconds. That smile says it all. Team Spain living, thriving through the Repechage round. Chris Cote here with Jess Grimwood. What a moment for our host nation of El Salvador. Porfirio Miranda blasting his way through that heat, staying alive, staying in this contest. And you know the hometown team is proud.
That's the moment of the day right there too. I mean, everyone's been saying what a good surfer he is, but I don't think anyone really understood his heat IQ, his talent in competition, and that air game that he brings. I mean, come on. I mean, if you see him surf every day, you'd understand it, but getting to see that live today here, highlight so far.
He's in the zone. And who else will join him in that zone? Will it be surfer in white, Joan Duru, doing it for Team France? Big start there. Waves are pumping, and the action is following suit. Good start there for Joan Duru.
Oh, he almost lost control. That's how fast he was going on that second turn there.
And more action right behind him. This is surfer from another surfer from El Salvador, Daniel Monterosa. So the team's staying on the beach. They're going to celebrate, but now they need to refocus their energy and attention to their surfer in red.
Oh yeah, they're locked in. They're not going anywhere this afternoon. It's huge.
Here we have Daniel Monterosa, Carlos Munoz, Abubakar Bawada, and Joan Duru. France, Morocco, Costa Rica, and El Salvador represented. Another international superheat on our hands. So we've extended these heats into Repechage round 4 to 20 minutes. Just because as you get deeper in the contest, we need to give these athletes just a little bit more time to show us what they got. And you'd be surprised what an extra 5 minutes can do in the span of a heat.
I know, and I feel sorry for Shannon and Barton too, because I feel like their quads are going to be burning. They were up the whole time Barton was doing squats, Shannon was jumping around, they were flipping around the broadcast.
I thought there was an earthquake.
Yeah, there's a lot of surfing going on this afternoon. There's a lot of energy in the water, in the booth, and on the beach.
Just how we like it here at the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. And there will be a lot of action with just a moment to breathe right there. But if we know anything about La Bocana, those moments don't last long. Practically lull-less throughout the day. New word, 2023, write it down, lull-less.
I've been keeping
Lull-less.
a very now it's become quite a long dictionary of your best words and quotes so far throughout the event. So I'll give you a score at the end of the ISA Games as well.
Can't wait.
In the Commentators Cup.
18:30 on the clock. First score comes through for Joan Duru. Nice start, 6-point ride. We're waiting for some action to come through our lineup. While we do, our local threat to take a medal at the end of this event is standing by now with Mitchell Salazar.
Yeah, Porfirio Miranda, the local surfer, moving through. I'm going to ask the question in Spanish. I'll translate back to English. First one is, what is it like having the energy of all the crowd here and the local Salvadoran people behind him? Porfirio, para empezar, muchas felicidades. Heathcliff, un gran desempeño aquí en un hit muy complicado. La energía de la gente local y el apoyo de la nación, ¿cómo se sintió dentro del agua?
Pues gracias por las felicitaciones, súper motivado, súper feliz con toda la gente que viene a apoyar aquí a la playa y a gritar y darle esas fuerzas y energías que realmente que cuando te las mandan se siente como algo que es especial, pues, y realmente estoy en mi casa, en mi playa, súper feliz de que los salvadoreños se hacen presentes y que estos eventos grandes y con niveles muy profesionales se hacen aquí en casa, en El Salvador, y a seguir por más, a seguir entrenando más duro, a seguir buscando resultados en cada evento que se venga.
You can definitely feel the special energy off of the crowd here, especially with the local Salvadorians too, but more than anything, very happy with the professionalism of the events and having these events right here in his backyard. Second question going to be the most important one. He's seen success from other surfers so far, but the motivation to win here at home must be the highest for him. Obviamente las expectativas para ti son altas, pero el poder ganar aquí en casa sería un lujo para ti. Imagínate tener una medalla ahora al final del campeonato para ti. ¿Cómo se sentiría?
Pues lo máximo, estoy feliz de representar al país. para mí tener una medalla en campeonatos así grandes nunca lo he hecho, nunca he conseguido tener una medalla de alto nivel, ¿verdad? Para mí ha sido como un evento de los más grandes que competí en toda mi vida. Siempre los hice, pero ahora si te das cuenta hay 63 naciones compitiendo. El primer hit me tocó con Gabriel Medina, que es uno de los surfistas más favoritos de mi vida. Ahora competir con Ryan Collins, Sebastián Muniz y todo esto, ahorita Aramburu, creo que esto ya me hace ganar, no realmente solo ganar la medalla, ¿verdad? Solo con estar en este evento de gran magnitud. Ya gané mucho, estoy ganando mucho aprendizaje, toda la gente está feliz, yo estoy muy feliz, mi familia y todos los que me rodean, creo que cuando reviso el Instagram está lleno de mensajes, de historias, así que ya gané mucho, pero si en un momento llevo una medalla o logro tener un triunfo, pues mucho más feliz, pero por el momento, como te repito, ya gané mucho, estoy muy feliz de estar en casa compitiendo por mi país, por mi bandera y representar a El Salvador, que realmente ha crecido, ha cambiado y ahora lleva un futuro muy lindo que es el surf y el deporte.
He's already won so much in life, and especially in this event, surfing against the likes of Gabriel Medina, one of his all-time favorite surfers, and in this last heat, likes of Aritza Aramburu, Santiago Moniz, and obviously Ryan Callan, the CT surfer. But winning here at home for him would be huge if he's able to get a medal around his neck at the end of this event. Felicidades, Porfirio. Nos vemos el día de mañana.
Yeah, gracias. Thank you. Yeah, see you tomorrow.
Yes, we will. He's becoming a household name, not just around here, but around the world. Our international audience watching. Don't forget, Porfirio Miranda, defending his home turf, but also welcoming the world to his backyard. I was going to lean on some Surf Punk's lyrics, My Beach, My Wave. Finish that lyric at home, NSFW. 12 minutes, 48 seconds to go. So yeah, I mean, our host nation of El Salvador has welcomed the world with open arms, shared their waves. Porfirio, not just an El Salvador local, but a La Bocana local. So we thank him. We thank the local crew for giving us this break for, 9 days, 300-plus competitors. So we see surfer in green representing Morocco. He's been on fire all day long.
Yeah.
Abu Bakr Awada, ripping.
Yeah, he's another example of kind of those grey names that have been coming through the draw, where all the focus has been on those huge, big global profile surfers, and these surfers like Abu Bakr and, particularly like Porfirio as well, have had the opportunity to just chip away, build momentum, and then suddenly have these explosive performances. Here goes Joan.
Jean Duru, I mean, we know he's going to put up big numbers. He always does. He's such a consistent competitor right there, arcing nicely. Big down carve, finishing clean. Nice and smooth. Didn't try to force in anything extra at the end. Not that would have taken away points, but sometimes it's just nice to finish your wave off like that, riding out into the open part of that wave, making it clear that you're in control. So 11:19 to go. We got Monterosa in the lead for now. He's sitting on a 5.17 and a 1. But Jean Duru already dropped a 6, and now we're waiting for his second score to come through. It's probably going to be a pretty sizable number. So that means Abu Bakr from Morocco is going to have some work to do. He does have a 5.27, but Carlos Munoz, relatively quiet surfer out of Costa Rica, Pura Vida Nation. He tends to be able to summon energy and luck from the ocean. And we'll see if that stays with him in this heat. So while these are 20-minute heats, and we've seen 15-minute heats throughout the day, these heats are still flying by. Next heat is going to be a big one as well. Italy, Barbados, South Africa, Germany represented. All 4 of these surfers have been out in the water a lot today. And a lot of competitors are kind of used to only competing in 1 heat per day. But these guys going to have to be putting in work, and the same goes for the women who have been up at El Sunzal all day long. And that wave might even be more taxing because the wave's a lot longer, the paddle is twice as long. You're not going to be getting smashed by big sets as there is a big channel, but a physical effort nonetheless at both of our marquee spots down here in Surf City.
Yeah, and there's been some pretty big upsets already in those women's repechage as well. There's been some big names gone down.
You can check out the ISAsurf.org results area of the website as Carlos Munoz comes alive. 3 big turns there for Carlos. Great start for him. Pretty quiet in the first half of this heat, but doesn't matter when you get your waves as long as you get him within that 20-minute span. So that's going to be a nice number for Carlos to start. 9:20 on the clock.
Yeah, like you said, summoning that wave. I think even beneficial for these surfers this afternoon. Like you said, 2 waves, that's all they need to expend in energy.
Salvadorian surfer Daniel Monterosa, big snap there, comes around the section. Nice power hook on his forehand, easily negotiating kind of a bumpy face, making it look smooth, doing it with power and lots of flow. So under 9 minutes now, Joan Duru's second wave comes through. It's a biggie, a 7-point ride. Pair that with his 6. He's off to a huge lead, 13-point total. Everyone else playing catch up now. Judges as well, waiting for a score to come through for Carlos Munoz. And now for Monterosa, as we see Abu Bakr again, blasting through to the inside. This kid can do no wrong today.
Oh, yeah, but he kind of just hit that weird kind of wobble. It's almost like his board disengaged and the rail kind of slipped out and he went flat on that second bottom turn. So that was kind of an unfortunate event in that second turn. I think that was lining up to be a really nice wave. It looked really exciting and critical surfing. 283 for that last one. So that the most important score, like you said, is the first of Carlos. He's going to, if I can remember back, I think it's going to be in the 6s. If I'm thinking about the first of Joanne's waves, that 6 and the 7. Here's Abu Bakar's last wave though. Look at this first turn lining up really nicely. Big, powerful carve. Oh, this is his opening wave, sorry. Negotiates the lump and bump and the cross chop. Kind of a laid-back bit of a jam to finish that thing off and look really good. First of Joanne. Finds a little bit of carving, rail work, and then really starts to open up there. Nice and early turn to finish that thing off. That's what really gave him the good number. This is, wow, sick. Grab forehand rotation there from the local Monterosa. And just flurry of action. Carlos's replay as well. So heaps going down in this side of the heat. Really critical surfing from Carlos, from Costa Rica. Something else to absorb as well.
It's a lot to unpack here.
There's a lot. There's a lot going on in this heat right now. So last half, Daniel, the local guy, getting another wave on the board. So there's going to be plenty of scores to drop in. I love that frontside rotation of his, particularly for Monterosas. But here goes Carlos again.
Munoz, quick snap there. Finds himself a medium wave from about the midway out. 2 good turns. Fits in a 3rd. Gets a 4th. So a 4-turn combo for Carlos Munoz. Feeling it. Pura vida all day long. He'll get back out there. You see the excitement, the little leg kicks. That's the energy that Carlos has the ability to tap into. You know, his entire career has had a lot of ups and downs, injuries, near misses, some personal mistakes. But when everything comes together for Carlos Munoz, he is among the elite. He is so naturally talented, and he definitely put in the hard work to earn everything he's had. And right now, he's definitely going to earn it. This is a huge heat for all 4 surfers involved. So his second score comes through, 6.27 and a 6.23. Meanwhile, Joan Duru drops a 7 and a 6. So Carlos now right in the mix in second place, just 0.5 points behind Joan Duru. Waiting for the last score for red, Monterosa. And we're going to go to green. Abu Akbar on his backhand. Big snap there, can't come down with it. Waves marching in.
I'm still waiting to see that score lock in for Daniel as well in the red. Here he goes again though.
He's not going to wait for it. He's going to keep the pedal to the metal. Goes for a huge foam climb, gets blown off his board.
Yeah, that grab, if we think back a few waves for Daniel, that grab that he was able to throw down, I haven't seen too much of that in the competition yet. We've seen a lot of rotations, a lot of really high, kind of almost inverted, lofty backside and frontside aerial maneuvers, but I haven't seen a really nice stylish grab like he was able to pull off, and I'm interested to see how that comes into the judging scale here this afternoon.
We're down to 4:40 on the clock. Earlier this morning, we got our team points update. Nothing much to report there. 14 teams tied for that top spot. All the big names that you would expect to see. After today, that picture is going to become a little bit clearer. We're going to definitely see some teams rise up to the top ranks of the team standings. Remember, overall team winners will get medals as well, and priceless rewards to be offered at the end of this event in the form of invites to the upcoming Olympic Games Paris 2024. Carlos Munoz trying to force the issue. It forces it back. He goes down. 3 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock, Jess. This has been a great heat.
Yeah, and for Carlos, like you said, he didn't do anything in the opening 10 minutes. He held priority. He didn't find any waves. He's only ridden 4, and 2 of those have got him into second position. So the 6.23 and a 6.27, really similar rides. Now to find himself space in this lineup, he needs to do kind of what the Frenchman has done and make that surfing way tighter up in the pocket and more critical. So the turns are there, but the wave choice maybe for the next 3 minutes of this heat is going to be what determines if he can progress or not. And of course, Abu Bakr and Daniel are chasing. Ooh, he kind of looked like he went for a little under the lip flip there.
You know, this is when you throw everything you got at it. Dig deep, show your grit. Under 3 minutes to go. Duru in the lead. Munoz second. Monterosa third. Abu Bakr fourth. For now, he needs a 7.23. Monterosa needs a 7.33. There's a big number. That would be the best wave of this heat.
I can see that. I can see that happening for both of those surfers. I mean, I know the crowd on the beach and the locals will be wishing that number through as well for Daniel, but I can see that in both of their surfings. And here we go. Oh, I thought he was having a look at that opportunity.
Now, all of our surfers kind of hanging on this kind of midway out left. Here goes Carlos Munoz. That wave just bouncing away. Nothing much he could do there. Interesting positioning, though. I think that with the tide starting to potentially drop out a little bit, you know, the playing field's still condensed with a relatively high tide right now, but I hear whistles, I hear hoots and hollers. That tells me a set is on the way. And check the horizon. Big lines coming through. 1:50 to go. Always want to end the heat with a big flurry of waves. And here goes green. Abu Akbar representing Morocco, coming off the bottom, slicing nicely into a roundhouse cutback. Another turn on the open face, waiting for something critical to come his way so he can get involved. Has the finish, little bonus bank there, so 1:24 on the clock. Pretty much rode that wave as good as it could have been ridden, but it didn't really give him an opportunity to get radical like the judges want to see. Nicely surfed, good, clean, but you know, we're seeing surfers get up and under it, and putting your moves in the most critical section of the wave is how you get those big numbers. So I think that's going to be a good score. Will it be a score breaker to get him up into the top 2 spot? He needs a 7.23.
Yeah, it's definitely going to replace the second wave he had, and it did. It's the 4.07, but like you said, the wave kind of let him down there in that situation. So with 43 seconds remaining, he just needs something way more critical. 2 turns can do the job. You saw Johan already getting a 7. Similar to Daniel's situation, he's found himself with 5, but he needs that criticalness in the wave.
Here we go, Johan Duru. Big foam climb there, getting around this big section. This guy's super consistent, powerful. He's got an air game.
Oh,
there it was. There it is. Johan Duru, victory lap. But hold your horses. Daniel Monterosa from El Salvador gets this one in time. What's he got for us on the inside? Slashing there.
No.
The wave let him down. Kind of crumbled underneath his feet, but give it up to Johan Duru, the journeyman, unofficially getting the victory along with Carlos Munoz. So unfortunately for our host nation of El Salvador, we're going to lose Daniel Monterosa. And big ups to Abu Bakr from Team Morocco. A solid finish. Definitely put his name out there as a surfer to watch in the future. We've really enjoyed seeing what he has done out here and expect more to come. But we're going to take a quick break. We got more heats on the horizon, some big names hitting the water right now. Before we get there, let's take a quick break. We'll be right back with more from the ISA World Surfing Games.
Day 4 at Surf City provided some incredible conditions and some of the highest scores of the event. On the men's side, Team Brazil's Gabriel Medina takes an 8.83 for the highest score of the day.
Very obvious what was going to happen, and we love it. So big frontside air.
Team Canada's Cody Young takes an 8.33, the second highest score for the men's division today.
Yeah, you know, I have a job to do here first before I officially qualify for the Pan Am Games. I'm provisionally qualified right now through PASA, but yeah, I'm looking forward to Chile. I've never been down there, and looking forward to surfing man-on-man heats.
And with the third highest score of the men's division, 8.0 for Team South Africa's Jordy Smith.
The waves he's had, first term was a little conservative but controlled. That one he took the tempo, the volume up a little bit, and on the last one smacked it perfect.
すごい日本チームでみんな気合入っててチャレンジできてるのですごいいい感じです。
Ellie Harrison of Australia scores a 9.5 in the last heat of the day and brings home the highest wave of the event so far. Erin Brooks for Team Canada puts together another solid performance with an 8.77 as her high score. Yolanda Sequeira of Portugal shows her powerful forehand attack by scoring an 8.6. Tune in tomorrow for more action on Day 5.
And we're back. This is the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Our surfers are ready out in the water. Before we get there, let's get a word from Frenchman Joan Duru, standing by with Mitchell Salazar.
That's right, gold medalist here in 2021. Joan, you've been successful here at both La Bucana and El Sonsal before. A very smart heat, a 6.17 to better your scores. You had a 7 as your high score out there. The lefts look great out there. You want to talk to us about how the heat went?
Yeah, went good. The heat before went really bad, so I was like, try to don't do same mistake, just be on the good wave and don't fall. So I just wait the really good wave and I didn't fall, so it was a perfect hit from the start to the end.
Do you go back in your mind and replay the best moments and the successful moments that you had here when you won gold?
Yeah, for sure. I just even take the same board. And now I try to readjust and be with the ocean. Every day is different. It's a really good wave. It's really powerful, but it changes a lot. You have to adapt with a good left, a good right, but have to be in the good rhythm to have the good wave.
How awesome would it be to surf for France in Paris 2024, knowing that you're a great surfer and barreling waves like Chopes?
Yeah, that's why I'm still competing. I try to qualify for this, and it could be amazing. It's hard, a big goal, and let's try to make some hits.
Félicitations, bonne chance.
Merci beaucoup.
Congratulations, Joan Duru, doing it with power, doing it with style and grace, and we're back at it, straight into the lineup. Jose Faulkner. Well, this heat is an absolute stunner. One of the heats to wrap our day, but wow, we've saved some hammers. Leon Glatzer, Jacob Burke, Jose Faulkner and Eduardo Papa, Italy, South Africa, Barbados, Germany, all in the lineup. Chris Cote with Jess Grimwood. A QS standout for many, many years. Now she travels the world talking about surfing and doing it well. Jess, take it away.
All right. I feel like I've watched this guy surf about 15 times today, and he seems to just be saving the best for last. He's so well composed. He puts two of the most critical turns together, doesn't oversurf the section, and he's going to get a really good score. Here's Jose's last wave as well. He's just got that, like you said, that kind of tail slide. He gets a little bit too much release, I think, a little bit too much rotation through that last section, so he can't complete it. But he still gets the 417.
Too much pepper?
Too much pepper on the mashed potatoes on the top there, and it just lost control. But the first wave for Leon, I think the 617, that surfing that he does, he's just got it. He's got the formula. I think the whole German team have found, like we heard in his post-season interviews, where he talks about it's still the same result at the end. He might be on a different path. Last year and the last few years for them before they qualified for the Olympics, there was no cameras on them. This year, every single camera in the house on these guys.
Just add a little bit of pressure, but he can live up to that. Here we go, winding up. We were expecting and hoping for something outrageous, but the wave had different ideas, so he pulls out there to get right back into the lineup. Now we're looking at surfer in red. Papa, his backhand, has been stellar throughout this competition and continues to do so. A nice highline drift there. Pair of maneuvers, both radical, both in the most critical part of that wave. So Eduardo Papa giving Team Italy something to cheer about.
Yeah, and the speed he was able to hold and harness after coming out of that first turn, it almost overwhelmed him for a little second. There's Team Italy to Coach De Souza, the rest of the management team, of course, Jesse Mendez as well, fellow teammate, Leo's there. The women for Team Italy have been down there as well. They've been this really tight pack of surfers and management, just getting in there, dissecting the conditions and getting the work done. And I'm interested to see the score for last of the Eduardo Papa.
Yep, the judges have been working hard today as well. So many waves ridden. This place is just incredibly consistent. And with more swell on the way, you can expect big things happening tomorrow and the next day. But before we get there, we got to figure out who's going to make it through this heat. Will it be Eduardo Papa?
He almost goes down on the rail. Look at this angle here. So much speed coming out of this first turn. Sets up. Whoa. That transition is so quick onto that hillside rail to make sure he times it nice enough to get up into the lip and come down with the completion.
And that little subtle jump off his board tells me that he's having a good time.
Yeah.
And usually the surfer that's having the most fun ends up winning. I don't know the statistics on that. Just Jerry Lopez told me that. So I believe whatever Jerry Lopez says. 13 minutes on the clock. Here is your score update. Leon Glatzer comes through with a 617. Trying to get a backup score. Now we see Jose Faulkner coming around this section. A beautiful green wall to work with. Nice carving snap. Late foam climb there. Gets another.
So good.
So that's just making a lot out of a weird situation. That wave was running away from him quickly, but he managed to get 3 turns, and they were nice ones. Jacob Burke there has been relatively quiet, just a .87 and a 0, so he's going to want to reset things with 12.5 to go. And now we're waiting for scores from Jose Faulkner.
So nice to watch those 2 turns from Jose as well, the final 2 maneuvers. I mean, look at this. Look at from this angle. You can get a real appreciation of the strength of his bottom turn, sliding that tail and nose back around. How easily he climbs those really powerful foamy sections and lets the power redirect his board to make sure he comes out on the landing for that second or the final maneuver. Look at that nice slash down. Jumps up over the roof and foam. This bit right here, it swings him back. It's really powerful little end section, and he just handles it so well.
Yeah, the wave definitely impeded the flow, but man, he really made it work. 2 near impossible turns to execute, but he got him done. Judges liked it. Comes through with 683. So we talk about the criticality of those sections that he went up and into. Another made-up word, but it's fine. Jose Faulkner is making it up as he goes. You see that wave, that was one of those straight-up reactionary waves, cat-like reflexes. 3 turns where most of us maybe would have gotten 1. So
Maybe.
he is now in the lead.
Maybe 1.
Possibly.
Yeah, the amount of ground he covered with those bottom turns and top turns up over those float sections too, just incredible amount of speed and control holding through really turbulent sections, and that gave him the best score of the heat so far. I have this feeling the German is chasing something to explode on, some type of ramp. He's set up then when he just took off and he pulled. He didn't quite get the opening or the section. It just looked a little different to his stock standard, opening, snap and carve, and then carve down the face or critical ending.
You know what we haven't seen in a while? A right. Really pushing into this left now. John Florence. It's his jersey. He'll be coming up next. He's got a little bit more work today. Probably been a while since he's surfed 3 heats in one day. Here we go. This is Leon Glatzer. We'll see if he does what Jess says he's going to do. Hunting something big. Looking for the ramp. He finds it. No problem.
Oh.
Yeah, that's a problem. Got it right out clean. Found his ramp. Failed to execute. Now Jose goes. Quick snap there. Another late to the party hit. But not allowed past the velvet rope. Turn around, get back out there. Jose Faulkner in the lead. But it's a little bit precarious because all the rest of the surfers still well within striking distance. Leon Glatzer need a 4.34. Eduardo Papa probably in the best position now, needing just a 2.57. Jacob Burke, he's a great surfer. This heat is not going his way so far, but he's still in it, needing a 6.18.
Well, we saw that from Carlos in the last heat too, having nothing until under the 10-minute mark, and then suddenly finding himself in such a stronger position to progress through these heats. But it's wide open, like you said. Like those score lines for the surfers that are in the lineup are relatively small. It just talks to maybe just handling the conditions, handling the multiple amount of heats they had on their hands today.
Leon Glatzer again finds this wave under 3rd priority, speeding down the line, gets the ramp, goes inverted. I love what he's trying. I'm loving these attempts. This heat's feels like a good rock and roll show, right? We're playing good songs, but we know the hits are coming. We know they've saved those big jams for the final half of this heat. We're getting down into it. 8 minutes, 30 seconds to go. South Africa on top for now. Germany defending their 2nd place position. Leon Glatzer shooting for the sky. And Jose Faulkner now back at it again. So these two big goofy footers are kind of just trading off on these inside lefts. And it's working for him so far. That one had a little bit of a weird flat section to it. That's going to be it for Jose Faulkner. Probably won't go into his score line. His low score right now is a 4.17.
Oh, look at this. The slow-mo, the appreciation you can get for that inverted. That front foot goes flat for a second and it gives him the chance to bring it all the way back around under. He's so close right there to coming way back over his board and centering his gravity again, and his point of gravity, again. And if he pulls off one of them, I think we're going to see probably one of the first, maybe if not the first 10 of the event so far.
Right there with you. Now that looked like
crazy. That's surfing.
Like a vert skating or like a snowboard style air. And just the fact that he's able to reach out, grab the board, and pull it back under his feet while upside down and spinning. It's pretty incredible. The physics there just do not make sense. Hopefully we see more opportunity for all 4 of these surfers to get wildly radical, show us some dynamics above the lip.
I feel like he saved this right until this afternoon too, so it just shows how much he did have in the tank. He's getting the job done, going through the motions, finding the 6s, 7s and some 8s during the earlier rounds, and now he's here and he just wants to bring something else different, crack that little ceiling of I mean, we've seen a few 8s, but really get up there and challenge that progressive scale and yeah, bring those dynamic maneuvers, bring that exciting surfing like we saw from Porfirio.
Well, he's got 6 minutes and 20 seconds to try to find that special section. His cheering squad has been out here just full force all day long. A lot of energy in the water, a lot of energy on the beach. Team Germany has definitely come correct with a squad.
Yeah, they've done a lot of work. They've put in a lot behind the scenes. They've been here for a long time, back and forth between here and training at home and training here. That I love their psychology around the team. I love their overall perspective, heat win or heat loss. They're here, they're keeping it light, they're having a good time. I mean, of course, they've got Martin coaching them mentally in the background as well, so it's hard to not have a good time with a guy like that around. He's had so much experience. I can't wait to see Leon land something crazy like that, because at the moment he's definitely not safe.
Yeah, it's still a really tight heat with 5 minutes, 17 seconds to go. And we'll see if the tactic of hanging around on the inside, catching those kind of smaller yet impactful lefts pays off, as now our field is starting to get together a little bit. 5 minutes to go. Leon Glatzer now. Here's the windup. Big snap to start. Building speed, flying down the line, getting around another big section. Working with what he's got. Third turn. At a fourth. And he's out. Right behind him, Papa. And winding himself up into the inside section. Throws a hammer against the wall and sticks it. Oh. Looking for a 2.57. But watch out, Jacob Burke has come alive like Peter Frampton. Here we go. His backhand activating down the line. Another big snap in the shore break. Now we've got a heat on our hands with 4 minutes to go. Everybody involved in that exchange. Jose Faulkner out in the lead. Now in top priority. But now we're waiting for 3 scores to come through. We got a paddle battle. Something for everybody. Some people love paddle battles.
I love it.
You do?
I absolutely
All right, this is
love
for
it.
you right
This is
here.
for me.
What's going to happen? What are they fighting for?
Well, they're fighting for priority. Jacob, I didn't think, was really pushing for the paddle until he looked over his right shoulder and he saw Papa just charging on through with the motor. And here's the replay, though. This is such smart heat surfing from the German. He realizes the situation and the context that he's sitting in this heat, and so he gets to work. This is bread and butter surfing for him. It's going to put his second wave score on the board. It's going to make it harder for these guys and put the pressure on. Look how he sits, almost loses over the heels again in that bottom turn, so deep for the Italian, but he rides out. So the 2-turn combo is going to put the pressure for second position. This is the replay for Jacob. This is him getting back into this heat. Kind of hits a few wobbles on this wave, and in doing so, it puts him off time for those in-between maneuvers. The final maneuver was really nice and a lot more critical, but those opening maneuver and particularly that second wobble puts him off time for completion. So that's going to hold the score back, but it gives him a 4.67 and gets him back into third, back into the game. His most important score at the moment is the last of the Italians.
Here goes Jose again, tail sliding his way into potentially a victory lap. He rides out clean, and he should feel that elation. He should be proud of himself. He should celebrate what he just did in the lineup. What a performance from Jose, but watch out. Eduardo Papa, he drops a 6.57. Pair that with a 6.5. Now he's got a 13.07 total. So Jose Faulkner has to rely on that last wave score if he wants to get up into the top 2 spots. He needs a 4.87. Leon Glatzer right in the middle now. Fireworks coming from Eduardo Papa and Jose Faulkner.
Yeah, this spells trouble for Leon, actually, I think. The last of Jose's was really nice. I can see it going into that range. He only needs a 4.87. I mean, let's have a look at the replay, though. First turn, pretty dynamic, really light over that section. Last turn, critical. bursts the tail and busts it across the section. Kind of a little bit messy on the ride out, maybe, if we're being like hypercritical of the completion. But I think that's going to put Leon in a position now with 1.5 minutes with first priority. He's going to need another score. Jacob still needs a score too. He's looking towards the 7s now, so he's going to have to find himself the best wave of the heat. But yeah, there we go, last wave. Jose.
Yeah, it comes through. It's enough. Jose Faulkner gets a 6.93, a 7.07. So he adds that to his 6.93. Big number. So he was right. He knew, he was feeling it. Surfers have an internal judge. Lets him know, hey, celebrate that wave because you got that number and more. Or they fake it and they try to sell it to the judges. But there was nothing fake about that celebration from Jose Faulkner. And now with 42 seconds to go, it's Jose Faulkner. It's Eduardo Papa, 1 and 2. Leon Glatzer with priority, with opportunity, 30 seconds on the clock. Can he do it with this wave? He paddles over it. Yeah. Eduardo Papa goes right. Nothing doing there. He's out. 20 seconds on the clock. Where is Leon Glatzer? Will he have a chance? This wave stacking up in front of him. He does have priority. Jacob Burke has to stay out of the way. Here we go. Looking for a 6.90. Needs something big to finish here. And you can just tell by the body language, he knows. He knows what just happened. The Italian, Eduardo Papa, coming from behind, jumping all the way to first, then knocked back down to second by Jose Faulkner. And will this be enough for Leon Glatzer? Was it a 6.9?
Oh, I can't see the 6.9 in this. I mean, he surfed that to the max of that wave. I feel like he doesn't feel it either. The wave before it was well left because it was a closeout, but here's the critical turning point of this heat. There's that big score, the highest score of the heat, the 7.07 for Jose. Well celebrated, critical surfing. We have to wait for this score, Chris.
All right, well, while we wait, we're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back with more action. I believe John Florence has entered the chat. So stick around. You're watching the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. We will be right back.
When we started the campaign, like 20-something years ago, over a quarter century, even when we started, it was impossible. I mean, everybody, my friends, my brother, I said, you're really gonna put your energy in this? Let's go surfing.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympics, period.
We all just looked and rolled our eyes back at, like, come on, Fernando. Surfing will never make it.
I never actually dreamed of being in the Olympic because surfing wasn't an Olympic sport.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympic sports.
The Olympics wasn't ever a dream of mine because it wasn't a reality. It wasn't tangible.
It's the biggest event in the world. Fernando is the reason why we're all there.
Yeah, it's like me telling you I'm gonna, swim around the world. 27 years later, he pulled it off.
The thrill of victory, the agony of defeat. Valiant effort from Leon Glatzer. But at the end of that heat, Jose Faulkner and Eduardo Papa, 1 and 2. Congrats to our 2 advancing surfers. And, salute our 3rd and 4th place surfers in that last matchup. That was one of the heats of the day, by far. Oh, what a sport.
Yeah.
What a lifestyle. What an activity surfing is. How fun is this?
The ups and downs.
And guess what? We get to do it again. 20 more minutes on the clock. This time, we've got 4 more superstars of our sport, and there is one of the brightest shining stars in the surf world, John Florence. Big backside reverse. Light work for John. Dylan Gruen, Maximilian Michalewski, Eli Temperi, and John Florence. Germany, Poland, Finland, USA. What a lineup. Nowhere in the world will you see a lineup like that, but right here at the ISA World Surfing Games. So Germany needs to, give their condolences to Leon Glatzer. He fought hard for it, came up just short, but that whole team now needs to face back towards the ocean, send their energy out to Dylan Gruen.
I think they're ready. They've got the composure to do that. They've had the experience already for so many years in competition. I think they got this. Look at that. What a good view. Good angle. I think he's enjoying his time here in El Salvador. That's how I feel. Every post-heat interview with him has been so enjoyable.
Well, he's having fun right here.
Yeah, look at this thing. So progressive, dynamic. Just the ease in which he can pull things like this is what makes him one of the best surfers in the world. Beautiful surfing from John. Let's wait to see what he brings for the rest of the heat.
This is just a clinic in technique right here. And that right there is, of course, impactful. But for John, I mean, that's entry level. He is that good. So as he rides out in slow motion to a score of a 5.83, all on the strength of just one big backside reverse, we're going to go down to Mitchell Salazar standing by with the winner of that last heat.
That's right, Jose Faulkner with a comeback win, and man, what a heat, first of all, but you can't teach hard out there. 3 heats, 3 heat victories today. A 20-minute heat, very different to the 15 minutes you had earlier today. How was it like having to compete and defend that first place position in the last few minutes?
Yeah, all 3 of those guys are really good, so it was a hard one at the end. I had fourth priority after falling on one, and then I think they all went on one, and then I got a bomb out the back and smashed that one. Super stoked to get the 2 turns and get a 7 on that one. Been such a long day. I think I've been home this morning. That was the only time I saw home, and been down here the whole day, just sitting and watching the waves. So super stoked to get 3 wins and yeah, through to the next day.
And I believe you're actually the youngest surfer on Team South Africa too, having a lot of experienced surfers like Sarah, Matt, who's on the championship tour, and Jordy Smith, one of the greatest of all time. Being the youngest surfer for yourself, extra motivation to have a good performance here?
Yeah, I've been hanging out with Mary a lot the past few days, just going surfing, getting away from the crowd, finding some other waves where there's no one. And Mary gave me some tips here and there, which is so sick. And yeah, having Jordy on the team, watching him surf, he's been, for me, the favorite surfer this whole event. He gets 2 waves per heats and he gets the scores, and yeah, that's just unbelievable. So yeah, stoked to have those 2 guys on the team, and being the youngest is definitely hard for me because I want to be like those 2, and I don't want to let them down. So I'm just stoked to make it through this heat. Yeah.
You're not down. You're not going to do that whatsoever. Trust me. Congratulations. Good luck, and see you tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
Wow, what a champion. 3 heats, 3 wins, extremely long day. Yes, being a professional surfer is one of the best jobs you could have in the world, but man, you have to put in a lot of effort. And we've seen all of our surfers all day long. For those who have been advancing through these repechage rounds, 15 minutes here, 15 minutes there, 20 minutes right there for Jose Faulkner. And I think letting people down is the last thing on anyone's mind. He is lifting people up. What an incredible performance from Jose Faulkner from Team South Africa. So today has been an incredible day of surfing. We've seen the levels just rising right in front of our eyes here at the 2023 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Chris Cote, Jess Grimwood. Jess, this has been the best ISA World Surfing Games in history, period.
By far. And we're only up to, what, day 5 of competition? There's so much surfing left ahead of us, but from the stories of those nations like Iran to the stories of the points that Gabriel Medina was able to land in his heat, it has had everything, the whole rainbow of experience that is surfing, and the best of all of it, like in every sense of the way.
And more to come. Here's our surfer representing Poland, Got one of our new favorites, Maximilian Michalewski, showing a lot of heart, showing a lot of skill and determination right there. He has got a huge hill to climb right now with already some big numbers dropped. Elli Timperi, representing Finland, has Olympic dreams at just 16 years old, surfing like a tried and true veteran. He's got a 6.23 to start this heat. His backhand has been stellar.
It has really got that world-class finesse about it, doesn't it? And the technique, obviously the foundations of everybody's surfing really shines through. When you get to this end of competition in the repechage for the ISA, you're tired, the fatigue comes into play for them. We've been raving on about it, the heat, but it really shows up, all that technical foundation work.
Low-key paddle in for John Florence. Quick snap there. Excitement levels start to rise when he starts to wind up, blowing his tail out. Sees a section, gets the ramp. A nice backside ollie 360 right there for John Florence, just making it look so easy. But the judges, they see right through that. They know how hard all those turns and tricks that he did on that wave were. So he'll definitely be rewarded for that last wave. As it stands now, Maximilian comes through with a 4.93. Add that to a 3.57. He's in the lead. Timperi drops to second. That's all going to change as we wait for a score for John Florence. Dylan Groen had a pretty wild wipeout early on. Maybe a bit rattled, and also when your teammate loses right in front of you, can take the wind out of your sails a little bit. So we'll see if he can adapt and react and get back in this heat. He's just got a 1 and a 0.5.
Could also sometimes put the wind back into the sailors, you know. You realise that,
got to do it.
yeah, I've got to do it now. Leon didn't get it done, so here's my chance.
Well, will it be this wave that is the difference maker? Quick snap there. Coming through to this inside section, which has been vital for that big score. There it is, blasts through the roof. So really one big turn of note on that wave, but it was a machete-esque snap up into the lip in a critical part of that wave. So I think the judges are going to like that.
That's what Leon needed at the end of his heat. That's exactly the kind of section that he needed. And for Dylan, I think it's going to go into those sixes, I think. Obviously, the scale changes, you know, in between heats and days of competition and every round. But let's see how that locks in. I think it's going to be right up there. I mean, John just locked in a 7.33 for that last thing. Like you said, they see straight through the ease in which he completes the maneuvers, and they understand the complexity of it as well.
That's just John doing John things. 10:30 to go. Florence in the lead now. Maximilian to second. Elli Timperi in third. Saw Elli, you know, he came in from his last victory, one of the highest heat totals of the day. He was so hyped. He's 16 years old. Of course he's hyped. Came up to his camp. His dad said, all right, just relax. You got to do it again. And then I think he realized quick that, oh, wait, I got John Florence in my next heat. This is going to be awesome.
Yeah, it's time to psych up as well, because look at this last one from John. So relaxed and casual, technically unbelievable. Just what else can you say about that except best surfing you can see in the world?
Yeah, I want to surf like that. I want to surf like any of these surfers out here. I mean, the level that we're seeing right now, end of the day, repechage round. Remember, these surfers have already been eliminated once, so they're fighting to stay relevant in this competition. Giving it all they got.
It's been done multiple times before too. There have been so many surfers over the history of the games in both the men's and the women's that have been knocked from main round and charged all the way back through the repechage, kind of unbeknownst to those top seeds that just kind of cruise through all the way till they meet up at that finals end of competition, and then suddenly they're charged up and they have to draw on everything that's left over, all of the extra stamina, all of that, those little nights and mornings. The mornings they got up early, they wanted to stay in bed, but they got up and they trained for it. It all comes to show, comes to fruition right on those finals day when it's asked of them.
Practice like you play.
That's it.
And have fun.
Well, fun, but also
no,
maybe not so much fun, you know.
Sometimes it's not that fun.
Yeah, I liked actually Safi Vet said it, I think it was yesterday after her post-heat. She's like, yeah, I am a really fun person and our team is really fun, and we're always got a lot of humour around surfing, but we're actually really serious too, and I'm trying to bring that seriousness into my performance. I thought that was really interesting because they know, I mean, you want to be a big time surfer and you want to surf in the ISA games, you're going to be on that Olympic kind of qualification run.
I was wondering why nobody asked me to be their coach. That's my best advice. I'll go out there and have fun. I just want everybody to have a good time.
That was a big turn.
That was a big turn. Nothing fun about that. That was all business.
That was business, and I think if I think about the 493, it's a way bigger section for that last turn for the German. He's going to be in a good position, but Maximilian was a standout in those early rounds of competition for the men, and like we've seen from Tim Perry, his clinicalness in these sets that are coming through at La Bocana, and his ability to, I think you called it, perform surgery. Like his surgical approach between his turns and his crispness is going to put him into those 7 ranges along with Florence, I think, by the end of this heat.
He surfs at Seaside Reef in Encinitas, California, and every single day there, I mean, it's a contest. You've got so many incredible surfers right there, you know, from Rob Machado all the way down, Jake Marshall, Taylor Clark, the lot trolls, holding it down in the parking lot, keeping the grommets honest, keeping the parking normalized. The lot trolls control that lot. Johnny Seaside on the case. They're no doubt watching and rooting right now for Ellie Timperi. John Florence right there, up and out. John's like the friendliest shark there is, right? He's not meaning anybody harm, but he goes out there and takes bites out of the competition, puts up huge numbers, seemingly without trying. We know he's trying. We know he's putting in effort. But he's just that good to where he can just make it look effortless. He's got a 7.33 and a 5.83. Dylan growing quietly. Gets up into that second spot with a 5.07 and a 4.93. But Ellie right now, I would say, is the most dangerous surfer in this heat besides John, because he's got a 6.23 and he's got a lot of talent. This is where we're going to test this 16-year-old between the ears. What is his mental capacity to stay in the game for the remainder of this 8 minutes? Excuse me, 6 minutes. I'd like to add a couple more minutes to this heat because I'm a fan of all 4 of these surfers, but regulations say 20 minutes only.
Do you know what's been impressive about the younger surfers too that have been talking about surfing against their idols has been the fact that I haven't seen anybody shy away from really pushing their performance. You know, sometimes they get a little stage fright up against their idols, these surfers that they would have had posters of on their wall or the background of their phones or things like that. But I've just seen these younger surfers just absolutely take it to them. Like I think this would be playing on a lot of the minds of those top-tiered world surfers is, oh, okay.
Yeah, future's crazy.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's like someone handing you a guitar and saying, here, Jimi Hendrix is right there. Play a guitar solo for Jimi Hendrix.
Yeah.
Do it. That's what surfing against John would be like if you've never faced him before. So all 3 of these surfers are looking over at the king of rock, John Florence, wanting to put some hot licks out there for the judges to hear and score. 4:45 now on the clock. I think we're feeling a slow burn, right? The match is lit. Who's going to catch fire next? Will it be Ellie Timperi? Quick start there. Gets around this section. Boom. That's the turn we wanted to see from Ellie Timperi. So only one real big turn of note. But remember, he's only needing a 3.77. So he did some good work on that wave. I'm hearing whistles. It tells me that 2 things. People on the beach like that turn from Ellie, but also that a set might be coming through. There you see all of our surfers racing towards the horizon. 4 minutes now on the clock.
Yeah, most important exchange right here for Maximilian. He's holding priority. He only needs a 5.07. There is a score to come for last of Ellie. Might need something a little bigger. I think Ellie might move into second position. I see that turn going over a 3.77. So this next decision for him, I mean, Max has to make sure that he surfs something into the 7s. He really does. He can't be surfing to replace that 3.67. He has to find something near excellent if he wants to progress through at the end of this, especially if there's a set coming. There's been multiple opportunities every single set. There's been probably about 4 good waves, maybe 3 good waves per set, and 1 wave where you could maybe manufacture the score that you need. So this is obviously the most important exchange of the heat, unless we have one of those situations where it always seems to happen in competition surfing, the last minute or the last 30 seconds, everything changes.
Well, I mean, if you think back, Jose's best number was on one of his worst waves, a wave that just was not offering him anything, and he just made it happen. John Florence there, not liking the look of the end of that one. Still waiting for a score for green, Ellie Temperi, Team Finland. Also for red, Dylan Groen. So if Dylan improves in his scoreline, that would mean that Ellie would need a bigger score as well. So 2:40 now on the clock. Nice set coming through. Opportunities knocking. Who's going to answer the door? It's going to be your surfer in the #1 priority spot, Maximilian Michalewski, Team Poland. Represented well here by Max. Another big snapping turn. The end of the road right there for Michalewski. See what that number comes through at. Now Dylan Groen gets involved. Tight little pocket for him to work with. Big backside hammer there. So 2 big turns for Dylan Groen. The crowd is loving it. Team Germany has something to cheer about now. 2 minutes on the clock. That last exchange might change everything. I love that, huddled around the phone.
Yeah, I was trying to hear them. I think they were howling before. I think that, that's beautiful surfing from the German. It was so well constructed, and the wave gave it to him too. It bowled up. He had this real nice, beautiful little section right at the start, and it gave him enough time to transition into that final maneuver. It's going to be a really big score for him. So 1 minute 30.
Yeah, new situation as well. So Ellie Temperi did get the score, 3-9, but now he's in a precarious position because Dylan Groen needs a 5.07. Maximilian needs a 5.21, both fully attainable, maybe even attained on that last exchange. We know that Dylan Groen did big work on his backhand to try to wrangle that number from our judges. Down to the minute mark.
Look at this, another set coming through. This
perfect.
This is the best thing about competition surfing is who knows? 1 minute on the clock, everybody could have an opportunity.
With priority, Ellie Temperi representing Team Finland.
Oh.
Snap. Digs the nose. There's his dad on screen right there. Win, lose, or draw. Gotta be so proud of what Ellie's done. It's not over yet. Still waiting for scores to come through. 35 seconds on the clock.
Look at the gap that Dylan's closing right now. I feel like he's paddling. Wow, he's going to get an opportunity.
This wave just crumbling around him. That's going to be a no-go zone, 24 seconds. John Florence maybe out the back, looking at something. 13 seconds now, and the score comes through for Dylan Groen. It's more than enough. It's a 6.23, dashing the hopes of Ellie Temperi, who's run out of time as John is up. Little victory lap to ride in. Incredible heat in the books. Last second heroics from Dylan Groen. Full credit to Ellie Temperi, representing Team Finland, surfing well beyond his years. We will see a lot from this 16-year-old in the future. And all the hype, all the stoke for Maximilian Michalewski representing Poland. So we do lose 2 of Europe's best. John Florence and Team Germany goes through. So something to be happy about after losing their flag bearer, Leon Glatzer. Dylan Groen still in this competition. What a day of action we've had. We started here at 8 o'clock. It is now 5:07 local time here in Surf City, El Salvador. And the best news I have for all of you watching is we're going to be right back here tomorrow at 8 o'clock sharp. We're going to be rolling into more main rounds, more repechage rounds, men's and women's surfing, some elite level performances on the day. So this highlight package, Jess, it's going to be through the roof. I mean, take the roof off your house because this package is going to blow that thing off.
Yeah, it was a huge day of surfing. Some real good points about it, and especially for Team Germany to come back after that hard loss in that previous heat. That's really well done for them.
Well, do your homework at home. Watch this highlight package. Get stoked. If you can, go surf. be inspired by the ISA World Surfing Games, and tune back in tomorrow, 8 a.m. sharp El Salvador time. We'll be right here. We'll be waiting for you. Join us.